Chapter 1. After being dumped by the school beauty girlfriend, the system of pretending to be cool and slapping her face is activated. Jiang Cheng, in a rental house. Chen Xuan works as a salesperson in a company. During a meeting at work, he suddenly found a USB flash drive that he had left at home, so he hurried back to get it. When he went back and opened the door, he saw messy clothes in the living room, black stockings, suspender skirts, and sexy underwear scattered on the floor. He had a bad feeling in his heart that he and his school beauty girlfriend Lu Ruyan lived in this house. The bedroom door was ajar, and everything that happened inside could be clearly seen from outside. He saw a slightly plump man tumbling with his girlfriend, the two of them rolling back and forth as if they were fighting. He kicked the door open and broke into a dimly lit room. A man and a woman were cuddling together on a big bed, with bewildered expressions on their faces. At this moment, the two were frightened by the sudden collision. Lu Ruyan and the man were frantically looking for clothes. Chen Xuan went straight up and kicked the man in the ribs. Bang! The sudden kick caught the man off guard, and he was kicked to the ground naked without a chance to fight back. Lu Ruyan was also frightened by Chen Xuan's sudden rush in, and stood there in a daze. She picked up a piece of clothing scattered on the ground to cover her snow-white body, and folded her arms across her chest. When she came to her senses, she said with trembling lips, Chen Xuan, why are you back? Chen Xuan rushed forward and slapped Lu Ruyan on the face. At this moment, the original excited blood color on Lu Ruyan's face had not faded yet, and 5 more red palm prints appeared on her face. Chen Xuan said to her with red eyes, Lu Ruyan, I've been so good to you, but you actually did something like this, are you worthy of me? Lu Ruyan covered her face and lowered her head. After a moment, she stood up suddenly, looked at Chen Xuan with undisguised contempt in her eyes, and said frankly, Chen Xuan, since you have seen it, I will not hide it. I tell you, I actually wanted to break up with you a long time ago. Every moment with you makes me feel sick. Look at you, you have no ability, no money, and I am still renting such a shabby house with you. You are a coward and trash. From now on, we will go our separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. The guy I'm dating now is a rich second-generation man. He can buy me bags and beautiful clothes. Can you do that? You're a poor loser. You only make more than 3,000 yuan a month. What can you do with that? Although you are good to me, if you are good to someone, you will get tired of it one day. If I only covet your kindness when living with you in the future, I will lose miserably. You can't give me the life I want. Hearing this, Chen Xuan gritted his teeth and cursed, fuck. Do you think I care about you? I've been playing with you for 3 years and I'm tired of you. Hurry up and put on your clothes and get out of here. Chen Xuan and Lu Ruyan have been dating for 3 years. During these 3 years, Chen Xuan has been unconditionally satisfying her various unreasonable demands. However, his concessions ultimately only resulted in such a scene. At this moment, the phone rang. Chen Xuan picked up the phone and heard an old woman yelling hysterically on the other end, Chen Xuan, where have you been? The department is having a meeting. You have 5 minutes to come over. Otherwise, don't come and pack up and leave. Fuck, I quit. Chen Xuan angrily threw the bag in his hand to the ground, venting his frustration. You poor loser, you must have been fired by the company. I don't know why I was so blind to fall for someone like you. Lu Ruyan sneered. The man on the side looked at Chen Xuan with disdain. Boy, my family runs a company. I don't mind you working at my house. As long as you beg me, kneel on the ground and beg me, I will mercifully let you go. Ha ha ha. Brother Wang, you have a really good heart. I love you so much. Lu Ruyan hugged Wang Xiaochong's arm with an admiring look on her face. Then he turned to Chen Xuan and shook his head. It's so hard to be a poor loser. Why don't you kneel down now? Then you will have a job. Ding, a super rich seed has been detected, and the super rich system is binding. System binding completed. Chen Xuan was completely confused. He had read many novels in which the protagonists all had systems, but he never expected that he would be so unlucky today, with both his career and love betrayed. Could it be that God was blessing him and such a good thing happened to him? He immediately adjusted his mindset and accepted it all with pleasure. The system detected that the host meets the character setting of a pretentious and face-slapping person, so the right to acquire the company is awarded. System description: become a super rich man and reach the pinnacle of life, starting with pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face. Chen Xuan noticed that the system said that he would be rewarded with the right to acquire the company, so he asked, what is the name of your company? When Wang Xiaozong heard Chen Chuan asking about his company, he thought it was time to pretend. Our company is Huasheng Group, with a market value of 100 billion. As long as you get under my crotch now, I will just make a phone call and arrange for you to join our company. How about that? It should be very easy for you, right? Yes, Master Wang is very good to you. You see, it's so hard to find a job now. You only need Master Wang. Detected that the villain is insulting the host. Choice 1, be a lapdog and get under the villain's crotch. Reward, an iron chain, priced at 8.8 yuan including postage. Choice 2, give the villain Wang Xiaozong a slap in the face and reward the host with the acquisition rights of Huasheng Group. Chen Chuan was ecstatic. Damn. This bastard will definitely choose the second one. He walked up to him, rolled up his sleeves and slapped him 5 times. The moment he was hit, his face began to swell up like a puffer fish. At this moment, the room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Lu Ruyan stared at Chen Chuan with her big, adorable eyes, as if she was looking at a monster. Wang Xiaozong was beaten to the ground, unable to recover for a long time. He looked at Chen Chuan in front of him with a confused face, his pupils full of bloodshot, and roared, "You dare to hit me? Who gave you the courage, Fish Liang? Do you know who my father is? You poor loser, don't you want to live? Believe it or not, I will make you have no place to stand in the whole Jiangcheng. How do I know who your father is? Didn't your mother tell you? Or is your mother such an idiot that she doesn't even know who your biological father is?" Chen Chuan was speechless. At this moment, Wang Xiaozong's face was terribly gloomy, and he even wanted to kill someone. "Brother Wang, don't be angry. Ruyan will be sad if you get sick from anger." Lu Ruyan, who was standing by, touched Wang Xiaozong's face charmingly and said with concern. Then she turned around and hugged her chest with her hands, with a shrew face, "Chen Chuan, you are kicking the steel plate now. Do you know who Wang Xiao's father is? He is the chairman of Huasheng Group. You dare to hit Wang Xiao? You really don't know whether you live or die. You should apologize to Wang Xiao now and crawl under Wang Xiao's crotch. Maybe Wang Xiao will be soft-hearted and let you go. Don't blame me for not." Pa. Before Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Chen Chuan slapped Lu Ruyan on the face and said coldly, "You green tea bitch." Chapter 2, Slap the green tea bitch in the face and reward Washington Company. After beating someone, Chen Chuan patted the foundation on his palm in disgust and said in a cold tone, "I have been with you for 3 years. In 3 years, you have made me realize that you are a green tea bitch. When I loved you, you were the queen. Now that I don't love you, you're nothing. This kind of scumbag should not be tolerated, she should have been slapped in the face long ago." Lu Ruyan sobbed, covering her face and standing there in a daze. She looked at Wang Xiaozong pitifully, "Brother Wang, this poor loser actually hit me, you must help me get revenge." Wang Xiaozong was so angry that he stomped his feet. This poor loser had slapped him in the face, and now he even didn't let his girlfriend go. This was simply too much and he couldn't tolerate it anymore. Poor loser, you have completely angered this young master. You will pay a heavy price for your stupid actions. Chen Chuan looked at the two with disdain and said nonchalantly, I want to see how you make me pay a painful price? Wait for me, kid. I'll call my dad right now and you're dead." Wang Xiaozong gritted his teeth and said. Then he picked up the phone and prepared to dial. And at this moment, "Master, there's a phone call." Chen Chuan's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and prepared to answer it. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Wang Jianbin, chairman of Huasheng Group. You have just acquired our company. I would like to discuss the future plans of the company with you. Do you have time now?" Wang Jianbin on the other end of the phone looked nervous and paced back and forth to ease his inner anxiety. "Just now, I received news that the company was fully acquired by a wealthy tycoon named Chen Chuan, who became the actual controller of the company. Moreover, he had never heard of this person and had no idea what kind of person he was. Just one sentence could kick him out of the company. Simply horrible." Chen Chuan answered the phone and said calmly, "Boss Wang, please put aside the company's development. I have a problem now and I need you to come forward and solve it." Wang Jianbin stood there in a daze, wondering in his heart what problems he needed to solve for a business tycoon who was able to acquire the company in full. "Mr. Chen, as long as it is within my ability, I will definitely come forward to solve it." It's not a big deal, but only you can do this, no one else can do it. "Mr. Chen, please tell me what's the matter," Wang Jianbin said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his right hand. And the other side. Wang Xiaosong was anxiously calling his father, but the line was always busy. He paced back and forth anxiously, muttering, "What's going on, Dad? Why haven't you answered my call yet? What are you doing?" Chen Xuan calmly explained the whole story, and then said, "This is the thing, I want to ask if you can solve it?" The other end of the phone was silent for 5 seconds, and then the voice on the other end said humbly, "Mr. Chen, don't be angry. Let me handle this matter. Please put the phone on speaker." Chen Xuan immediately turned on the speakerphone and shouted to Wang Xiaosong, who was poking at the phone, "Son, your dad asked you to answer the phone." Wang Xiaosong roared, "Who the hell are you calling?" "You." Before he could finish his words, he heard Wang Jianbin's angry roar from the other end of the phone, "You little bastard, who were you scolding just now? Kneel down in front of Mr. Chen and ask for his forgiveness, otherwise I will not recognize you and your pocket money will be cut off." Wang Xiaosong asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Dad, are you mistaken? What are you talking about? You rebellious son, do you know who you have offended? That's the person who just acquired our company in full. Your father's decision on whether I can continue to work in the company depends on his words. Do you know how much trouble you have caused?" Wang Xiaosong's head exploded. He held his head in his hands, obviously unable to accept the reality. How could the man in front of him with a messy hair, wearing cheap clothes and renting an old and shabby house be the one who bought their company in full? He gritted his teeth unwillingly and uttered a few words slowly, I'm sorry." Chen Xuan ignored him and sneered into the phone, "Boss Wang, I'm a little skeptical about the way you handle things. If this is how you handle things, then I think the company can do without you. That's all I have to say. I believe Boss Wang is a smart man." When Wang Jianbin on the other end of the phone heard these words, he felt a chill on his back and broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. This business tycoon was able to come up with so much money to acquire a company, which shows that he is extremely powerful, and the strength behind him should not be underestimated. If I offend him today, I will probably never have a place in the business world. Thinking of this, Wang Jianbin clenched his fists as if he had made up his mind, and shouted directly at Wang Xiaosong, "You rebellious son, kneel down and apologize to Mr. Chen. If Mr. Chen doesn't forgive you, I will not recognize you as my son. I'll count to 3, 1, 2. Just a splash." Wang Xiaosong bent his knees and knelt on the ground, his face full of humiliation. "I'm sorry." Chen Xuan said expressionlessly, "Didn't you eat?" Wang Jianbin yelled on the other end of the phone, "You rebellious son, speak louder and beg Mr. Chen for forgiveness." Although Wang Xiaosong was very reluctant, he had no choice but to do so. He was a rich second generation with nothing to do. If his father didn't recognize him, he would be worse than a beggar on the street. So he shouted loudly, "I'm sorry, please forgive me, I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do." "Really? Are you willing to do anything?" Chen Xuan asked with interest. "Yes, I'm willing to do anything as long as you can forgive me." "Then you just crawl under my crotch." Wang Xiaosong hesitated for a while, and then he heard another scolding voice from the other end of the phone, "Get in there quickly. Otherwise I won't recognize you." At this moment, no matter how unwilling Wang Xiaosong was, he could only crawl under Chen Xuan's crotch in humiliation, with resentment and anger on his face. Wang Jianbin on the other end of the phone said humbly, "Mr. Chen, have you calmed down a little now? If you haven't, I'll let this little bastard kowtow to you a few times until you calm down. Is that okay with you? That's it. I don't want to see the two of them anymore. Get them out of here." "Okay, I'll get this little bastard out of here." After Wang Xiaosong and Lu Ruyan left the rental house. Under the community. Pa 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 pa. Wang Xiaosong came up and slapped Lu Ruyan several times, leaving obvious marks on her face. She staggered and blood was still on her lips. He said angrily, "You stinky woman, I provoked that evil spirit because of you. Get as far away from me as you can, you bastard." After saying that, he got into the luxury car and drove away without looking back. At this moment, Lu Ruyan held her swollen cheek with her left hand and wiped her tears with her right hand. She was completely mentally broken and sat on the ground crying heartbreakingly. She tried her best to seduce the rich second generation, sold her body, and let the rich second generation have sex for so long. She even thought that she had gotten rid of Chen Xuan, a poor loser, and was about to have the dream of becoming a rich wife. But at this moment, the dream was completely shattered. However, this rich lady's dream was shattered by the poor loser Chen Xuan. After being with him for 3 years, how come she didn't realize that he had such a powerful background? Did he deliberately pretend to be a poor loser to find true love? Inside the rental house, Chen Xuan was organizing his thoughts when suddenly the system spoke. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the pretending and slapping face mission and receiving a special reward, a Lamborghini Venom. Tip, please ignore normal logic, the system is omnipotent. In addition, the source of the money rewarded by the system is reasonable and legal, please feel free to use it. Host, the car keys are already on the dining table in your living room. The car is already parked in the parking lot of Jiangcheng Mall. Some documents are in the car. Also grant the host a level 10 driving skill. The system's notification sound made Chen Xuan feel relieved, and the world seemed brighter. Chapter 3, Little Anchor, Can You Drive? Underground parking lot of a shopping mall in Jiangcheng. Chen Xuan came here and pressed the key in his hand. A white light flashed. He looked in the direction of the white light and saw a cool black supercar Lamborghini Veneno. Wow, that's fucking cool. Chen Xuan looked at the sports car in front of him and his Adam's apple moved slightly. This was a super sports car worth 200 million yuan. No man would refuse it. After he sat on it, he felt it touched really well, it was so comfortable. The system is so considerate. Not only does it reward the host with a luxury sports car, it also grants the host a 10th level driving skill. At this moment, Chen Xuan, who is sitting in the car, suddenly feels like an experienced driver. He almost knows the performance and drivability of the sports car by heart. He drove his Lamborghini Veneno through the bustling city center of Jiangcheng, feeling extremely happy. You have to know that the previous second he had a green lawn on his head and was fired by his boss, a perverted old woman, which was a double blow to his love and career. And at this moment, I have made a comeback from a poor loser to a super rich man. Who understands this feeling? He parked his car outside and went to the food city to buy something to eat as he was hungry. Outside the food city, a tall woman with charming features and fair skin was holding up a mobile phone to broadcast a live broadcast. Guess what I found, guys? A sports car worth 200 million, Lamborghini Venom. My dears, you should work hard to own a car like this. If you do that, I, a small anchor, will marry the top guy on the list. In this era, it is really difficult to be a female anchor. Without the support of a top anchor, it will be difficult for even the most beautiful and talented female anchor to become popular. On the other side, Chen Xuan ordered a bowl of snail noodles in the food street and started eating, having no idea what was happening outside. My dears, although this sports car is perfect, it has a flaw. At this time, Chen Xuan had finished eating and came out of the food city. He saw this charming female anchor posing next to his car. She even said that this car had shortcomings? He was puzzled by her words. The live broadcast room of the charming female anchor also became lively, and fans were frantically swiping the screen. Ms. Meyer, there's a pervert with messy hair looking at you madly. Anchor Meyer, please turn around and take a look. Ms. Meyer, there is a man behind you, take a look. Chen Xuan, who had already walked up to the charming anchor, didn't know what the live commentary was about, but asked in confusion, you said this car has flaws? The charming anchor was startled by this question. She immediately turned to look at Chen Xuan, who was wearing cheap clothes and had a messy hair. It was obvious that he was not a rich man. So she breathed a sigh of relief and answered, the disadvantage of this car is that the air conditioning system has problems. The female passenger sitting in the passenger seat always feels hot. Then he said to Chen Xuan beside him, young man, when you have this car, you will know its shortcomings. Come on. Chen Xuan took out the car key from his pocket and pressed the unlock button, and the lights of the Lamborghini Veneno lit up. Do you want to try it and see if it's hot? Chen Xuan asked. Oh my god, our anchor mayor is going to be kidnapped, woo-woo. I didn't expect that this man with messy hair was actually the owner of the sports car. Is this a slap in the face? Am I the only one who thinks Mayor is in danger now? Please show the real face of the rich man, Mayor, please turn the camera to the man, let's see what he looks like. Chen Xuan asked, do you want to get in the car and film the live broadcast? I'm not hot. Anchor Mayor retorted. Then can you drive? If you can drive, I'll take you to shoot a video in the car, how about that? At this time, fans in the live broadcast room flooded the screen with messages again. Is this a blatant invitation to drive? Are you so direct now? I begged the anchor to keep his bottom line and not give in. Does it mean that rich people can do whatever they want? The live broadcast room is still refreshing the screen like crazy. May Air rolled her eyes at Chen Xuan and said, it's really boring. Chen Xuan explained, I wonder if you, the anchor, are overthinking. I just had a meal at the food city and drank a little wine, so I can't drive. So, I asked you if you can drive. If you can drive, take me home, and I can let you live stream in the car. When Chen Xuan finished speaking, the live broadcast room was flooded with messages again. Fuck, it turns out we misunderstood Brother Toheo. Now I finally understand why others are so rich while I am still a poor loser. Ms. Mayor, are you being too sentimental? At this time, Mayor's fair little face turned red, and her tender little hands didn't know where to put. Chen Xuan became interested instantly when he saw the embarrassed look on the girl's face. He used to be the one who coaxed Lu Ruyan, and Lu Ruyan was always indifferent to him. He hadn't met such a shy girl for a long time, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What is the popularity of your live broadcast now? I can help you with live broadcasting. Chen Xuan also watched the live broadcast and knew that the higher the popularity of the live broadcast, the more money the anchor would make. Mayor was surprised. Are you serious? Are you really willing to live broadcast with me? Of course, I can also increase your popularity a little bit. I'm just a small anchor, and I've been broadcasting for less than 2 months, so my popularity value is less than 30,000. I'm really sorry for commenting on your car just now. Didn't you just say that you couldn't drive after drinking? Should I drive you? Nice to meet you. Hello. My name is Chen Xuan. What's your name? Yao, Mayor. Go. Send it back to me. Well, Brother Chen, how far is your home? Can you drive? Of course I will. I'm a pretty good driver, do you believe me? The two got into the Lamborghini Veneno. Yao Mayor stepped on the accelerator, and 20 minutes later, the sports car slowly stopped outside the old and dilapidated residential area. The live broadcast is still going on. Is this the home of a wealthy man? Am I seeing right? Isn't this an old, dilapidated house? That's right, the rich man and Mayor Anchor have already gone upstairs. Is Mayor going to fall? Fuck, this is unbelievable. The rich man actually lives in the same place as us. Do you think he rents his car? Ms. Mayor, don't be fooled. Most wealthy people live in villas. Chen Xuan watched the comments in the live broadcast room continue to roll, but he didn't care at all. Suddenly the system prompt sounded. Watch, detect that the fans in the live broadcast room are suspicious of the host, trigger the task, become the number 1 on Mayor's list. Spend 10 million in 3 hours in the live broadcast room. Shock the fans in the live broadcast room. The funds have been deposited into the host's China Merchant's bank card. Mission reward, a gentle, well-behaved, sensible, cute and domineering personal female secretary. I like this system. It's so generous. As long as you spend 10 million in 3 hours in the live broadcast room and become the top brother of the Mayor gang, you can get a personal female secretary. This is just in time. Chen Xuan had just been cuckolded and his heart was hurt, which was not easy to heal. Now he urgently needed a gentle, well-behaved and sensible beauty to comfort him. Chapter 4 PK Battle in the Live Broadcast Room. Mayor, your live broadcast room has only 30,000 followers. You need to play PK to get more followers. What? Fighting PK? Yao Mayor frowned slightly, thinking that she had only started live streaming for 3 months and had never had a PK with the microphone connected. The number of people who watched the live broadcast each time was only more than 200 people at most. If she looked for others to PK with now, it would undoubtedly be a humiliation to herself. The live broadcast room started to pop up again at this time. Yes, Mayor, you have to go play PK. Now that the rich guy has spoken, he will definitely give you a lot of gifts. A fan mocked that he couldn't believe that a rich man who drove a 200 million sports car actually lived in a shabby rental house. Don't be scared away, rich man. You need capital to pretend to be rich. Chen Xuan ignored the keyboard warriors in the live broadcast room and went straight into the room. At this moment, an ID number named Toheo Brother directly sent. Beat. So Chen Xuan went directly into Mayor's live broadcast room and sent 10 super rockets. One super rocket is worth 9,999 yuan, and 10 of them are worth 99,999 yuan. As the first super rocket was fired, the second, third, and fourth followed. Mayor, who was standing next to Chen Xuan, looked at the man with the messy hair in front of her and the loose white t-shirt on. She instantly felt that he looked quite handsome and had an unusual temperament that made people yearn for him. She looked shy and her face blushed slightly. Wow, is this rich guy the same rich guy? He actually used 10 rocket launchers, which are worth nearly $100,000. Damn, this guy is really rich. Who just said that he was showing off? He got slapped in the face. Mr. Mayor, please connect directly to the microphone. I will definitely give you gifts later. Ms. Mayor, please start. I can't wait. Don't let us down, rich brother, and be a coward, or we will despise you. The live broadcast barrage is still going on. Yao Mayor tapped the Find an Opponent button on the screen with her little hand. She was panicking. The live broadcast interface shows, looking for a suitable anchor. 10 seconds later, the PK opponent appeared. When Mayor saw the opponent's face, she was so frightened that her face turned pale. Beads of sweat were clearly visible on her forehead. Her left hand unconsciously rubbed the corner of her clothes. Her heart was thumping. 2 words suddenly appeared in her mind: it's terrible. The anchor who was piking with herself was the now very popular Su, a top female anchor with 30 million fans. Looking at myself again, there are only 200 people in the live broadcast room, which is a world of difference compared to others. At this moment, Su also saw that the person he was piking with was actually a novice. He showed contempt at the corner of his mouth and acted like a superior. Su greeted with a fake polite look on her face, "Sister Mayor, nice to meet you, do you want a PK with me?" Mayor waved her hands and said, "I'm sorry, I connected to the wrong place. Sister Su, you should find someone else to play PK with you. I won't bother you anymore." After Mayor finished speaking, she was about to disconnect the microphone, but at this moment Chen Chuan stopped her and said, "Wait a minute, fight her." There were constant barrages of comments in Su's live broadcast room. The little anchor on the other side is so cute and silly. Is she a new anchor? There are only 200 streamers on the other side. I feel really sorry for them. I'm going to go over there and give them some gifts to show my support. Su looked at these comments and felt a little jealous. This is clearly their own live broadcast room, but in the room, everyone is discussing Yao Mayor on the opposite side. Some people even go to give gifts to the opposite side. Who can stand this? Su clenched her fists, bit her lips with her teeth, and still maintained a fake smile on her face. Sister Mayor, since we are already connected, it means we are destined to be together. Let's PK together. I will let you go. Goddess Su is so kind. I love you to death. At this moment, Su's live broadcast room is receiving gifts crazily, and the atmosphere is very lively. There are still more than 200 people watching Mayor's live broadcast room. Most of the fans in Mayor's live broadcast room are just spectators, and few of them give gifts. Just talking nonsense there all the time. Mayor touched her chest, calmed down, and then made up her mind. "Sister Su, let's just have a simple PK, you must let me go." Su raised a wicked smile at the corner of her mouth. "Don't worry, Sister Mayor, I will definitely give in to you." She said this, but her body was honest and took out her spare phone to send a message to the group. "Good brothers, can you come online to help me? If I win the PK this time, there will be special benefits." Charming expression. As soon as the message was sent out, more than 20 stupid and rich bootlickers responded immediately. "Sister Su, if anyone dares to bully you, I will come to support you. Sister Su, I'll be online soon, wait for me, I'll recharge now. Sister Su, you must not break your promise. I am waiting for your special benefits." Su looked at the dogs who were fully prepared and had a smug look on her face. She was determined to win this PK. Su immediately used her ultimate move. She was seen dancing with her sexy waist, her legs in black stockings stepping on the chair, and she was posing in a very seductive way. At this moment, the popularity of the live broadcast room was rising rapidly. The gifts also filled the screen. Yao Mayor's live broadcast room was deserted. You have to know that there are only a few spectators in Mayor's live broadcast room, and they have no real strength at all. Seeing the host on the opposite side giving all kinds of fancy 4-digit gifts, everyone was stunned. This is simply a crushing defeat. How the hell can we win? Su has 30 million fans, but Mayor only has 200. This is a loss no matter how you look at it. This Su is really unsportsmanlike. Didn't she agree to give in to Mayor? What the hell is giving in? She's simply beating me up. At this moment, super rockets appeared on the screen, 20 super rockets, shocking the audience in Mayor's live studio. At this moment, the popularity of Mayor's live broadcast room has surpassed Su's. Oh my god, isn't this a rich guy? He actually got 20 super fires, that's 200,000 renminbi, really awesome. Brother Taheo is so awesome, please accept my knee. My mother asked me why I was kneeling on the keyboard, because I was obsessed with the rich guy. Susu on the other side frowned as she watched her live streaming room being overtaken by the other person. She looked a little surprised, but now was not the time to be surprised. She immediately came to her senses and smiled coldly. Ha, a small anchor wants to beat me. That's just wishful thinking. I still have a backup trick that I haven't used yet. Just wait. So he picked up the phone and sent a text message to a contact of the King of Dogs. Brotherly, I was bullied in the Douyin live broadcast room. Please come and help me. If I win this time, you can do anything you want. The other party immediately replied, which evil beast dares to bully my baby? Are you tired of living? Don't worry, baby, I will log in now. Susu replied with a satisfied smile on her face, then I'll wait for my brother to log in. Chapter 5, Shocking, a crazy 10 million. Soon, a fan named Ifei Chongtian, who was a senior figure on the list, came to Susu's live broadcast room and directly gave her 30 supercars worth 300,000 yuan. At this time, the live broadcast room was full of supercars on the screen. Susu excitedly held the microphone and said, "Thank you, brother Ifei Chongtian, for sending me 30 supercars. Susu really loves you." Judging from the current battle record, Yao Meier's progress bar has just been overtaken. The fans in Yao Meier's live broadcast room were instantly petrified, confused, and stunned. No way. This old woman actually called over the number one guy on the list. You know, he's been hanging around in the live streaming room for years, and the cumulative rewards have exceeded several million. How can we beat him? Ms. Meyer was severely crushed. It's impossible for her to win. It's not that we are not strong enough, but we just don't have the strength to do so. Don't panic, there's still the rich guy. Is he here? Send us gifts quickly. We believe in your ability. At this time, Chen Xuan, who was next to Yao Meier, held his stomach and handed his phone to Yao Meier, saying, "You take the phone and swipe it to buy 900 supercars. I'm going to the toilet first. My stomach hurts a little." Meier was stunned for a moment, and then she took the phone as if possessed. She clicked on the backstage to check the remaining bean coins. I was shocked, dumbfounded, and confused. I just took a sip of water and it suddenly sprayed out. The fans in the live broadcast room were confused for a moment. They just heard the rich guy say that he wanted to buy 900 supercars, and they looked incredulous. Ms. Meier, what did you see? The water has sprayed onto the screen, and the screen is all stained. My dears, I'm really sorry. I really couldn't help it. Meier explained. Does the rich man have the ability to buy 900 supercars? My dears, I just couldn't help but check the bean currency balance of the rich man. It's too generous. Really? Let's see how luxurious it is. There are more than 9 million bean coins. My dears, do you think I should brush it? Ms. Meier, since the rich guy asked you to brush, just brush it. Time waits for no one, brush it quickly. Meier made up her mind and started clicking on gift giving frantically. At this time, the level of crazy gift giving far exceeded that of Susu's live broadcast room. Susu was so anxious that she stamped her feet and sent an urgent message for help. Brother Fei, look, I've been overtaken again, please give me some gifts, I can't lose to the little anchor, otherwise, where will my face be? Sister Susu, don't worry, I'll recharge some money right away and kill him in a minute. At this moment, in a villa, a bald man with buck teeth was staring at the live broadcast room with a lustful look, with a pool of saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth, and a charming woman was squatting under his table, seeming to be working hard. Master, although Susu is extremely beautiful, you don't need to spend so much money on her, right? You haven't even gotten her yet, and I feel bad for you. And this bald old man with buck teeth is none other than Feichonshan Li Dazui, the #1 sponsor of Susu's live broadcast room. What the hell do you know? Susu said that as long as I help her win the game, she will marry me. Her figure is the best in the world. If I can play with her for a night, who knows the feeling of ecstasy? Besides, this little money is nothing. I can still afford it. Do you fucking want to get beaten again? I'll teach you a lesson for talking too much. Li Dazui slapped him directly. The charming woman touched her swollen face, but still worked hard. She didn't dare to stop for a moment, for fear that the master would be unhappy and she would be treated inhumanely again. Li Dazui watched the small anchor on the other side who had already brushed 500,000 supercars in a row. He felt very upset and narrowed his eyes. He has been in the live broadcast for so long, and everyone knows his name that soared to the sky. Now he was surpassed by a third-level small account called Retaliation. It was really unbearable. Then recharge 3 million renminbi directly on the recharge page. Retaliation, you little jerk, you actually dared to snatch my woman from me, you really don't know how to live or die, wait and see how I'm going to beat you up in a while. Li Daju's eyes were red. Immediately afterwards, Susu's live broadcast room gave away 60 supercars. And Mayor's live broadcast room. Mayor was also giving out gifts like crazy. When your left hand gets tired, brush your right hand. When your right hand gets tired, brush your left hand. I got 200 supercars directly. Li Daju in the villa sat up straight, holding the phone tightly, and said with gritted teeth, "Damn it, I have always been the boss of the live broadcast room. Retaliation, you have successfully angered me, you have to pay the price for your behavior." Li Dazui directly produced another 300 supercars. The screen was filled with supercars one after another, shocking the fans. This is no longer a battlefield between two anchors, but a decisive battle between two men. At this time, Li Daju felt that he had won with certainty, so he edited a message and sent it out. "Poor loser, you have been crushed by me. I advise you not to use your entire fortune to challenge my pocket money. Be careful not to lose all your money." At this moment Chen Chuan came out of the bathroom. He ate snail noodles and drank some wine this morning. The two combined effects accelerated the reaction and made him feel a little uncomfortable in his stomach as soon as he got home. "Now, after a long bowel movement, I finally emptied all the filth in my body." "You're finally back. I just bought you 200 supercars, which makes 2 million. What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Chen Chuan was stunned at first, then frowned. Anchor Mayor thought Chen Chuan was angry. After all, 2 million was spent like that, anyone would be angry. The two of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere at this moment was extremely depressing. The barrage on the live broadcast screen started again. Ms. Mayor is going to suffer. She spent 2 million yuan on the money. This is something that an average person cannot earn in their entire life. Yeah, Retaliation is going to get angry. At this time, Chen Chuan changed the subject. "Mayor, your hand speed is not good enough. I gave you 10 minutes and you only earned 2 million. You need to practice more." Chen Chuan's face was full of smiles, and there was no sign of anger at all. At this moment, it is not only the host Mayor who was right next to him, but also the fans who are far away in the live broadcast room. All petrified, sluggish, and stiff. It felt like I heard incredible words, and my entire worldview collapsed at that moment, shattered into pieces. What a rich guy. He is such a rich guy. How can spending 2 million be the same as spending $2? Rich man, my sister has big breasts and no brains. I'm asking her to start a live broadcast now. Can she give me some gifts too? My sister is stunningly beautiful, with big breasts and long legs. Can she be your girlfriend? Can I still come in if I'm dressed as a woman? Come and give me some gifts." Mayor looked at Chen Chuan in front of her with admiration, pink stars in her big eyes. He was calm and free and easy, and it was not fake at all. The fact that he could remain so calm even after being given $2 million only shows that he is not short of that little money. This money is just a drop in the bucket for him. Chen Chuan took the phone and sent out the remaining 770 supercars. When 770 supercars were airborne in the live broadcast room, the screen was completely filled with them. "Brother Taheo, give Mayor a super rocket 770. Fuck, there are so many supercars and they haven't stopped yet. It's so scary. Mayor's live broadcast room is a complete winner. Who dares to follow her? It's really amazing. This rich guy is just a level 3 account, but he was able to get 1,000 supercars, worth 10 million, and instantly ranked first on the list. He is definitely the top guy on the list." At this time, Susu's live broadcast room was completely defeated. Li Daju, who was sitting on the sofa in the villa, collapsed directly to the ground. Although he was rich, he didn't dare to do this. It was okay to spend a few million, but spending more than 10 million to pick up a host, he felt that it was not acceptable. He hastily cancelled his Dutui account. After this incident, his reputation as the top brother on the list might be in jeopardy. He would never act so high profile again, as he had already been slapped in the face. Because the Douyin live broadcast room and the anchor split the profits in half, Chen Chuan just bought 1,000 supercars, totaling 10 million. At this moment, Mayor was still confused. She was just a small anchor who had just started for 2 months, but she made 5 million. Mayor stared at Chen Xuan with her big watery eyes, and she couldn't speak clearly. Brother Chen, I'm really sorry for making you spend so much. How about I return it to you? Chapter 6 Shopping at the Mall, 10 times cash back in 2 hours. Return it to me? Ding, the live broadcast shocking slapping mission is completed, and the reward is a well-behaved and capable personal female secretary. If the money is returned, the reward will be gone. When Chen Xuan heard the system prompt, he thought to himself, this money must not be refunded. That would violate the system rules. I urgently need a well-behaved and obedient female secretary. Anyway, this money belongs to the system, not mine, so why should I feel bad about it? At this time, Chen Xuan walked to Mayor's side and said with a faint smile, if you really want to thank me, then try another way. At this time, all the fans of the Do2A live broadcast platform rushed into Yao Mayor's live broadcast room like crazy. The number of people watching Yao Mayor's live broadcast room has reached 300 million. The ID Tahayan has almost become a godlike existence in the hearts of all fans and anchors. They sent private messages to Chen Xuan one after another, and his ID account gained hundreds of thousands of followers. Some cool pictures were also sent over, the scale of which was outrageous. Some bloggers even took screenshots of the PK scene and wrote an article titled Shocking. Do2A's live broadcast room sold 1,000 supercars worth 10 million renminbi in half an hour, and the young anchor killed the number 1 on the list in seconds. This Weibo post became popular and the ID Tahayan became their electronic pickled mustard tuber. Mayor doesn't know how to thank you. How about this? We're going to Wanda Mall to shop now. Brother Chen can just buy whatever he likes. Mayor will pay for it. When Mayor said this, she felt a little uneasy, for she was afraid that Chen Xuan beside her would disagree. Sure. Unexpectedly, Chen Xuan agreed. A blush appeared on her face, and she couldn't stop the joy in her heart, so she turned off the live broadcast room. The two drove the Lamborghini Veneno and soon arrived outside the Wanda shopping mall. This did not attract too many hybrids, because the people who can go shopping at Wanda Mall are all social elites, and they are no stranger to a supercar. However, Chen Xuan's Lamborghini Veneno still attracted the attention of many passers-by. They all stopped to see which rich young man came to spend money. When the passenger seat opened, a pair of slender black silk legs wearing high heels, a super short skirt, and a white belly exposing top were revealed, which made the figure more curvy. Beautiful, so beautiful, just like a fairy descending to earth. Fuck, these long legs and black stockings are so big, I'm afraid I can't even hold them with one hand. This figure is truly the best in the world. If she could be my girlfriend, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Ha ha, you're still dreaming. Don't you see that she got out of a Lamborghini? She must be a rich kid's toy. How can ordinary people like us play with her? More and more passers-by stopped walking. The men showed lustful expressions towards this extremely beautiful woman, and some of them even had nosebleeds unconsciously. The women were very interested in the owner of the car. They were all wondering how arrogant that rich young man was. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the door of the Lamborghini opened, and a man with a messy hair came out, wearing a cheap white t-shirt, beach pants, and thongs. The total value of his entire body was no more than 200 yuan. This was completely different from what passers-by expected, and question marks, exclamation marks, etc. appeared on everyone's face. At this time, Yao Mayor took Chen Xuan's arm, wiped the sweat from his forehead intimately, and whispered softly, "Brother Chen, are you tired?" Chen Xuan rubbed Yao Mayor's hair. "Not tired, let's go in." The two men left the sight of passers-by and walked into the mall. At this moment, all the passers-by were stunned, shocked, at a loss, and their faces were full of question marks. The two came to the Gucci store, and at this time, they met an acquaintance. "Brother Wenba, do you think I look good in this skirt?" Lu Ruyan wore the latest Gucci skirt and twisted her slender waist back and forth in front of the mirror, looking at herself in front of the mirror for a long time. "It does look nice, but Ruyan, my father has recently put financial controls on me, so my pocket money has been temporarily reduced. I will definitely buy it for you after this hype has passed." Huang Bowen promised casually. He didn't really want to buy it for Lu Ruyan, he just said it casually. But what should I do? Ruyan, do you like me because of my money or because of me as a person? I feel like you like my money more than me as a person. Huang Bowen's face darkened and he said seriously. Of course I like you as a person. I'm not that kind of materialistic woman. Lu Ruyan hurriedly took his arm and said in a flattering way that although she was reluctant to part with the skirt she was wearing, she was even more reluctant to part with this rich second generation. She went to the fitting room, took off the dress she liked and handed it to the waiter. Just at this time, Chen Xuan and Yao Meier also came into the Gucci store. Chen Xuan's eyes were just meeting Lu Ruyan's eyes. Lu Ruyan was stunned at first, then she said angrily, "Chen Xuan, why are you following me? I have broken up with you now, why are you still haunting me? You really make me feel sick." As soon as Lu Ruyan finished saying these words, Chen Xuan was furious to the extreme. "You were the one who cheated on me first and made me a cuckold. You should be the one who makes people disgusted. Looking back on the 3 years we lived together, I always treated her like a Buddha, holding her in my mouth for fear that she would melt. It was really not worth it. These 3 years were like feeding a dog. When I treated a dog, the dog still knew to wag its tail, but when I treated this green tea bitch in front of me, she turned her face and refused to recognize me. Fuck, how could I possibly follow you? I was shopping for clothes with Yao Meier. Since we've already separated, where I go and what I do now doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." Chen Xuan said in a cold tone that from the moment Lu Ruyan cheated on him, he didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, it is detected that Lu Ruyan insulted the host. The host needs to buy something for Yao Meier and give Lu Ruyan a slap in the face. Additional skills, 10 times cash back on spending within 2 hours. Damn, the system really came at a timely moment. Within 2 hours, Chen Xuanmei will get 10 times the cash back for every purchase. It's exciting just thinking about it. This skirt suits you very well, Meier, why don't you try it on? Chen Xuan pointed at the skirt that Lu Ruyan had just tried on and spoke to Mei Erwan in a gentle voice. Brother Chen, this is not good, right? Didn't I buy the clothes for you? It's okay, you try it first. Just at this moment, Meier came out wearing this limited edition blue dress. So beautiful. Chen Xuan walked directly to the counter and took out his China Merchant's bank card. Sir, your girlfriend looks so beautiful in this dress. It looks like it was tailor-made for her. The price is 12,800 yuan. Okay, swipe the card. Card swipe successful. Ding, the host returns 10 times the amount of 128,000 yuan. Chen Xuan received a text message on his mobile phone, 128,000 yuan has arrived at China Merchants Bank. Lu Ruyan, who was standing by, looked incredulous. She was the one who fell in love with the dress first. The rich second-generation guy she hooked up with didn't buy it for her, but her poor ex-boyfriend who had been with her for 3 years bought it. I didn't buy it for her, but for another girl who was prettier than her. What is going on? When did my loser ex-boyfriend become so rich? Meier, take a look at what else you want to buy. I will buy you whatever you want today. At this moment, Yao Meier was looking at the boy wearing flip-flops, a big white t-shirt and a messy hair, and she was so surprised that he was so handsome and charming that her heart was beating fast. Meier directly put her arm around Chen Xuan's arm, and the intimate gesture made Lu Ruyan, who was standing beside her, feel jealous. Lu Ruyan felt very uncomfortable in her heart, as if she had lost something precious. She also held Huang Wenba's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother Bowen, do you want to?" "Ruyan, I have something important to do right now, so I'll go back first. How about we stop shopping and I'll take you to eat something delicious after I'm done with it?" But I haven't had enough of shopping. I really have something to do, be good and listen. At this time, Huang Bowen took Lu Ruyan and walked out of the mall. Sister Yuan, why are rich people so reluctant to spend money nowadays? Look at the 2 people who just walked out. They shopped for a long time but didn't buy anything. Yeah, I don't understand it either. That man looks like a rich second generation, but when his girlfriend wants to buy him clothes or skirts, he makes all kinds of excuses not to buy them. Then look at those men wearing cheap clothes, they buy things for their girlfriends without hesitation. What's wrong with society now? So, as shopping guides, we must not look down on others like before. We must treat everyone equally. Sometimes the poorer people are, the more they like to pretend to be rich, and the richer people are, the more low-key they are. When you look for a boyfriend in the future, you should keep your eyes open and not be blinded by those fake rich second generations. Several shopping guides were discussing this. Chen Xuan thought to himself that there was still an hour and a half left, so he had to spend more money quickly so that he could make more money. He picked out 5 pieces of clothing from the hanger. Just these 5. But I don't like any of these 5 pieces of clothing. They look a bit like what mothers wear. Meier looked at the 5 pieces of clothing and frowned in disdain. What I'm saying is. Chapter 7, Shopping Spree. I said I don't want these 5, but I want all the others. Is this true? Haha, do you think what I said is false? Just swipe the card. Miss, your boyfriend is really generous. The shopping guide looked at Yao Meier with envy. Think about it, this is a Chanel store, and each piece of clothing on the hanger is worth at least 1 million or more. Yao Meier waved her hand and said, Brother Chen, this is not good. There is no room for so many clothes in my house. Why don't you just pick one or two? Okay. Let's pick a few more. Chen Xuan nodded. Shopping guide, I would like to ask if your store has membership cards? Yes, sir. Okay, then get me one. I'll top up 300,000 first. Mayor, next time you come to this store, just use this card. Ding, the host just picked out 2 more clothes worth 30,000 yuan, and the cashback of 300,000 yuan has been deposited into China Merchants Bank. Ding, the host recharged 300,000 yuan and received a cashback of 3 million yuan, which has been deposited into the China Merchants Bank card. The female shopping guide thought that the young lady would only choose 1 or 2 pieces of clothing, and the fat meat in her mouth would soon fly away, but what she didn't expect was that the man actually recharged 300,000 yuan. There were pink bubbles in the eyes of several shop assistants. They looked at Chen Xuan seductively, as if they wanted to push him down. At the same time, they also envy this little sister who looks like a fairy. This man, with his messy hair and casual clothes, looks like a poor loser, but I didn't expect that he has such an extraordinary temperament. His temperament is not like that of an ordinary person, nor like those nouveau riche, but like a low-key prince. Wow, why don't I have such a good boyfriend? Every shopping guide in the store looked at Yao Meier with envy and hatred, and they all wanted to be like Yao Meier. Here's the card. I see your neck is bare and you need a necklace. Why don't we go upstairs to Bulgari and buy a necklace? Brother Chen, I've ruined your day. You really don't have to come. I was supposed to buy you something, but I didn't expect you to buy me so many things as soon as you got here. How about I buy you some clothes now and I'll pick out clothes for you, Brother Chen? Then the two went to a men's clothing store. Yao Meier took the 5 million from Douyin and generously chose a gift. She first bought everything for Chen Xuan, and then went to the barber shop in the mall to find a hairstylist to do his hair. Chen Xuan, who originally looked like a poor loser, instantly became quite aristocratic. His 1.9-meter height, high-nose bridge, and big eyes made Chen Xuan look extremely handsome. Yao Meier looked at Chen Xuan with admiration, feeling that she had really found a treasure. When I first met Chen Xuan, I thought he was a pervert and a loser. But after a series of interactions with him through live broadcasts and shopping in shopping malls, I felt that he was something special. Not only is he rich, but he is also not as high profile as those nouveau riche. Instead, he is low-key, luxurious, and has substance. I know girls' minds especially well. When I go to the mall, I buy things for them. It doesn't matter if I dress poorly myself, I just spend all my money on girls. Yao Meier felt that his ex-girlfriend was really blind. She didn't want such a handsome, rich and women-understanding man, but chose to hook up with that packaged rich second generation. She was reluctant to spend a penny on her and even wanted her to coax him, fearing that he would run away. After shopping, the two exchanged contact information and ended today's trip. When Chen Xuan was about to go home, he suddenly received a message. Chen Xuan, are you home yet? I said something excessive today. Actually, I said it unintentionally because there was someone next to me and I didn't want him to misunderstand. That's why I said that. I felt very uncomfortable after I went back. Can you forgive me? When Chen Xuan saw this message, he was very annoyed and wanted to throw his phone away. He directly blocked the other party's contact information to avoid contaminating his phone. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan has been taken in by her best friend Wang Yuan since she moved out of Chen Xuan's house. She was sitting on the sofa, holding her phone in a daze, and seeing that Chen Xuan didn't reply to her message, she felt empty inside. Just at this moment, her best friend Wang Yuan came over. Ruyan, what are you daydreaming about? How are you and that rich second-generation Huang Wenba doing now? I went to the mall with him today and met Chen Xuan. I saw a dress worth tens of thousands of yuan, but Chen Xuan bought it and gave it to another girl. Lu Ruyan glanced at Wang Yuan and felt very disappointed. What did you say, Chen Xuan? How could a poor loser like Chen Xuan afford to buy a skirt worth tens of thousands? Wang Yuan said with some surprise. Yeah, I didn't expect that. That day I went to bed with a rich second-generation guy and he saw us. The rich second-generation guy actually knelt down to him and was very respectful to him. I don't know why. Didn't I hook up with another rich second generation today? We went shopping in the mall today and actually ran into Chen Xuan and a very beautiful girl. I saw him buying clothes for that girl, and I felt a little sour in my heart, as if someone had taken away an unimportant toy, but I was unwilling to accept it. And the skirt I liked, the rich second generation didn't buy it for me. It was bought by Chen Xuan and given to another woman. I was so angry at that time. Like Shanglin saw, Lu Ruyan told all the strange things that had happened recently. According to what you said, Chen Xuan is very rich now, richer than the several rich second generations you hooked up with before. That's impossible. Haven't you been dating him for 3 years? Didn't you notice it in 3 years? How is Huang Wenba now? Is he good to you? I can't explain it. He's always mysterious and won't let me see his phone. And it feels so hard to spend his money. Every time I want to spend his money, I always feel like he's trying to PUA me, but I don't have any reason to refute it. He only talks romantically but never takes any real action. Compare him to Chen Xuan, who takes great care of me. When we were dating, he gave me all his money and would rather eat instant noodles than not empty my shopping cart. Yuan, what do you think I should do now? Ruyan, I still think you should catch Huang Wenba. After all, you cheated first, and you don't know whether Chen Xuan will forgive you or not. Besides, aren't you being too nice to Huang Wenba right now? I'm really worried that you'll suffer a big loss. Look, he barely spent any money on you. Okay, thank you Yuan, I know what to do now. On the other side, Chen Xuan returned home, lay on the bed, and counted the assets in his hands. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, the personal secretary of the host is already at the door. Please check it out. Shit, is there really a personal female secretary here? Chen Xuan jumped up from the bed. Without even putting on his shoes, he quickly jumped off the bed, ran to the door and opened it. Chapter 8, Beating Lu Ruyan. At this time, a beautiful woman in an all professional suit was waiting at the door. She was wearing a black tight skirt, black stockings wrapped around her slender legs, and 8-centimeter high heels. Her figure was simply a stunner. Chen Xuan was stunned for a long time, his mind was full of colorful images. He also imagined that he couldn't even hold on with one hand, and could only use 2 hands to barely hold on to the ferocious woman. Hello, boss. My name is Li Wenwen, and I'm your personal secretary. The woman smiled confidently and calmly. Her voice is very gentle and soft. This woman looks like a cute and domineering person. Come in, it's cold outside. Chen Xuan hurriedly let the woman in. He asked in confusion, You are my personal secretary, how do you keep me close to you? Boss, I am your 24-hour personal secretary. I can not only help you with your daily affairs, but also take care of your daily life. Chen Wenwen spoke confidently with her chest puffed out, but while she was speaking, 2 buttons of her white shirt on her chest had already been torn apart. The snow-white scene that is displayed is breathtaking. Her identity is Chen Xuan's personal female secretary, which is very cool. Not only does she have an impressive figure, but she is also close to him. I guess every man dreams of having a female secretary like this. You haven't finished eating yet? How about we go have dinner? Chen Xuanyao said softly. Hurrah! Li Wenwen nodded with a smile, being very well behaved and obedient. She was now Chen Xuan's personal female secretary, and she would obey any orders from her boss. They drove a Lamborghini Veneno to the downstairs of a high-end restaurant. The sharp-eyed doorman stepped forward immediately, opened the car door and bowed deeply, Welcome sir to Yukun Hotel. At this time, Chen Xuan and Li Wenwen got out of the car. He handed the key to the doorman and took out $500 bills from his wallet. Park my car. Here's a tip. The doorman took the $500 bills and said excitedly, Understood, sir. You and the lady go in first. I will park the car. As a driver for a 5-star hotel, he naturally has a good eye. They know all about luxury cars. This Lamborghini Veneno is limited to 10 units worldwide, and the woman in the passenger seat is a stunning beauty. They knew that Chen Xuan, who was driving the car, must be no ordinary person. Li Wenwen hugged Chen Xuan's arm, appearing particularly intimate. When they arrived at the hotel, sat down and prepared to order. Another handsome man and beautiful woman came in through the door. The man was wearing Balino clothes and the woman was wearing a white dress. They looked very charming, but compared with Li Wenwen, they were slightly inferior in both figure and appearance. Chen Xuan suddenly saw someone he didn't want to see, and Lu Ruyan happened to see him. The two looked at each other, and Chen Chuan wondered why Lu Ruyan was so lingering and he could be seen everywhere. We met at the mall in the morning, and we met again when we had dinner together tonight. When Lu Ruyan saw Chen Chuan, she was also stunned. Her eyes were caught by the woman next to Chen Chuan. She was a beauty, so beautiful that she was far inferior to her. I was thinking in my heart, what's wrong with this Chen Chuan? These past few times, there have been beautiful women around him one after another, and they are all so pretty. What's wrong with those beauties? Chen Chuan doesn't he look like a rich man? Has the world changed? Could it be that he has some other advantages that I don't know about? But that's not right. I have been with him for 3 years. I know how many moles he has and where they are. How could I not know other things about him? Lu Ruyan began to doubt herself, wondering whether she really understood Chen Chuan in these 3 years. Huang Wenba, who was standing next to Lu Ruyan, also began to doubt his life, seeing that there were two such high-scoring beauties standing next to that poor loser. How is this possible? Isn't it said that women would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle? Brother Wenba, how about we go to another restaurant? Lu Ruyan tugged at Huang Wenba's sleeve and said. She now feels very embarrassed here and her appetite is also affected, so she wants to escape from this place. But Huang Wenba shook her hand off, let's eat here. Besides, didn't we meet someone we know? As he said that, he walked to Chen Chuan's table and sat in the empty seat without his consent. One hand was around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, stroking back and forth, but his eyes were staring at Li Wenwen with lustful eyes, looking up and down at Li Wenwen, especially stopping at Li Wenwen's chest. His mind was full of thoughts. And at this moment, a loud voice suddenly came out. Huang Wenba, why are you here? What are you doing? A plump, curly-haired woman in her 50s roared. Mrs. Wang, why are you here? Huang Wenba stammered, his face pale with fear, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead, his back felt cold, and he could hardly stand. You're still asking me this. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Who is that bitch next to you? And you, a bitch, actually dared to hook up with the young hunk I kept. Huang Wenba, you eat and drink from me, and you're still flirting with other girls outside. Do you believe that I will divorce you in a minute and make sure you can never survive in Jiangcheng again? Everything you wear on your hands, and the car you drive were all bought by me. Now you are actually going out to find a woman behind my back. You are really a gigolo. The curly-haired woman slapped Huang Wenba several times, and then slapped Lu Ruyan, who was standing next to Huang Wenba, several more times viciously, which stunned Lu Ruyan. She was stunned in the spot, still muttering in her heart, this can't be true, how can the rich second generation I hooked up with be someone else's kept gigolo? Huang Wenba knelt on the ground like an abandoned pug, hugged the curly-haired woman's thighs and begged, Mrs. Wang, dear, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I didn't seduce her, she seduced me. I don't like her at all. She keeps pestering me. I only have you in my heart, no one else. Please believe me. In order to convince the curly-haired woman, Huang Wenba stood up, slapped Lu Ruyan a few times, and yelled, you stinky bitch, you seduced me. The guests in the hotel all put down their chopsticks and watched the show, with expressions of shock on everyone's face. This guy is really a gigolo. He doesn't want to do a job if he doesn't have the skills. Doesn't he know what he is like? He's just a gigolo and he's still flirting with beautiful women. He's really a beast in human clothing. He looks like a decent human being, but he acts like an animal. But this guy has a strong taste. He can even eat such a thing as an old woman who is about to go through menopause. He is really awesome. Or maybe the kept gigolo has a strong tolerance and can handle any kind of customer. I want to eat soft rice too. I get hard when I eat it. Eating soft rice is easier to digest. The hotel guests were pointing and talking. And looking at Lu Ruyan, he was completely confused. She had no reason or ability to fight back and was forced to become a mistress. She now simply couldn't believe that the rich second-generation man she was hooking up with was actually a gigolo kept by a rich woman. I can't believe it. The curly-haired woman questioned, you said that this bitch seduced you, so you should break up with her completely in front of me now, and I will forgive you. Otherwise, I will take back everything you have, and I will make sure you can't survive in Jiangcheng. You must be ruthless to her now, or I will think you are deceiving me. Huang Wenba, who was standing by, didn't hesitate at all. He stepped forward and slapped Lu Ruyan several times, causing her to fall to the ground. Lu Ruyan, who was beaten, held her swollen face with her hands, looked at Huang Wenba in disbelief and yelled, You dare to hit me? What do you mean by you? You bitch, you're the one who hooked up with me, give me back the things I bought for you. Lu Ruyan felt more aggrieved after listening to this. I slept with you and even had to return the things you bought for you. This is like freeloading. When I was dating you, I didn't know you were already in a relationship. Now you're my mistress. Who can I go to for justice? Chapter 9: A Big Farce. She is very confused now. How could she become a mistress? She thinks to herself, no wonder she doesn't let me look at her phone and she is always so secretive. Now it all makes sense. It turns out she is a gigolo kept by a rich woman. Think about it, I have been having him for free for so many days, and he said he loved me with his mouth as if it was honey. But when it comes to buying things, he finds excuses to turn against you. At this time, Lu Ruyan's eyes were red from being beaten, and she was extremely angry. She started fighting with Huang Wenba directly. Huang Wenba did not give in to her, because he wanted to show his loyalty in front of the rich woman. He slapped Lu Ruyan hard several times, knocking her to the ground. These slaps left deep marks on her face. After slapping her a few times, he still felt unsatisfied and spat at her. Huang Wenba, how dare you hit me like this? I'm going to fight you. Lu Ruyan was now extremely angry. She didn't care about her image at all and rammed her head towards Huang Wenba like a madman. Then she scratched Huang Wenba's head and face with her sharp nails, leaving marks all over his face. Huang Wenba was caught and yelled, You stinky bitch, you crazy woman, I will beat you to death. He was not one to suffer a loss, so he kicked Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan got up from the ground and started fighting with him. Boss, do you know her? Do you want to go up and help her? Li Wenwen looked at Chen Chuan and spoke with a look of watching a show. She was smart and had guessed long ago that this woman was her boss's ex-girlfriend. But what she didn't expect was that the boss was handsome, rich, and had a good figure and abdominal muscles. Why didn't the ex-girlfriend know how to cherish him? The ex-girlfriend actually didn't want her boss anymore and found a gigolo who pretended to be a rich second generation. Now she was caught by the wife. Chen Chuan was even more speechless and said, What are we going to help? Are we going to step on them a few more times? Ever since Chen Chuan caught Lu Ruyan sleeping with someone else, he had given up on her. It took him 3 years to see clearly that his ex-girlfriend was actually a gold digger. She is not destined to be a princess, but she has princess syndrome. She is not a saint, so she keeps fishing everywhere, and sooner or later she will end up like this. I didn't expect that in just a few days, the speed of replacement was so fast. You can imagine how many fish he had in his hands. Fortunately, he came back halfway and found out that he was cuckolded. Otherwise, you will be deceived for a long time. Sooner or later you will pay for what you have done. Boss, I mean to step on her a few times. She is really abominable. Forget it. I don't sympathize with her, but I can't add insult to injury. Now the whole hotel is in chaos, everyone is watching this farce. A lobby manager hurriedly shouted, Security, where is the security? A security guard pulled Lu Ruyan and told her to stop fighting. Her hair was disheveled, there was some blood at the corner of her mouth, and her face was red and swollen. She shook off the security guard's hand, ran to Chen Chuan's seat, hugged his thighs and begged bitterly, Chen Chuan, can we make peace? We can be like before. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. I will behave myself in the future and never play outside again. Get out of my way, you bus, and don't dirty my clothes. Chen Chuan pushed Lu Ruyan away viciously. At this moment, he has seen through Lu Ruyan's true face. Instead of giving her hope, it is better to be a bad guy and let her have no illusions about him. But at this time, Lu Ruyan still wanted to pester Chen Chuan, so 4 tall and strong security guards carried her out directly. The rich woman, Lu Ruyan, and Huang Wenba were kicked out just like that. I don't know if they will fight outside, but the hotel has returned to normal now. The spectators returned to their seats, ate their delicious meals and talked about the farce that had just happened. Boss, are we still eating here now? Li Wenwen asked tentatively. Because she felt that Chen Chuan was in a low mood. Just eat here. It's finally quiet now and we can eat normally. Just at this moment, Chen Chuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Director, there's a phone call. Chen Chuan picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from his former colleague Lu Qingqing, so he answered it. Lu Qingqing, the sales manager of the company, is very nice to Chen Chuan and leaves everything to her. The two get along very well in the company. Chen Xuan, why haven't you come to work for several days? I see Sister Chen is about to find someone to clean up your things. Do you want to come and take a look? When Chen Xuan heard this, he instantly became angry and embarrassed. In fact, there was nothing important on the workstation, but there was an important thing left on the workstation. Xing, please keep an eye on it for me. I'll come to the company right away. Well, don't worry, I'll help you watch, but you have to come quickly, I can only hold on for a while. You know, Sister Chen has a high position in the company, everyone is afraid of her, I'm afraid. Okay, I'll be there soon. After Chen Xuan hung up the phone, he prepared to get up. Li Wenwen looked surprised. Boss, what happened? Well, let's go to the company. There's something important. The two drove a Lamborghini Veneno to the downstairs of Huaxing Group. After Chen Xuan arrived at the office, he was looking at the perverted old woman, Chen Chenxing, who was sitting at her workstation, scattering her documents all over the floor and muttering to herself. I'll fire this little jerk for not listening to me. If any of you are like him, you'll also be fired. Sister Chen, you can't do this. Chen Xuan will be here soon. Let him pack his things. It's not good for you to touch other people's things without permission, right? Lu Qingqing stepped forward to protect some of Chen Xuan's personal belongings at his workstation. The perverted old woman Chen Chuncheng is in her 50s, with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. She relied on her connections in the company to become the sales director through the back door. She exploits her subordinates every day, and either insults them or makes trouble for them behind their backs. What's wrong with me throwing it away? You're so protective of his things. Are you having an affair with him? But he seems to have a girlfriend. Qingqing, Sister Chen reminds you not to be someone's mistress. Be a good person in the sun, not doing sneaky things in the dark. Sister Chen, why are you speaking so harshly? We are colleagues after all, how can you insult me like this? Put your things down for me. Let's see who dares to throw them away. Suddenly, a loud tenor voice was heard in the distance, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, Chen Xuan walked in from outside the door and came in front of Chen Xingchun. Oh my, who did I think you were? It turns out you're a poor loser. How dare you come to the company? You were fired a few days ago. Chen Xingchun pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and said with a sneer. You old woman, I feel disgusted just by looking at you. Who told you to touch my things? Even if I was fired, how dare you touch my personal belongings without my permission? Ha, I just moved, what's wrong, what can you do to me? Chen Xingchun had a look of disdain on his face and curled his lips, but his hands did not stop moving. He threw a photo directly on the ground and was about to step on it. And at this moment, Chen Xuan directly. Chapter 10. 1 versus 5, no big deal. Chen Xuan slapped Chen Chuncheng and threw him 3 meters away. At this time, colleagues in the office were all shocked. Most of my colleagues are still very happy inside. Chen Chuncheng fumbled for the gold-rimmed glasses that had just been knocked off the ground by inertia, put them on his face, walked up to Chen Xuan cursing, and roared like a madman. How dare you hit me? I'm going to fight you. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand, ready to grab Chen Xuan's head, but at this moment, Chen Xuan dodged quickly, and she grabbed him directly, and the whole person staggered to the ground, falling like a turtle. Wang Wei, a flatterer colleague who usually stayed by her side, quickly stepped forward to help her up and spoke flatteringly to her. Sister Chen, she's a poor loser, yet she hit you like this. I'm going to find the security guards and have them beat her up so you can vent your anger. You've already been fired from the company, why are you still hanging around? Look at how badly you beat Sister Chen. You should call the police. I'm going to make it so that you can't even survive in this industry. It will be hard for you to find a job in the future. Damn it, you dare to hit me. Do you know who my husband is? Ha, your husband isn't Wang Gang, is he? That won't work. You little punk, you've completely pissed me off. The consequences are serious, you know? Chen Chunqing touched her chest with her hand. Her chest was heaving up and down with anger. Ha, you perverted old woman, what qualifications do you have to make me angry? Chen Xuan looked at the perverted old woman and smiled coldly. At this time, the office lobby was silent, and all the employees looked at Chen Xuan in shock. You have to know that the old woman Chen Xingchen bullies this or that person in the company every day. Everyone in the office is afraid of her, and no one dares to be so tough and talk to her like that. What happened to Chen Xuan today? How dare he? You little jerk, you are too arrogant. Today I will let you know what will happen to you when I am angry. Wang Wei, go call the security guard. Wang Wei ran to the door to call the security guard. After a while, 5 security guards came over with wooden sticks. At this time, Chen Chunqing saw the strong security guard and said with contempt, "You little jerk, are you scared? If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I will forgive you for what happened. Otherwise, I will call the police and have you arrested. Besides, you know my husband, he is a senior executive of the company and a well-known figure in this industry. If you don't repent, I will ask him to ban you and make you unable to survive in the entire Jiangcheng, do you believe it?" Chen Xuan looked at her as if she were an idiot. What a stupid thing. Chen Chunqing was furious and cursed like a shrew. "You little jerk, are you looking for death? Security guard, beat you to death. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." 5 security guards were approaching Chen Xuan. And at this moment, the system spoke. Ding, the host is detected to be in danger, gaining 10 points of physical fitness and strength. Strengthening completed. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt a warm current flowing through his whole body. "Why, you're not talking anymore, you little jerk, you wimp? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Try to be arrogant to me again?" Chen Chunqing yelled arrogantly, and the 5 security guards showed disdainful expressions. 5 security guards were holding baseball bats and banging on the desks back and forth, making crackling sounds. They were surrounding Chen Xuan, looking like they were ready to attack. As long as Chen Chunqing shouted start, they would start beating him up. In the face of Chen Chunqing's roars, threats and swearing like a shrew, Chen Xuan did not get scared, panic, or run away. He looked down upon the whole audience and said, "You will regret this." He now doesn't take these people seriously at all. "You little jerk, who are you looking for? How could we regret it? You should be the one who regrets it. I will cut off all 3 of your legs soon. I don't want you to be so arrogant." Chen Chunqing looked at Chen Xuan in front of him, thinking about how he had just been slapped by him, how he had lost face in public, and how he kept falling to the ground. When he thought of this, the anger in his heart burned. Her eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. She picked up a security stick and swung it towards Chen Xuan. Crackling. At this critical moment, Chen Xuan dodged the stick as nimbly as a loach, and then kicked Chen Chunqing away with his foot. This kick sent her several meters away. At this time, Chen Chunqing almost fainted. "You little jerk, you actually dare to fight back. Security guards, come on, kill him to death." Chen Chunqing, who was lying on the ground, roared. 5 security guards rushed over with wooden sticks, and Chen Xuan was surrounded by them. However, Chen Xuan did not escape, but took direct action. Monkey stealing peaches. Mistakenly attributed a title. In the blink of an eye, several security guards were lying on the ground, whimpering and twitching. One person fights against 5 people and kills them instantly. Another person was scared away. At this moment, all the colleagues in the office were staring at this scene in amazement. When did Chen Xuan become so powerful? How cool! One person beat 5 people. In a short while, he actually knocked all 5 of them down. "Chen Yuan is so handsome, my idol, why didn't I think he was handsome before?" A female colleague said this in a fangirling manner. Chen Chunqing, who was standing by, struggled to get up from the ground with a look of as if he had eaten shit. "This is unscientific. How could this happen?" Chen Xuan stared at Chen Chunqing and pressed forward step by step. Chen Chunqing stepped back in fear and fell to the ground, his whole body terrified. You, don't come over here, I. Her eyes were full of fear, her body was shaking unconsciously, and the ground was already wet. My husband is a senior leader of the company, you. Chen Xuan stepped on her face and said viciously, "Do you think I'm afraid? Weren't you very cocky just now? Show me off now. Aren't you usually arrogant and domineering, and behave like a mean person?" Colleagues were very relieved to see this scene. "I'm used to being exploited by her. She relies on the fact that her husband is a senior executive of the company to do whatever she wants in the company. Everyone in the company has been bullied by her. People are usually afraid of her relationships, so just bear with it." But today, Chen Xuan beat her like a drowned chicken and a stray dog, which made them think that Chen Xuan was so handsome. Finally, someone came to teach this crazy and perverted old woman a lesson. "Chen Xuan, what are you doing? Don't you know that Sister Chen's husband is a senior executive of the company? If her husband finds out about this, you will have a bad ending. Do you know? Wang Wei said threateningly. Wang Wei, go to the office and ask my husband to come over. Tell him that I'm being bullied here. Go. You little jerk, my husband will be here soon and you will die a miserable death. Kneel down and kowtow to me now. Instead of feeling threatened, Chen Chuan slapped Chen Chunqing in the face. Ha, do you think I'm afraid of you? If I don't let you go today, even a god can't save you. Just at this moment, a tenor voice rang out. Oh? Really? Colleagues nodded respectfully to the man. Chapter 11 1 hour. A man in his 50s, dressed in a suit and tie, walked in. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he gestured to everyone with an indifferent expression and sat casually on the sofa. Hubby, you're finally here. You don't know how badly that little jerk beat me up. Look, 2 of my teeth were knocked out. You have to avenge me, woo woo woo. This man has a gloomy face. He is one of the directors of this company. His name is Wang Xiaoli. I was really angry that he dared to act wildly in the company and beat my wife like this. He still sat on the sofa and asked with the attitude of a superior. Did you hit him? Chen Chuan didn't say anything, but took out his cell phone and made a call. As a result, the matter was not resolved, so another call was made. The perverted old woman on the side watched Chen Yuan looking for someone to call. It's not enough to hit one, you need a second one. The lackey Wang Wei, the perverted old woman Chen Chunqing, and her husband Wang Xiaoli almost laughed. This poor loser really thinks he is a big shot. Who can't play tricks on the side? Everyone knows these tricks. It's always those pretentious guys who are pretending to be, who are they pretending for? You are a young boy who has just entered society, this behavior is very childish, okay? Let me explain this on 2 sides. In the conference room of Huasheng Group, Wang Jianbin was holding a meeting with various directors. Suddenly the bell rang. Normally, he would not answer the phone when he was in a meeting, but when he saw the note on the phone was Chen Chuan, he was completely stunned. He didn't hesitate for a moment and hurried to answer the phone. Chen Chuan on the other end of the phone said calmly, Boss Wang, this is the case. Do you know Huatai Company? Wang Jianbin hesitated for a moment and said, Oh, I know. It's just a small company, what's wrong? Chen Chuan asked directly, How does this company compare to Huasheng? Wang Jianbin said with a smile, It is not comparable to our company. I have some friendship with the investors of this company. If I want to take over this company, it will be very easy. As a big boss who has been rampant in Jiangqing for more than 10 years, Wang Jianbin knew very well that Chen Chuan must have something going on when he suddenly asked about this small company at this time. He didn't dare to be 100% sure, but he was about 70% to 80%, so Wang Jianbin's last sentence was to tell Chen Chuan that this company was easy to deal with. Oh? Really? Are you sure? Wang Jianbin laughed in a businessman's tone and said, I'm sure. Chen Chuan said, If I ask you to take over this company within an hour, can you do it? 1 hour, the time is a bit tight, but it's not a big problem. Okay, 1 hour then. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chuan put the phone in his pocket and said coldly to Chen Chunqing and Wang Xiaoli, You only have 1 hour, now come over here and apologize to me, and then pick up my things as you threw them away. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Chen Chunqing had a mocking look on his face, with his hands on his hips, Humph, an hour? What's the use of waiting for you for a day? I want to see how capable a little jerk like you who just got out of society is. Wang Xiaoli sat on the sofa expressionlessly, and said calmly, Boy, I have been working in Jiangqing for so many years, and I have seen all kinds of people. You want to scare me with just a few phone calls. Don't you underestimate me? This statement came true. Wang Xiaoli opened his mouth and blew out a smoke ring. Chen Chunqing agreed, That's right. My husband has been in Jiangqing for so many years. He doesn't know any circles. He wants to take over this company within an hour. It's just a foolish dream. The only company in Jiangqing that has such a large cash flow is Huasheng Group. Chen Chuan smiled faintly, then imitated Wang Xiaoli and blew out a smoke ring. You've been struggling for decades, so you've probably ended up living like a dog, right? This time, I'm going to let you see what it means that there are always people who are better than you and there are always things that are better than you. Seeing Chen Chuan speak so confidently, everyone fell silent. The whole room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Wang Xiaoli also felt a little flustered at this moment, especially when he saw Chen Chuan's confident look. Could it be? Chen Chunqing quickly saw her husband's guilty conscience and knew that he must be a little worried, so she quickly said to him, "Don't worry, husband, this kid has no backing. He was so poor a few days ago that he couldn't even afford to eat. How could he become rich overnight? He must be bragging." But even after hearing Chen Chunqing say this, Wang Xiuli's heart still beat fast. He felt inexplicably anxious, so he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, yes, it's me, boss. I want to ask you a question." Wang Xiuli made this call just to confirm it, but after making the call, he still felt that it was not safe. So he took out his cell phone and made a second call. The person on the phone is the vice president of Washington Corporation. When Wang Xiuli heard the vice president's answer that he had not heard about this, he felt relieved. At this moment, he was almost certain that Chen Chuan was indeed bragging. Because Chen Chunqing was next to Wang Xiuli, she also heard the vice president speaking. His expression became even more arrogant, pointing at Chen Chuan and saying, "Little bastard Chen Chuan, you are the only one who knows how to show off. Our vice president of the company has already said that there is no information about the acquisition at the moment. You are so good at bragging, why don't you go to heaven? Bastard." The people around Chen Chunqing said this and began to whisper. Yes. I said that Chen Chuan has been bragging all the time. Yes, and you acquired the company in just 1 hour. What a boast. Hee, I am dying of laughter. The scenes that I have only seen on TV and in novels before have appeared in reality. Let's see how Chen Chuan will end up. Listening to the words of the people around him, Chen Chuan had no expression, but his heart was already extremely cold. But what Chen Chuan didn't know was, at this moment, behind these people, a girl in her 20s was frowning and looking at the calm Chen Chuan with a worried look on her face. "Chen Chuan, what on earth are you doing? If you continue like this, the old witch will definitely not let you go." Chen Chuan. Chen Chunqing suddenly said angrily, "How long are you going to pretend? You just kicked me, now, quickly roll over and kowtow to me 3 times, I can consider asking my husband to let you go, otherwise. With my husband's strength in Jiangchang, you are a small scoundrel who has just entered the society, and you may die in a foreign land one day." Chen Chuan glanced at Chen Chunqing, who was barking like a dog. I took out my phone and checked the time. Then he said coldly, "You still have 5 minutes. Chapter 12. Who is the little punk?" As soon as Chen Chuan finished speaking, Lu Qingqing quickly walked to his side and whispered to him, "Chen Chuan, hurry up. Now is not the time to show off. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later." Chen Chuan glanced at her and said nothing, but he had many indescribable feelings towards this girl who he spent every day with. "Go, I'm afraid you can't leave now." Wang Xiuli spoke coldly. Next. Chen Chuan glanced at his phone and said softly, "It's time." As soon as these words came out, Wang Xiuli's cell phone rang suddenly, and in an instant, everyone looked at him. The sudden appearance of this ringtone at this moment was like the whisper of a devil, resounding in everyone's heart. Chen Chuan looked at Wang Xiuli with a smile and said, "Take it." Wang Xiuli gritted his teeth and looked at the phone in his hand. There were 3 words on the caller ID. Vice President. The moment Wang Xiuli saw the word Vice President, he froze in place, with only the ringing sound continuing. Seeing her husband like this, Chen Chunqing walked up to him and asked, "Husband, what's wrong with you? Who called?" At this time, Wang Xiuli ignored her. He hesitated for a long time. After taking a look at Chen Chuan's mean expression, he answered the phone. But the moment I answered the phone and heard what the person on the other end said, I was stunned and trembling all over. "Xiaoli, I just received news that the company has been acquired." After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiuli didn't say another word, but looked at Chen Chuan with horror. 1 hour. He actually did it in an hour. How is this possible? How could such a person suddenly appear in Jiangchang? Because Wang Xiuli's phone was not soundproofed, most of the people present could hear what happened during the conversation. For a moment, everyone in the audience had different expressions and forms. Chen Chuan looked at the scene calmly, smiled slightly, pulled Lu Qingqing beside him into his arms, and said softly, "I'm not trying to be brave." Lu Qingqing was a little shy about this action, but soon this shyness was suppressed by shock, confusion. She looked at Chen Chuan and said, "Did you really acquire this company?" Chen Chuan said calmly, "Yeah, isn't this a piece of cake?" When Lu Qingqing heard Chen Chuan say this, she was shocked. This is definitely not a piece of cake. A company that has existed for more than 10 years was acquired within an hour, and it was acquired by Chen Chuan, who had just entered society. Who dares to believe this? Who can believe this? Did you hear that just now? I'm really worried that there's something wrong with my ears. Did Chen Chuan really acquire our company? Yeah, I heard that too. The plots in this TV series and novel have all come true. Could it be that Chen Chuan is a rich second generation who came to the company to gain experience? Even if he is a second generation rich man, it is impossible for him to acquire a long established company that has existed for more than 10 years in 1 hour. Do you think he is Wang Sikong? Chen Chunqing roared like a madman. Impossible. How is this possible? I know all his assets. He has no backing, no background, and is a poor loser. How could he have such power? After a pause, she continued frantically, yes, he must have received some kind of information in advance and came here to show off. Chen Chuan looked at the old woman in front of him with a mocking expression, and said indifferently, stupid thing. Wang Xiaoli watched this scene and thought to himself that the vice president on the other end of the phone had just told him that the company had been acquired because it had offended a business tycoon. He heard a few days ago that Xiangxing Group was acquired by a mysterious tycoon, and now the company he works for has also been acquired by Xiangxing Group. As someone who has been in the business world for more than a decade, he naturally knows that some things do not appear out of thin air. The vice president just emphasized that the company was acquired because he offended a big boss. Combining all of this together, we can basically conclude that this Chen Chuan is definitely not simple. Even if he is not this mysterious business tycoon, he has a close relationship with him. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoli no longer hesitated. He swung his right hand in a semicircle and hit Chen Chunqing in the face, who was roaring with a slap. For a moment, everyone present was shocked. Chen Chunqing even covered his cheek, looked at Wang Xiaoli in disbelief and cursed, "How dare you hit me, you son of a bitch!" Wang Xiaoli ignored the shrew's roaring curse, and walked straight to Chen Chuan, gritted his teeth, humbly bent down, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Chen, please forgive me." Chen Chuan looked at Wang Xiaoli in front of him and felt a little shocked. He had to admit that this guy was indeed something, as he had been able to stand firm in the business world for more than 10 years. At least he was very good at being able to bend and stretch. Just by knowing a few things and connecting them together, you can know so much. And be able to react in a very short time. He who knows the times is a hero. When the people around saw this scene, they were all confused. No. How come it suddenly changed so quickly? Chen Chunqing watched the scene and continued to curse Wang Xiaoli, "You bastard, you beat your own wife to please this little bastard, and you are so servile to him. I don't want a loser husband like you. I want to divorce you." Wang Xiaoli looked at Chen Chunqing with contempt, still standing there in her stubbornness, thinking that this woman must be crazy. The situation is now extremely clear, but she is still like this. She is courting death and pushing me to death. Just when Wang Xiaoli was about to say something, footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door, and then 3 middle-aged men in suits walked in together. When they saw the person coming, everyone exclaimed, "Isn't this Mr. Wang Jianbin, the chairman of Xiangxing Group? Why is he coming to our company at this time? Isn't it? Look, next to him, our company's president, Mr. Chen, and vice president, Mr. Wang, are both here. What's going on today?" These 3 can be said to be big shots, but after coming in, they ignored everyone and walked straight to Chen Chuan. They all bowed in unison and said, "Mr. Chen." When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. At this time, even Wang Xiaoli opened his mouth slightly. You know, if only the president of their company bowed, it might be because of that big shot, but now even the chairman of Xiangxing Group bowed, which was a bit hard to accept. Who is this Chen Chuan? Chen Chuan smiled faintly at this time, stood up with his arm around Lu Qingqing, and looked at Chen Chunqing. Now, who's the punk? Chapter 13. Do you want to kill Chen Chuan? Chen Chunqing looked a little panicked at this moment. If it was before, she would never believe that Chen Chuan was so capable as to acquire the company, but now the facts were in front of her. She saw with her own eyes that 3 powerful people were extremely respectful to Chen Chuan. No matter how dumb she was, she knew that Chen Chuan, whom she hadn't seen for 3 days, was no longer the little jerk who could be bullied by anyone. She ignored Chen Chuan and said tremblingly to the CEO Chen next to her, "Mr. Chen, has this company really been acquired? And by this little jerk?" Mr. Chen raised his head and looked at her like she was an idiot. At this time, Mr. Chen had actually started cursing in his heart. Damn it, why did I let such a stupid bee become a director, and a sales director at that? No wonder the company's performance has been getting worse year by year. It turns out the problem lies with this bee. Silence is better than words at this time. Chen Chuanqing's face turned extremely pale in an instant. It turns out that I have always been the clown and the punk. Mr. Chen walked up to Chen Chuan at this time and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, what are your plans for the company next? Chen Chuan glanced at everyone, staring at Chen Chunqing and Wang Xiaoli, and said calmly, remove these two people from the company's roster and never hire them again. And ban these two people from the industry. Chen Chunqing, who was already unable to think, heard that she and her husband would be fired from the company and would never be hired again. The most important thing was that they would be banned from the industry. Her heart instantly sank when she heard this. For a person in her 50s, she shoulders the burden of the family, with elderly parents and young children to take care of, and her son is not yet married. She and her husband have always been doing well in this company. If they are really banned from the industry now, how can her family bear it? When he thought of this, Chen Chunqing no longer cared about his shame. Just a plop. He knelt on the ground, begging like a lost dog, Chen Chuan, I beg you to be magnanimous and give my family a chance to live. Now you know how to swallow your anger? You treated me like a dog before, have you forgotten? Before, we all came to work in the company and were all treated like cattle and horses. Who is nobler than who? You are a crazy old woman. You always rely on your leadership status to exploit the employees below you. You are just a mean person who has succeeded. Now the world has turned around, and no one can escape from it. Your good days are over. Chen Chuan said with disdain. She knelt down in front of Chen Chuan and continued to beg, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, please forgive my family, and don't ban us in the industry, otherwise we don't know how we are going to live. As he spoke, he wiped his tears with his left hand and sobbed incoherently. Okay, then kowtow to me 100 times now, and I'll think about it. Chen Chuan said playfully. Chen Chunqing was furious at this moment. She really didn't expect that this little jerk would go so far. After all, she was the company's sales director and an elder. She actually knelt down to apologize to a junior. Her attitude was already very humble. And it can't be any lower. You actually want me to kowtow to you in front of the whole company, and kowtow 100 times. This little jerk is really going too far, I'm going to kill you. What? You don't want to do it? Is this your attitude to apologize? Chen Chuan looked at her with contempt. Chen Chuan, you have to leave a way out when doing things. You can't push people too far. You will make too many enemies. I, Chen Chunqing, am not someone you can easily mess with. Even rabbits bite when they are angry, let alone humans. Oh? Really? Then I'll wait for you to bite me. I just gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now your chance is gone. After Chen Chuan finished speaking to Chen Chunqing, who was dumbfounded, he turned around and walked towards Lu Qingqing, saying in a gentle voice, Qingqing, you will be the sales director of the company in the future. Lu Qingqing pointed at herself and said in confusion, Chen Chuan, what did you say? Am I qualified for this job? You can. You haven't always been in charge of the company's sales. Chen Chunqing is just a decoration. Now that her position has been taken away, naturally someone capable must take over. Also, the company is currently developing and we are discussing with several CEOs. We are planning to increase the salary of all employees by 10%, and it will be implemented next month. When everyone heard this, they all cheered. Chen Chuan used to be a low-level employee, and he knew that the best way to win over low-level employees was to increase their wages. Now that I have just acquired the company, I naturally have to win people's hearts. After Chen Chuan finished speaking, he said to everyone, everyone, go away. So he took Lu Qingqing's hand. He left the office without looking back. However, Chen Chunqing still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. She felt that although she and her husband had lost, she still had the Chen family behind her. She can still ask her elder brother for help at the Chen family. Continue to destroy her Chen family. She had already done a lot today, kneeling down and begging in front of the younger generation, and she did it in front of everyone. She was asked to kneel down and kowtow 100 times. She could not accept this humiliation. Some people always like to do half of something and leave the other half. I always want to leave a bottom line for myself. If you want to do it, do the whole thing. If you don't want to do it, don't do it, just do half and leave the other half. It makes people feel that you are not real and true. Chen Chuan and Lu Qingqing are already downstairs in the company. Lu Qingqing asked doubtfully, Chen Chuan, if that crazy old woman kowtowed to you 100 times, would you really forgive her? As she looked at Chen Chuan at this moment, she felt that Chen Chuan was even taller and more powerful. With just one phone call, he could make the always arrogant and domineering old woman Chen Chunqing kneel down and apologize in front of everyone. And with just one phone call, they can acquire a company that has existed for more than 10 years. This is something that a small person like her cannot even think about. At this moment, Chen Chuan in front of her actually did it. It made her feel as if she had a familiar yet strange feeling towards the handsome boy next to her. Chen Chuan just beat up that old woman, it felt so good. Normally, under that old woman's hands, she did all the work, but all the credit was taken away from her. She worked so hard but got nothing. But today, the man next to her avenged her for the injustice she suffered. Wang Xiuli, who walked out of the company in a daze, sat in the car, looking ahead with a decadent look. He didn't expect that all his years of accumulation would be lost in just 1 hour. Suddenly at this moment, his cell phone rang. He thought about it and didn't answer it, but the phone seemed very stubborn and kept ringing. In desperation, he finally suppressed his disappointment and answered the phone. After answering the call, the moment he heard the voice, he was stunned. The voice on the phone said, "Do you want to kill Chen Chuan?" Chapter 14, My dear wife cheated on me. After returning to the rental house, Chen Chuan was thinking about what had just happened. He always felt like what he had just done was a dream, and within an hour, he really acquired the company. Just as I was about to pick up a cigarette and light it up, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chen Chuan was stunned, wondering who would come at this time. With this thought in mind, Chen Chuan stood up and opened the door. What came into his sight was a man with a stubbled face and haggard eyes. "Lin Hao, why are you here?" Chen Chuan said with shock and confusion on his face. Lin Hao used to be Chen Chuan's best friend in college. After getting married 3 years ago, he started a happy life and his relationship with Chen Chuan gradually drifted apart. And now, 3 years later, the once handsome boy still looks haggard as if he is 20 years older. Lin Hao smiled bitterly and said with a struggle, "Why don't you invite me in first? Then come in." Chen Chuan looked at him thoughtfully and said lightly. The two of them sat on the sofa, looking at each other in silence, smoking silently, and the living room was soon filled with smoke. At this time Chen Chuan continued, "What exactly is going on? Why don't you tell me now? I want to stay at your place for a few days." Chen Chuan looked at Lin Hao's expression and found it a bit difficult to speak. He could only stop asking and said cheerfully, "Sure, it doesn't matter how long you stay." He stood up and continued with a smile, "Have you eaten yet? How about I make you something?" Lin Hao shook his head and said, "Then I'll go buy some wine. We haven't had a drink together for more than 3 years. That's a good feeling." Chen Chuan knew that Lin Hao must have something on his mind as he came to him for no reason, and he was drinking too, so it must be a big deal. As former best friends, their relationship had almost reached the point where they could talk about anything and knew everything. To put it simply, whoever sticks out his butt will know what kind of shit is coming. 15 minutes later, the two of them were sitting at the dining table, drinking wine and eating peanuts. This gave Chen Chuan a feeling as if he had returned to his college life. Seeing Lin Hao drinking one glass after another in a depressed mood, Chen Chuan directly snatched the wine from his hand and cursed speechlessly, "What the hell do you have to say? Say it quickly. What are you doing drinking here all the time?" Lin Hao's eyes were red and bloodshot, he bit his lips hard with his teeth, and angrily spat out 5 words, "My wife cheated on me." After saying that, he slammed the bottle of wine in his hand to the ground, venting the depression he had felt in his heart for the past few days. Chen Chuan saw all of this. He knew that his good brother was a love-brained person. After Lin Hao married his wife to you stop Lin Hao from interacting with all of his friends? And Lin Hao actually listened to Yu's words and severed the friendship between them from then on. For the sake of his wife, he even gave up brotherly love. This shows how much he loves and cherishes his wife. It is because of cherishing and giving 100% of love that when the other party of this relationship betrays oneself, it is like being thrown from heaven to hell, and suffering from mental devastation. Ding, it was detected that the host's good brother was cuckolded by a gold digger. Option 1, ignore him. The reward is that the host will be awarded a super green hat. From now on, whenever you meet a girlfriend, you will have ulterior motives. Option 2, help your brother to be reborn and rebuild his character as a man, and you will be rewarded with the #1 villa in Jiangchang. Chen Chuan looked at this option and was completely shocked. This damn system, isn't it asking me to choose the second one? Is the first one even an option? I don't need a super green hat. System, I choose the second one. Chen Chuan said in his heart. Ding, additional reminder, if this mission fails, it will be detected that the host does not meet the requirements of the super rich candidate and will be directly passed. The system will select someone else, remember this. Chen Chuan sprayed a mouthful of salty soda directly on Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao looked at Chen Chuan opposite him with a confused look on his face, making such strange movements, as if he was looking at a lunatic. Chen Chuan already had 100,000 horses rushing past in his mind at this moment. He had to help this matter and only success was allowed, failure was not allowed. If I succeed, I won't have to live in this old and dilapidated house anymore, but if I fail, I can only go back to my previous life. Oh, God, oh, Earth, this system has only been in my hands for less than half a month, and I haven't yet fully enjoyed this rich life. Lin Hao, then tell me the ins and outs of this matter, and I will analyze it for you. Chen Chuan induced him to say it out loud. He knew that this was a great shame for a man and he would not say it out loud unless it was absolutely necessary. But how could he help you if you didn't say it? Helping you is helping myself. Lin Hao poured a glass of wine directly into his mouth, and was silent for a while. He said with an expression as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, you also know that I am a sales manager now and need to travel once a month. Last week, I went on a business trip to Wuchang as usual. After arriving, I made a WeChat video call to Duyu. At that time, Duyu was wearing yoga clothes, her face was sweating profusely, and there was a yoga mat on the ground. I asked her what she was doing and why she was sweating so much. She looked a little flustered and then changed the subject to ask me if I was used to being in a foreign place. I didn't think too much at the time, but I just thought she looked very charming in her low-cut yoga clothes, which made me feel inexplicably impulsive. I smiled at her in a slutty way and asked if I could wear it like this when I got home. Unexpectedly, she agreed immediately. I was so horny at that time that I wanted to go home immediately and make love with her. Of course, she seemed to have quickly removed the lid of a box to cover the outside of the video, and I had no idea what it was. She said in a panic that she was busy, and hung up the phone anxiously without waiting for me to say goodbye. I was bored at the time, and she had made me so horny that I needed to cool down. At this moment, my hand unconsciously opened a certain pornographic website. Just flipping through the pictures of women with perfect bodies, those pictures are stimulating and itchy. Suddenly I saw a host. Her face was exactly the same as Duyu's. She was wearing the same low-cut yoga outfit that she had just worn when she was video chatting with me. And the furnishings in the room she was in were clearly the living room of her own home. There is no doubt that this person is his wife, Duyu. She is posing in the picture with an irresistible expression on her face, looking uninhibited. When I saw the box next to me, I stood up from my chair. The lid of the box looked familiar. It was the lid that she hurriedly removed from the video when she was video chatting with Duyu. And the things in the box were all the things used for SM. When I clicked on her video account, there were about a dozen video screens, and each one made me furious, especially when I scrolled to the 5th video. I felt even more as if I didn't know my wife, my lover, who had been with me for so many years. How could she do such a thing? Chapter 15 Revenge. She was actually with a masked man, or even several masked men, in her new house. Moreover, it was posted on a platform where everyone could see it, which allowed everyone to see that there was already a green patch on their heads. Thinking of this, I became angry and even wanted to immediately find out who those men were. At that time, I really wanted to rush back and question Duyu why she treated me like this. I could just take the video and confront her face to face, but I felt unwilling in my heart. Even if Duyu admitted it, what would happen? Those men still wouldn't get the punishment they deserved. So after I temporarily arranged my work in Wuchang, I returned directly to Jiangcheng from Wuchang. I did not go home, but stayed in a small hotel near my home. I wanted to observe Duyu's every move. When I called Duyu, I suppressed my anger and acted as if nothing had happened. I asked her what she was doing. Duyu also acted like a good wife and mother buying vegetables in the market? I did hear the noisy noise in the market at that time. She didn't lie to me and was indeed at the market, so I took advantage of her absence and quickly bought a few hidden cameras and installed them in every corner of the house. After doing all this, my eyes suddenly saw the box that had been removed when I was video chatting with Duyu, and I opened it and took a look. What comes into view at this moment is various utensils. How could Duyu have all these? Some of these props I have never even seen before. I really can't recognize Duyu anymore. She is conservative in front of me, a good wife and mother, you know? Even every time when I want her to cooperate with me to do multiple actions, she doesn't want to, so every time she only does a conservative action. Because I love her and I think that's just her personality, I am very tolerant. Even though that kind of thing cannot satisfy me, she has always been a pleasing person. I didn't have time to think too much at the time, so I quickly put things back in place and evacuated the scene. When I got to the hotel, I turned on my phone, turned on the camera, and could see every corner clearly. At this time, Chen Chuan said, "What did you see?" Lin Hao pursed his lips, threw away the extinguished cigarette in his hand, picked up another one and lit it. I kept staring at my phone, but there was nothing unusual. Suddenly, at 12 o'clock in the evening, Diu, wearing heavy makeup, a cool suspender skirt, and big curly hair, hurried out the door. At this time, my mobile phone video had no picture until 12 o'clock the next morning, when Diu appeared. There was a man next to Diu. This time he was not wearing a mask, so I could clearly see his face. However, I excluded everyone around me and Diu, and still had no idea who this man was. Chen Chuan waved his hand and said, "Can I see who this man is?" Lin Hao took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, and handed it to Chen Chuan. He said dejectedly, "That's him. Take a look. Do you know who he is?" When Chen Chuan took a closer look, he was petrified. Not only did he know this person, but he was also very familiar with him. Wasn't this person his freshman classmate, Zhang Shuai? That year, I wrote an essay titled "My Father is the Mayor" and participated in the school's essay competition and won the first prize. All the teachers flattered him because they knew his father was the mayor. His classmates also responded to his call. He was arrogant in front of his classmates, especially towards Chen Chuan, whom he looked down on. After all, Chen Chuan's family conditions were very poor at the time, and Zhang Shuai once found some male classmates to block Chen Chuan in the men's restroom and bully him collectively. As for this memory, Chen Chuan still has nightmares every night. Those scenes have appeared in Chen Chuan's dreams countless times, and he wakes up from it every time. After waking up, he is sweating profusely. Chen Chuan looked at the photo and clenched his fists, his fingernails digging deeply into his flesh. He said viciously at this moment, "As for him, I should have found him long ago, and I should have avenged this vengeance long ago." Lin Hao looked at Chen Chuan in front of him with a cold and somewhat unnatural expression, so he asked directly, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Chen Chuan said confidently, "His father is the mayor, brother, do you want to kill him?" "His father is the mayor? We should kill him? Do you have a plan?" Lin Hao took a deep puff of a cigarette and asked in confusion. Chen Chuan smiled coldly, poured the wine in his hand into his mouth, and then smashed the glass to the ground. Wei Wei recalled, "I was in my first year at university and was implicated by this guy. He teamed up with several classmates to block me in the toilet. They humiliated me and even took off my pants and threw them outside. Several people humiliated me. That wasn't enough, so they punched and kicked me and slapped me dozens of times. I almost passed out from all the beatings, so they poured their urine on my face until I woke up. If you faint, you will have no consciousness and will not be able to feel the physical or mental trauma. But when they saw that I fainted, they just used urine to flush me to wake me up. The leader, Zhang Shuai, even threatened me by bringing up his father, who was the mayor, and implied that if I didn't swallow this bitter fruit, the consequences would be disastrous. My family would, and they would not be able to survive in our county. I was desperate and helpless. I felt so weak, like a grain of sand, without any weight. I could only do what they said. At this moment, I was suffering from inhuman humiliation. But at that time my eyes were red and bloodshot, I clenched my fists tightly, and I was extremely angry. I swore that I would not be worthy of being a human being if I did not take revenge. Finally one day, I accidentally saw the footage recorded by Lu Ruyan on her mobile phone. This footage made me feel that toppling Zhang Shuai was just around the corner. But I never took any action because I knew his father was the mayor and had tremendous power. How could a small person like me at the bottom of society defeat him? But now I don't think so. I have evidence against him in my hand. All I need is the east wind. As long as the east wind comes, everything will be solved. Chen Chuan recounted the scene of himself being bullied. The scene seemed to replay in his mind, and the pain increased a little. His voice was hoarse, and his face turned red and white. He hated those who humiliated him. At this moment, he clenched his hands tightly, and his nails were deeply embedded in the flesh that had already scabbed over. Lin Hao listened to this and looked at Chen Chuan with a distressed face. He had been a good friend in college, but he had never heard Chen Chuan talk about this before, probably because this matter was difficult to talk about. He held Chen Xuan's hand tightly with his left hand, patted Chen Xuan's shoulder with his right hand, and said comfortingly, "Chen Xuan, everything is over, it's all over." Chen Xuan smiled coldly. Everything that happened is over, and now everything is just beginning. Chapter 16 set out to catch the adulterer. At this moment, as common enemies, the two people sympathize with each other. Lin Hao looked at him and felt that his college classmates seemed to have become different. When he was recounting his embarrassing past, his tone was full of hatred, but within this hatred, there was an indescribable majesty. "What are you going to do?" Lin Hao looked at him and said. Chen Xuan looked at Lin Hao and said slowly, "Is your wife home tonight?" Lin Hao was stunned. Why did this sentence sound so awkward? But he still took out his phone, turned on the surveillance video, and watched everything at home. Suddenly, a scene made him freeze. The picture on the phone showed that his wife, Diyu, was with several men, one of whom was Zhang Shuai. They were all naked, torturing each other, and... Seeing this scene, Lin Hao bit his lips with his teeth, wishing he could bite through them. Feeling the blood in his mouth, he spoke word by word, "She is at home now." "Okay, brother, let's go now. They are all here now. Let's catch the turtles in the jar and make sure none of those bastards can escape." Chen Xuan rubbed his hands, picked up the phone and prepared to call Wang Jianbin. He knew that although Wang Jianbin was a businessman, he had been in Jiangqing for many years and was well connected in both the black and white worlds. "When I was a low-level person, even if I had evidence, I couldn't bring Zhang Shuai to justice. But now it's different. Boss Wang, I have something to discuss with you." After Wang Jianbin answered the phone, he asked respectfully, "Mr. Chen, if you have any questions, please tell me. I will do whatever I can to help you." It's nothing serious, there's just a video on my phone." After Chen Xuan quickly told Wang Jianbin the plan in his mind, Wang Jianbin was stunned after listening to it. He hesitated for a long time on the phone, his back was already wet, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. He said with embarrassment, "Mr. Chen, this may. I am afraid it will be difficult to handle, right?" Chen Xuan had long guessed that Wang Jianbin was a little timid in front of the mayor, so he used his ultimate move and said calmly, "No matter how high the official is, if his son breaks the law, does that mean he is lawless? I have a strong medicine here, you can do it without worry, and then we can cooperate internally and externally." After hearing this, Wang Jianbin's heart was relieved, so he laughed heartily and said, "Mr. Chen is indeed courageous. He is really a role model for our generation. Since Mr. Chen said so, I will definitely do a good job on this matter and I promise not to let you down." "Well, okay, that's it," Chen Xuan said and hung up the phone. So he said to the stunned Lin Hao, "I have just arranged everything. We will go there in a while. First do this, then do that. Just follow my instructions, okay?" Lin Hao nodded vigorously, okay. Afterwards, the two came to the parking lot under the small dilapidated building. Lin Hao saw the Haval H6 next to the Lamborghini Veneno ready to open the door. At this moment, Chen Xuan pressed the car key. The Lamborghini Veneno flashed its lights, blinding Lin Hao, who covered his eyes with his hands. Chen Xuan skillfully opened the driver's door of the Lamborghini Veneno and got in. When Lin Hao saw this scene, he was petrified. "I'm confused." He stood there in a daze, mouth open in disbelief. Chen Xuan, this car is yours?" "Yes, it's mine." Chen Xuan answered simply and clearly. Did I hear it right, or is there something wrong with my eyes? Is this car really yours?" "Chen Xuan, when did you become so rich? I still remember you when we were in college." Lin Hao swallowed and said tremblingly. Chen Xuan waved his hands and said, "I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. I'm the lost grandson of the richest man, and I'm back to inherit billions of dollars in assets." Lin Hao sat in the car tremblingly, touching here and looking there, and said with emotion, "Is this true? You didn't rent the car, did you?" Chen Xuan looked at Lin Hao like he was an idiot and said directly, "Rent a car. I showed off in front of you and rented a car. How did you come up with this? Don't you know there is a cesspool in your brain?" Lin Hao casually picked up the cigarette beside him, lit one and said, "But you suddenly made up the story of the richest man's lost grandson and billions of assets. This is even more ridiculous than those TV dramas or novels. If you tell this to others, who will believe it?" "I don't believe it." Chen Xuan said speechlessly, "Believe it or not, just sit in the car honestly." "All right," Lin Hao said weakly, but in his heart he didn't believe it. After all, this thing is so illusory that anyone will have doubts. The engine of the Lamborghini Veneno made a rumbling sound. It quickly opened up on the ground, attracting the attention of all the pedestrians who were taking a walk in the dilapidated neighborhood. Lin Hao said, "Fuck, Chen Xuan, this feels so good." Chen Xuan looked at him speechlessly, thinking that he was really a bumpkin, but then again, wasn't he also a complete bumpkin not long ago? The car quickly got onto the road and, under Lin Hao's command, drove quickly towards his home. At first, the car was driving very fast, but soon, when it came to a traffic light, the car stopped. There's a traffic jam ahead. A large group of people gathered together, and screams and curses could be heard everywhere. Lin Hao held his phone, looked at the surveillance video on it, and said, "Why don't you leave, Chen Xuan? They are almost done. I can't leave. There's a traffic jam." Chen Xuan said speechlessly. After saying that, Chen Xuan subconsciously glanced at Lin Hao and found that there seemed to be no anger on his face when he saw the surveillance video. Perhaps he has changed. The woman named Du can no longer make him feel emotional. Suddenly at this moment, a brick flew from a distance and hit the front windshield of the Lamborghini Veneno directly with a bang. For a moment, Chen Xuan and Lin Hao were stunned. The people surrounding them also cried out in surprise. After a while, Chen Xuan was the first to open the car window and look at the crowd, and cursed heartbreakingly, "Fuck you. Which idiot is blind?" and threw a brick at the car. After saying this, a proud little fairy in a white shirt looked at Chen Xuan arrogantly in the crowd and said coldly, "I smashed it, so what?" Chen Xuan was stunned and started cursing. "Fuck, where did this stupid thing come from? Do you know how much my car costs?" The girl replied, "I am doing this for women's safety." Chen Xuan became even more popular. "For the safety of women, you can't smash my car." Chapter 17, The Confrontation Between Men and Women. Just now I saw that the windshield of your car was polished to a shine. Are you spying on our girl's private parts? The little fairy in the white shirt said this with a look of disdain, with her hands on her hips, as if she was really seeking justice for someone. Chen Xuan's defense broke down instantly when he heard that. He looked at the little fairy as if she was a fool for having such thoughts. So he said with disgust, "Excuse me, which eye of yours saw me peeping at you? Are you a fucking fairy, or are you so beautiful that you let me peek at you? Aren't all of you men the same? You perverts. As long as it's a woman, even a mother, you will have that kind of thought. Isn't that the nature of you men?" The little fairy looked at the passers-by, her boyfriend beside her, and even Chen Xuan and the others, all with contempt on her face. She thinks that all men in the world are not good people, and all dirty things are done by men. Women are the most perfect and beautiful creatures in the world, and men should not appear in this world. Are you fucking sick? Is there something wrong with your brain? If you are sick, go to a mental hospital and get treated. Stop yelling at others on the street. Do we men have a grudge against you? You smashed my car, so you have to pay for it. Don't talk about peeping or not. Chen Xuan was furious when he saw the young woman in a white shirt who looked like a shrew. His car was driving well, but it had not been driven for a few days before it was smashed with a brick by this woman. Even though he was a super rich man now, he could not just let this little fairy go. I'm not a saintly person, I'm a decisive and ruthless person, okay? Compensation? Of course I can compensate you. How much? Just name your price. My boyfriend has plenty of money. Isn't that what he wants? I'll give it to you. Stop talking nonsense. You can't afford it. The little fairy in the white shirt held her boyfriend's left arm and said with an attitude of superiority, as if she was an independent person, but if it came to spending money, she would find a boyfriend. "Ha, my car is a Lamborghini Veneno. A front windshield costs more than $500,000. Can you afford it?" Chen Xuan smiled grimly. He was shocked by the three views of this little fairy in a white shirt. She was the one who got into trouble and pursued female independence, but the one who paid was the man she despised. At this moment, the boyfriend next to the little fairy heard that he had to pay so much compensation. He immediately shook off the little fairy's arm and cursed, "Fuck, I haven't even played with you, I haven't even slept with you, and you want me to spend so much money on you. I have a lot of money, but I'm not a fool, get out." When the fairy heard this, she was immediately unhappy and said angrily, "You bastard, I'm so beautiful, what's wrong with asking you to pay a little money? I'm such a beautiful fairy, you think you can want my body with just that little money? How is that possible? I'll use this $500,000 to find young models and college students, isn't that great? Do you think you're in good physical condition? You're far behind those young models and college students. You're just like a bus. I'm afraid I'll get sick if I'm with you. Ugh. As the boyfriend spoke, he spat on the little fairy's face. The fairy wiped her saliva with a piece of paper in disgust, and yelled with a vicious face, "You little jerk, who are you talking about? Say it again." I can tell you 10 times, you bus, you stinky bitch, you pursue female independence every day, you pursue independence with your mouth, and you shout slogans, but what is this? In action, you are not independent at all. And you let me spend money on you, I won't spoil you, you don't have the life of a princess, you stinky bitch with princess syndrome. The boyfriend looked at the little fairy with contempt and cursed. The little fairy's eyes were red, and she wished she could tear her boyfriend to pieces. She clenched her fists and pouted her lips in anger. She didn't care what people around her thought of her, she rushed to her boyfriend and grabbed his hair with both hands. She screamed like crazy, "I am the little fairy, you have to flatter me, you have to do whatever I tell you to do, you apologize to me now, and then take out the money to settle this matter for me, and I will pretend that nothing happened just now. Otherwise." Before the little fairy could finish her words, her boyfriend interrupted her. At this moment, the boyfriend took a look at the crazy fairy, and the whole person became like a lunatic. The image of the goddess in his mind disappeared completely, and was replaced by a shrew, a vicious woman, and a lunatic in his mind. Now he just wanted to escape from her as soon as possible, get rid of her, and even felt disgusted with her. Her boyfriend's eyes had turned red with anger because of her beating. He couldn't bear it any longer, and at this moment, his previous forbearance burst out, and he slapped the little fairy several times, causing her to stagger and even fall. His eyes were filled with disgust and contempt, and he said with hatred on his lips, "I have been fed up with you for a long time, and I have wanted to beat you up for a long time. Don't bother me anymore. I feel sick to my stomach when I see you now, just like I feel sick to my stomach when I see a sow." The boyfriend walked away with a wave of his sleeves, leaving the pale little fairy sitting limply on the ground. She looked at herself helplessly, then looked at the Lamborghini Veneno that she had just smashed, and then thought about what to do with the 500,000 yuan. She didn't have that much money. Over the years, I depended on my parents when I was a child, and after I grew up, I never really worked and depended on all kinds of men around me. But now her boyfriend, who was deeply PUA'd by her, suddenly woke up and left her. What should she do? Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. She stood up as if she had received an electric shock. She used all her strength to run to Chen Xuan's car and said, "You old pervert, my boyfriend left me because of you. Now you want to ask me for money, but I should be the one asking you for money. You have to come with me to apologize to my boyfriend and make him forgive me, otherwise I won't let you go. Fuck you, you are fucking sick." Chen Xuan couldn't help but curse out a Chinese quintessence. "This bitch is really sick," so he said to Lin Hao, who was in the passenger seat, "Lin Hao, call the police immediately. Damn, if you run into this idiot, let the police and the law punish her. Chen Xuan, we don't have time to waste time with her here, otherwise we." "Do you and the others?" "I'm very anxious." Lin Hao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although the traffic jam lasted for 10 minutes, it felt like a century to him. So Chen Xuan took out his cell phone and called Wang Jianbin. "I have something to discuss with you," Chen Xuan said bluntly. "Mr. Chen, go ahead," Wang Jianbin said respectfully after answering the phone. "I met a crazy woman on Hanjiang Road. She's pestering us. How about you send an assistant to deal with her? We're on our way to do something, and time is a bit tight." "Okay, I'll call right away, Mr. Chen, please send me your location on WeChat." "Well, okay, it's been sent. How's the other thing going?" Chen Xuan asked. "It's been done," Wang Jianbin replied confidently. "Well, that's good. Wait for my good news here," Chen Xuan said, looking meaningfully at Lin Hao in the passenger seat. Chapter 18. Isn't this Chen Xuan? After hanging up the phone, Chen Xuan looked at the little fairy in a white shirt lying in front of his car, and impatiently pounded the steering wheel with his hands. The harsh sound of beep, beep echoed throughout the street. The fairy lying in front stood up, put her hands on her waist and cursed, "You little bastard, why are you honking your horn? You've deafened my ears. Be careful or I'll sue you for assaulting a young girl and put you in jail." Chen Xuan shook his head speechlessly. Facing this unreasonable bitch, he was so angry that he laughed. "Ha ha, you must be mentally ill. Why are you blocking my car now? I have something else to do today and I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Get out of here. A good dog doesn't block the road, you know? You scolded me? How can you scold a weak woman? Don't you know that we should speak softly to girls? No wonder you don't have a girlfriend in your car. Two grown men are driving a sports car around the street. It turns out that you are a little jerk. You will never find a girlfriend in your life. The little fairy in the white shirt was still blocking Chen Xuan's luxury car, cursing without moving. Pedestrians on the street pointed at the little fairy who was throwing a tantrum, but some people showed contempt for Chen Xuan and his friends. This girl looks so weak and gentle, how could she be like this? She smashed someone's glass and even blamed them. It really shocked me. What's going on in her head? I really want to pry open her head and see. Yes, this is a luxury car. Ordinary people like us probably can't afford a wheel of it even if we work for half our lives. But this girl actually smashed the front window of the car with a brick. She scared her boyfriend away, but she's still clinging to him. How shameless. I don't know how her parents raised such a social scum. They keep saying that they are doing it for women's safety, but I think they are just using the excuse of women's safety to do whatever they want, creating a male-female confrontation. I am speechless. This has caused a traffic jam. Who sent this girl? She's such a joke. Hello, is this the traffic police? There is a traffic jam here, please come and control it. An anxious driver was calling the traffic police. The same thing happened to the man driving the sports car. Doesn't he know how to give way to the little fairy? Look how fragile she is. Her boyfriend was scared away. She just stood there in a daze, looking helpless. How pitiful. Doesn't he know how to be gentle with a woman? What a stinky man. We women understand women. This girl is so helpless, like a stray cat. How pitiful. She was frightened by the man in the sports car and she is lying on the ground. The ground is so cold. Driving a sports car is a big deal, isn't it just a few bucks? Is it really necessary to humiliate a weak woman like this? Really, is this what you can do just because you have money? The guy in the sports car is so handsome. I want to be his girlfriend. He must be very rich to drive this car. He is also handsome and rich. He is exactly the man of my dreams, said the chubby girl next to the boy. Ha, if you think he's handsome, then go get his phone number. But how could he possibly like you? You're so fat and have so many pimples on your face. You can only be a good match for me, not for him. The boy said with a jealous look on his face. Everyone was talking at once, saying all sorts of things. 5 minutes later, Xiaoli, the assistant sent by Wang Jianbin, who also studied law, came to Chen Xuan and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, I am Mr. Wang's secretary. My name is Li Kai, and you can call me Xiaoli. Chen Xuan nodded, and then explained the whole story. Li Kai rolled his eyes and said thoughtfully, Mr. Chen, what do you want to do with this woman? Tell her to get out of my way. Also, you saw my front windshield. She smashed it with a brick, so she needs to compensate me. But I have something urgent to do now, so I'll ask you to help me with this matter. Chen Xuan said directly. That's it? Okay, that's easy. After saying that, Li Kai took out his mobile phone and took a lot of photos of the scene. After the photo shoot, he walked up to the fairy in the white shirt and said a few words into her ear. A minute later, the little fairy really followed Li Kai. Chen Xuan didn't think much about what Li Kai said to the fierce little fairy. The most urgent thing now was to rush to Lin Hao's house and catch the adulterer. He stretched his hand out of the window and gave Li Kai a thumbs up. Li Kai smiled knowingly and responded loudly, Mr. Chen, you go first, I will take care of it for you. Then Chen Xuan started the Lamborghini Veneno. The roar of the engine resounded throughout the street, and in a flash, the sports car had driven away from the noisy street. Leaving everyone with amused gossip in their hearts, the little fairy and secretary Li Kai also left. At this moment, the bustling street suddenly became quiet. People felt that there was no gossip anymore, so they all left. Let me explain this on two sides. Lin Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, urged anxiously, Chen Xuan, let's drive faster. I see they are almost done and are getting dressed. I'm afraid they will be gone before we arrive. How can we catch this adulterer? Yeah, okay, sit tight, I'm driving really hard. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Lin Hao was swung back and forth by the sudden inertia, but he suppressed his urge to vomit and suppressed his inner panic. After a while, they arrived at Lin Hao's residence. Chen Chuan parked the car directly in the basement, and the two took the elevator to the 11th floor. Lin Hao lives in room 1101, and they came out of the elevator. He was just about to take out the key to open the door when he heard ambiguous, panting sounds from inside. He clenched his fists and rushed in. I was screaming in my heart, adulterer and whore, I'm going to teach you a lesson, damn, you're having an affair even at home. While watching the video, his heart was stirred slightly. He had been deceiving himself that this was not true, perhaps it was fake. But when he witnessed all this with his own eyes, he could no longer tolerate his wife's betrayal. Not only betrayal, it made him feel as if he had never known his wife. The image of his wife to you as a good wife and mother collapsed in his heart, and she was simply like a slut. He fiercely kicked open the door of his and Duyu's wedding room, and an infuriating scene appeared on the 2-meter-wide bed. With a bang sound, his wife Duyu's pretty face, which was originally as beautiful as a blooming spring flower, suddenly became nervous and full of disbelief. She hurriedly grabbed the quilt and hid her body behind the white snow like an ostrich. The man walked down and picked up the messy clothes on the ground, with a look of contempt on his face. The wretched man looked at Lin Hao with contempt, and said to Duyu with a smile, Yeah, is this your useless husband? Chen Xuan looked coldly at the person who was speaking. This person was Zhang Shuai, the one who had bullied him at school and woke him up from his dream. When that person saw Chen Xuan, he smiled evilly and said sarcastically, Hey, isn't this Chen Xuan? Chapter 19 You are hopeless. Lin Hao's eyes were red, and he swung his fist up and cursed, Who the hell are you talking about? You adulterer. Duyu hurried forward, blocked Lin Hao's fist, and shouted loudly, Lin Hao, you coward, wimp, dare you hit handsome brother again? Lin Hao's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He ignored Duyu and pushed her aside, angrily scolding her, You shameless bitch, you even sneaked into my house to have an affair. Duyu stood up, walked in front of Lin Hao, and said arrogantly, Lin Hao, it's you who have no ability. Look at what you have become now. I want brand name bags and jewelry. Can you buy them for me? No, I'm tired of earning that little salary every day. Don't blame me. Girls nowadays would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. I admit that you are good to me, but can being good to me be enough to make a living? Can it buy a house? Look at the gold bracelet on my hand and the Swarovski necklace on my neck. They were all bought for me by brother Zhang Shuai. Can you afford them? Duyu said, shaking the bracelet on her hand and the chain around her neck. Lin Hao grabbed Duyu's hand with red eyes, as if he was grabbing the last straw. Duyu, I don't understand what I did wrong to make you treat me like this. Maybe I really did something wrong. I want you to apologize. I will pretend that your cheating never happened. I can pretend that I didn't see anything. As long as you cut off your relationship with them, I can forgive you. After 6 years of relationship, he really can't let go. Although he witnessed Duyu's infidelity with his own eyes, he was already so humble in front of her that he had no dignity at all. But Duyu suddenly shook off Lin Hao's hand? Lin Hao, I think you need to understand one thing. I don't need your forgiveness. I don't think I have done anything wrong. This society is very cruel. You are an ordinary person with no power. How much can you earn? You can't give me the life I want. Duyu said in a resolute tone. You have to believe me? I am working very hard to make money. My salary is more than 10,000 yuan a month. I can support the family by myself and give you a life without worries about food and clothing. Lin Hao said with a solemn vow. But to Duyu, this sounded like a joke. Haha, what can you do with more than 10,000 a month? A woman's youth is precious. I really can't wait for you that long. Even if you work hard, you can only earn 20,000 or 30,000 a month. Do you know how high the housing prices are now? If we have children in the future, we will need money for everything. If I live with you and have to live frugally every day, then this is not the life I want. You don't understand what I want at all. Chen Xuan couldn't bear to listen to Duyu anymore. Is a man's youth not precious? If you want to get something for nothing, just say it directly. Why bother saying it in such a high-sounding way? Being a whore and pretending to be a chastity queen. You think a salary of 20,000 or 30,000 is too low. How much do you earn in a month? You stay at home every day without earning a penny, and yet you complain about this and that. I am speechless. Are you really going to be so heartless? We've been in love for 3 years, married for 3 years. Are you really going to break up with us like that? Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot and his tone began to turn cold. I'm sorry, it's not that I'm too heartless, but you're not mature enough. Look at the bracelet on my arm. It would take you half a year's salary to buy it for me. I don't want to waste time talking to you now. Zhang Shuai looked at Lin Hao with disdain, and in front of him, he put his arm around Duyu's waist and said sarcastically, "Poor boy, you have no money and you dare to play with high-scoring women. You can't afford this, don't overestimate your own abilities." Then he took out 1,100 yuan bills from his pocket, slapped Lin Hao in the face with them and said, "Women need money to win them. For a poor bastard like you, your woman should be cuckolded." The other three men looked at Lin Hao and laughed disdainfully. At this moment, Lin Hao knew that he had no money and no power, and he had no way to deal with this group of difficult second-generation officials. He was completely eclipsed. He stood there in a daze, his whole body limp as if the air had been sucked out of a ball, and he looked at Chen Xuan with dim eyes. Chen Xuan walked straight up and slapped Zhang Shuai twice on the face. Zhang Shuai held his face, his pupils contracted violently, and looked at Chen Xuan in disbelief, thinking to himself, "Is this the Chen Xuan I know?" He didn't have time to think about it, he just felt pain on his face. He shouted angrily, "Chen Xuan, you little jerk, you actually dared to hit me. Have you forgotten the time when I made you eat shit in the school toilet? Do you want to replay the scene? Come on, brothers. Your eldest brother has been beaten up. Why are you still standing there?" Zhang Shuai said as he directed the remaining two muscular men to go forward. The two muscular men looked Chen Xuan up and down, smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, I'll give this little jerk half a minute. With his body, I can beat him to a pulp in no time." "Ha ha ha, Lin Hao, is this the helper you found? They are poor losers just like you. I wonder how you will end up after offending brother Zhang Shuai today. Do you crossed his arms and said in a flattering manner? Do you and I are husband and wife, how could you do this? I really see through you." Looking at Duyu's expression, Lin Hao felt that he had been blinded by greed and had lost contact with his best friend because of what Duyu said. Fortunately, good brothers are for life. Unexpectedly, Chen Xuan did not refuse to help him this time just because he had previously put women before friendship and listened to his wife and cut off contact. Yeah, do you know who that poor loser is? He's the one I told you about. When we were in high school, we bullied him in the toilet and made him eat shit. When he came out naked, ha 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 ha. Zhang Shuai said sarcastically. "Brother Zhang Shuai, you are so awesome. These two poor losers, with just a word from you, can make them unable to survive in the whole Jiangcheng. They are like ants in this Jiangcheng, allowing us to trample on them." Duyu hurriedly took Zhang Shuai's arm and spoke with a smug look on his face. Zhang Shuai walked up to Chen Xuan even more arrogantly, pointed his finger at his nose and cursed, "Chen Xuan, I was superior to you in high school, and now I am out in society, I am still superior to you. Brothers, go to the bathroom and poop, so that this little jerk can have a good taste of shit." The two muscular men looked at Chen Xuan with ridicule, whistling and shouting, "Poor loser, are you scared? If you are scared, get under brother Zhang's crotch, and then we will make you not eat shit, how about it?" "Really?" Chen Xuan smiled coldly. When the two muscular men saw this, they both shrank their necks unconsciously. Looking at Chen Xuan's murderous look, they took several steps back until they came to Zhang Shuai and stepped directly on Zhang Shuai's foot. Zhang Shuai screamed in pain and yelled, "You two cowards, you can't even handle a little jerk. Are you training your muscles in the gym every day in vain? Come on, I'll take responsibility if anything happens. I don't believe I can't kill him. Chapter 20 Get out, you troublemaker." Chen Xuan's eyes suddenly became cold, which made people feel creepy and a chill. He instantly moved in front of Zhang Shuai, stretched out his hand and pinched Zhang Shuai tightly. After Zhang Shuai's other hand was broken, he slapped Zhang Shuai in the face with his backhand. Two of Zhang Shuai's teeth were knocked out and he rolled on the ground twice before stopping. Zhang Shuai was helped up by two muscular men. "Brother Zhang, are you okay?" At this moment, Zhang Shuai was completely crazy. The little bastard who had been bullied by him and made to eat shit in the toilet actually dared to hit him in the face and broke his left arm. Make him look bad in public in front of his brothers and even women. It's simply unforgivable. "Ah, brothers, come on, kill him for me." Zhang Shuai covered his face and roared madly. But the two muscular men stopped what they were doing, hesitating and not daring to take action. "What? You don't even listen to the boss? Have I raised you guys for nothing? You failed at the critical moment. Why don't you take action now?" But his fighting power is so high, I'm afraid we are no match for him." Then you should try too. I don't believe that you two can't beat him alone. I must make him pay the price. Call Director Wang quickly. I want to sue him for intentional injury and have the hospital examine my injuries. Zhang Shuai has lost his mind. In his subtle mind, he always believed that Chen Xuan couldn't be that awesome. Even if he is very powerful, what's the use? As the mayor's son, even if the director comes, he has to give him some face. His Zhang family has a very large network of relationships in Jiangcheng. He's just a little punk, he's not afraid at all. Chen Xuan didn't say anything, but took out his cell phone and made a call. Is everything done? I want Zhang Shuai to spend the rest of his life in jail. Okay, Mr. Chen, I understand. Looking at Chen Xuan talking on the phone seriously and making bold statements. Zhang Shuai endured the pain in his body and laughed out loud almost uncontrollably. Who could make me, Zhang Shuai, go to jail and spend the rest of my life in jail? It's a joke, a huge joke. Think about the incident when you killed someone while driving under the influence. Wasn't it easily dealt with? There were also cases of missing bar ladies and rape and murder of minors, which were also easily resolved. Do you think the mayor's son can be taken down so easily? You little punk, your bragging needs to be credible. I want to see how you make me stay in prison forever. And at this moment, an alarm sounded. The police are here. The leading policeman came to room 1101. He looked at everything in front of him, scratching his hands and cheeks, feeling overwhelmed. Among the people involved here is Zhang Shuai, who often gets into trouble. This is the mayor's son, so he can only take him back to the police station and seek help from his superiors. The matter was quickly reported to the director, who then reported it to the director general, and so on. On the other hand, Wang Jianbin received a call from Chen Xuan and immediately executed the matter. He handed a confidential document to the police. The information included a video of Zhang Shuai driving drunk and killing someone, and a video of him raping a minor and then killing him and burying him on a Longshan mountain in Xicheng. It also included the mayor's corruption and bribery and using his power to seek benefits for his family. It also involved Zhang Shuai's uncle, who was also the richest man in Jiangcheng. With this top-secret document, it would be easy to put Zhang Shuai in jail for life. The Zhang family would also be driven to the bottom, and even Zhang Shuai's uncle's family would be uprooted. Subsequently, Mayor Zhang Feng's actions were investigated and he was placed under double supervision. Zhang Shuai's uncle, Li Qiming, was also taken away by the police. At this time, more and more people are reporting that the mayor is inactive, corrupt, and accepting bribes. At this time, Zhang Shuai, who was already at the police station, refused to cooperate with the recording of his statement and remained arrogant. He even hired a lawyer and a doctor to examine his injuries and issue a medical report. He even planned to sue Chen Xuan and put him in jail. Talking about how he was bullied by Chen Xuan. A little punk, a poor loser, actually dared to hit himself in the face, and his two front teeth were knocked out. He must pay any price and make Chen Xuan responsible for his actions. He called his mother crying. He was crying and cursing on the phone. Mrs. Zhang, who was in her 50s, said distressfully, "Shuai Shuai, please stop crying. If you cry, Mom will feel even more distressed for you. Tell me who hit you. I must make him pay the price. His name is Chen Xuan, and he was the bully in my high school." What did you say, what's his name? Mrs. Zhang answered the phone and instantly jumped up from the sofa. Just now, her husband was taken away. She visited various connections and found out that a young man named Chen Xuan was behind the incident. The two heads of the Zhang and Li families were captured in such a short period of time. This strength should not be underestimated. She gasped. Of course she knew who this scary person was. Now my husband is under investigation again and I can do nothing at home. Shuai Shuai, how about, let's just forget about this matter. Go and apologize to Chen Xuan. You two are classmates after all. I think there must be some misunderstanding here. What? Mom, did I hear you correctly? You want me to apologize to that little jerk? Mom, I really don't know how you can be a mother. Your son was beaten up, and not only did you not help, but you also asked me to apologize to him. Do you think your son's dignity could be pushed to the ground and trampled on by others? I want to find my dad. Shuai Shuai, your father has been taken away, and we don't know if he will come back. You usually get into trouble outside and implicate your father. Now your father has been taken away, and we can't help you. You can only wish you good luck. Mrs. Zhang hung up the phone after she finished speaking and pondered for a while. She felt that as a parent, she had a great deal of responsibility for her son's current state. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Shuai became even crazier. He thought that since his parents couldn't help him, his uncle was a businessman, and he was also his uncle's nephew, so he would definitely be on his side. So I called my uncle. I called the cell phone, but no one answered. I called the landline, but no one answered. Finally, he had no choice but to call his aunt. Hello, Aunt, I called my uncle several times, why didn't he answer? Get lost, you troublemaker. How dare you call me like that? Your uncle was arrested by the police for investigation because of you. No. No. How is this possible? My uncle is the richest man in Zhongcheng. Who dares to arrest him? You evildoer, get out of here. You have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Now your father and uncle have been harmed by you. You have killed our whole family. Zhang Shuai was completely confused. He thought to himself, how did things turn out like this? My father is the second in command of Zhongcheng. How could he be arrested just like that? I don't believe it. My uncle is the richest man in Zhongcheng. How could a family like ours, which has always stood firm, collapse in such a short time? Zhang Shuai almost yelled a few times to vent his frustration. He continued to make calls and started contacting the Zhang family and relatives on his mother's side. Third aunt, I'm Zhang Shuai. Get lost, you unfilial son. You have caused us all so much trouble. The call was ruthlessly hung up. Sister, what's going on in our family right now? I heard from Mom that Dad was arrested for investigation, and even my uncle was arrested. Why aren't you taking any action? Is this the end for us? Little brother, this time, our family is completely finished. I have already left the country. Over the years, I have done a lot of shameful things to help you cover up some things. I may end up in jail. The police will be here soon, so I fled abroad. Cousin, I beg you, please admit your mistake to Chen Chuan. I don't want my father to go to jail. I really can't live without my father. Please go and beg Chen Chuan. The daughter of Zhang Shuai's uncle pleaded. Cousin, we are really implicated by you this time. If our family is finished like this, you will be the eternal sinner of our family. I will never forgive you in my life. Zhang Shuai made more than a dozen calls, but every call made him believe that these were all facts. This time, not only his father was implicated, but even his uncle was implicated. Chapter 21. Kneel down and apologize. Many cousins called him and asked him to apologize to Chen Chuan and ask for his forgiveness. But how could he, a person in a higher position, a person who had bullied Chen Chuan at school and looked down on Chen Chuan, ask for Chen Chuan's forgiveness? What a joke. He still has to save his face. If he apologizes now, where will his image be? I was beaten so hard that my arm was broken and my teeth were knocked out. None of you cared about me, but asked me to apologize and beg for forgiveness. Why didn't any of you think from my perspective? Why did you ask me to apologize? Before my father was arrested, you all fawned over me like crazy. Now, you all act like this, selfish guys. I'm not going to apologize. But as time went on and he made a few phone calls, he began to waver. Those people were all his relatives, especially his cousins who were about the same age as him or even younger than him. They are all spoiled and cannot bear the hardships of life at all. If my father and uncle were really arrested and could never be released, what would happen to their future lives? At this moment, the lawyer's sudden voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Mr. Zhang Shuai, do you really want to sue Mr. Chen Chuan for intentional injury? Although you have indeed been beaten now, based on what happened at the time, Mr. Chen Chuan was obviously surrounded by you two musclemen, and he was just acting in self-defense. And the injury report you issued is also unreasonable. You only lost 2 teeth, which is a minor injury. How can it be considered a severe disability? Did you bribe the doctor to frame Mr. Chen Chuan? Moreover, you broke into a private residence. According to Ms. Duyu's confession, she said she was coerced into having sex with you. Your behavior is considered to be forcing a woman to have sex against her will. You may face imprisonment. I suggest you seek the victim's forgiveness and try to settle the matter privately, otherwise you might end up in jail. Zhang Shuai said in disbelief, What, coercion? When did I coerce? Did Duyu say that? Yes, Ms. Du just said in her statement that you coerced. Zhang Shuai pondered for a while. He looked straight at the upright police officer opposite him. He thought to himself, no matter how unforgivable the things he had done before, he had never heard of going to jail. Why was it different this time? Now he was going to jail for doing something indecent with a young woman? Nothing was more outrageous than that before. I want to see your director Wang. Please ask your director Wang to come. I'm sorry, Director Wang has been taken away because of disciplinary issues. Ha, I'll tell you the truth. No matter who you ask for help now, we will handle this matter impartially. You used to be arrogant and domineering here, but now things have changed. Just because we spoiled you before doesn't mean we will spoil you forever. Don't think you can trample on the dignity of the law just because your father is the mayor. At this time, Zhang Shuai was stunned by the scolding. It is unbelievable that a grassroots policeman dared to do this to him, humiliate him, and trample on his dignity. If it was before, how dare he talk to me like this? Is our family really finished? Is this old classmate Chen Xuan, who used to be a jerk, really that powerful? Could he have deposed my father from his position as mayor in such a short time? And arrested my uncle, the richest man? I did offend him, but is he that powerful? Am I really the eternal sinner of my family? Do I really need to apologize? At this time, Chen Xuan and Lin Hao had finished recording their statements at the police station. At the same time, Du Yu and the two muscular men had also finished recording. The policemen were very polite to Chen Xuan and Lin Hao when they finished recording and were about to leave. When Chen Xuan gave Lin Hao the key to the Lamborghini Venom, he instantly received Chen Xuan's signal. This is a way for me to show off in front of Du Yu. Lin Hao pressed the car key and the lights of the Lamborghini Veneno flashed. Everyone was shocked. Du Yu's three views collapsed, his mentality exploded, and he began to doubt his life? What is the identity of this Lin Hao? Is this sports car Lin Hao's? Then look at Zhang Shuai, who was like an abandoned dog, and compare the two. But this person is so good to him, he has devoted himself to him for 6 years, and is always available when he is called. Lin Hao won completely, he was just like the conch girl. She regrets it now, she really regrets it so much. Lin, husband. Don't call me that. Since you've already said before that I can't give you the life you want, this is the divorce agreement. Sign it and don't contact me again. Let's be decent to each other, okay? This time, Lin Hao finally let it go and stood up for once. Things have come to this point, the sky above our heads is already green, and there is no point in saying anything. Lin Hao turned around and prepared to leave. And just at this moment, Zhang Shuai ran over quickly and blocked their way. Lin Hao looked at Zhang Shuai angrily and shouted, "Why, didn't Chen Xuan beat you enough just now? Do you want a few more punches?" Zhang Shuai ignored Lin Hao and knelt down in front of Chen Xuan. "Little jerk, no, Chen Xuan, I apologize to you for my previous behavior. Please have mercy on us and let our family go, please? I was the only one who bullied you in school. I am solely responsible for this. You can't take your anger out on my family. Just tell me how much money I want to pay you. I am willing to pay you 10 million as compensation. As long as you forgive me and let my family go, I will be grateful to you. I beg you sincerely, please let my family go. I can kowtow to you. As long as you can let us go, I will do anything you ask me to do." Zhang Shuai ignored other people's opinions and apologized on his own. Even the two muscular men beside them were shocked and petrified. They didn't expect that Zhang Shuai, who was always bossing them around, would actually kneel down in front of this little jerk and humble himself to the dust. Do you never expected that? How could the son of a mayor kneel down and apologize to an ordinary person like Chen Xuan? Ha, 10 million, you want to get rid of me with 10 million? I was insulted by you back then, and you want to end the matter with 10 million. Aren't you too naive? Zhang Shuai reacted instantly, because he was already used to using money to settle things, but now, Chen Xuan in front of him didn't buy it at all. If you want me to calm down, there are ways. Just try it yourself the way you dealt with me back then. Eat shit and drink urine, and run around the street naked. If you do that, I might consider forgiving you. Zhang Shuai was furious. He really didn't expect that Chen Xuan would hold a grudge so much. He wouldn't accept money or kneel down to accept it. He insisted on suffering all the hardships that Chen Xuan had suffered in the past. He felt that Chen Xuan was a man who refused to drink and had to drink the wine as punishment. I had already lowered my attitude very low just now, but you still want me to eat shit and drink urine, and run around naked? Damn it! You are really going too far. Haha, you don't want to? So you were just pretending to be so sincere. Is this how you apologize? Chen Chuan, don't push things too far. I have a wide network of contacts. Do you think my connections are only those of my father and my uncle? You underestimate me. At worst, we can fight to the death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 22, Jail for Life. Chen Chuan ignored Zhang Shuai and said calmly, I just gave you the last chance, but you didn't take it. So you can just wait to spend the rest of your life in prison. Of course, Chen Chuan will never let him go easily in this matter. Do you think that a few slaps on the face will make me forget the hatred of eating shit and drinking piss in the past? This is absolutely impossible. I told you I would put you in jail for life. At this time, Lin Hao and Chen Chuan were already sitting in the car, preparing to drive away. Lin Hao drove the Lamborghini Veneno, and everyone present was shocked. In particular, a few girls looked at Lin Hao's handsome appearance with envy and jealousy. A girl said in a crazy way, he is so handsome. I wish he was my husband. Have you heard that this guy's wife cheated on him with 3 people? She was caught red-handed. She must be dumbfounded now. She doesn't know how to cherish such a good husband and just likes to play with other women. She is such a woman who only cares about flowers. Yes, the gold diggers nowadays don't know their own worth, they really deserve it, they were caught cheating on the spot, aren't they ashamed? After Lin Hao and his friends drove away, Du was left to be pointed at and criticized. And every word was like a knife digging into her heart. She felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Zhang Shuai, who was standing there in a daze, still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. He thought that although his father and uncle had been investigated, he still had his uncles and aunts, and they were now in Shanghai. He didn't believe that Chen Chuan could reach so far. He felt that he had done such a humble thing, he had already knelt down to apologize, but Chen Chuan still wanted him to eat shit and drink urine, and even run around the square with his butt naked. How could he bear such a great humiliation? Zhang Shuai, you have been detained. 2 young police officers walked up to Zhang Shuai and handcuffed him. You, how can you arrest me? What law have I broken? Zhang Shuai spoke tremblingly. Zhang Shuai, we have received a secret document. You killed someone while driving under the influence a year ago. And half a year ago, you knew Huang Tsuei from the bar, right? Do you know where she is now? Zhang Shuai's pupils gradually dilated and contracted when he heard that, and he stood there in a daze. Nan said, hasn't this been dealt with? Zhang Shuai, tell us everything you did. Confession will be treated leniently, while resistance will be treated severely. Also, Du just accused you of coercing her, and she has confessed everything? Zhang Shuai was hoping for a lucky break, with a look of panic in his eyes. I didn't do anything. What should I confess? Do you have any evidence? Don't frame me. I'm going to sue you for false accusation. I see you won't give up until you hit the wall. I'm going to make you give up now. A police officer was extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Shuai's appearance. He stood up and turned on the projector, which showed the footage of him hitting someone, raping a minor, and Huang Tsuei's body. They also coerced Du to shoot some explicit videos and upload them to pornographic platforms. Zhang Shuai panicked when he saw all the evidence in front of him. His body trembled and his voice trembled. Officer, I plead guilty. I plead guilty to the first few charges, but I don't admit that I coerced Du. It was this stinky bitch who seduced me. Zhang Shuai's words made the police officer frown. Now Du had also been taken to the interrogation room, and the 2 of them were fighting each other. Zhang Shuai, you admitted to the first few crimes, but you don't admit to the last one? I advise you to confess and be lenient. If we find out that you lied, then it will be a false confession and your crime will be even more serious. After the police officer finished speaking, he turned and left and went to the U.S. interrogation room. Zhang Shuai just said that you seduced him, not that he coerced you? Do you have anything to say? The police officer's words made Du cry out of grievance, so she began to provide evidence, including some accounts, videos, and recordings. After receiving the evidence, the police immediately launched an investigation. Let me explain this on 2 sides. After Chen Chuan and Lin Hao left, they were in the car. Lin Hao asked, Chen Chuan, I just heard that Zhang Shuai wanted to sue you for intentional injury. You really overestimate your own abilities. Now you come to kneel down to you. I am getting more and more confused now. The best is yet to come. Chen Chuan said with narrowed eyes. Chen Xuan, I was so relieved just now. You didn't see Yu's surprised look with her mouth wide open. I can't forget it now. It was so cool. Just now you made Zhang Shuai eat shit, drink urine, and run around the square naked, and you forgave him. Is that true? Lin Hao said excitedly. No. Chen Xuan said these two words decisively. You just said that he would spend the rest of his life in jail, is that true? And his father is the mayor, a man with so much power, how could you leave them no chance to breathe in such a short time? Lin Hao asked in surprise. Chen Xuan didn't say anything. Sometimes, past hatred will not diminish with the passage of time. On the contrary, over the years, hatred began to take root in Chen Xuan's heart and he became more and more angry. So Chen Xuan started collecting evidence for a long time. Even if Lin Hao's wife had not cheated on Zhang Shuai this time, Chen Xuan would have made sure that Zhang Shuai received the punishment he deserved. And the fact that your wife cheated on Zhang Shuai was just the fuse. Ever since I became a super rich man, I have always wanted to implement my plan. It's just that this plan came a little earlier. Chen Xuan said calmly. So even if he eats shit and drinks urine, runs around naked, and suffers the same humiliation you once suffered, you won't let him go, right? Chen Xuan shook his head and said, we are all adults, and we should take responsibility for our mistakes. It's not that I will forgive him just because he apologizes. I will forgive you just because he suffers the humiliation I suffered before. He didn't just hurt me in the first place. From the evidence I collected, he brutally murdered Huang Suizui, who was working part-time in a bar, and also hit and killed an innocent child while drunk. These lives are all flesh and blood. Just because his father is the mayor, he can be acquitted even if he took human life lightly. Behind those lives are several families. How can I let such a scum go? And his father abused his power and has the blood of many people on his hands. In the end, Zhang Shuai was convicted of murder, and all charges including coercion of Yu were established. Verdict: life imprisonment and deprivation of political rights for 10 years. When the verdict came out, Chen Xuan didn't feel happy at all. It seems that being bullied in childhood always appears in many people's minds, even if they have now avenged their past selves. But some things can never be made up for. Ding, host, you seem to be in a bad mood. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Chen Xuan was stunned. This was the first time the system spoke a word other than its mission. After thinking for a while, Chen Xuan nodded, yeah. Host, compared to your current sadness, I suggest you open your phone and take a look. The system's voice continued to sound. Chen Xuan was puzzled. Turn on the phone? While he was thinking, he took out his cell phone and opened the first news. The cover of the news made Chen Xuan's heart skip a beat. The rich second generation tried to spy on the poor girl but failed, and finally fled in embarrassment. Chapter 23 Video as evidence. Fuck you. Chen Xuan couldn't help but curse at the national quintessence when he saw himself on the hot search. The trending search was accompanied by a sentence, this video is evidence, this video is evidence. If anything happened to me recently, it must have been persecuted by this rich second generation. Seeing this, Chen Xuan, who was originally sitting on the sofa, jumped up. This little fairy is really haunting him. What on earth does she want to do? Seeing Chen Xuan's big reaction, Lin Hao asked in confusion, Chen Xuan, what's wrong with you? Chen Xuan directly showed him the trending searches on his phone. They continued to scroll down, and the click rate exceeded 100 million. Little fairy, we support you. This rich second generation is such a bastard. He actually bullied the little fairy like this. Look at how weak she is. She looks like a victim. Woo woo woo. The little fairy was thinking about our female safety, so why did she let the rich second generation blackmail her? He also made our little fairy suffer insults and beatings from her boyfriend in front of so many people. It's really not right. Men are so rude. Women are so weak that they can't beat men. Look at these grown men bullying a little fairy. We are on the side of the little fairy. I will now hunt down this rich second generation and see what kind of person he is. He actually made things difficult for the little fairy. Yes, he clearly did something wrong, but he's still yelling at people. Really, all men are the same. You are probably blind. Is this little fairy sick? She is a second-generation rich kid driving a luxury car. Who did she offend? Why did she smash her windshield? Besides, what can you see through the windshield? Are you crazy? You're afraid it was a man who said that. You men must speak for men. His windshield is reflecting something, it's so bright, he must have pressed the camera. Hey! You feminists, stop using this as an excuse all the time. You smashed someone else's car, don't you want to pay for it? Then there must be a reason why they smashed the car. There were so many people driving cars, why didn't they smash other people's cars, but only smashed this rich second generation's car? Think about it, is there something wrong with this rich second generation's car? You are totally unreasonable and irrational. You have no evidence. You are slandering me. Do you understand that? The person involved can sue you later. You keyboard warriors. Sue, who's afraid of who? Anyway, we are on the side of the little fairy. I found out who this rich second generation is. Do you know? A netizen said excitedly. Others were curious and urged, tell me who it is. I'm so anxious. Do you remember that not long ago, an unknown anchor Yao Meyer and a well-known anchor had a PK on doubt legs? This rich second generation is really rich. Wow, it turns out to be him. This time I want to stand on the side of Taehyo Jin. He has plenty of money, why would he do such a sneaky thing, said a male netizen. But I don't think so. Generally, rich people like this kind of voyeurism. The more perverted, the more exciting it is. So I think the little fairy is a victim. In the rental house, Yao Meyer was browsing the hot searches and suddenly saw Chen Xuan's figure, and then looked down. There were all kinds of slanderous words about Chen Xuan. So she typed these words directly on the keyboard. It's not like that, it's not like that. My brother is not like that. You can't slander my brother. Yao Meyer hurriedly stood up for Chen Xuan. Hey, who is this? It turns out to be the anchor Yao Meyer. I think you were bought by this rich man, so you spoke up for him. As a woman, you actually stand on the side of the man, you traitor. That's right, don't think you're invincible just because you've done a few live shows. Isn't this rich second generation just rich? Isn't he just giving you money? But you can't go against your conscience like this. Brother Chen Xuan is not like that. You misunderstood him. He is a very good person. Lu Qingqing also echoed. The boss is not that kind of person. If you people slander him like this, be careful or I will sue you. Chen Xuan's personal female secretary Li Wenwen spoke out. Another girl is here to speak up for the rich second generation. I am really impressed. So what if the rich second generation is rich? Does having money mean you don't have to tell the truth? There was a lot of criticism online. There were all kinds of comments. Chen Xuan looked at them and became gloomy. So I picked up the phone and called Wang Jianbin and told him the general content. On the 16th floor of Yinhai Building, Wang Jianbin immediately convened an emergency public relations meeting. At this moment, Chen Xuan's cell phone suddenly rang. You peeping Tom, what do you want? The little fairy got Chen Xuan's phone number from somewhere and said in a suppressed voice, I have been messed up by the public opinion now. I have dug out everything. Don't you think your behavior is despicable? Obviously, the little fairy was furious. So she was no longer too obscure when talking to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan said in a deep voice, whether I am despicable or you, little fairy, are despicable, I think you know better than me. You came up and smashed my car without any reason, and you even said it was for the safety of women. Now I have found some forces to target you with public opinion. If I were just an ordinary person, how much trouble would it cause to me? You did the first day, so I can only do the 15th. You're a peeping Tom, you're so cruel. The little fairy gritted her teeth and said, from now on, I, the little fairy, and you, a peeping Tom, are mortal enemies. As long as I am here, you men will never be able to raise your heads. Ha, you are so funny. You are just a woman, you think too highly of yourself. Before Chen Xuan hung up the phone, he said one last sentence, let's wait and see. Divide the two ends. After the little fairy hung up the phone with Chen Xuan, she was stunned on the spot. It took a long time for her to recover a little. She immediately took out the phone from her bag and dialed a strange number. Hey, I agree with the plan you mentioned. I'll come to you right away. The fairy said and hung up the phone. She murmured, you stinky man, since you treat me like this, don't blame me for being cruel. I will let you stinky men know the consequences of offending women. After the fairy finished speaking, she took a taxi and left. Because the second generation rich man tried to spy on a poor girl but failed, and finally fled in embarrassment. The internet went into an uproar. Chen Xuan would never have thought that he became popular because of this little fairy's plot to create opposition between men and women. Even though Chen Xuan is the protagonist. But without this little fairy, Chen Xuan would not have attracted the attention of so many netizens. Based on this situation, words such as Chen Xuan, little fairy, and peeping Tom, which had been on the hot search for a long time, were quickly squeezed out. This was also within Chen Xuan's expectations. After all, he is not a member of the entertainment industry now, and he also called Wang Jianbin, so he should have taken action. Besides, if something stays on the hot search list for too long, it may not be a good thing. A night in silence. Early the next morning, Chen Xuan received calls from his personal female secretary Li Wenwen, beautiful anchor Ya Meier, and former employee Lu Qingqing. Without exception, they called to express their concern for Chen Xuan. And when Lin Hao clicked on the trending search, he found that the little fairy had been thoroughly exposed. According to investigation by relevant enthusiastic netizens, the little fairy became the underground lover of the big guys during her college years, and appeared in the business circles of the big guys as a mistress. The little fairy skipped classes during her school years and didn't even attend a single class. She couldn't even get her diploma. The hotel video showed that she was alone with a married man, Wang Yue, for 3 days without going out. This Wang Yue is the chairman of an air conditioning group. Each video was extremely important to Lin Hao, who was standing by. Netizens were digging for information and were simply digging into people to death. Those female college students usually had a lot of fun and couldn't stand the scrutiny at all. After netizens focused their attention on the little fairy, she seemed to take off her clothes and could only stand there naked. Little did they know that the mastermind behind all this was Chen Xuan, who was lying leisurely on the sofa. Of course, Chen Xuan's action against the little fairy was just a fuse. What really led to all this was that the little fairy was usually arrogant and domineering, and offended some people she could not afford to offend. And those people are now catching this opportunity. Lin Hao, who was watching the trending searches at the moment, discovered that the trend seemed to be slowly turning towards Chen Xuan. Chapter 24, Zhangcheng Villa No. 1. To be precise, it is not the taste that has changed, but the goal that has changed. This is about Chen Xuan 3 years ago, when he was wearing shabby clothes and chasing Lu Ruyan. He was like a dog, waiting in the girls' dormitory every day for breakfast, but his girlfriend still looked down on him. A few months ago, Chen Xuan was cheated on. Lin Hao has known Chen Xuan for such a long time, and has been with Chen Xuan these days, but he has never heard these things from Chen Xuan's mouth. The direction of public opinion changes rapidly. The netizens who were just talking about the chaotic private life of the little fairy soon turned their fire on Chen Xuan. What Lin Hao found most incredible was that those netizens actually knew who Chen Xuan's ex-girlfriend had cheated with and had dug it all out. The video of Lu Ruyan being beaten was also released. There were injuries on her face, and these injuries were said to be caused by Chen Xuan's domestic violence. Fuck. Lin Hao finally couldn't help it and started cursing. Suddenly he jumped up from the sofa. What's wrong? You. Chen Xuan's voice came. He was standing in the bedroom, dressed. Chen Xuan, they want to frame you. Lin Hao roared, look at this photo of Lu Ruyan. It's definitely not you who beat her. I swear, when we were in college, I knew you were very good to Lu Ruyan. How could you possibly hit someone like that? Chen Xuan scanned his phone and shrugged nonchalantly. Chen Xuan, are you really not in a hurry? This is obviously the fairy's revenge on you. She is now shifting public opinion to you. Yes, I know that, but I don't think she can do these things on her own. I feel like there's someone behind her. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes and said. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person encountering such a situation would not continue to be on the hot search list, and just now, this little fairy has been exposed to pieces. If she is still so stubborn, then how can she control public opinion if she has no power at all? The fuse of this incident was this little fairy. The public's focus was on the conflict between men and women, so naturally the attention was shifted to Chen Xuan and the little fairy. If we make a fuss about what happened to Chen Xuan 3 years ago and what happened in the past few months, and if the forces behind the little fairy make a little effort, then this little fairy will become famous at this moment. After all, black and red are also red. At this moment, as a rich second generation, Chen Xuan's scandal was exposed, and netizens paid more attention to this rich second generation. Because we are all ordinary people, and we all want to go from being a poor loser to being a rich second generation. Damn, this little fairy is so despicable, she opened the door for the despicable one, she is so despicable. Lin Hao said, "This photo of Lu Ruyan being beaten just happened to have you in the picture. I feel like it was photoshopped and cropped. I'm your good friend and I know you, but those who don't know you will definitely conclude that Lu Ruyan was beaten by you. Ah, if you're so anxious, just help me," Chen Xuan said with a smile. "Chen Xuan, stop talking nonsense. You helped me so much with my problem. Now don't even mention helping me. Even if I have to go through fire and water for you, I'm willing to do it," Lin Hao said righteously and patted his chest with his left hand. At this time, Chen Xuan made several phone calls to Lin Hao. "Chen Xuan, what is this?" Lin Hao asked with a puzzled look on his face. He thought Chen Xuan would ask him to find Lu Ruyan. After all, his buddy has broken up with Lu Ruyan now, and it is not appropriate for him to look for Lu Ruyan. He has to find someone himself and appeal to her emotionally and logically, and let Lu Ruyan come out to testify. In this way, public opinion will not be biased towards Chen Xuan. And in Lin Hao's mind, Chen Xuan is now out of options, otherwise he wouldn't. "Well, which netizen's contact number is this?" Chen Xuan said lightly. Lin Hao's pupils shrank. "Are you saying that you have the phone number of the netizen who provided these photos?" Chen Xuan nodded. Yes, I do. I also have a restored video. Go find them first and see if they can still stand their ground in the face of irrefutable evidence." Framed? Frame? Slander? Excuse me. Chen Xuan can still deal with these methods. Perhaps netizens now don't care whether Lu Ruyan was abused by Chen Xuan in the photo. But if you find this netizen and ask her to come forward to testify, that would be the best way to deal with the other party. If Lu Ruyan came forward and explained that the injury on her face was not caused by Chen Xuan. But can netizens believe it? Obviously they don't. "Chen Xuan, how did you know this number? And where did you get these restored videos?" Lin Hao asked with rapid breathing. He stared at Chen Xuan with wide eyes, a look of disbelief. Chen Xuan now has such great power. First, he put the mayor's son in jail, and then he caught the mayor and the richest man in Zhangcheng. Is there anything he can't do? The little fairy used those photos from netizens to add fuel to the fire. She never thought that Chen Xuan actually had the original photos. There were all videos, and there were all videos of Lu Ruyan being beaten, but the person who beat her was not Chen Xuan, but the fake rich second generation. Don't worry about this, just do as I say. Remember not to alert the enemy before doing this. From the time the incident happened until now, Chen Xuan's face has always had a calm smile, as if he could remain calm even if a huge disaster were to happen. Okay, I'll do it now. Lin Hao took a deep breath and left Chen Xuan's rental house. Ding, congratulations to the host for helping the brother to be reborn and rebuild his manliness. The challenge is successful and the reward is the number 1 villa in Zhangcheng. The Zhangcheng number 1 villa is worth 1 billion. The property certificate and other relevant documents are already on the table in your living room. Please collect them. This asset is legally obtained. Chen Xuan's heart moved, and this super-rich system completely submitted to him. He came to the table in the living room and picked up the file bag. In addition to the property certificate, there were also many documents, such as property rights. Maybe there were too many documents related to the villa, so he just... Zhangcheng number 1 villa is the largest villa in the entire Zhangcheng. Only the rich can live in it. So Chen Xuan drove his Lamborghini Veneno all the way. It attracted countless people's surprise and envious gazes. Finally, the car was parked in front of the Zhangcheng villa area. After Chen Xuan got off the car, he looked in front of the villa area and saw a group of beautiful black women gathered. Is it Mr. Chen Xuan? The security guard nearby asked respectfully. Yes, it's me. Congratulations on purchasing Zhangcheng Villa number 1. This villa is the king of our villa area. We are from Zhangcheng Property Company. We know you are coming, so we specially organized a welcome ceremony to give you the experience of returning home like an emperor. A leader of the Black Beauty Group explained to Chen Xuan respectfully. Chapter 25 Lu Ruyan's Meaningful Smile. At this moment, Chen Xuan was surrounded by a group of beauties in black stockings and was getting familiar with the environment of Villa number 1. This is our Villa number 1. A beautiful girl wearing black stockings speaks in a sweet voice that makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze. Her looks are the best in the world. Even the star fan Bing Bing pales in comparison to her. Her figure is even more amazing, with big breasts, long legs, and glowing white skin. Although Chen Xuan has a girlfriend who is as pretty as a schoolgirl, he feels like an emperor when he is surrounded by a group of beautiful women here. So this is what the life of rich people is like. Now the life of the super rich has just begun. Chen Xuan felt extremely happy. Since these beauties came to him willingly, how could he refuse? Of course, you should enjoy this imperial treatment. This isn't a place to live, it's a manor. Villa number 1 occupies more than half of the property, and there are golf courses, swimming pools, horse farms, and everything else. Mr. Chen Xuan, this is your bedroom. The leader was named Zhao Shuer, and she looked at Chen Xuan with a blushing face. This is my WeChat. If you have any needs, no matter how late it is, I will come to your door in person to serve you. Zhao Shuer looked at Chen Xuan with her big watery eyes, and said the 4 words any needs particularly clearly. Most of the people who can live here are bald, old, and inexperienced. A young man like Chen Xuan, who is handsome, becomes a top billionaire. It can be said that Chen Xuan is like a Prince Charming in the eyes of these black-stockinged girls. Okay, I understand. Chen Xuan nodded and sent away these big-breasted beautiful girls. Chen Xuan lies on the soft big bed. He took a long breath and sighed. This is what life is all about. Chen Xuan suddenly felt thirsty, so he picked up the Romane Conti that had been prepared by the bed. Savoring the taste of money in his mouth, he suddenly sighed, so this is the life that rich people should live. If I had known earlier, I would not have let those beautiful girls leave. We could sit together and enjoy the joy of fine wine with beautiful women by our side. It is so beautiful. While Chen Xuan was leisurely tasting red wine, he had no idea that the fairies were setting up a trap to frame Chen Xuan step by step. In a rental house, Lu Ruyan's best friend was watching a video. Suddenly, a scene made her stunned and she didn't move for a long time. Ruyan, I discovered a huge secret and wanted to tell you, but now Chen Xuan is caught up in an online scandal and I don't know how to tell you. Zhang Yuan said excitedly. What's the secret? Lu Ruyan's pupils contracted. She would not have blinked at all when she heard Chen Xuan's name before, but when she heard Chen Xuan's name now, she thought about the past few times when she was in places where Chen Xuan appeared. She was in a very embarrassing situation. And since Chen Xuan broke up with her, all the beauties around him were top-notch, and he was also very generous. Ruyan, do you know what car Chen Xuan drives now? I just checked the hot search. Did you know that Chen Xuan is driving a Lamborghini Veneno? Do you know how much it costs? I was really shocked. This car is very expensive. When I was watching videos just now, I found that a fairy actually smashed a Lamborghini Veneno. Actually, it's just a smash. This is not the point. The point is that the owner of this car is actually Chen Xuan. Oh my god, do you know how I felt when I found out that this person was Chen Xuan? I was so shocked. Chen Xuan, a poor loser, could actually afford a Lamborghini Veneno. Do you think he is a rich second generation who came here to gain experience? Isn't this person hiding too well? You've been with him for 3 years and you didn't notice him. Could it be that he is here to gain experience? After the 3-year period is over, he can go home and inherit billions of dollars of wealth? If that's the case, Ruyan, you must catch this person. If you catch him, you will be rich. You will be the wife of a wealthy family in the future. Don't forget me when the time comes. Zhang Yuan kept talking excitedly and couldn't stop, as if she would be Chen Xuan's wealthy wife in the next moment. When Lu Ruyan heard this, she was even more shocked. What did you say? You said Chen Xuan was driving a Lamborghini Venetian and that he was a rich second generation? Yes, Ruyan, I didn't believe it at first, but it has become a hot topic on the internet. I have checked it over and over again. This person is Chen Xuan. You might as well stop looking for men in your fish pond and take Chen Xuan down directly. You will be a rich wife in the future. By the way, how are you and Huang Wenba doing? So, you just dumped him? Zhang Yuan suggested. When she mentioned Huang Wenba, Lu Ruyan's heart was bleeding. She clenched her fists unconsciously and wanted to lose her temper on the spot. Thinking about how her ex-boyfriend cared for her in every possible way, but she just couldn't resist her own philandering, always flirting with other girls outside, and even raising so many fish in the fish pond, but every fish just cheated on her body and had no sincerity towards her at all. Stop talking, Yuan, stop talking. What's wrong, Ruyan, why are you crying? Did that rich second-generation Huang Wenba bully you? Tell me, I want him to be punished. As Zhang Yuan spoke, she rolled up her sleeves as if she was going to fight someone. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's heart was bleeding. Just a few days ago, she was cheated on by a mistress and beaten so badly by someone else, suffering humiliation. She had always wanted to live a life like a rich lady, with luxury cars and mansions, but those fake rich second generations discarded her like garbage after getting her body. Now that she heard that Chen Xuan actually drove a Lamborghini to gamble on drugs, and that he was a real rich second generation, what was she still looking for outside? It turns out that everything she wanted, her boyfriend whom she once looked down upon already had, and that boyfriend was not only rich, but even richer than she had imagined, and he was also so good to her. Why did she have to look for those small shrimps in the fish pond? Why did she let Chen Xuan catch her and then push his hand away and let him go? At this moment, Lu Ruyan wanted to slap her former self several times to wake her up. Why was I so fickle in the past? After some ideological struggle, Lu Ruyan suddenly came to her senses. She now decided to win back Chen Xuan and become the rich wife she had dreamed of for a long time. But now Chen Xuan seems to be caught up in an online storm. Zhang Yuanyuan's words brought Lu Ruyan back to her senses. What's wrong? Lu Ruyan asked actively. I thought to myself that if I helped Chen Xuan this time, Chen Xuan would at least not push me away. He is such a kind person, how could he let me go? After all, I have been with him for 3 years. Look, Ruyan, why are you in this video? It also says that you were abused by Chen Xuan? Zhang Yuanyuan was scrolling through the trending searches and was shocked when she suddenly saw this scene. When Lu Ruyan saw this, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on her face. Chapter 26 Black Silk Girls Group. Lu Ruyan picked up the phone and dialed a number. The phone rang several times, but still no one answered. She was stunned for a moment, then nodded and murmured, I've done so many wrong things, Chen Xuan must have blocked my number. Anyway, I have to make this call. I've decided on this person. So he gently said to Zhang Yuanyuan beside him, Yuanyuan, can I use your phone? Zhang Yuanyuan looked at her in surprise and said in disbelief, Ruyan, did Chen Xuan block your number? He was so nice to you before, how could it be possible? Why would he block your number? Hey, men all have to save face. I did that to someone else in front of him. He must be very angry. But I am confident that I will win him back. Here, use it. Don't forget me when you become a rich lady. Zhang Yuanyuan said as she handed the phone to Lu Ruyan and put her arm around her waist with a smirk on her face. In Jiangcheng No. 1 Villa, Chen Xuan was lying on the bed meditating, when suddenly a cell phone rang and an unfamiliar call came in. Chen Xuan thought about it and pressed the answer button. Hello, who are you? Chen Xuan asked puzzledly. It's me, Ruyan. I know everything about you being on the hot search online. I didn't expect the scar on my face would have such a negative impact on you. But don't worry. No matter how people scold you or what they think of you, I know you and I will stand by you. I will always be by your side. Because I know that you are not the kind of person that people say you are on the internet. You are not a scumbag. It was my fault before. I didn't know how to cherish you. Now that I have lost you, I feel regretful. If possible, can you give me a chance to correct my mistakes, okay? On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruyan choked up as she spoke, her attitude sincere and lovely. There was humility in every word. Chen Xuan was almost moved by this, but then he thought that Lu Ruyan was just seeing that he was rich now, so she was just like a dog, wagging her tail in front of him, begging, and putting on a pitiful face. If I were not as rich as I am now, I'm afraid she would have another disgusting face. She is still trying to come back to me and act as if nothing happened. How is that possible? She is cuckolded, and that is a fact. Now everything can never be restored to the way it was before. Chen Xuan always remembers the scene of the day when he was cuckolded. Lu Ruyan had an ugly and hateful face, and she said such vicious words, and her dignity was trampled on the ground. The reason why Lu Ruyan changed her attitude now is simply because Chen Xuan is no longer the Chen Xuan of the past. Everyone just wanted to go back to Chen Xuan. Are you treating others as fools or idiots? Isn't it too ugly to see how he eats? When he had no money, he threw food away like garbage, even worse than garbage. Now that he has money, he has thrown away his dignity and humbly wags his tail like a dog, begging his master for a bite of food. This is too realistic. Lu Ruyan, please don't call me anymore. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Please don't bother me anymore. After Chen Xuan said these words in a cold tone, he decisively hung up the phone. Lu Ruyan listened to the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone and cried to herself, No, I don't believe it. How could Chen Chuan do this to me? So he insisted and called again. Chen Chuan refused directly. Still, don't give up and keep fighting. Chen Chuan directly blocked this number. Lu Ruyan just stood there in a daze. At this moment, she felt her heart aching, a heart-wrenching pain. She felt like she had been heartbroken. She roared and cried, never having felt so frustrated in all those years. It was at this moment that she realized that she had fallen in love with Chen Chuan and was unable to extricate herself from his love. Now that Chen Chuan ignored her, she felt like she had fallen into rock bottom. All his strength was drained out, and he staggered back to the room in a trance. Her best friend looked at her like this and had other thoughts in mind. He said against his will, Ruyan, why don't you just give up on Chen Chuan? He just has a few stinky money, right? Is that so great? To treat you like this? Lu Ruyan ignored him and feebly returned the phone to her bestie, then said softly, Yuan, please stop talking and leave me alone for a while, okay? She returned to her room alone, crying and feeling desperate. As for Chen Chuan, he seemed to feel a little uncomfortable after hanging up the phone. After all, he heard the heart-wrenching cry of the woman he loved for 3 years, but he still hung up and refused. Men are growing up slowly after all, and on the road of growth, it is inevitable that they will encounter all kinds of beauties, femme fatale, etc. Thinking about my future, I can't be so devoted to women. Now that I am a super rich man, of course those women will treat me better. Inside an office building, Wang Jianbin said to his secretary, I have already made arrangements at the press conference. I will control the direction of public opinion and this fire will definitely not burn Mr. Chen. The secretary smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you are still very capable. Then he gave Wang Jianbin a thumbs up. The next morning, when Chen Chuan just woke up from the soft big bed and walked into the living room, he saw 20 beautiful girls in black stockings standing below to greet him. A leader of a group of beautiful girls wearing black stockings came towards them. She was tall and wore a professional women's suit with a super short skirt. Her fair and tender face was full of collagen. Zhao Shuer said softly, Mr. Chen, we have cleaned up the villa. We have prepared some breakfast here, including Chinese, Western, French, etc. When she said these words, more than a dozen tall girls swarmed in, each wearing black stockings, which made their slender legs look even more slender and particularly eye-catching. Each of them had pink stars twinkling in their eyes, and they bent down and said, Good morning, Mr. Chen. Chen Chuan has begun to get used to the feeling of being admired by these girls and feels treated like an emperor. Everyone, don't be too reserved here, eat together. I don't like eating alone, I like to eat with everyone. Chen Chuan said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen. We'll be welcome then. Mr. Chen, you are different from others. You are so warm-hearted that you let us have dinner with you. I love you so much. The girls all scrambled to sit next to Chen Chuan, and when they passed by Chen Chuan, they rubbed against him intentionally or unintentionally, making Chen Chuan feel the presence of their big boobs next to him. At this moment, only Zhao Shuer stood aside without moving. She did not scramble to sit next to Chen Chuan like the other girls, which made Chen Chuan even more curious. I feel that the more reserved a woman is, the more she can arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Chen Chuan walked up to Zhao Shuer and asked, Manager Zhao, isn't it a bit difficult for you guys to clean such a big villa? I want to hire some maids, housekeepers, etc. Do you have any recommendations? Do you have any channels that you can recommend? Chen Chuan asked with a smile. Butler? Mr. Chen, can you take a look at me? A blush appeared on Zhao Shuer's face. You? Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, I have been the manager of Jiangcheng No. 1 Villa for 3 years. I know this place very well. I am very reliable and I will definitely not let you down. And I have some information about the domestic service talent network. I can help you find a satisfactory maid. Zhao Shuer said this and showed the tablet in her hand to Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan looked at the photos above. Every one of them was a top beauty, and this recruitment website required photos without makeup. But even without makeup, they were still beautiful and charming. Okay, this, and this. I want all of these. After we finish our meal, you can call them to come for an interview. You can help them make the contact. The monthly salary is 50,000 yuan, 15 yuan a year. By the way, Manager Zhao, how much is your monthly salary now? Chapter 27 Endurance. Mr. Chen, why are you asking this? Zhao Shuer looked at Chen Chuan with confusion. And Chen Chuan also stared at her intently, which made Zhao Shuer feel shy. The handsome young man in front of her was not only tall and mighty, but also rich. His princely temperament directly bewitched Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer's cheeks turned red at this moment. Since you are so embarrassed, then just pretend that I never asked. I originally believed in your professional level and wanted you to be my housekeeper, but seeing how embarrassed you are, I think forget it. Anyway, I never want to force anyone, especially a woman. I'll do it. Zhao Shuer replied shyly. Okay, I won't ask about your previous salary. Since you are willing to be my housekeeper, your salary will be 100,000 per month. If you do a good job, there will be a chance for a raise. Chen Chuan smiled. When these words were spoken, not only Zhao Shuer was stunned, but the other girls in the group were also shocked. You have to know that they used to work as property managers in Jiangcheng No. 1 Villa, and I also heard that those who work as housekeepers only make more than 800,000 yuan a year. What's wrong? Do you think it's too little? Chen Chuan frowned and muttered doubtfully, logically speaking, I gave quite a lot. No. Zhao Shuer immediately walked up to Chen Chuan and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, you are so kind to Shuer. Shuer will do her best to help you take care of your villa. Well, that's good. Chen Chuan smiled and nodded. Zhao Shuer on the side was indifferently happy. She didn't expect that the young boss could be so generous. She thought about how she used to be a property manager with a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan, but now she has a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. She felt happy just thinking about it. They had finished breakfast and Chen Chuan was looking at his phone leisurely. Zhao Shuer began to contact the maids selected by Chen Chuan for interviews. Guan Xiaoyu. Hello? After the call was connected, a sweet voice came from the other end. Guan Xiaoyu is 1.7 meters tall and has a very beautiful appearance. This is Jiangcheng No. 1 Villa. I am the housekeeper here. We have formally invited you through the talent network. Oh? I want to ask how much the annual salary is. What kind of boss is he? Is he young? I don't want that kind of bald old man. After all, I'm only 20 years old this year. I can't handle a man who's too old. Excuse me, ma'am. We are looking for a maid, not a lady to serve. I know we're looking for maids, but we also have the right to choose our masters, don't you think? The price we offer is 50,000 a month, 15 years a year. Zhao Shuer narrowed her eyes and saw through it all like a cunning fox. At this moment, there was silence on the other end of the phone for 10 seconds, and only the sound of a water cup falling to the ground was heard. It was obvious that the lady was shocked after hearing the price, so the cup in her hand fell to the ground unnaturally. Finally, a weak voice came from the other end of the phone, you said. Is this salary package true? Yes, I'm telling the truth. If you think you can accept this treatment, please come to Jiangcheng No. 1 Villa for an interview before noon today. Okay, I'll be there on time. In a rental house in Jiangcheng. Guan Xiaoyu's cup shattered at her feet and she stood there in a daze. Thinking of a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan and 750,000 yuan a year, her eyes were filled with determination. She had just said that she wanted to choose her master, so now she was willing to let him serve an old man in his 70s or 80s. She wants to keep this high-paying job. So I quickly cleaned up the mess on the ground, dressed myself up carefully, and prepared for the interview. On the other side, inside Jiangcheng Villa. Zhao Shuer put down her phone and reported to Chen Chuan beside her, Mr. Chen, I made a total of 9 calls, and they all agreed to come for the interview. At this moment, Zhao Shuer also sighed that money really makes the world go round. These maids selected by Chen Chuan were all very beautiful and proud, but after hearing the annual salary, they couldn't wait to come to their master immediately. At this time, Zhao Shuer arranged for the Black Silk Girl group to leave. After changing into sexy pajamas in her room, she came to Chen Chuan and said coquettishly, Brother Chen. Chen Chuan turned his head and saw Zhao Shuer, who was wearing cool pajamas, walking down from upstairs. Her curvy figure was faintly visible, making Chen Chuan's Adam's apple move unconsciously. Chen Chuan was lying on an emperor-class sofa. On the exquisite crystal coffee table was a freshly cut fruit plate. Chen Chuan waved to Zhao Shuer, and Zhao Shuer jumped to Chen Chuan's side. I saw that Zhao Shuer had 2 F-size breasts on her chest, shaking. Chen Chuan felt a little hot after seeing this. Zhao Shuer sat directly on Chen Chuan's lap, holding a bunch of grapes in her small hands and handing them to him. To his lips. Chen Chuan took the grapes with his mouth, and his hands were stroking her up and down, even gently kneading her big breasts. It's just so big that I can't hold it in one hand. At this moment, Chen Chuan's eyes were full of aggression. Suddenly, Zhao Shui's face turned shy and her neck to ears turned red. She collapsed beside Chen Xuan's ear and whispered, "Mr. Chen, I'm ready. I'm willing to give myself to you." It turns out that conquering a woman requires money. After having money, these women seem to be more obedient. At this moment, the voice of the system came to my ears. "Host, since you have used the system properly these days, I will reward you with an attribute bonus card. Attribute bonus cards strengthen various parts of the body to maintain durability." After listening to the system's introduction, Chen Xuan raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, although this is not property, it is something that cannot be bought with money. At this time, Chen Xuan quickly activated the attribute blessing card, and he felt his whole body warm up all of a sudden. When I think about the increased durability of a certain part, it is not only related to myself, but also to the happiness of the women who will have relationships with me in the future. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the blessing card. The endurance has reached 200% of the previous level, and it is permanently effective. At this moment, Chen Xuan looked very satisfied. He sat on the sofa, looking at the sexy and charming Zhao Shui with interest, and seemed a little impatient. Chen Xuan carried Zhao Shui directly to the big bed in the bedroom. "Let's go, let's do business." Zhao Shui buried her head in Chen Xuan's arms, nodded shyly, and said softly, In the room, high heels, black stockings, and translucent pajamas fell to the ground, and their owners were lying on the bed. Their faces were indescribably red, the man was breathing heavily, and the woman was humming. She bit her lips with her teeth, crying and shouting, as if she was enduring something. Chen Xuan was even more shocked. Ever since the system gave his little brother a boost, he has become even more powerful. He is so damn durable. It's worthy of being a reward from the system. It restores the dignity of men. Shui, how about we change positions? Well. Okay. Brother, I'll listen to you. You're so awesome. Shui likes it very much. Well. Time passed by little, and soon it was noon. The two had communicated in every corner of the bedroom, changing countless positions. Zhao Shui collapsed on the bed, her eyes blurred and a look of enjoyment on her face. She experienced the feeling of being in heaven. Chen Xuan went to the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and discovered that not only had his little brother's ability increased a lot, but even his abdominal muscles, pectoral muscles and other masculine charms had also increased. Ding dong. Chen Xuan raised his eyebrows. Who is this? Chapter 28 Maid. Zhao Shui, lying on the bed, looked at the display screen and found that the maids who had applied for the job had come for the interview. So I quickly got up and put on my clothes. Mr. Chen, those maids are here for the interview. Oh, they're here so soon? They're really on time. Zhao Shui thought to herself, money really does make the world go round. They were so noble and picky when they called before, but when they heard the salary was high, they came in a hurry. And outside the door stood a nervous girl. She paced back and forth, waiting anxiously, worrying in her heart, what kind of person is the owner of this villa? Is he an old pervert, offering such a high salary? Is he going to let me do that kind of thing? If I really do that, what should I choose? Should I take the money or give up my dignity? Just as she was struggling, the door slowly opened. She stroked her chest back and forth with her hands, forcing herself to calm down, and murmured with determination, after all, the salary is so high, I must seize this opportunity. It's hard to find a job now. She is Guan Xiaoyu, and there are 8 beauties following her in. Hello, I'm Zhao Shui, the housekeeper of Villa Number 1. Zhao Shui opened the door and said coldly. Hello, I'm Guan Xiaoyu. I'm Lu Momo. Several people introduced themselves nervously. Don't be too nervous, we are all workers, there is no distinction between high and low. Just be easygoing. Zhao Shui said as she led the others to Chen Xuan, who was sitting on the sofa, and said respectfully, Mr. Chen. When they saw Chen Xuan sitting on the sofa in a domineering manner, their faces instantly turned red. This is too young, too handsome. You know, Guan Xiaoyu had just mustered up the courage to get ready, and what greeted them was a bald old perverted man, and then look at the handsome owner on the sofa. Don't be too nervous. I hired you here to clean the house and take care of the villa. I don't have any other excessive requirements. Chen Xuan already understood what these girls were worried about, so he said these words to reassure the girls. No, Mr. Chen, we are willing to do anything. As long as you are willing, we are willing to do anything. Yes, Mr. Chen, as long as you are willing, we can do anything you ask us to do. The other girls echoed. When they finished speaking, they suddenly felt that they might have said something wrong and their faces turned red instantly. Chen Xuan frowned, then nodded and said, "Since you are willing to do anything, then be a maid here. As for the salary, Butler Zhao has just told you, right? Now let Butler Zhao take you around the villa area and familiarize yourself with the environment." The girls were taken by Zhao Shuer to familiarize themselves with the environment of the villa. Villa number 1 is the king of the entire villa, so it has a superior geographical location and an impeccable environment. There are 4 floors in total, with more rooms than you can imagine, and all kinds of entertainment venues. After getting familiar with the villa, the girls were even more amazed. "I am very excited thinking about living here in the future. If you have no questions, let's sign the contract." Zhao Shuer prepared the contract early. "We have no doubts and can sign it now." Several girls couldn't wait to say. And Chen Xuan even paid the wages of several girls directly. He was not afraid that the girls would leave midway. If they did, the contract stipulated that they would have to pay compensation. And at this moment, the system suddenly spoke. "Ding, the system has been investigating the host for more than a month and feels that the host is very suitable for the super rich candidate. The system is signing in and binding. Bind successfully. Host, do you want to sign in today?" Chen Xuan was already familiar with the system's routine, so he said directly, "Sign in." Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 68% of Jiangcheng Law Firm and having absolute say. Jiangcheng Law Firm? Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. Thinking that his assets will increase with the daily check-in system, he really needs a law firm team to help his future company avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. He had also heard of Jiangcheng Law Firm. In the whole of China, its reputation is ranked among the top 3, and no one can shake it. Moreover, it has never lost a lawsuit. It's just awesome. Divide the two ends. An office building in Jiangcheng. Li Jiguan was drinking tea leisurely in the huge office when suddenly his secretary rushed in nervously. "Why are you so impatient? Why didn't you even knock before coming in?" Li Jiguan asked with a serious face and a scolding tone. "Mr. Li, this is bad. Some shareholders of our company have sold all their shares. It seems that they sold them to a man named Chen Xuan. Moreover, Mr. Chen Xuan already owns 68% of our shares, which means he has the final say and is in complete control of our company." What did you say?" Li Jiguang slowly put down the cup in his hand and stood there in a daze. "Can you find out which Chabel's son this Mr. Chen Xuan is? You have to know that if Jiangcheng Law Firm wants to acquire the company with 68%, it must have at least 500 million yuan in funds. However, Mr. Chen Xuan actually came up with so much and was able to get those major shareholders to sell off. This shows how strong Mr. Chen Xuan's connections are. Mr. Li, it turns out that Mr. Chen Xuan owns Huasheng Group and is the owner of Jiangcheng No. 1 Villa. He also seems to be a hotly searched figure. We have sent all our law firm resources out to investigate, and this is all we have found so far." Li Jiguang was even more shocked when he heard this. You have to know how huge the network of Jiangcheng Law Firm is. Nothing can escape their investigation. But the information about Mr. Chen Xuan is indeed very little. Li Jiguang clenched his fists, narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that the identity of Mr. Chen Xuan is very mysterious. He may be a descendant of the powerful Chen family. Thinking about it, I founded this firm myself, but I didn't expect that it would soon have a new owner." "Wait, you just said Mr. Chen Xuan was in the hot search?" Li Jiguang asked thoughtfully. "Yes, Mr. Li, there was a fairy who thought that there was a peeping device installed under the front windshield of Mr. Chen Xuan's car, so she smashed his luxury car with a brick and then posted the video online. Now netizens are scolding Mr. Chen Xuan." "Oh? Is that so? Isn't our law firm the best at finding evidence? Let's settle these matters for Mr. Chen Xuan." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." The secretary also knew that this matter was very important. The firm had a new owner. If this matter was done well, the new owner would trust them more and they would continue to stay here. Chen Xuan was having a great time playing with a dozen maids in the villa. With the establishment of the girl groups in the villa, the house became lively. Chen Xuan shook the red wine in his hand, tasting the flavor of the wine, and watched the black silk girl groups busying around, occasionally throwing a wink to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan sighed, "The life of rich people is really good." He was bored and picked up his cell phone. "I saw the voice message from Lin Hao on my phone. Chen Xuan, check out the trending searches. Chapter 29 Don't Get Close to Me." Chen Xuan opened the trending search and found that there were still videos about him. But the difference is that this time it is not negative public opinion. According to Jiangcheng law firm, the photos previously circulated on the internet are not true, and the traces of PS are quite serious. The person who beat Lu Ruyan was not Chen Xuan himself. Here is the original photo as evidence, and the person who beat Lu Ruyan has been found. Huasheng Group once again appeals that Mr. Chen Xuan did not install a camera on the front windshield, and asks netizens not to blindly follow suit. Jiangcheng law firm issued a statement. According to the law, those who spread rumors and cause serious harm will be subject to legal arbitration. When Chen Xuan saw this, his first guess was that the acquired law firm had spoken for him and Wang Jianben had also taken action. Lin Hao, I see, the fire is finally not on me. Chen Xuan replied with a smile. By the way, have you found the person whose number I gave you? Chen Xuan continued to ask. I did look for it, but before I did, someone else had already come looking for it, and the original video was also taken away by that person. But I asked the boss, and he wouldn't say. And in all the videos, there are Huasheng Group and Jiangcheng law firm. You have to know who dares to use the heads of the two major groups in Jiangcheng as a tiger skin to wave the banner. And under the video, the comments section has already exploded. Fuck. Even the top 3 law firms in China are speaking out? And everyone knows how huge the network of Jiangcheng law firm is. If they say the photos are fake, then they must be fake. I really didn't expect that a young rich second generation would have 2 group leaders speak up for him. Chen Xuan, Master Chen, you are not a social scum, you are the male god in my heart. Mr. Chen, it's been so long, why don't you come out and explain yourself? Netizens have been scolding you for so long. Using fake photos and other means to guide public opinion, this little fairy is really despicable and shameless. Netizens' memories are like fishes. 1 second ago, they were scolding Chen Xuan, cursing his entire ancestry. Now, they are praising Chen Xuan like nothing else. These netizens are really fence-sitters with no principles or bottom line when they type on their keyboards. Chen Xuan thought about it. When Wang Jianben did this, he did approve of it and ordered him to do it, but when Jiangcheng law firm did this, Chen Xuan didn't know about it. So Chen Xuan picked up the phone and called Li Jiguang. After a while, the call was connected. Hello, I'm Chen Xuan. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Li Jiguang. Li Jiguang's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Did you do that thing that became a hot search? Chen Xuan asked calmly. Yes, Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with what I did? Satisfied. Chen Xuan uttered 2 words. Mr. Chen, you spent a lot of money to buy 68% of the shares of Jiangcheng law firm. As the new controlling shareholder of Jiangcheng law firm, we should do these things. I want to ask you now, do you have any further new instructions on the company's strategy and operations? Li Jiguang asked tentatively. Require? Instruct? Chen Xuan thought about it and felt that the fact that this company could rank among the top 3 in China showed that the early stage management was already very perfect. Besides, Chen Xuan doesn't want to bother managing it now. His task now is to continue to enjoy life. There is no need to spend too much effort on these things. My idea is to continue operating according to the previous model. However, you still need to report a percentage of revenue to me every month, and if the company makes any major decisions, you also need to report to me. Chen Xuan said seriously. You have to take control. Okay, I will definitely do it. After Li Jiguang hung up the phone, he breathed a sigh of relief. The executives beside him asked cautiously, What's going on, Chairman? Fortunately, Mr. Chen Xuan told us to continue operating according to the previous strategy and operation model. He said with a relieved smile. Other executives also brought their hearts back to the surface. Just now they were like riding a roller coaster, but now they have finally reached the end and calmed down. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Xuan was watching short videos on major apps. A look of joy and anticipation appeared on his face. The last set of videos was released. This set of videos is an apology statement from the little fairy with her handprints. The little fairy bowed her head and admitted her mistake, saying that it was all due to the conflict between men and women in her heart. Mr. Chen Xuan was innocent and it was all her fault. After this set of videos was released, it once again set the internet on fire. Some people think that the little fairy deserves to die, some people think it is a pity that the little fairy was harmed by the capitalists, and some people support Chen Xuan. The masses have always been like this. They don't dig deep into what's really happening behind these things. It's like watching TV, just watching the excitement and only looking at the surface. 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Chuan and Lin Hao came out to drink. Lin Hao looked at Chen Chuan with a puzzled look, as if he had something to say, but he didn't say it in the end. Chen Chuan asked directly, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "Chen Chuan, you should be paying attention to this matter about the little fairy, right?" "I didn't pay much attention to it," Chen Chuan said lightly. "I've always been wondering, who are you and how do you have such great power when the heads of two major groups speak for you? I don't even know you now. I'm telling you, I'm a billionaire, follow me and you'll have me to eat." Chen Chuan spread his hands and said, "Chen Chuan, to be honest, you told me last time that there was someone behind this little fairy, but I still don't know who it is. Is this storm over? Will that little fairy cause more waves later? Whether we can get through this storm depends on that person." Chen Chuan stared at the phone on the table. "If that person doesn't call me, then this storm will not be resolved." Lin Hao was slightly stunned when he heard this. "Chen Chuan, who do you think that person is?" "Don't worry, you will know soon," Chen Chuan said. As soon as the words fell. "Master, you have a phone call. Speak of the devil, and he will appear." Chen Chuan glanced at the unfamiliar caller and sneered. "Boss Wang, why are you willing to call me?" Chen Chuan asked. This person was none other than Chen Chunqing's husband Wang Xiaoli. "Chen Chuan, I still underestimated you. I thought you only had Huaxing to back you up, but I didn't expect you even had Jiangqing Law Firm to issue a statement for you." Wang Xiaoli found out through inquiring from the other party that Jiangqing Law Firm, which is ranked among the top 3 in China, is actually owned by Chen Chuan. "Indeed, this company is mine. I wonder if Mr. Wang is not calling me to tell me these things." Wang Xiaoli took a breath of cold air. "Mr. Chen, we are all 1,000-year-old foxes, so don't talk to me about Liao Zhai here. I really didn't expect this matter about Lu Ruyan. For this matter, I admire you very much." Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "You really didn't expect that I could find the original video and clarify the matter in such a short time, or you didn't expect that your despicable means, Mr. Wang, would be useless to me." Wang Xiaoli was silent. Chen Chuan continued, "Wang Xiaoli, if you hadn't called me today, do you believe that you would not be able to stay in Zhangcheng?" Wang Xiaoli still didn't speak. But after Wang Xiaoli said these words, he could clearly hear from the other end of the phone that his breathing became rapid. Wang Xiaoli has been an executive for so many years, he is obviously not a fool. Before, he and his wife were kicked out of the company. With the help of the hidden boss, Chen Chuan was not tripped up. You can imagine how powerful Chen Chuan is. "So I'm here to advise you, Wang Xiaoli." Chen Chuan paused for a while, then uttered a few words. "Don't get close to me." Chapter 30, Human Heart Buns. Watching Chen Chuan hang up the phone. Lin Hao, who was sitting opposite Chen Chuan, didn't dare to breathe. Chen Chuan cried and laughed and said, "What's wrong? Aren't you usually very talkative? Why are you silent now? Chen Chuan, I feel like you are really different from before. The pressure from you is too strong, so strong that I dare not speak." "Pressure?" Chen Chuan sneered and said, "You must have read too many fantasy novels, right? You're still intimidating me?" Just a few words made Lin Hao feel relieved. Besides, Wang Xiaoli is now calling Chen Chuan obediently. Could it be that he was just talking nonsense when he called Chen Chuan? Obviously not, although he asked about Chen Chuan's law firm and there was a hint of annoyance in his words. But those who understand know that Wang Xiaoli has been in the underworld for many years after all, and he is too embarrassed to apologize directly to Chen Chuan, a young man. Although he did not mention apology in a single word on the phone, every word was begging Chen Chuan for mercy, asking Chen Chuan to let him go and let the people behind him go. Chen Chuan had seen through all these things, and even Lin Hao, who was sitting opposite him, understood them. So Lin Hao now knows what Chen Chuan just said, that if Wang Xiaoli didn't call Chen Chuan, this crisis would not be resolved. The implication is that if Wang Xiaoli does not let it go and apologize to Chen Chuan, then this crisis will not be resolved. When Lin Hao understood this, he knew how much pressure Chen Chuan was exerting on him. He is barely 30 years old, how could he be so scheming? Moreover, even Wang Xiaoli and the big boss behind him are no match for Chen Chuan. "Chen Chuan, I feel like a fool in front of you now. The way you are planning and managing things now really makes me admire you." "Ah, don't say that. Remember when we were in college, you knew my family was poor and we didn't have enough living expenses. We ate steamed buns and pickles every day, and you gave me a big chicken drumstick. Do you remember? Lin Hao showed a complicated expression. Because it was the first semester of college. Chen Xuan knew the situation of his family, so even though he had run out of money, he did not ask his parents for more. Instead, he ate steamed buns with pickles for a month. And just one night, there was suddenly an egg and a chicken drumstick on Chen Xuan's table. After eating the tasteless steamed buns and pickles, I looked at the big chicken drumstick and eggs and thought they were really delicious. So he started to eat voraciously. Every night thereafter, there would be an extra egg chicken drumstick on my table. Chen Xuan knew that these things were given to him by Lin Hao. Although eggs and chicken legs were not expensive at that time, only 5 yuan, but for Chen Xuan has identified this brother. While helping himself, Lin Hao always protected Chen Xuan's dignity. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. It had been so long, but he didn't expect Chen Xuan to still remember it. Chen Xuan, how much are the chicken legs and eggs worth? It has nothing to do with money. It's a favor, you know? At that time, I felt that I had a brother like you, and I felt warm. Don't talk about this anymore. Lin Hao waved his hand and said, Chen Xuan, I know you don't need money now, but I have hands, brother. Lin Hao, do you treat me as a brother? When I had no money, you bought me chicken legs, eggs, clothes, and everything else. Now that I have money, I should spend it on you. Suddenly at this moment, Lin Hao's cell phone rang. After seeing the note, Lin Hao's expression changed obviously and he hung up the phone immediately. Looking at this scene, Chen Xuan was slightly stunned. The phone rang again at this time. Lin Hao hesitated again, but finally answered the phone. Mr. Lin, are you tired of living? You dare to refuse my call, are you asking for a fight? There was a ferocious voice on the other end of the line. Mr. Wu, I'm borrowing money. Can you give me a few days' grace? Lin Hao said timidly. Are you fucking sick? I've given you a grace period of time. I've given you a month's grace period. Are you dragging your feet and not wanting to pay it back? I didn't. Lin Hao clenched his fists and said while biting his lip. Then tell me, you owe me 100,000 yuan in principal, and 300,000 yuan after compounding the interest. When will you pay me back? I will return it as soon as I can get the money. I remember you seem to have a pretty good-looking sister. I have a bar here. How about letting her come here and be a princess to pay off her debts? Wu Xian, don't go too far. When Lin Hao heard that his sister was going to be used as a princess to pay off the debt, he instantly became furious. Since you don't want your sister to come, just pay me back. I'm telling you, if you don't pay me back today, I'm going to block your sister at her workplace. Don't say I didn't notify you in advance. Wu Xian said with bared teeth. Chen Xuan heard all of this conversation clearly. His face suddenly turned gloomy. Give me the phone. Chen Xuan stretched out his hand to ask Lin Hao for the phone number. Chen Xuan. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment and finally handed the phone to Chen Xuan. After Chen Xuan answered the phone, he smiled and said, You are Mr. Wu, right? Are you that nobody again? Wu Xian asked with disdain. Don't worry about who I am. I just want to know why my buddy borrowed 100,000 yuan from you, but it turned into 300,000 yuan in the blink of an eye? Is this illegal? I think a nobody like you has no right to question. In Jiangcheng, I am the law. You said you are FA? Are you in Jiangcheng now? Give me your address and I will send the money to you right away. Hey, you kid, are you trying to threaten me? Do you think I, Wu Xian, grew up being scared? Lin Hao knows where I am. If you don't come and give me money today, you are a bastard and I will kill you. After saying that, Wu Xian hung up the phone directly. Lin Hao, did you borrow this money from them at high interest? Yes, I borrowed money online at the beginning. You know, do you always likes to buy things? I can't afford it with my salary. Besides, we bought a commercial house and have to pay more than 20,000 yuan in mortgage every month, so I can only borrow high-interest loans. Give me his address. Chen Xuan said lightly. Lin Hao's face changed, and he advised slightly, Chen Xuan, this Wu Xian is the gangster boss of Jiangcheng, he is not easy to mess with, do you really want to give him money? What are you afraid of? We are not in the wrong. Why should we be afraid of what he will do? Besides, I am not someone you can easily mess with now. Chen Xuan said coldly. He knew that those loan sharks were inhumane and had just threatened on the phone that if he didn't see the money today, he would ask Lin Hao's sister to work as a princess in a bar. These people are just blood-soaked buns. Dare to shit and pee on his brother's head. I'm afraid this kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Chapter 31. What, you want to kill me? After Lin Hao sent the address to Chen Chuan, called Li Jiguang from Jiangqing law firm. Mr. Chen, is there anything you would like to instruct me? Li Jiguang said respectfully. Mr. Li, I do have a small favor that I need your help with. Do you know Wu Xin? His company seems to be Sanjin Loan. Do you know him? Oh. Wu Xin, I know him. Why is young Master Chen suddenly asking about him? I have a very good brother who borrowed some money from Wu Xin. The interest was very high. It was originally 100,000 yuan, but within a month, it had grown to 300,000 yuan. He also assaulted my brother and even threatened to make my brother's sister come to his bar to be a princess. And Wu Xian also told my brother to send the money right now, and said that if I didn't send it today, he would kill me. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I will go to Sanjin Loan to find this Wu Xian right now. In half an hour at most, I will give you an explanation and let this Wu Xian call you to apologize. Okay, you go and do this. Chen hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Lin Hao, who was sitting opposite, heard the conversation. Chen Xuan, this Wu Xian is really not easy to mess with. He is a gangster in Jiangcheng, and I heard that he has connections. I don't think he will give in so easily. Just wait, this Wu Xian will call. Chen Xuan said calmly. Sanjin Loan Company. Several cars stopped here quickly. The person getting off the car was Li Jiguang, chairman of Jiangqing law firm. A bald man hurried out to greet them. This person is Wu Xian, who was just arrogant on the other end of the phone. He was 1.8 meters tall, with a dragon embroidered on his arm, making him look even more ferocious and terrifying. Jiangqing law firm is ranked among the top 3 lawyers in China. It has never lost a case and is well known not only in Jiangqing but also in the whole of China. The chairman, Li Jiguang, is the founder of Jiangqing law firm. His great achievements have long been spread throughout the streets and alleys of Jiangqing. Such a legendary figure deserves respect from both the white and black worlds. Mr. Li, how come you have time to visit my shop today? Wu Xian asked doubtfully. Mr. Wu, your business is really big. Look at your storefront. The interior decoration is really grand. Li Jiguang narrowed his eyes and said. Mr. Li, what are you talking about? How can my small temple compare with your top-notch law firm? Please don't embarrass me. As Wu Xian was speaking, he pulled Li Jiguang into the office to sit down. Mr. Li, please take a seat. I just received a batch of good tea. Come and have a taste. Forget about drinking tea. I didn't come here to drink tea today. I just want to ask you something. Wu Xian was stunned for a moment. He was just wondering why the chairman of this law firm came to him today. But after hearing these words, he knew something was wrong. So he hurriedly asked, Mr. Li, what do you have to do today? I seem to have heard today that you were going to kill someone? Is that true? Li Jiguang stared at Wu Xian and said coldly. Wu Xian took a breath of cold air instantly. He recalled when he said that sentence, and it reminded him that he had just talked about this topic when he called Lin Hao. Could it be that Mr. Li came to me today just for this? Yes, otherwise why would I come to you? You're really that bold, do you know who you're threatening? And I warn you, your line of work cannot withstand scrutiny. If you insist on killing that person, then there is no need for your Sanjin Loan to exist. When Wu Xian heard this, his face turned pale instantly. Just after I made the call, the chairman of Jiangqing law firm came here to question me. The fact that he showed up in person shows that he is very powerful. Boss Li, can I ask who this person is? Wu Xian spat and said. Damn it, I've already told you so clearly, don't you ask about someone's background before you offend him? Anyway, I'm telling you now, you can't afford to offend this person. And let me tell you something. The original principal was 100,000 yuan, but how come it has become 300,000 yuan in just over a month? What kind of society is this now? It is illegal to charge such a high interest rate, do you know that? You guys charge such high interest rates, how do ordinary people survive? Don't you feel guilty? I will let you know now who is the law of Jiangqing. When Wu Xian heard this, his legs trembled and he almost fell to the ground. He said anxiously, Mr. Lee, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I was blind, I will call and apologize now, please forgive me, I am a small company, I can't afford to be tossed. Didn't you just say you were going to kill that person? At this time, Wu Xin had already knelt on the ground. Boss Lee, I won't dare to do that again. I didn't know the person I offended was so powerful. Ha, you still know how to be afraid. If that person wasn't that powerful, would you be able to do whatever you want? That's not the case, Mr. Lee, please forgive me. I can spare you, but you have to pay the price for your actions. You have to spend 2 months in jail. Don't worry, the company is still there, and you will be a good man when you come out. You still have to apologize. Not only did you offend that person, but you also wanted that person's sister to be your princess. Wu Xian's body trembled slightly when he heard this. Just now, he threatened others, even threatened someone else's sister. And now I am also being threatened. It feels really bad. Chen Chuan and Lin Hao were drinking beer and eating barbecue. It was obvious that Lin Hao had a look of worry on his face. He was still worried about how Wu Xian, a gangster, would deal with him and Chen Chuan. The thought of this made him unable to eat. Lin Haotian also noticed his worry, but he didn't say anything, because he knew that when Wu Xian called him soon, Lin Hao's worry would subside, and it would be useless to say more now. Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Hao's phone rang. Lin Hao had been absent-minded, and a phone call brought him back to his senses. He picked up the phone and saw that it was indeed Wu Xian calling. Lin Hao asked doubtfully, Chen Chuan, he really called me. Answer it. Chen Chuan said directly. Lin Hao took a deep breath and then picked up the phone and answered it. All I heard was a trembling voice from the other end of the phone. Lin, brother Lin, I know I was wrong. After hearing these words, Lin Hao was petrified instantly. The voice on the other end of the phone said, I have torn up the IOU. From today on, you no longer owe us Sanshin loan money. I apologize to you now. I insulted you many times before and even threatened you to bring your sister to my bar to be a princess to pay off the debt. I scared you. I decided to personally pay 600,000 as compensation to you. You are a magnanimous person. You must not be angry with a piece of trash like me. Can you please give me a way to live and forgive me now? And he apologized one sentence after another, even offering a huge sum of 600,000 yuan to apologize. He used to be arrogant and ferocious in front of Lin Hao, but now he has turned around and become extremely humble. Lin Hao was unable to react for a long time. He felt like he was dreaming. Lin Hao was silent for a while, and the person on the other end of the phone asked, Brother Lin, are you still listening? Lin Hao finally reacted and said, I'm listening. I am now formally apologizing to you and begging for your forgiveness. You probably don't want to see me. I know your bank card number. It's registered with our company. I will call you now. I hope you will accept my sincere apology. Lin Hao didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Hao knew that Wu Xian was able to change his attitude in such a short time, which obviously meant that he was coerced. And since Wu Xian was a gangster, and the person who could coerce him must be someone powerful. He looked at Chen Chuan in disbelief. Wu Xian on the other end of the phone continued, Is the person who spoke to me before still here? Can I talk to him? Chen Chuan sneered and took the phone. What? You want to kill me? Chapter 32 Brotherhood. I only heard a short breathed voice on the other end of the phone. Brother, I was blind at the time and didn't recognize you. I slapped myself in the face. I slapped myself as hard as I could. There was a pa-pa-pa sound coming from the other end of the phone. Wu Xian was really slapping himself in the face. Okay, my brother does owe you money, but you also threatened my brother. So let's just write it off. But if I hear you say you're going to do something to my brother again, I won't be as easy to talk to as I was today. I dare not, I won't do this again, please forgive me. I just said that I was willing to transfer the 600,000 yuan compensation to Brother Lin. Thank you for not killing me. Chen Chuan hung up the phone before the other party finished speaking. He didn't want to listen to Wu Xian, this cannibal, talk anymore. At this moment, Lin Hao received a transfer of 600,000 yuan on his mobile phone. Wu Xian also does what he says. Chen Chuan, he really transferred the 600,000 to me. What do you think of me? Lin Hao was still in a daze at this moment. For the past month, Lin Hao has been living in fear. Not only has he been betrayed by his wife, but he has also been watched by the debt collectors all the time. Sometimes he even threatened himself, and he had the urge to kill Wu Xin many times. But after killing Wu Xin, he still has parents and a sister. If he kills Wu Xin and becomes a murderer, how will his elderly parents live? He couldn't think of any way to solve this problem. After all, the money was not a small amount, it was 300,000. Just when he didn't know how to solve the problem, his good brother Chen Xuan solved the problem within an hour with just a few words. Not only did he solve the problem, but he also had an extra sum of 600,000 yuan in his account. Lin Hao, what are you thinking about? Chen Xuan smiled and said. Lin Hao took a deep breath. He smiled bitterly and said, my brother is in trouble now and you can help me. I am really grateful. It seems like I am back to the student days when you helped me and I helped you. Ha ha ha, yes. You helped me so much when we were students. Now that I have money, I must help you. How does it feel to be helped by others? Don't you enjoy it? That's for sure. You don't know how I've been living this past month. I worked so hard to make money, but it was all spent by that gold digger, do you? She even cheated on me. These days, I've been living like a ghost. Today, this matter has finally been resolved. Now that it's resolved, let's eat lots of meat and drink lots of wine today, and don't leave until we're drunk. Chen Xuan now feels a great sense of accomplishment. What should he do with so much money? If you spend the money on yourself, eating well, drinking well, and having beautiful women to accompany you, that would be good, but this kind of goodness is not satisfying. If you use the money on people you want to help, the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction will be more thoroughly reflected. Chen Xuan clinked his glasses towards Lin Hao and said, we are good brothers for life, and good brothers should help each other. You're not drunk yet, let me ask you something. Chen Xuan waved his hand and said, how are you doing in your company now? Are you happy? I'm not happy. My boss makes me work overtime every day. I'm exhausted as a dog, and there's no room for advancement. Lin Hao shook his head and sighed. Are you interested in joining Huasheng Group? As soon as these words came out, Lin Hao was even more certain that Chen Xuan was still the same Chen Xuan, he hadn't changed at all. Huasheng Group is my company now. Didn't you study marketing management? Chen Xuan still trusts Lin Hao's character. Although others say it is best not to let relatives and friends come to your company, otherwise the company will be ruined sooner or later. But if you become successful, you definitely hope that your relatives and friends around you will also become successful. In this way, one person can help many people become rich. No, you told me that Huasheng Group is yours? Lin Hao stared at Chen Xuan with wide eyes. Originally, Chen Xuan felt very cool driving that Lamborghini Veneno. But what kind of position are you going to give me, and how much salary are you going to offer? My current company pays me more than 10,000 yuan a month. If you pay me less, I won't go. Lin Hao said jokingly. Then how much do you want? Chen Xuan looked at Lin Hao and asked with a smile. Seeing that Chen Xuan really asked him, Lin Hao suddenly lowered his head. The companies I worked for before were all small companies. The Huasheng Group you just mentioned is one of the largest taxpayers in Jiangcheng. If I go there and have no experience at all, I think I should start as a low-level employee. I can't embarrass you, right? But if you start as a low-level employee, the salary is very low. You still have to pay your mortgage and the pressure of life is high. Chen Xuan, you know my temper. I can't possibly hold you back. Otherwise, if I go, people will just say that I got in through connections. I'd rather not go in that case. But you worked in a small company for so many years before, and you are also studying this. You just haven't had the experience of working in a big company. It doesn't mean that you don't have the ability, right? Also, although a small company is small, it has everything. Although a large company is large, it is divided into many details. I think you have worked in a small company for so long that you know everything. You just lack an opportunity. If you have the opportunity, I don't think you are worse than others. I believe in you. How about this? Huasheng Group has a vacant sales manager position. You can go there first. The monthly salary starts at 20,000 yuan, and the year-end bonus and other benefits will depend on your performance. How do you think? Sales manager? This was his old profession, because he was a sales manager in his previous company, but his salary doubled. If you can do well, you can be promoted to sales director. You were also a sales manager in your previous company. I think you can definitely do this job. So in this case, I am not using my connections to help you, because you are capable of doing this job. As long as you work hard, I believe that a good platform will allow you to play a greater role. I hope my brother gets better and better, you know? In fact, I also hope that my company has people I trust guarding key departments for me. I don't want to do all this for others, do you understand? Besides, I have thought carefully about asking you to come to my company. I don't think I have no place to spend the money, but I need someone I trust in the company. Okay, I'll go, Lin Hao said firmly. Chen Xuan nodded, raised his glass, and drank the wine in it. He knew that he had now solved his brother's predicament just like Lin Hao had done back then. Lin Hao is now full of confidence in the future, which is also what Chen Xuan wants to see. Chapter 33 Crawl Out Like an Animal. The two brothers drank a lot of wine. They reminisced about the past and talked about the future. The night breeze feels cool. Looking at the brother standing beside me, he has been trampled and bruised by the real society. Even so, in front of Chen Xuan, Lin Hao still had to pretend to be happy and pretend that he was living a good life, when public opinion was already pointing towards him. The good brother can hardly protect himself, but he still has to run around for Chen Xuan. They drank until late at night, and then Chen Xuan asked his housekeeper Zhao Shuer to drive him and Lin Hao back to their respective homes. When Chen Xuan woke up, he suddenly looked at the time and realized he had forgotten to sign in today. So call the system to sign in for today. The system interface appears. Ding, host, do you want to sign in today? Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining Douyin Live Broadcasting Company, which is worth 30 billion. The relevant procedures have been stored in the third space. Chen Xuan was surprised. You know, there are tens of thousands of female anchors under Douyin Live Room. Moreover, Shark, Kuaishou, Douyin, and Bilibili divide the world into 4 parts, with Douyin ranking second, and no one dares to rank first. Annual profits reach 10 billion yuan. Chen Xuan fell asleep happily. A night in silence. The next day at noon. The phone rang. Chen Xuan lazily looked at the screen of his mobile phone. It turned out to be a call from Yao Meier. Brother Chen, do you want to have lunch together? Okay, pick a restaurant first and send me the location. I'll be there in a minute. Okay, Brother Chen, the location I chose is very close to my home. I'll go there and wait for you first. Okay, go and order some food first, I'll be there soon. After Chen Xuan hung up the phone, he got dressed and prepared to go out. He looked at Zhao Shuer and said, I won't be home for lunch. Okay, Mr. Chen. Zhao Shuer said respectfully. Chen Xuan went to the basement, drove the Lamborghini Veneno, and drove on the road. I soon saw the navigation location that Yao Meier sent on WeChat, which was the Ocean Hotel. As for Yao Meier, she found a seat, sat down and started ordering food. Throughout the Ocean Hotel, many men looked towards Yao Meier's position. You have to know that Yao Meier is here alone, she is a lone girl. And she is also very beautiful. Even in the entertainment industry where there are so many beautiful women, Yao Meier's appearance can still stand out. But there was no man around her, so she was naturally seen by other men. Hey beautiful lady, can you give me your WeChat and let's be friends? A short and fat man, dressed in the famous brand Versace and wearing an expensive watch on his wrist, who looked to be in his 30s, asked with a smile. Is that okay, beautiful lady? Oh, by the way, the service fee will be charged to me for this beautiful lady's stay. Yes, sir. No, my boyfriend will be here soon, so I don't need you to invite him. Besides, we don't know each other. Yao Meier decisively rejected the man. Looking at the man in front of me, he asked for the girl's WeChat and invited her to dinner. These tricks are disgusting. Yao Meier had a look of disgust and resentment on her face and didn't want to pay any attention to the man. But this man was still there pestering Yao Meier. My dear little beauty, can I have your WeChat? More friends mean more opportunities, right? I'm a well-known figure in Jiangcheng. I can introduce you to a high-paying job when the time comes. The short and fat man said. He was very patient and not angry at all. Yao Meier looked at the man with disdain, not wanting to say a word. At this moment, she saw Chen Xuan walking towards her, calling out as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, Chen Xuan, here. A smile appeared on her face, and that smile was like a bud about to bloom, and like the sunshine in spring that made people feel much more comfortable. The short and fat man was stunned for a moment. Because her smile is so sweet. Beauty, I really want to meet you. Please don't reject me. I think a girl as beautiful as you should have better choices. Oh? Is this the person you're waiting for? He has a messy hair and his clothes cost less than 100 yuan. I'm afraid he bought them on Pink Sixy. I think he's just a poor loser. The short and fat man raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Xuan with disdain. Get out of the way, you're blocking my way. Chen Xuan said domineeringly. Ha, who the hell are you asking to move aside? I won't move aside. What can you do to me? The short and fat man said with a sneer. The guests sitting in the hall all looked over here, especially the men. They just saw a high-scoring woman waiting for someone, and they must be waiting for a top wealthy man or something, but they didn't expect that she was waiting for a poor loser, which made them very angry. I didn't expect that a poor loser could date such a beautiful girl. Look at that short, fat man. The watch he wears is worth tens of thousands of dollars. And look at this poor loser. Not only are his clothes tattered, but he also has a messy haircut. He still found such a beautiful girlfriend. I'm really jealous and envious. I dress better and have more money than him, but why have I been single for more than 20 years? I don't accept it. You won't let me, right? If you won't let me, then crawl out of here by yourself. If you can't be a human, then be an animal. Chen Xuan said coldly. Oh, you poor loser, you are so arrogant. The outfit Chen Xuan was wearing today was the same clothes he wore before he became a super rich man. He moved to the villa in a hurry and had not had time to buy some clothes that suited his status. The spectators were talking about it. Look at the girls nowadays, they will definitely choose this short, fat, rich guy. Who would choose a poor loser? Don't girls nowadays prefer to cry in a BMW rather than laugh on a bicycle? Look at the clothes that short and fat man is wearing, they are all famous brands, at least more than 1 million. If this woman follows him, she will have a good life and buy things without blinking an eye. A man gestured. If I follow this rich man, wouldn't that be responsible for myself? Girls should treat themselves better. Why, do you want to hit someone? I can see that you look fierce. You should know that my uncle is the chairman of the Jiangqing law firm. If you dare to hurt me, I will put you in jail for life. Do you believe it? The short and fat man said threateningly. Oh, so this guy has a relationship with the chairman of Jiangqing law firm. No wonder this short and fat guy is so arrogant. It turns out he has a backer. Wow, this short and fat little brother looked very ordinary at first glance, but now he looks more and more handsome. A gold digger with pink stars in her eyes stared at the short and fat man in admiration. Oh? Jiangqing law firm? Chen Xuan asked thoughtfully. Ha, you are scared, right? You say you are a poor loser, but you still want me to crawl over like a beast. Where do you get the confidence from? Today I will let you know that I, Li Lang, am not so easy to mess with. Li Lang looked at Chen Xuan sarcastically. Yeah? Chen Xuan stared at Li Lang, the man in front of him with a face full of flesh. Not to mention a law firm, even if Principal Wang came, Chen Xuan still wouldn't take it seriously. Yes, if you get out from under me and leave this beautiful girl by your side, I can consider letting you go. Otherwise, I said I would make you crawl over there like an animal today, and I will keep my word. You flirted with my girl right in front of me. Did you get my consent? Are you a child? Why are you trying to scare me with your uncle? Fuck, has this young man never heard of the Jiangqing law firm? Fatty has already said that he has a powerful background, so why is he still so arrogant? Yes, the chairman of Jiangqing law firm will be here soon. I'm afraid he won't be so arrogant anymore. The guests in the hall shook their heads, feeling sorry for this ignorant young man. You little punk, you are so arrogant. Be careful of me. Before Li Lang finished his words, Chen Xuan slapped him hard in the face. This slap not only stunned Li Lang, but also shocked everyone in the hall. Li Lang didn't expect that he had already brought out his famous uncle, but this guy was ignorant or something? He even dared to slap him. Who gave him the courage? How can you tolerate this? You little jerk, how dare you hit me? Li Lang roared. When he was about to fight back, Chen Xuan kicked him to the ground. Li Lang touched his face with his hands and climbed up abruptly, saying viciously, "Fuck you, you dare to hit me, I'll call my uncle to make you spend the rest of your life in jail." After he made the harsh remarks, he took out his cell phone and walked outside while talking on the phone. I got slapped and kicked, and it was by a poor loser with a chicken-feathered head. I must earn this back. Uncle, it's me, your dear nephew. I was beaten by a poor loser with chicken feathers today, and after I mentioned you just now, he didn't even take you seriously. Come here quickly. The middle-aged man roared from the other side, Nephew, don't panic, I'll come over now, who doesn't even take me seriously. Chapter 34 Extreme Reversal. Chen Xuan was not disturbed by anything, but said to Yao Meier, have you ordered the dishes, Meier? Yao Meier ate very little because she was a girl and needed to maintain her figure. She was also a little worried about Chen Xuan. She saw the short and fat man who was making a phone call in a hurry, and it looked like he was going to call someone for a fight. Look at Chen Xuan eating meat with big mouthfuls, his face is calm and composed. Others were worried about him, but he himself was not worried at all. Looking at Li Lang again, he was already waiting for his uncle to arrive at the hotel entrance. At this time, a Maserati arrived and Li Lang immediately went to greet it. Li Lang, what's wrong with you? You start causing trouble outside as soon as you return to China, and always want me to clean up your mess. Li Jiguang frowned and said, Uncle, I didn't cause any trouble outside. I, your dear nephew, was beaten up by a jerkhead and kicked hard. Look, there are still handprints of that guy on my face. That little jerk was too arrogant and didn't even take you seriously. Oh? Who is so bold? Li Jiguang glanced at the slap mark on Li Lang's face and said thoughtfully, It's out, it's this little jerk, uncle, you have to help me vent my anger today. Li Lang's words had just fallen. Chen Xuan brought Yao Meier out. As soon as he came out, he saw Li Jiguang. Li Jiguang also made eye contact with him. The pupils shrank instantly. You said that the person who just beat you up was him? Yes, uncle, he was the one who beat me. You must help me get revenge today. Li Lang thought that his uncle would definitely stand on his side, so he walked up to him and said arrogantly, You little bastard, I won't make things difficult for you today. Kneel down and admit your mistake to me, and then leave the girl next to you, and I can consider letting you go. Otherwise. Before he could finish his words, Li Jiguang behind him slapped him on the back of his head and said sternly, You little bastard, you cause trouble for me every day outside. Uncle, what are you doing? I am your nephew, why are you hitting me? Li Lang looked at the serious Li Jiguang with a confused look on his face. His head was about to explode. What was going on? He asked his uncle to come today to save his face, but he didn't expect his uncle to hit him. Who is your uncle? Do you know who you have offended? How dare you cause trouble outside, and even cause trouble for Mr. Chen? I don't have a nephew like you. Do you know that whether our subsidiary company will disappear from Jiangcheng depends entirely on the decision of this Mr. Chen? I really want to kick you to death right now. Li Jiguang started to curse. Hello, Mr. Chen. When Li Jiguang saw Chen Xuan, he immediately greeted Chen Xuan respectfully. You know, the law firm that he founded, which ranks among the top 3 in China, had 68% of its shares acquired by Chen Xuan a few days ago. A word from Chen Xuan could decide his life or death. Even if his own son offended Chen Xuan, he would make his own son kneel down and beg for mercy, let alone his nephew? I didn't expect that my troublemaking nephew would cause me such a big trouble today. At this time, Chen Xuan looked at Li Lang with cold eyes, and the atmosphere became very depressing. Li Lang was even more confused. The uncle he was so proud of actually called this untidy boy Mr. Chen. It can be seen that this person is very powerful. After learning the other party's true identity from his uncle, he realized what kind of big shot he had offended. Chen Xuan patted Li Lang on the shoulder and said expressionlessly in his ear, Li Lang, are you sure you want me to kneel down and apologize to you? When Li Lang heard this, his hair stood on end and he was so frightened that he couldn't speak. In the next second, Li Lang's legs went weak and he fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. Li Lang was now regretting his decision. He knew what kind of important person he had offended. Even his uncle was very respectful to this person. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Who was the one who was shouting at Chen Xuan to kneel down just now? The more fiercely he shouted just now, the more humble he is now. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I just offended you. Please forgive me. Li Lang said with great humiliation. As soon as he said this, the spectators were stunned. It turned out that this young man had the capital to be so arrogant. After all, even the chairman of Jiangcheng law firm treated him with great respect. Slap yourself. I want to hear the sound of every slap. Li Jiguang on the side roared. Pa 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 pa. All he heard was Li Lang slapping himself, and his face was now swollen like a puffer fish. He finally stopped after slapping him more than 20 times. Chen Chuan waved his hand and said, "Let's stop here. I just told you that you have to crawl out of here like an animal." "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I'll crawl out right away." I saw Li Lang really crawling out of the door like a dog. There were a lot of onlookers at the scene, and people were coming and going in front of the Ocean Hotel. As more and more people came, many people were taking pictures with their mobile phones. Chen Chuan felt that this was not a very good influence, so he wanted to end it quickly, and pulled Yao Meier away. At this time, Yao Meier looked at Chen Chuan with more and more admiration and love. "Mr. Li, you should go too." "Okay, Mr. Chen." Li Jiguan just left without paying any attention to his nephew. At this time, Li Lang climbed up from the ground, his face ashen. He felt that he had suffered a great humiliation today. He couldn't accept it. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was a child. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could break them. He hated his uncle for not helping him, and he hated Chen Chuan even more. He clenched his fists, wishing his nails would melt into his blood, and muttered, "Chen Chuan, you bastard, come here and wait for me. I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge on you." As for Chen Chuan, after he walked out of the Ocean Hotel with Yao Meier, he said to her, "Let's go shopping." "Ha? Why did you think of buying something? Pick out some clothes for me. I trust your taste. Look at me, I wear cheap clothes bought from Pinduoduo every day, and some people always make irresponsible remarks about me. I really don't like it. And I want to buy it for you too. I want you to be my girl, so that those who flirt with you won't dare to flirt with you casually. I want you to be the most noble princess in the world." Chen Chuan smiled and stroked Yao Meier's shoulder. They drove their Lamborghini Veneno to Guamao to spend money. However, when they got off the car, they still attracted a lot of people's attention. The passenger door opened and a pair of black silk legs in high heels stepped out, followed by Yao Meier, who was wearing a purple skirt, getting out of the car. Her hair was waist-length and the breeze blew gently, making her hair even more silky. Her delicate little face and snow-white skin made people fall in love with her at first sight. "Wow, she's so beautiful, no worse than a celebrity, and has a great figure. Oh, these long legs, this big butt, this small waist, this little face, they are really the best in the world. Fairies are nothing more than this. If I could have her as my wife, I would be so happy." "Stop talking nonsense. You're just a motorcyclist, and you're still dreaming about this good thing. Don't you even look at where it came from? It's a Lamborghini Veneno, worth hundreds of millions." Chapter 35 Women's Rights. The onlookers were all looking forward to seeing what kind of rich man the owner of this car was. As everyone was looking forward to it, the door of Lamborghini was opened. "Oh. Why is this person like this?" I saw a guy wearing a white t-shirt that he bought on Pink Sixy for dozens of dollars, with a messy hair, and all the clothes on his body cost less than $100. His identity is completely different from the wealthy man in everyone's mind, and the messy hair makes Chen Chuan look like a poor loser. Everyone was shocked. "Let's go in." Yao Meier took Chen Chuan's arm and behaved intimately, leaving a group of people staring in amazement. "Brother Chen, this skirt is so beautiful." The two walked into a women's clothing store. Mall sales guide Gao Yuan saw that Yao Shuer was very beautiful, and then saw that the man next to her was dressed simply, and she roughly knew what the relationship between the two was. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Generally, the girl is super beautiful and the boy is dressed normally. It is very likely that he is a dog licker who accompanies the goddess to consume. As long as the goddess likes something, the dog-licking man will find ways to buy it, even if it means spending all his credit card, huabei, jibei, etc. This is to win the favor of the goddess, and he will be cruel to himself afterwards. But the shopping guides don't have the time to care about this, they only care about their own performance. "My little beauty, do you have any styles you like? Would you like me to recommend some to you?" The shopping guide Gao Yuan asked enthusiastically. Yao Meier shook her head and said, "Let's go shopping by ourselves." She took Chen Chuan's hand and walked around the store, looking at the clothes and skirts from time to time and asked, "Brother Chen, what do you think of me wearing this dress?" Chen Chuan smiled frivolously, leaned against her ear and whispered softly, "This dress looks good, but I like you better without clothes, it's more charming." "Brother Chen, you are so bad." Yao Meier's face turned red instantly when she heard Chen Chuan's teasing. "Brother Chen, look, that dress is so beautiful. I wonder how it would look on me." Yao Meier pointed to the clothes in the window, which was a yellow strapless dress. The shopping guide Gao Yuan smiled at this time. My little beauty, you have a very good taste. This dress is a limited edition of this season. There is only this one in the whole Jiangchang, but it was reserved a day ago. As soon as the voice fell, Yao Meier shook her head and sighed. That's such a pity. Forget it, brother Chen, let's go to another place and have a look. Shopping guide Gao Yuan heard this, her mouth twitched instantly, and she hurried forward to stop Yao Meier's steps. Beautiful lady, don't leave in a hurry. Although that person has reserved it, he hasn't paid. So if you really want it, you can buy it as long as you pay. This dress is on sale now, and it only costs 5,000 yuan. It's a good deal. Brother Chen, I feel like the salesperson is trying to trick us. He clearly said someone else had made a reservation, but when we were about to leave, he said that person hadn't paid the deposit, so we could buy it. Isn't this a definite trick? It's okay, Mayor. As long as you like it, your brother, can still afford this little money. If you really like it, let's buy it. Chen Xuan smiled faintly and said, pack up this skirt and swipe the card. Gao Yuan looked incredulous. She had thought that the order was definitely lost, but she didn't expect this bootlicker to be so generous. After coming out of the store, Chen Xuan took Yao Meier on a shopping spree. Balenciaga, Valentino, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, just buy them. Well, now that we've bought clothes, let's go buy bags. Chen Xuan pulled Yao Meier and walked towards the bag area, but they heard a quarrel not far away, which attracted them to stop and walk over there. The sound of quarreling came from a specialty store selling bags. Lily, this bag is really too expensive. Let's not have it, okay? I really can't afford it. A man wearing glasses begged. I don't care. Others have said that men earn money to spend on girls. If you have $1, think about spending $2 on girls. In this way, girls will feel safe. I just want this bag. I must have this bag today. Wang Lily said coquettishly. That's right, a man can't be too stingy. A man who is too stingy can't find a girlfriend, and he doesn't deserve a girlfriend. Tell me why you make money? It must be to spend on women, right? A female anchor with a fairy-like face nearby chimed in. Why would a woman look for a man? Not to be a nanny, but to be a princess or a queen. If a man doesn't spend money on a woman, then what's the point of having a man? When Wang Lily heard the female anchor say this, she felt that these words were her own voice. She thought so too. I came to you just to ask you to spend money on me. If you are stingy like a miser, then why would I come to you? You are just trying to get something for free. She became more determined in her inner thoughts and yelled at the man with glasses beside her. Look, am I right? Why do you make money? You must want your girlfriend to live like a princess and show off your reputation, right? You don't spend this money on me, you spend it on yourself. This bag is not bought for me, but for yourself. Think about it, if you buy this bag and I carry it when I go out with you, others will only think that this man is really great and that his girlfriend is so well taken care of. You see, they are all complimenting you. Anyway, I want this bag today, so you have to buy it for me. The bag store is becoming more and more lively, and everyone is watching to see whether the man will buy a bag for the woman next. When Yao Meier saw this, she looked at the female anchor with a devilish face with disdain. Although she was also an anchor, she had positive values and would not sow discord in public like this. You, how can you say that? Does not buying a bag mean you don't love your girlfriend? How can you, as a host, talk like that? Poisonous chicken soup. The man with glasses who was accused suddenly became angry and pointed at the fairy-faced anchor next to him and cursed. Why, I'm telling the truth, my dears, do you think I'm right? Men earn money to spend on women. I see that you don't love your girlfriend at all. You don't even want to buy her the bag she wants. It seems that you are not sincere. You are just a freeloader. I asked you to buy a bag for a girl to prove whether you are sincere or not. You actually said that I was spreading poisonous chicken soup. I really want to advise this girl that your boyfriend is really unreliable. Yes, this kind of man is so stingy. He won't even buy his girlfriend a bag she wants. They haven't even married yet, but he's like this. If they get married, what will happen? Hey girl, you better leave this stingy man. We have already identified this man for you. He is unreliable. You are still so young, why do you want to hang yourself on this stingy man? Some fans in the Fairy Face live broadcast room are posting their own feminism. Lily, you know me well. I didn't buy you what you wanted, but it depends on the situation. I just bought you a set of clothes and used up all my credit card. I have to eat instant noodles for a month. I really have no money left. The man with glasses continued to persuade. Although Wang Lily understood her boyfriend's financial situation, she also knew that he had spent his entire month's salary on buying her this set of clothes. But the words of the fairy-faced female anchor were echoing in her ears. She felt that she had to make her boyfriend listen to her in order to save the face she had just lost in front of the public. So she said loudly to the man with glasses, "Li Yang, it's okay if you don't buy me a bag, but I want you to do something for me to make up for it. I'm willing to do anything as long as I don't buy a bag." Wang Lily said something that made Li Yang stunned for a moment. Chapter 36 Soft. You just insulted me in front of so many people. Now kneel down before me or I won't buy you the bag. After hearing this, Li Yang was stunned for a moment. As he was used to kneeling at home, his knees softened and he knelt directly on the ground without any hesitation, as he was very used to it. Fuck, this guy is really a disgrace to us men. Look how naturally he kneels. It's obvious that his status at home is even lower than that of a dog. What a loser. He still has a girlfriend. I can't accept it. I don't want a man like this, even if I get him. This woman can't be that skilled, otherwise how could she make this man kneel down so devotedly? This young man Gao is really skilled. It's so skillful that it makes me feel distressed. If his parents saw this, they would be so distressed. After seeing this scene, the onlookers all shook their heads. It was really sad that a man was tamed by a woman like this. Sighs were heard one after another. At this moment, Li Yang was kneeling on the ground like a pug, begging his girlfriend. Wang Lily saw everyone's contemptuous eyes surrounding her, and her face turned red with shame for a moment. She said delicately, "You are so embarrassing." She saw that everyone was looking at her and her boyfriend with strange eyes. Although she was the one who asked to kneel, she was just showing her status in the man's mind. However, this effect was not achieved. Instead, she was laughed at by everyone, which made her always put the blame on her boyfriend. "It's all your fault, you wimp. How could I be so blind to find a boyfriend like you who is so weak?" This made Li Yang's face turn red. He clenched his fists tightly, extremely angry. He felt that he had lost all his face when someone said this about him in public. Li Yang roared, "Say it again." Wang Lily hugged her chest and said with a superior attitude, "I can tell you 10 times, you are just a weak man." Li Yang got angry instantly. He threw some shopping bags in his hand to the ground and cursed, "You stinky bitch, I have tolerated you for long enough. You are a stupid thing, a gold digger. Without me, you are nothing. You swear every day that you are a princess or a queen. Do you have that fate? You are not destined to be a princess. You have princess syndrome. Get as far away from me as possible." After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. Wang Lily was stunned when she saw her sponsor leave. However, she was shocked when she saw so many people laughing at her. She responded to her boyfriend's scolding, "Go away, don't come back. I want to see how far you can go. I'll be your son. If you don't come back, I won't forgive you." But she was the only one directing and acting there. Li Yang ignored her and walked away 10 meters. She looked at Li Yang's back as he left angrily without looking back, and she panicked in an instant. You have to know that her monthly salary is only more than 3,000 yuan, which is not enough to buy bags and luxury goods for herself. Although her boyfriend is a bit weak, he is really good to her. He spends all his salary on her every time. Even her brother's tuition is paid by this boyfriend. If he slips away like this, what will happen to her and her brother and their future life? Thinking of this, Wang Lily instantly got scared. She hurriedly ran forward and chased after Li Yang, who was already 15 meters away from her, and said coquettishly, Yang, Yangzi, don't go, wait for me, I was really wrong, please let me apologize to you, wait for me. When Chen Xuan saw this scene, he shook his head helplessly. This woman didn't give her man any face outside, and she acted like this in front of so many people. She was really courting death. Yao Mayor was still watching the show, so Chen Xuan called out, Mayor, let's go. He didn't want to buy bags in this store anymore. The bags in other stores in the mall must be better than this one. Besides, the fairy-faced female anchor in this store was messing with the couple here, which was really tasteless. At this moment, the fairy female anchor also noticed the couple Chen Xuan and Yao Mayor. Everyone, look at this couple. How about we come and see if this gentleman can stand the test? The fairy female anchor raised her lips, because just now, after she had been broadcasting for a while, many new fans emerged in the live broadcast room, making her a big profit. This time she must grasp this trend. Hello, sir, are you taking your girlfriend to buy a bag? Chen Xuan looked at this fairy-faced girl with disdain. She had a thick layer of powder on her face, half of which had fallen off. Then he looked at the screen in the live broadcast room, and she looked pure and lovely. It turned out that the live broadcast rooms were all beautified. She was really unbearable to look at. I won't buy. Chen Xuan responded with 2 words coldly. It was this response that aroused the interest of the fairy female anchor. She knew that the more stingy a man was, the more popular he would be in the live broadcast room. She smiled wickedly and asked, Sir, do you love your girlfriend? If so, then max out your credit card to make her smile. Ha, I never use my credit card, and there's no need to max out my credit card just to make a beautiful woman smile. That means you don't love your girlfriend. If you really love someone, you will do everything you can for that person, even eat shit. The live broadcast room was flooded with messages at this time. This guy isn't that great either, another scumbag who doesn't even want to help his girlfriend max out her credit card. Although he looks like a prince, he is also a stingy poor guy, useless, really trash, such a person does not deserve a girlfriend. Fuck, finally someone who dares to be so tough has come along. That's what we men should be like. Yes, we have been suppressed by feminism for so long. If you don't buy things for your girlfriend, it means you don't love her. Do you think love can be measured by material things? So do poor people with no money not deserve love? What's wrong with this world? Why is it so difficult to have a pure love that escapes the mundane world? The live broadcast room suddenly became noisy. Men and women were at odds with each other. This effect is what the fairy-faced female anchor wants to achieve, which makes it easier to make the live broadcast atmosphere lively. She coldly teased, he can't even satisfy his girlfriend's request to max out her credit card. My little beauty, your boyfriend doesn't love you. Sister, I'm kindly reminding you to leave him. You will find someone better. Yao Meier held Chen Xuan's arm affectionately and said angrily, You are not allowed to say that about my brother Chen. He is not someone you can judge. When the fairy-faced female anchor saw this beautiful woman defending the man who refused to spend money on her, she wondered for a moment if this woman was stupid. She looked at Yao Meier as if she was a lunatic. Fuck, this little beauty is so nice. She has made this anchor speechless. She sells toxic chicken soup every day. Chapter 37, The Poison Chicken Soup Female Anchorman Banned by the Whole Network. Yes, many couples have been harmed by your poisonous chicken soup. You are a female anchor with a fairy face. You have a distorted worldview and should be banned from the live broadcast room forever. Chen Xuan said lightly. You are so arrogant, you even want to ban me. Do you know who is the person in charge of Douyin Live? He is my brother-in-law. And you still want to ban me? The fairy-faced female anchor looked at Chen Xuan with disdain and said contemptuously. Yeah, this man, although he's a bit handsome, he can't brag like that. The anchor has relatives at Douyin. Chen Xuan casually dialed the number of Wang Yi, chairman of Douyin Live Broadcasting Company. The call was connected soon. Hello, I'm Chen Xuan, the one who just acquired your company yesterday. Hello, Mr. Chen. Wang Yi said respectfully. Douyin Live was acquired by a man named Chen Xuan last night. He hadn't had time to call to inquire about the company's future plans, but at this moment, this man called him. His heart trembled slightly. I have something I need you to do now. Chen Xuan went straight to the point. At this time, the people in the mall surrounded the place and everyone was staring at Chen Xuan while he was making the phone call in amazement. Damn it. He really is on the phone. Looks like there's going to be something interesting to watch. Maybe he's just trying to flatter you, pretending to call you, pretending to be cool. I've seen all these tricks before. At this moment, Wang Yi's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it. Well, this is what happened. Chen Xuan briefly told Wang Yi what had just happened. I want you to strictly investigate these anchors who disrupt the atmosphere of the live broadcast platform and ban them forever. Especially this fairy-faced female anchor, whose ID seems to be Her Majesty the Queen, has a distorted worldview, so she should be banned immediately. Okay, I'll check it out right away and give you a satisfactory answer. Okay, I'll wait for your news here. Chen Chuan said and hung up the phone. On the other side, after Wang Yi hung up the phone, he asked his secretary with a gloomy face, "Hurry up and check. There is a host with a fairy face, Her Majesty the Queen, who is broadcasting live on Douyin. Find out who she is? I know that this anchor is the sister-in-law of Mr. Li from our company. She has been broadcasting some distorted views in the live broadcast room. Many people have reported her, but what? But our President Li. Okay, I'll call Mr. Li right now and call him. Also, give the order. From now on, we will release a statement on our official website to rectify the entire Douyin circle. Those who have incorrect values and violate social ethics will be severely punished." After Wang Yi finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Li Rui. "Mr. Wang, do you have something to talk to me about?" Li Rui asked respectfully. Because Wang Yi is the chairman of Douyin and Li Rui is only the person in charge of the company, he is extremely in awe of his immediate superior. "Let me ask you, there is an ID on our live streaming platform called Her Majesty the Queen. What is your relationship with her?" Wang Yi asked sharply. "Ah?" Li Rui was stunned, thinking to himself, could it be that his sister-in-law has caused trouble again? Even the chairman came to ask about it, which must be a big disaster. When he thought of this, his face turned pale instantly, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and he paused for a few seconds without saying anything. "Answer my question," Wang Yi said impatiently. "This anchor is my sister-in-law. What did she do to make you, Mr. Wang, personally ask about it?" Li Rui asked cautiously. "This anchor has offended our new boss. As the person in charge of our company, you have a certain responsibility. I want you to completely ban this anchor within an hour and announce it to the entire network that this person cannot post anything related on other platforms, otherwise he will be an enemy of our entire Douyin company." Wang Yi directly stated the key points of the matter and the solution. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this time, Li Rui was stunned where he was. Half a minute later, he reacted instantly. It was obvious that his sister-in-law had committed a terrible crime. So I hurriedly called my sister-in-law. "Hey, brother-in-law, why did you think of calling me? Just now a little jerk said he wanted to ban me. Don't you think it's funny? You said others wanted to ban you, what did you do? Brother-in-law, you have to make the decision for me. This little jerk with the chicken coop hair is very arrogant. He said he would call and directly close my live broadcast room. Come and help me teach him a lesson, and show your presence in my live broadcast room. I have told my fans that my brother-in-law is the head of Douyin company, but they still don't believe it. Come and help me, love you, Trojan. Do you know who you are messing with? I will ban you right now." Li Rui was furious when he heard this. Although he had enough fun with his sister-in-law, compared with his career, he had an annual salary of 1 million yuan and could find a lover no matter what kind of lover he wanted. So this sister-in-law was just an abandoned child of his. "Brother-in-law, how can you ban her? She is your little cutie. Fuck you. Li Rui, you played with me, but I can't let you play with me for nothing. I will tell my sister right now that you and I are having an affair. Tell me, at worst I can just divorce your sister. After the divorce, your sister will be left with nothing, and all the property under my name will be transferred. I've wanted to change my wife for a long time, and you're making a scene really kills two birds with one stone." I'm laughing. Li Rui hung up the phone after he finished speaking. At this moment, the fairy-faced anchor was stunned on the spot. He just collapsed and sat on the ground. Soon the live broadcast room was dark. An announcement said, "Dear users, hello, the platform is investigating some anchors with incorrect values. An anchor named Her Majesty the Queen has been broadcasting some immoral remarks on Douyin Live for a long time, causing the destruction of families. The company will discuss this and will permanently ban Her Majesty the Queen's live broadcast room from this moment on." As soon as this announcement came out, a cleanup campaign swept across the live streaming industry. At this time, the fairy face live broadcast room went dark. The crowd watching in the mall applauded. "Wow, he's really been banned. I don't know how many couples this anchor has ruined. It's a good thing he was banned. Things that transmit such negative energy and false values should have been banned long ago. It's best not to harm society anymore." At this time, several ants even took the eggs and other things they had just bought in the supermarket and threw them at the fairy-faced female anchor. It's so refreshing. Although this matter came to an end here, it became a hot topic. Chen Chuan pulled Yao Meier away. He took Yao Mayer on another crazy shopping spree, which lasted until the evening. Mayer, let's go to the snack street near my school to eat something. Okay, Brother Chen, I will listen to you. At this time, Yao Mayer looked at Chen Chuan with admiration. The two came out of the mall and drove to a snack street near Jiangcheng University. As soon as the sports car stopped, it attracted a lot of people's attention. There is such a beautiful goddess, she is really top-notch. The little brother is so handsome too. Those handsome guys who added bookshelves are the most handsome. From 90-year-old ladies to 5-year-old girls, everyone exclaimed that these handsome guys are so handsome. Chen Chuan was like he was back in college, moving through the crowd with Yao Mayer. Chapter 38, Snack Street Operation. Malatang, barbecue, roasted potato skin, Odin, wolf-tooth potatoes, changsha stinky tofu, octopus balls. When Chen Chuan was in college, he often came to the snack street behind the university town to eat delicious food. Uncle Wang, give me 10 skewers of grilled gluten, 10 skewers of grilled kidney, 10 skewers of grilled lamb, 10 skewers of grilled pork tendons, 10 skewers of grilled corn kernels, some grilled pork belly, and some beer. Chen Chuan greeted Uncle Wang at the barbecue stall enthusiastically. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang have been setting up a stall in the snack street of the university town. They are honest people, and the barbecue they make is delicious and cheap. So during his 4 years in college, Chen Chuan often visited here and became very familiar with them. Hey, isn't this Xiao Chen? Aunt Wang looked at Chen Chuan in surprise and continued to ask, didn't you graduate? Chen Chuan touched the back of his head and said with a silly smile, isn't this because I miss you and Uncle Wang's food? You have such a sweet mouth, young man. Wait, I'll grill it for you. Haven't eaten it in a while? Yeah, it's been a long time. I'm so greedy that my tongue is swirling around in my mouth. Several pairs of handsome men and beautiful women also sat down. A boy wearing glasses brought the dishes and said, Boss, our table's order. And our table also ordered. We too. Aunt Wang was busy and having fun, while Uncle Wang was also busy grilling skewers. 10 minutes later, the skewers were served one after another. Aunt Wang brought the grilled skewers to Chen Chuan's table and caught sight of a girl next to him with a playful face. Xiao Chen, you have a girlfriend now, and she's so pretty, how did you get her? Aunt Wang asked directly, and the handsome men and beautiful women who had just entered also pricked up their ears to eavesdrop on the gossip. Chen Chuan scratched his hair shyly and said jokingly, maybe it's because I'm more handsome. A man at a table took a sip of wine and spat it out with a puff. I caught. Fuck. Oh my god. Several men uttered these words one after another. This boy is indeed quite good looking, but being handsome can't make a living nowadays. It's not enough to just be good looking. You must also have money. Xiao Chen, you still like to joke around. By the way, how is your work going? Last time I heard you complain about your female boss. Are you getting along well with your colleagues now? Aunt Wang smiled. She had indeed not seen Chen Chuan for a long time. The last time she saw Chen Chuan, he was in a low mood. He came here and drank a lot of wine. He complained to Aunt Wang about the recent situation in the company. It had been so long and she didn't know how Chen Chuan was doing recently, so she couldn't help but ask. I've been fired from my job. Chen Chuan said in a casual manner. See, what I said was right. A man who doesn't even have a job can only bring pretty girls to eat at roadside stalls. The boy with glasses at the table next to him gossiped to his girlfriend. Didn't you also bring me to this kind of roadside stall to eat? His girlfriend said disdainfully. I'm different. I'm sincere to you. Didn't we just have a big meal a few days ago? It's okay to eat at a roadside stall occasionally to change the taste. The boy with glasses tried hard to explain. When he mocked Chen Chuan, he didn't realize that he was also eating at a roadside stall with a girl. Wasn't he getting himself into trouble as well? I'll watch you quibble and I'll just watch and say nothing. When Aunt Wang heard that Chen Chuan had lost his job, she frowned and said, Xiao Chen, we should be down to earth. Young people should have a job and an income, otherwise how can we support ourselves? Aunt Wang, you don't have to worry about me. I get it. Xiao Chen, why did you quit your job? Was it because of your female boss? Aunt Wang asked worriedly. To be precise, I bought the company and I am the big boss now. Chen Chuan said lightly. Aunt Wang stood there in a daze, and the handsome men and beautiful women who were gossiping at other tables were even more stunned. Originally, those men were prepared to laugh at Chen Chuan, a poor loser. They wanted to mock him and show their masculinity in front of their girlfriends, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face. Several boys were dumbfounded, while several girls looked at Chen Xuan with starry eyes. They compared their boyfriends with Chen Xuan and felt that they were at a disadvantage. They were young and handsome, but had chosen the wrong person. It was still not too late for them to turn around now. Momo, that guy is just showing off. Everyone can brag. I even said that I acquired Wanda. The man with glasses on the side comforted his girlfriend. Look at the beauty next to him. He's not blind. How can he hook such a beautiful girl without money? You think all women are gold diggers like you? Maybe they just like him as a person. The man with glasses expressed his true thoughts. But as soon as I said it, I realized I had said something wrong and quickly covered my mouth. What did you say? Say it again. The girlfriend pointed at the man with glasses beside her and said angrily. Momo, don't be angry over an insignificant person. I know a bag that can cure all diseases. Let's go buy a bag tomorrow, okay? The man with glasses quickly grabbed his girlfriend's hand. Seeing that Aunt Wang didn't quite believe it, Xinchuan took out the key to the sports car and said, Aunt Wang, if you don't believe me, here are the keys to my new car. When Aunt Wang saw the key, she gasped. Which car is this? Aunt Wang thought for a long time. She only recognized 4 circles. It's Lamborghini Venom. Chen Xuan said with a smile. When the girlfriend heard this, she pouted and became unhappy. She had just felt very happy that her boyfriend bought her a bag for free, but now, in comparison, her boyfriend could only afford to buy her bags of unknown brands, while other men had luxury cars. So he asked, what else do you want to say now? How can you quibble? I'll listen to you. Momo, don't be fooled by this guy. I don't even know where he is pretending. The key in his hand is a lighter. It's only 9.9 yuan on Pink 60 with free shipping. If you want, I'll give it to you. Before the man with glasses could finish his words, 2 beeps were heard. The headlights of a Lamborghini were shining in the distance. All eyes were focused there. Shock. Petrochemical. Confused. Fuck, this is a Lamborghini Venetian, not a lighter. You scumbag, how long are you going to lie to me? I am really blind. How could I fall for you? You lie to me every day. The girlfriend was furious and scolded the man with glasses, then she took her bag and left. The man with glasses saw his girlfriend leaving and quickly chased after her. Momo, wait for me, I want to buy you a bag. 1 bag is not enough, how about 2? It seems that Xiao Chun, you have really made a fortune. I am so happy for you. You guys eat first, I'm going to get busy. Aunt Wang went to clean up other tables. Chen Xuan looked at Aunt Wang's back and remembered that his parents were about the same age as Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang, and they were also busy taking care of their children. He was a bit like his parents. He muttered, after a few days, it's time to go back to see my parents. Chapter 39, The Beauty of the Music Academy. Just when we were ready to leave after having a good meal and a few drinks, Chen Xuan and Yao Meier strolled around for a while, and when they were about to go home, they came to the intersection, only to find that his Lamborghini had been hit by a girl pushing a bicycle. The girl was a little flustered, rubbing the corners of her clothes with her hands. Just now, I was riding my bicycle and saw a black car parked at the corner. I accidentally failed to brake and hit it directly. At that time, there was a long scratch on the body of the black car. Although she didn't know much about cars, she knew that a 1-meter-long scratch would be difficult to repair. Moreover, she happened to recognize this car and it was a luxury car. How much compensation would she have to pay? The girl swallowed unconsciously and waited for the car owner to arrive with a nervous look on her face. She bit her lip and paced back and forth, cold sweat on her snow-white forehead, while the people around her gathered around to watch the scene. Girl, this is Lamborghini Venom, it costs at least tens of millions. You left such a long mark, you will probably have to pay several million. Oh, it's so pitiful. He looks like a college student, but he has to bear a debt of millions. What can we do? An old lady said sympathetically, shaking her head. Just now the owner of the car was not here, but he was able to walk. But this girl didn't even know how to walk quickly. Leave? You must be joking. Luxury cars are all equipped with surveillance video. The owner's car has such a long scratch. Wouldn't he check the surveillance video to find the person? If he finds the person, he will be sent directly to the police station, and the girl's life will be ruined. Oh, what a pity. Such a beautiful girl is now burdened with debts. It will be hard for her to get married in the future. Chen Xuan frowned, looking at the crowd gathered here, then picked up the key, beeped twice, and the car light came on. The girl next to him was shaking as if she had made a mistake. She stammered, "Sir. I'm sorry. I was in a hurry to go to class and didn't notice there was a car parked here, so. It's all my fault. I'll pay for it. How much do you want?" Chen Xuan waved his hand and said calmly, No, this is also my fault. I parked the car at the corner. It's normal that you didn't see it. You don't have to pay for it." The girl then dared to look up and take a closer look at Chen Xuan. Just one glance and she was attracted by Chen Xuan's handsome face. Her heart beat faster and her legs felt a little weak. Chen Xuan also took a look at the flustered girl. Her appearance and figure were first class, and she could be called a beauty on earth. "No, I am also responsible. I didn't look at the road when I was riding my bike, so. I don't have to pay for this car, right?" the girl said in panic, her face flushed. "No, where are you in such a hurry to go? Do you want me to take you there?" The girl originally wanted to refuse because it was so late, but when she saw Chen Xuan's handsome face, she immediately changed her mind. "Yes, it's just ahead, not far. Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Thank you for your help." Chen Xuan waved his hand and said, "It's a hassle, just on the way." Yao Meier hurriedly followed and sat in the passenger seat, while the girl sat in the back seat. After everyone was seated, Chen Xuan drove the Lamborghini Duyao on the streets of Jiangcheng and stopped in front of the Conservatory of Music in a short while. The other side. Two girls were standing at the entrance of the academy. "Why hasn't Yuqi come yet? It's so late, and the dormitory door will be locked soon. I saw that she hadn't come back yet. I just sent her a text message and she replied that something had happened and she was dealing with it." "Ah, what happened? Xiaomei?" It seems like there was a car accident." "There was a car accident. Is it serious? Do you want me to call my brother and ask him to help?" So Li Yuding took out her cell phone and called her cousin Li Bo. Less than 5 minutes later, Li Bo arrived. He was wearing a neat suit. Although he was not particularly handsome, he had an elite vibe. "Yuding, what happened to Yuqi? Is it serious? I'll drive over now." Li Yuding has been trying to match Yuqi, the school beauty, with her cousin. If the two of them get together, her cousin promised to give her enough benefits. At this moment, a Lamborghini suddenly drove over. At this time, many students stopped in their tracks. Even Li Yuding couldn't help but wonder, which rich second generation is coming to our school? No, a rich second generation can't afford such a luxurious car. It must be some high-ranking boss who came to the school to discuss a project. "Cousin, you know a lot," Li Yuding said with praise. "My roommate Xiaomei couldn't help but take a few more glances." But when a pair of straight beautiful legs came out from the back seat, they couldn't take their eyes off. A pair of beautiful legs in black stockings also came out from the passenger seat, and when the face was revealed, they were completely stunned. "Yuqi? How come?" Zhang Yuqi was standing in front of the car door, smiling and saying, "Thank you for tonight, little brother. My name is Zhang Yuqi. What's your name? Can I add WeChat? I'll invite you to dinner next time." "Okay, sure. My name is Chen Xuan, and this is my WeChat." Zhang Yuqi nodded and scanned the WeChat QR code with her mobile phone. "Brother Chen, see you next time. Bye." After saying that, she rushed towards the place where her roommate was waving with a red face. And my roommate's side is full of questions. "Cousin, that car is a low-end brand, it must be fake, it's very cheap." "There is no fake car. The logo on it is poisonous." Li Bo replied speechlessly. "Which one is more expensive, his car or my cousin's Mercedes-Benz?" At this time, Li Bo looked unhappy and did not respond. Xiaomei at the side said, "That car costs 100 million yuan, do you think it can be compared?" 100 million? Li Yuding was completely confused. She originally wanted to introduce her roommate Zhang Yuqi to her cousin, but the car her roommate just took cost 100 million yuan. At this time, Zhang Yuqi had already come to her roommate's side. She looked back at the Lamborghini Veneno that was gradually going away, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of unusual emotion. "Yuqi, who was that man just now?" "Yuqi, this is my cousin. He is a senior executive of the Meijia Group, with an annual salary of 1 million. He is only 30 years old this year and has a bright future. Zhang Yuqi smiled but said nothing. Li Yuding was paying attention to her micro-expressions all the time. She vaguely thought of something. After all, she and Yuqi were together day and night. Seeing that Yuqi was very cold to the cousin in front of her, but very enthusiastic towards the man who just drove a luxury car to send Yuqi home, she was probably thinking about the man in the luxury car. Hello Yuqi, my name is Li Bo. I heard that you just had a car accident. Are you okay? Fine. At this time, Li Yuding pulled her cousin Li Bo aside and said, "Cousin, the situation today is not right. I originally wanted you to be a hero and save the beauty, but just now, a man richer than you saved Yuqi. You can't get any favor from Yuqi now, and you will only bring shame upon yourself. So wait for me to see if there is a chance before we talk." Who was that person in the car just now? Chapter 40, Crow's Dress? Seductive maid costume. After sending the beauty from the music college, Chen Xuan said to Yao Shuer, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "It's getting late. Let me take you home." "Well, thank you, brother Chen." Yao Meier's fair face was filled with a sweet smile. 20 minutes later, the sports car slowly stopped outside a low-end residential area. "Brother Chen, do you want to come up and sit down?" "Okay." Yao Meier took Chen Xuan's hand and walked into the elevator. Soon they reached the room number and opened the door directly. Chen Xuan glanced at the living room. Yao Meier smiled playfully and said, "There's nothing to see here. Let's go to my bedroom. I'll change my clothes for you to see." Then, the two of them went to the bedroom, which was decorated in a princess style, pink. When Chen Xuan arrived at Yao Meier's boudoir, he felt a little excited. "Tell me, what do you want me to wear?" Yao Meier stared at Chen Xuan with her beautiful eyes and asked. "Women's clothing, domineering clothing, Lolita, JK clothing, I want to see them all." Chen Xuan replied with a smile. He had been fascinated by Yao Meier. "You are so greedy." Yao Meier stared at Chen Xuan with all her charm. "Only children make choices, adults want everything. And you are a versatile goddess, I like whatever you wear." After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he took the initiative to put his arms around Yao Meier's waist and smiled evilly. Her waist was so soft that she wanted to collapse on Chen Xuan's body. She felt very sweet in her heart when she heard Chen Xuan praising her like that. "I'll go change first. Wait for me." Chen Xuan sat on the bed waiting. He felt that he would not be lonely tonight. After a while, the lights in the room became dim. Yao Meier walked out slowly in a beautiful maid outfit. A black and white maid outfit, with a white top, a black skirt, and white lace at the chest. This black and white maid outfit makes Yao Meier's skin look even fairer. She was wearing black stockings with white lace edges on her legs, which made her look pure and attractive. "How is it? Does it look good?" Yao Meier lifted her skirt and swayed from side to side, casting a coquettish look at Chen Xuan and asked expectantly. "Beautiful, really beautiful." At this time, Chen Xuan could no longer hold the gun. He stared at Yao Meier without blinking, his Adam's apple moving up and down. Originally, Yao Meier was already a high-scoring girl with a school beauty level. She looked even more charming in this maid outfit. "Is it really that beautiful?" Yao Meier's face flushed. "It's very beautiful. It's really super charming. Do you like it?" Yao Meier approached Chen Xuan and asked in a low voice. "I like it." Chen Xuan hugged Yao Meier's delicate body and pressed her against the wall. On the wall, the edge of the bed, the bathroom, the big bed. They are everywhere. He knew that she was just an ordinary woman, how could she resist his endurance? Yao Meier tried her best to love him, which made Chen Xuan dote on her even more. At this point, their relationship was already very close. Yao Meier snuggled in Chen Xuan's arms and fell into a deep sleep. At this time, Chen Xuan remembered that he had not signed in to the system tonight. "So I opened the system and signed in." Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 1 billion renminbi. When Chen Xuan saw these, he was very happy, as he had endless money to spend. At around 9 o'clock the next morning, Chen Xuan received a call. It was Lin Hao who called. He had already arranged his work. "Chen Xuan, my job has stabilized. How about we go out for a few drinks tonight? I know there's a new high-end bar." "Okay, what bar?" "Send me the location." "This bar is called Ta Bar. Many celebrities have been there. Even Principal Wang has been there. There are a lot of girls there. I'll treat you tonight. Lin Hao was very grateful to Chen Xuan for his help these days, helping him to balance his relationship and career, so he was very happy when he heard that Chen Xuan was willing to come out and play. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xuan quickly received the location of the bar sent by Lin Hao. At this time, Yao Meyer also woke up from her sleep. When she woke up, her body was almost falling apart. It took him a long time to muster the strength to climb out of bed. The quilt slipped off his body, leaving kiss marks all over his body. Chen Xuan was taking a shower in the bathroom, with the sound of water splashing. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened and a sturdy man came out. He only had a bath towel around his waist. His upper body was solid and lean. Looking down, he had 8 abdominal muscles and a faint mermaid line. Yao Meyer stared at the perfect figure in a daze, thinking about the embarrassing things she did last night, and buried her head in the quilt. "Get up, Meyer." Yao Meyer then lifted the quilt. "Ah, my stockings are all torn." After Yao Meyer got up, she found that the stockings she wore last night had been torn to pieces and could no longer be worn. "By the way, there are stockings at home, Brother Chen, wait for me," Yao Meyer said shyly. "Well, it's almost noon now, let's go out for dinner." The two got up, dressed and prepared to go to the parking lot. When they walked to the parking lot, took out the keys and prepared to get in the car, they found a teddy dog at the door, and it had pooped and peed on the tire. Standing next to her was a woman wearing a bright red dress, with big wavy hair, and she was talking on the phone. After she saw Teddy had a bowel movement, she wiped his butt and ignored the poop next to the tires, continuing to make phone calls. She also didn't put the dog on a leash. When Chen Xuan saw the scene, he shook his head and thought to himself that Teddy was quite aggressive and this was right in the community. If he wasn't on a leash, it would easily hurt some of the children in the community. Moreover, the dog urinates and defecates everywhere, and the dog owner doesn't know how to clean up, which is very annoying to watch. "Hello, ma'am, you don't keep your pet on a leash, and you don't clean up his poop?" The woman looked Chen Xuan up and down, ignored him, and continued to make her own phone call. "Ma'am, please clean up the shit and urine here, and keep the dog on the leash." Chen Xuan's words had just fallen. The lady hung up the phone and immediately lost her temper. "Who the hell are you? You are more nosy than anyone else. Don't talk about my baby son. You're just a poor loser, earning only 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month, and you dare to order me to do things? No way. I'm telling you one last time, clean up this place and put the dog on the leash, do you understand?" The woman looked at the young man in front of her with a gloomy expression. How could a weak woman like her be better than this man? So she picked up her phone, made a call, and cried, "Hubby, please come to the parking lot. I was beaten." "Whoa. Wait a minute, my husband will be here soon." Within 5 minutes, a man in a suit arrived. "Who the hell bullies my wife? Are you tired of living?" The woman pointed at Chen Xuan and said with a face like a wicked person complaining, "First, my husband is him. I was just on the phone in the parking lot. I didn't provoke him, but he hit me and was rude to me." The man looked Chen Xuan up and down, and said fiercely, "You little bastard, how dare you be rude to my wife? Believe it or not, I will beat you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you." Chen Xuan shook his head and looked at the two guys who couldn't figure out the situation. It was true that people of the same family resembled each other. "Is this dog yours?" "I've already told you, it's not a dog, it's my precious son," the woman said angrily, her hands on her hips. "Well, since he is your precious son, if he makes a mistake, do you as his mother have to take the responsibility? Just now your baby son pooped and peed next to my car door. I'll give you a discount and bid me 1 million. Ding ding. Chen Xuan took out the key and pressed it, and the lights of Lamborghini Veneno flashed twice. Chapter 41, My Legs Go Soft. The man and his wife were shocked. This car belongs to this guy? At this time, some property owners also gathered in the parking lot. Oh my god, this car is a Lamborghini Veneno, limited to only 10 units worldwide, the king of super sports cars. It should be worth several hundred million. The tires are well made, but they are being pissed and shit on by this beast. It's such a waste. I also own sports cars such as Audi, Hongqi, Maserati, etc., but compared with this car, they are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. This guy is really paying you a price for breaking your bones by asking you to pay 1 million. If it were me, I would not let you go even if you paid 10 million. Chen Xuan glanced at the man and said smugly, "You heard it all, 1 million, not a cent less. I only want cash." Otherwise, if I regret it, it won't be this amount. When the man heard that, his face changed instantly, and he tremblingly took out a bank card from his wallet. The entire family's fortune was in that card. But if you don't give it, the price will go up, and not only will you not have the card, you won't even have a place to stay. Considering that this gentleman can afford such an expensive sports car, the power behind him must not be underestimated. I'm afraid that just one word from him can make me have no place to stay in this Jiangcheng. The unknown is the source of all terror. Thinking of this, the man trembled even more. It was this woman who caused all this today. He stretched out his hand and slapped the woman on the face, angrily scolding, "You blind bitch, you could have provoked anyone else today, but you chose to cause such a big disaster. I worked hard outside to make money, but in the end you cheated me out of it. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to this gentleman?" The woman looked panicked. She realized the importance of this matter. The poor loser she looked down upon turned out to be a wealthy man who drove a billionaire luxury car. She was so frightened that her legs went limp and she fell to her knees with a thud. "Sir, I was wrong, please forgive me." "You can forgive me, but you have to pay me and clean up my car." "Thank you, sir, for being so generous and not making a fuss with us. There is 1 million in this card. Please accept it. The password is 88s. The man quickly took the bank card and handed it to Chen Chuan with both hands, bent his body and said humbly. Chen Chuan put away the bank card without saying anything more, and the woman hurried forward to clean the dirt beside the car, without any of the arrogance and domineering look she had just shown. At this time, Chen Chuan and Yao Meier got into the Lamborghini Veneno and left. At this moment, the teddy bear in the woman's arms barked at the man twice, trying to bite him. The man's face changed and he took out his anger on Teddy. He grabbed Teddy viciously, then kicked him out as if he was kicking a ball. Teddy flew through the air, then fell heavily to the ground, falling into a pool of blood. His limbs were still twitching, but his throat could no longer make any sound, and he was dying. At this time, the woman cried out, "No, my son, don't leave your mother." The man roared, "Fuck you, you bitches, it's all because of you that I lost $1 million. Chen Chuan didn't know what happened next. They drove directly to the nearby Jinjiang Hotel. After parking the car, head straight for the signature dish. This is considered a famous restaurant, and the average consumption per person starts at 5,000 yuan. After the two of them sat down, they were extremely hungry, so they started eating as soon as the dishes came, chatting while eating, and they were having a great time chatting. Several men came in through the door, one with yellow hair, one with white hair, and one with green hair. One of the green-haired guys seemed to be talking to the front desk. At this time, the lady at the front desk looked embarrassed. At this time, green hair took out several bundles of cash from his black leather bag, looking extremely arrogant. After being blessed with full body endurance, Chen Chuan's body functions are now very strong, even his hearing is very strong. He could hear what the receptionist and the green-haired guy were talking about. Yao Meier frowned. What happened? The nouveau riche has finalized the deal and said they would have a dinner party here, but the place is already full, so this green-haired guy is negotiating with the front desk to pay 10 times the price to let those of us who already have seats vacate the table. Chen Chuan explained with a wicked smile on his face. You have to know that people who eat here are all well off. The average consumption per person is more than 5,000 yuan, which means a table would cost only tens of thousands. If it is 10 times that, it would cost hundreds of thousands. But who would be willing to give up after eating only half of the meal? Anyway, I don't want to. So the front desk was in a difficult situation. Sir, I'm sorry, this is a regular restaurant. As long as you can reach a private agreement with the customers who are dining there, we won't stop you. But as employees of this restaurant, we can't make any arrangements. The front desk clerk explained carefully. Do you know how to do business? I've already offered 10 times the price. Greenhair scolded the receptionist, thinking that he could only negotiate with the customer himself, then looked around and found that only Chen Chuan seemed to be a good person to negotiate with, so he walked over to Chen Chuan. Young man, you are really lucky today. Greenhair walked up to Chen Chuan and spoke with an arrogant and confident look on his face. Chen Chuan glanced at the other person but didn't pay much attention to him, because from the conversation he just heard, he already knew the purpose of this person's visit. When Greenhair saw that he was being ignored, he instantly became furious. Boy, our President Wang is happy today. If you give up your table, we will give you 10 times the meal money. Spend money to buy happiness. You don't do anything and just lie down to make money. We are happy too, don't you think? Happy? Do you think you are the only ones who are rich? What can you do to me if I don't let you? Chen Chuan smiled grimly. At this time, the yellow-haired and white-haired men came over. The white-haired man in the lead was the one they called Mr. Wang, also known as Wang Dana. He frowned and said, "Young man, don't be so arrogant, okay? It seems that you have just entered the society. If you act so arrogantly, you will get beaten." Chen Chuan was so angry that he laughed. But looking at what I just ordered are the restaurant's signature dishes, this will definitely make a lot of money. So he asked playfully, "Are you sure you want to pay for our table?" "Yes, not only will we buy it, we will also give you 10 times the price." At this time, Green Hair was just very angry, and now he can finally feel proud. He patted his black leather bag and said triumphantly, "You are a smart kid." Chen Chuan waved to the waiter beside him. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" The waiter came over. "Come and tell me how much my table costs." The waiter calculated it. She is taking inventory. This one is 16,000, this one is 18,000, this one is 20,000. As the quotes increased in the tens of thousands, Mr. Wang and his colleagues' faces turned red, white and black. The people around who were watching put down their chopsticks and focused their eyes on Chen Chuan. When the waiter counted the dishes, he was also shocked to find that they were all the restaurant's signature dishes. Usually, each table will order one signature dish. Because they are expensive, it is difficult to order all of them. But this gentleman ordered all of them directly, which is unprecedented. "Sir, the total consumption is 1.88 million. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Fuck. This guy is truly a big shot, a super rich man. One meal cost more than 1 million. I can't believe you're so rich at such a young age. I'm so ashamed." Look, the white-haired guy who wanted to offer 10 times the price is silent now. Look at his nouveau riche behavior, he is showing off and bumped into a real rich man, so what can he do? How about paying? By card or bank transfer? Chen Chuan said, looking at the shivering Baimao beside him. At this moment, Mr. Wang's face exploded like a burst chrysanthemum. He kept doubting his life. He was quite happy that the project was concluded today, and he also made several million from it. I usually like to show off, but today I feel really uncomfortable with this. It feels like being roasted over a fire. It's neither high nor low. 1,080,000, 10 times is more than 10 million. Even if you sell all of them, they are not worth the price. What? No money? Chen Chuan asked gloatingly. Baimao's lips trembled with anger, but he still couldn't say a word and could only stand there. At this time, Chen Chuan said coldly, "Since you have no money, why are you still pretending to be so powerful?" The spectators around clapped their legs and cheered. That's how you should treat nouveau riche. How much money do you have? You're asking for 10 times the price. Why don't you just go to the sky? It feels so good to be slapped in the face. Why are you pretending to be a big shot when you don't have any money? At this time, Yao Meier looked at Chen Chuan with stars in her eyes. At this time, Wang Danang, Lu Mao and others could only leave in shame. Chapter 42 Principal Wang in his pajamas. At this time, the spectators around felt that the meal was worth it, and there was also a good show to watch. It's finally quiet. Chen Chuan smiled and turned his head, "Let's eat in peace." "Okay, brother Chen." Yao Meier admired Chen Chuan more and more at this moment. After the meal, Chen Chuanyue swiped his card to transfer 1.8 million yuan. Afterwards, the two returned to Yao Meier's bedroom. The two of them were in the living room, on the sofa, on the table corner, on the coffee table, on the balcony, and on the big bed. After enjoying herself, Yao Meier became even more beautiful and charming. A blush appeared on her face and she fell into a deep sleep. Chen Chuan held her in his arms, making her feel warm and sweet. She was surrounded by great happiness at the moment. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen Chuan and Yao Meier drove the Lamborghini Veneno and quickly arrived outside the bar. "Chen Chuan, are you here?" As soon as Chen Chuan parked the car, he saw his good brother Lin Hao calling. "I just arrived, where are you?" "I just arrived too. I'm standing outside the bar." Soon, Chen Chuan brought Yao Meier to the door of the bar and saw Lin Hao. "Chen Chuan, the girl next to you is so beautiful, prettier than that Lu Ruyan. Did you change it just now?" Lin Hao was stunned when he looked at the girl next to Chen Chuan. He originally thought that Lu Ruyan was pretty enough as a school belle, but when he took a look at Yao Meier, he was shocked by her appearance. If Lu Ruyan was a school belle, then this girl was at the top level. Yes, girlfriend. Chen Chuan spoke lightly. Chen Chuan, you are amazing. Your girlfriends are more beautiful than each other. I really admire you so much. Lin Hao gave Chen Chuan a thumbs up. A few people introduced themselves to each other, chatted for a while, and then went into the bar together. Chen Chuan, when I was having dinner with my clients, I heard them say that a new bar opened here recently has invited many celebrities. Even Principal Wang is a frequent visitor to this bar. Oh? It seems pretty awesome. Yes, this bar is really luxurious. The lowest booth here costs 30,000 yuan. The minimum consumption in Area 1 is over 100,000 yuan, the minimum consumption in Area 2 is over 200,000 yuan, and the minimum consumption in the Supreme Area is 1 million yuan. I booked a seat in Area 1. It's so popular here that I had to book in advance to get it. Except for the Supreme Area, all other seats have been reserved in advance. Lin Hao said that he had booked his seat in Zone 1 several days in advance, which was not easy. Other bars beg customers to come, but in this bar, customers are begging the bar to give up their seats. Not only are there many rich second-generation people coming to this bar, but there are also so many beautiful women that it's dazzling. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the side of the bar, as if some important person had appeared, attracting a group of onlookers to watch the excitement. Oh my god, it looks like Principal Wang is here too. I heard he recently got a new internet celebrity girlfriend. Lin Hao said excitedly, pointing at the man in pajamas in front of him. When he was making the strategy guide before, he heard that this internet cafe was a place frequented by Principal Wang, but he didn't expect to meet the real person today. You have to know that Principal Wang is really a rich second generation and also an internet celebrity. Wherever he appears, there will be a commotion. Chen Chuan looked in the direction of Lin Hao's finger and saw a man wearing a long robe and white pajamas, flip-flops on his feet, with his left hand hugging a long-legged beauty who was dressed coolly in black stockings. With the sound of exploding electronic music in their ears, Lin Hao and others were led by the bar staff to seats in Area 1. When he was halfway there, a bartender suddenly came running over and said in a panic, "Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, your booth has been taken away." What's going on? I reserved it in advance. Who took my booth? Lin Hao's face turned red with anger. You know, he had booked this several days in advance, and he invited Chen Chuan to come and play. If someone stabbed you in the seat you had reserved, who wouldn't he be angry? Excuse me, sir, we can't afford to offend that person. He is Master Ma from the Supreme District. I don't care if he's Ma Xiao or Ma Duo, it's not okay for him to snatch my advance reservation. Do you have any manners at all? As Chen Chuan and his companions were talking, they came to the first booth, where they saw several young men and women playing dice, looking very happy. Are you the one who stole the booth I reserved? Lin Hao grabbed Li Run, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and had a fat face. You little jerk, how dare you do this to me? Come on, brothers, I have young Master Ma backing me up, I'm not afraid of anyone. I don't care if you are Master Ma or you can't take my position. Get out of here. Who said that you don't take me, Ma Tianyu, seriously? At this time, a young man holding a fan walked over from the Supreme Area. His name is Ma Tianyu. He is the youngest son of the Ma Group. His family assets are over 100 billion yuan, and he is one of the top second-generation rich people in Jiangcheng. At this time, Ma Tianyu noticed the beautiful woman Yao Meier beside Chen Chuan. She was stunningly beautiful and had a hot body. Any man would be unable to get close to her when seeing her. He walked over and said, "Beauty, my name is Ma Tianyu, I'm the young master of the Ma Group, I have a position in the supreme seat, how about inviting you for a drink?" Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Yao Meier refused directly. He clearly stated that he was the young master of the Ma Group. So what? He was just the son of a concubine. How could he compare with Chen Chuan? When Ma Tianyu heard this reply, he was stunned. So far, there were very few women who rejected him even though they knew his identity. The first one is Han Jiawei, and the second one is this one. So he held his breath and said, "I won't give up this booth." Ma Tianyu looked at Chen Chuan and Lin Hao. He had never seen these two people in the circle of rich second generation and knew that they would not be able to make any waves. He just likes to spend money and show off, but when he meets a poor loser who has no money, he will step on him hard. You two poor losers, if you can't afford it, don't come to this kind of high-end game. You can't beat it with that little money. Ma Tianyu looked at Lin Hao's face which turned red, and then humiliated him a few times. when he waved his hand and prepared to leave the booth and return to his supreme area. Wait a minute, I bought this bar outright. Chen Chuan spoke. What? Buy it? You know, TA Bar is one of the most luxurious bars in Jiangcheng. If you buy it, it will cost at least 800 million. Chen Chuan, if you want to buy it, don't be impulsive. I know you are venting your anger for me, but it's too expensive to buy it. After Lin Hao was moved, he was shocked. Ha, you're going to make me laugh to death. You said you want to buy the bar? At this time, Ma Tianyu stopped and looked at Chen Chuan as if he was an alien. I am a top-rich second generation and I have never thought of buying a bar directly. If you, a poor loser, say you want to buy a bar, you are dreaming. Chen Chuan ignored Ma Tianyu's ridicule and said to the bar's salesperson, call your boss over. Okay, boss, please wait in the supreme area. I will ask our manager to come and greet you. The bar salesman was extremely respectful to Lin Hao and his friends. At his level, he could only call the manager, and the boss behind the bar was not someone a small fry like him could meet. Until now, he didn't know whether the owner of this bar was a man or a woman, and she had never appeared. Chapter 43, Mr. Chen pays for all the expenses. Chen Chuan, Lin Hao and others were also taken to the seats in the supreme area by a marketer from another bar. The place where they sat was the most prime spot in the entire bar, with a wide view and a comfortable position. The sofas were all made of pure imported cowhide and were magnificent. Sir, please sit here and wait for a moment. Our manager will be here soon. What would you like to drink? The bartender said very respectfully. Then let's order the Shenlong suit first. Shenlong, set? When Lin Hao heard about the dragon set, he couldn't help but get excited. You have to know that this is a 88,888 yuan dragon set. Sir, just one dragon suit, asked the bar salesman. One Shenlong suit is not enough, let's get 10 Shenlong suits first. Chen Chuan said lightly. 10 dragon suits? The bartender's eyes lit up, he was surprised and happy. You have to know that one set of Shenlong costs 88,888 yuan, and 10 sets cost 888,880 yuan, so her commission is. She feels happy just thinking about it. She earned a month's money tonight. I am so lucky to have met such a big client. I think only the rich would dare to play like this and treat money as a piece of paper. Chen Chuan, you are so generous. You even bought this bar. Lin Hao already knew Chen Chuan's strength, but this action made him even more shocked. He looked at Chen Chuan with admiration. On the other side, Ma Tianyu sat on the sofa in the supreme area not far from them, his face somewhat gloomy. Li Ren, who had a face full of flesh, said, Master Ma, those little bastards want to drive us away. Don't they want to give you face? You should know that you are one of the richest second generations in Jiangcheng, and your Ma family group is the most famous in Jiangcheng. Before Li Ren could finish, Ma Tianyu glared at him fiercely and said, Shut the fuck up, I've already booked the Supreme Zone, I'll see who dares to kick us out, just follow me. Ma Tianyu was a little furious. Even if Chen Chuan bought the bar, he couldn't just kick him out. He was the supreme VIP of this bar. If you kick him out, who would come to this bar in the future? Aren't you bullying customers just because you are a big store? At this moment, the 10 dragon sets ordered by Chen Chuan were brought up by some beautiful girls in cool clothes in the bar. Behind this group of cool beauties, there were 8 handsome men with celebrity faces, strong bodies, and exposed abdominal muscles. They each held a shining light sign in their hands and walked towards the supreme seat in a mighty manner. Along the way, it attracted countless people's attention. Many people looked at it in shock, and screams were heard from time to time. Which rich man ordered these 10 sets of dragon suits? That's awesome. I want to go with him and get some from him. Wait for me, I want to go too, let me put on some more clothes to see if I'm leaking too much. Pull the clothes down a little more, wow, you're so fierce. The crowd was seen walking towards the supreme seat of Chen Chuan and Lin Hao, and everyone's eyes were on them. At this moment, there was another commotion among the crowd. A sexy and charming woman dressed in Indian style with a belly-bearing outfit came to the supreme area of Chen Chuan's table, led by 8 bodyguards. She walks with great aura, and men will fall at her feet at first sight, and women will fall in love with her when they see her. Who is she? She's so beautiful. I can't take my eyes off her. She has bodyguards around her. Is she someone of high status? Look, the bar manager is following her obediently. Do you think she could be the mysterious female owner of this bar? Who knows, but it's possible. She has a great figure. I even had a nosebleed. Just as everyone was guessing who this woman was, she had already walked to the Supreme area under the guidance of her bodyguards. At this time, Ma Tianyu also saw her. He stood up excitedly. You have to know that every time Ma Tianyu came to this bar, he wanted to spend money to get close to this extremely beautiful proprietress. She is cool, mysterious, and versatile, which fascinates many people in the circle of rich second generations. I confessed my love to her several times, but was rejected every time. Ma Tianyu hurried to Han Jiawei. Jianwei, it's me, Tianyu, are you here to see me? Then, Han Jiawei didn't even look at Ma Tianyu and walked past him. She walked in front of Chen Xuan, stretched out her hand, shook hands with Chen Xuan and said, I am Han Jiawei, the owner of this bar. I heard that you want to buy this bar? Ma Tianyu was directly ignored, which made him even more angry. My name is Chen Xuan, and I want to buy this bar. Oh? You want to buy this bar? Do you know how much it costs now? Sir, you are so arrogant, aren't you? Han Jiawei hugged her chest, looked Chen Xuan up and down and said, no matter how much it costs, if I say I'm going to buy it, I'm going to buy it. 900 million renminbi. I want cash. If you pay now, this bar will be yours. Han Jiawei said. Okay, I'll transfer it over now. Give me your bank card. As Chen Xuan spoke, he picked up his phone and quickly transferred 900 million yuan. After Han Jiawei received the text message, she was delighted and said, Sir, TA bar is now yours, and the transfer procedures can be handled at any time. Okay, I'll give you my lawyer's phone number later and let my lawyer handle the transfer procedures. Tonight, all drinks consumed by customers in his bar will be paid for by me. But I want Ma Tianyu and the people he brought with him to get out of the bar. We don't welcome people like them in our bar. At this time, Ma Tianyu also heard Chen Xuan say this, so he rushed over. What, you want me to get out of this bar? Just now, his favorite goddess Han Jiawei actually passed him by and took the initiative to find Chen Xuan, which made him very unhappy. As a rich second generation, how could he tolerate such treatment? And it happened in public, which made him lose face. Others can stay, but Ma Tianyu and the people around him have to leave. Chen Xuan ignored Ma Tianyu and said it again. Ma Tianyu was anxious. He walked to Han Jiawei and said, Boss Han, I am the young master of the Ma family and a frequent visitor to the bar. I have reserved a supreme seat tonight. You can't chase me away. If he was kicked out tonight, where would Ma Tianyu put his face? I'm sorry, Mr. Ma, this bar is no longer mine. It belongs to this gentleman. He has already told you to leave. As for the money you spent, we can refund it to you. Han Jiawei said coldly. Then he said to Chen Xuan enthusiastically, now, you are the owner of our TA bar. Han Jiawei said this and left with her bodyguards. Ma Tiantianyu and others also left. At this moment, the whole place fell silent and the music in the bar stopped. Suddenly, the scene remembered the exciting voice of the bar's DJ. The hairdressers at Radisson Blue, I have good news for you. The bar has changed its owner. Mr. Chen will pay for all the drinks tonight. Everyone, get agitated. Yo check now. Come on, raise your hands high, left, right, and shake them. Where is the screaming? Get high. Let go of everything and enjoy your music tonight. The atmosphere is getting more and more heated. Screams rang out one after another. Awesome. This is the legendary good thing where Master Chen pays for the entire meal. At this moment, the beauties wearing cool clothes on the dance floor wanted to pounce on Chen Xuan. Their eyes were as eager as hungry wolves seeing sheep. Chapter 44 Only beauties with a score of 90 or above can enter. At this time, Chen Xuan waved to the manager of TA Bar. At this time, the manager came running over and asked respectfully, Mr. Chen, is there anything I can do for you? Chen Xuan is now the new boss of TA Bar. As a manager, he must demonstrate his abilities. New bosses usually eliminate old forces and develop new confidants. Spread the word, all beauties with a beauty score of 90 or above can enter TA's bar for free tonight, but men are not allowed in anymore. Chen Xuan said that he was now the new owner of the bar, and it was reasonable for him to set new rules for the bar. People who entered the bar before will not count, but those who come in later must be women, and their appearance must be above 90 points. As for how to judge, leave it to the bar manager, they should have experience. Okay, Mr. Chen, I promise to complete the task. The bar manager instantly understood what Chen Xuan meant. You have to know that Chen Xuan bought this bar for 800 million yuan, and it was a one-time payment. I dare to ask who can come up with so much money at one time. Even his Ma family, such a large family, can't come up with so much money at once. Moreover, Mr. Chen has already proposed that the whole place be free. If no rules are set, the bar will be overcrowded. Now that this rule has been established, those beautiful girls in Jiangcheng will definitely come to the bar. The news soon spread among the young people in Jiangcheng. Fuck, have you heard? Our Jiangcheng TA bar was bought by a big guy. The boss said that beauties with a beauty score of 90 or above can enter the bar and drink for free, and they may even run into the boss by chance. This guy is really good at playing, but unfortunately I'm a man and can't get in. Why don't I dress up as a woman so I can meet some high-scoring girls? What's the difference between the lineup and the celebrity gala? You are daydreaming, kid. You can dress up as a woman, but they require a face value of 90 points or above to enter. I think Li Haoming is a good candidate. Although he is a man, he is gay and often dresses up as a woman. He is very beautiful. In the dormitory of Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, several beautiful girls wearing suspender pajamas and cool clothes were browsing their moments. Suddenly, a beautiful woman jumped up from her chair. Look, Jiangcheng TA Bar, the bar that Principal Wang frequents, was bought by a big boss tonight. He said that any pretty girl with a beauty score of 90 or above can eat and play for free, and can even get close to the big boss. Sisters, do we want to go? Li Yuting said excitedly. But, it's free, I'm afraid. Zhang Yuqi hesitated. What are you afraid of? You can go and play for free just by scanning your face. What are you waiting for? Let's go. I'm so excited that I want to fly over right now. But I don't know how to dance, what should I do? What's there to do? Just follow everyone and sway. Let's go. In addition to some beautiful female college students, some urban white-collar workers also received the news and were so excited that they couldn't close their legs. Even the middle-aged women who danced in the square came to the bar after hearing the news. Women are very confident. They think they are beauties, and their looks are above 90 points. At this time, the road to the bar was completely blocked. Women from all over Jiangcheng were on their way to the bar. The scene was as spectacular as that of the heyday of the Tang dynasty. There were already 80 or 90 staff members standing at the door of TA Bar to check whether the appearance was above 90 points. Some of them want to really get to know this big boss. If he takes a fancy to them, then they can become his lover. Some of them went to hook up with rich second generations, because the bar was too expensive, and if no one treated them, they would have no chance to go. Now they can go just by relying on their looks, so they hurried over. Tonight, TA Bar is absolutely filled with beautiful women, and Chen Xuan is the most dazzling focus of the whole place. When he sat there, many beautiful women stared at him, wishing they could pounce on him. But he has 10 bodyguards around him, and they will not let those beauties with scores below 90 get close to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan has seen beauties with high looks such as Yao Meier, Li Wenwen, and Zhao Shuer, and he no longer looks down on beauties with a score below 90. Chen Xuan, you are so awesome. Brother, I followed you, and those beauties looked at me a few more times. And the rich second generation like Ma Tianyu were all driven away. It really made me feel relieved. I really admire you more and more. Lin Hao raised the wine glass and looked at Chen Xuan with admiration, like Chen Xuan's little fan. Haha, it's just so-so. Chen Xuan raised his glass and clinked it lightly with Lin Hao. At this time, Zhang Yuqi and others from Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music had arrived at the door of the bar. There were 3 of them, namely Zhang Yuqi, Li Yuting, and Li Huijin. Only 2 of them entered, leaving Li Yuting behind. Although Li Yuting was the most beautiful girl in the class, her appearance score was below 90 points, so she was not qualified to enter. Zhang Yuqi and Li Huijin boldly entered the bar hand in hand. After entering, I was shocked by the environment. They are all beauties, and some of them are more beautiful than celebrities. When their eyes fell on Chen Xuan's seat, they were stunned for a moment. The boy sitting in the seat looks so young. Just by looking at his side and the back of his head, he looks very handsome. When Zhang Yuqi got closer, she saw that it was Chen Xuan who had scratched her car. She opened her mouth and shyly shouted, "Brother Chen, why, are you here?" "Hello, Yuqi, we meet again." Chen Xuan saw Zhang Yuqi smile playfully. "Sit down and have a drink together." Okay. Zhang Yuqi has a curvy figure, and she wears a low-cut hot girl outfit, which makes her figure look even more perfect. Li Huizhen next to her also has a great figure, especially her big breasts and beautiful legs. She is wearing black stockings, which perfectly show the lines of her legs, making people unable to stop looking at her. Li Huizhen is an extrovert. When she heard Chen Xuan ask them to sit down, she sat down next to Chen Xuan without hesitation. They are campus beauties in school, and there is no shortage of bootlickers around them. They have the capital to be arrogant, but in front of the big guys, their identities are reversed, and they are now like Chen Xuan's bootlickers. At this time, Li Huizhen directly picked up the wine glass. Master Yi, I toast you a glass. Okay, everyone, be casual. Zhang Yuqi also picked up the wine glass. Brother Chen, there are actually 3 people in our dormitory, but only Li Huizhen and I are here. Another one is stranded outside. Because her appearance is not above 90, she cannot come in. Can you let her in to play with us? She is quite lonely outside. After drinking a glass of wine, Zhang Yuqi felt emboldened by the drunkenness, so she made this request. Brother Chen, I know this request is a bit excessive, but our dormitories are integrated. Zhang Yuqi said a little nervously. Because Chen Xuan has set the rules that only beauties with a score above 90 can enter. It can be seen that Chen Xuan still has requirements for the women around him, and she regretted it a little after she said it. She was afraid that Chen Xuan would be angry. What should she do? After all, she had only met Chen Xuan once. She was always paying attention to the changes in Chen Xuan's facial expression. Chen Xuan looked. Chapter 45. Who was the masked DJ? Chen Xuan was very approachable and didn't get angry. Instead, he said calmly, "You have a classmate outside. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Let her in. Although rules are dead, people are alive." Chen Xuan waved to a bodyguard and asked them to let Li Yuding in. Brother Chen, you are such a nice person. Zhang Yuqi was delighted when she saw Chen Xuan agree to her request, and she smiled coquettishly. She spoke in a coquettish manner. Brother Chen Xuan is not only very handsome, but also very approachable. Ha, are you giving me the nice guy card? Chen Xuan was in a good mood and said with a smile. No, Brother Chen, I just think that you are so rich, but you are not arrogant at all, which makes me feel close to you. Zhang Yuqi smiled charmingly. She had already realized that Chen Xuan was a very good person. But today she was even more shocked to find that Chen Xuan was not only nice, but also had a good temper. Chen Xuan just smiled and said nothing. You have to know that his good temper depends on the person. Soon Li Yuding was taken to the supreme area by the bar security. Chen Xuan also greeted her and asked her to sit down. This move made Li Yuding, who was stranded outside just now, flattered. You know, she was just outside in the cold wind, and who could understand that feeling of desolation? But at this moment, the boss actually personally ordered someone to call her in and greeted her gently. She felt that she might have been favored by the boss and was about to become a golden phoenix. Brother Chen, can I take a photo and send a short video? Zhang Yuqi asked, and Li Huizhen and Li Yuding echoed. Now I am with the boss, and in such a luxurious bar. If I take some photos or make a short video and upload it to the live streaming platform, I can attract countless fans. Then. No problem, which platform are you on? Chen Xuan asked doubtfully. It's posted on the Dotue live streaming platform. This platform has been very popular recently. A while ago, there was a feminist incident and a live streamer with incorrect values was banned. A lot of illegal operations were cleared, so this platform has been gaining a lot of fans recently. We all live stream on this platform, and we can also make some pocket money. Zhang Yuqi explained that they were from a music conservatory and were proficient in singing and dancing. By playing short videos, they accumulated a lot of fans and made a lot of money. Moreover, as long as they have skills and good looks, they can have a place in the live broadcast industry and make a lot of money, which allows them to taste the sweetness of live broadcasting. Ha, go ahead and take the photo then. When Chen Xuan heard that they were live streaming on the Douyin platform, he smiled in his heart, knowing that this company was his. Brother Chen, can we really take this photo? Do you have a comma number? Yes, I'll go up now. Chen Xuan smiled. Brother Chen, please come to my live broadcast room and increase my popularity. Okay. As soon as Zhang Yuqi started the live broadcast, many people flocked into the room. It's become popular. My live broadcast room now has millions of people, and people are still coming in one after another. At this time, Zhang Yuqi screamed in surprise. You know, she has never been so popular since the show started. This made her happy. The live broadcast room was filled with constant barrage of comments. Oh my god, is this the legendary TA bar that was bought by a big boss? There are so many beauties, I really want to go, but I don't have stunning looks, woo woo. Goddess Kikizi, please show us more of the scene and look at that big guy. I want to see the boss, I want to see the boss, my heart is about to fly away now, boss. The live broadcast room was filled with comments, all of whom came to see who the big boss was. At this time, Zhang Yuqi tentatively said, Brother Chen, my fans on the live broadcast want to see you, is that okay? After saying this, she stared at Chen Chuan intently, her eyes full of pleading. Chen Chuan said calmly, okay. Zhang Yuqi was delighted when she heard this and said excitedly, really? Brother Chen, you are so kind. Hello everyone? I'm Kikizi. I'm next to the boss right now, in his bar. The guy next to me is the boss who bought the entire bar. Please welcome the boss to come on stage. Wow, so handsome, the boss is so young. Boss, I can get a divorce. Can I be your lover? Young wives are very good at this. Boss, my sister has graduated from high school. She's very sexy. Do you want her? Boss, I can dress up as a woman. I have a beautiful face. I want to. In the live broadcast room, a person with the ID of Toheijin directly gave more than 1 million gifts, which instantly shocked the audience. Wow, who is this Toheijin? Is he so rich? Chen Chuan was not pretentious and he just came up and gave out gifts worth over 1 million, causing the live broadcast room to explode. Thank you, rich brother Jean, for sending me a gift worth over 1 million yuan. Zhang Yuqi stood up excitedly. She had never received such a valuable gift. Roommates Li Yuding and Li Huizhen were full of envy, they also wanted to earn millions. Brother Chen, that Toheijin just now was you, right? Zhang Yuqi stared at Chen Chuan with her beautiful eyes. She looked at Chen Chuan and felt her heart beating. Yes, I brushed it for you. Chen Chuan nodded. There was nothing wrong with admitting such a thing. At this moment, Zhang Yuqi felt as if she had fallen in love with the older brother next to her, and her heart was beating very fast. Brother Chen, let's go to the dance floor and dance. At this time, Zhang Yuqi took the initiative to hold Chen Chuan's hand and brought Chen Chuan to the dance floor. The beauties in the dance floor area who scored above 90 points each tried their best to get close to Chen Chuan. Their many tempting curves, especially the big breasts, slowly approached, pressing Chen Chuan so hard that he could hardly breathe. Chen Chuan felt the different softness and elasticity, and those beauties came up on their own initiative. He also unceremoniously put his arms around the beauties' waists and swayed to his heart's content on the dance floor. Everyone cheer up. The DJ on site is very good at creating an atmosphere, the lights are colorful, and the music is very exciting. At this moment, Han Jiawei came on stage surrounded by many handsome boys. She was wearing a black hot girl outfit, black shorts, revealing her belly button, black high heels. The affectionate DJ girl Ms. Han Jiawei is here. Where are the screams from the audience? At this moment, the bright light shone on Chen Chuan, and everyone's eyes were on him, looking forward to lighting up the whole place. At this moment, Han Jiawei is a shining star. There is light shining on the body. The next moment, her fingers moved very flexibly. As the fingers danced quickly, all kinds of explosive electronic music swept in, making the whole audience excited. And at this moment, Chen Chuan's system voice suddenly spoke. And only Chen Chuan could hear these words. Ding, since the host has punched in continuously, I will reward the host with piano proficiency, DJ proficiency, and violin proficiency. If the host can go on stage and DJ once and shock the audience, the challenge will be successful, and the host will be rewarded with Air China Private Jet Group. Chen Chuan was shocked. You know, if a DJ is good at playing music, he can directly make the whole audience excited. In this way, you can be rewarded with an Air China private jet, and then return home rich. It feels great just thinking about it. The DJ on the stage has stopped, and all I can hear is the crazy screams of the audience. At this time, Chen Chuan waved his hand and called the bar manager and said calmly, I will play the DJ next time. When the bar manager heard this, his pupils dilated. Seeing that Chen Chuan was very confident, excited voices were heard again from the podium of the bar. Now we invite the masked man from our bar to perform a DJ performance. Where are the screams from the audience? Wearing a mask was also Chen Chuan's request. He wanted to shock others without them knowing when he went on stage, which would have a better effect. Chapter 46, the whole audience is excited. Chen Xuan put on a big mask and walked towards the center of the dance floor. His steps were steady and graceful, but the audience was filled with sighs. Oh my god, Han Jiawei's DJ set the whole place on fire just now. Who is this guy wearing a mask? I don't know him, but he looks a bit like him, like a big boss? At this time, Chen Xuan was already sitting on a chair on the dance floor. He placed his hands on the DJ keyboard and remained motionless for 5 minutes. This time, not only the beautiful girls and handsome guys in the bar were talking about it. Even the fans of Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast were excited. It might be because Han Jiawei's DJ performance just now was too explosive, and Chen Xuan sat motionless in the chair with a mask on. It's confusing, but they don't care about it. You just come here to perform a show, why are you pretending? This idiot has been sitting here for 5 minutes and still hasn't started. Is he incompetent? Or is he scared by so many people? The bar has a new owner, and the tone has changed too. It's now a bar. If you don't start now, get off the stage. Why are you pretending to be so naive? Get out, we want blasting music. After Chen Xuan had freed himself for 5 minutes, he finally took action. He had just mastered the DJ skills, and now a warm current surged through his mind and body. When he tried to slide it, there was a chaotic noise. At this time, the prodigals in the audience could not help but booing, and some even shouted out loud, "Get out, get out, get out." Then came the exquisite DJ dance music, and everyone swayed their bodies unconsciously and thought about crazy things in their minds. I can't help but think about the girl I used to be. I wonder how she is doing now. Is she still trapped in devastation? Are those boys still alone in the dormitory, solving their own unspeakable problems by themselves? In other words, there are many men and many women, or one man and many women, or one woman and many men, and the emotional entanglements are unforgettable. He had never been a DJ before, but he just went on stage. The scene was explosive enough, and these explosions touched everyone's heart. This DJ is like a snake, drilling into people's hearts. And this strong sense of picture also comes to you. The people in the audience and even the people in the live broadcast room were reminded of the happiest things in their lives when they heard this DJ. Even some people with depression in the live broadcast room, after listening to this DJ, felt that there is hope for life in this world. Next second. These emotions reach a climax directly, making people feel explosively happy. Chen Xuan's fingers wandered across the DJ keyboard, and every slide he made could stir the hearts of everyone present. Ignite people's emotions, turn them into flames, burn and burn. There were 100 to 200 million people visiting Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room. Shocked. Burst. The whole audience was excited. Everyone froze. When the DJ performance ended, everyone was stunned. He was petrified for 10 seconds before he reacted. Then there was thunderous applause. Wow, this is too exciting. It makes me feel happier than ever before. Yeah, who is this person? I really want to meet him. It's really amazing. If Han Jiawei's DJing is already superb, then this is simply unmatched in the world. The kind that can win a trophy. I also hang out in bars all year round. Compared to him, even if the world DJ champion is here, he probably can't beat him. It's so shocking and unbelievable. Originally, DJs were just a foil to entertain people, but this person actually acted like the protagonist. It's really awesome. I have been stationed at the bar for more than 20 years. I have always thought I was awesome, but after meeting you today, I will never pretend again. You, please kneel before me. For a while. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. But everyone's eyes have changed from all kinds of contempt and wanting to get lost to wanting to kiss you now. Truly outstanding people don't need to say much. As long as they show their skills, everyone will kneel down in admiration. The fans in the live broadcast room were also completely blown away. Kikizi, who is this person? It sounds so nice. I just told him to get off. I admit I was superficial. If he really had gone down, I think I would never be able to hear such a good DJ again in my life. There was constant applause at the scene. Yao Meier was also completely stunned. She only knew that Chen Xuan was rich, but she never thought that he was so outstanding. Such an unpopular DJ could also do it, and not only that, but his skills were so superb. Through this period of contact, she thought she knew Chen Xuan very well. But now she felt that she was wrong. Chen Xuan is an incredibly outstanding man, and she feels that she is no longer worthy of him. If Chen Xuan had 3,000 beauties in his harem, she would be able to understand and treat those sisters with tolerance. Zhang Yuqi was even more shocked. Although Chen Xuan was already good enough, this man always shined. Her roommates had the same idea as her, that they were not that good and were totally unworthy of Chen Xuan, and they were willing to become a member of Chen Xuan's harem. As long as I can be with Chen Xuan, I am willing to do that even if Chen Xuan has a large harem. But the people in the audience had no idea who this person was, so they shouted, "Please take off your mask, I really want to see who you are. Unmask, unmask, unmask." Now it has aroused everyone's curiosity. Everyone wants to know who this person is. Chen Xuan paused for 5 minutes. These 5 minutes seemed very long. Everyone waited for a very long time, as if it had been a century. The mask was taken off, revealing a handsome face, so handsome. Wow, he is. He is actually a super rich man, a big shot. I really kneel down. I admire him so much. Shocked, this guy can actually DJ, and he's so good at it. My male god is really omnipotent. He can do everything. The people in the audience suddenly became even crazier. Completely conquered. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the challenge, and the reward is Air China Private Jet Group. Then everyone partied until midnight. Chen Xuan and Han Jiawei exchanged contact information and made an appointment to meet next time. Everyone was in a state of tipsiness. Chen Xuan called a designated driver to take Yao Meier, Zhang Yuqi, and her roommates home. Lin Haotian also returned home. Chen Xuan was sent to Jiangcheng Villa No. 1. When he woke up, Chen Xuan remembered that he had not signed in today, so he called out the system to sign in for today. Host, would you like to sign in today? Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a luxury fleet. 10 vehicles have been stored in the third space. The host can access them at any time. Chen Xuan opened the third space, which was a space that could accommodate the entire island country. It contained 2 Maseratis, 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, 2 Audi R6s, and 2. Chapter 47 Private Jet. Chen Xuan thought to himself, just put it in the system warehouse first, it won't be too late to take it out when I decide who to give it to. A night of silence. The next day, Chen Xuan's cell phone suddenly rang. He took a casual look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He frowned and wondered who it was. So the call was connected. I'm Chen Xuan, who are you? The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a long while. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Wang Jiaer, chairman of Air China Group. You acquired 100% of the group's shares last night. I would like to meet with you to discuss the group's future plans. Chen Xuan nodded in sudden realization and said calmly, the company is still under your management. Just report the revenue to me regularly every month. Also, I am now in the No. 1 villa in Jiangcheng. Send me a private jet over. It must be the most luxurious one. Okay, I'll arrange it. I need it now. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xuan wanted to go home to visit his parents. An hour later, a plane landed next to Jiangcheng Villa No. 1. Chen Xuan walked out, opened the plane door, and was immediately greeted by a woman in a stewardess uniform. She has a charming face and a curvy figure. She wears a blue suit and a tight skirt. Her legs are beautiful and she wears black stockings and high heels. The 5 black girls tied their hair into a circle and pinned it to the stewardess's hat. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the flight attendant of your private jet, Wang Yali. You can call me Xiao Lily. Please follow me and I will take you on the plane. A blush appeared on Wang Yali's fair face. Just now, she received a mission. This was not an ordinary boss, but the boss who bought the entire airline. You have to know how luxurious it is to have your own private jet, and a young, handsome, and wealthy man like Chen Xuan is already a scarce resource. Thank you very much. Chen Xuan replied politely. At this time, there were already 8 flight attendants in stewardess uniforms, who bent down slightly and said with a smile on their faces, Dear Mr. Chen, welcome aboard. At this time, Chen Xuan was sitting there, drinking red wine and looking at his mobile phone. At this moment, Wang Yali came over wearing black stockings and beautiful legs. She bowed slightly and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, are you hungry? We not only offer Chinese food, but also French food, barbecue hot pot, spicy hot pot, grilled cold noodles, seafood dinners, etc. We have everything you need. I wonder what kind of food you would like to eat? Wang Yali said this while biting her lip, a hint of charm flashing in her eyes. She flicked her hair, with a hint of anticipation on her face. Chen Xuan couldn't help but frown. He wondered if this little girl was greedy for his body. Chinese food, thank you. Wang Yali bent down and said, okay, I'll get ready. 10 minutes later, the lunch was ready. Wang Yali leaned over and placed the lunch on Chen Xuan's table. From this angle, Chen Xuan could clearly see Wang Yali's snow-white cleavage. He made a rough estimate and it was 4 digits. Her black silk feet staggered and she fell directly into Chen Xuan's arms. Chen Xuan instantly felt the softness of this young woman in his arms. She didn't seem to want to get up, but lay on Chen Xuan's strong chest and kissed him with her red lips. That panting breath. Since the other party is so proactive, Chen Xuan will not refuse. Wang Yali's hands wandered back and forth on Chen Xuan's body, and she naturally took off her black silk stockings. Then, the two of them did things that made them happy. Time just passes slowly. At Xiangqing Airport, a luxurious private plane slowly landed and the cabin door was opened. Chen Xuan walked down from the plane. Wang Yali's stewardess uniform was a little messy, her black stockings were torn, her beautiful legs under the stockings were trembling a little, and she went down the stairs very slowly. Mr. Chen, this flight has ended. Are you satisfied with our service? Yes, life is good. When Wang Yali heard this, her face instantly turned red to her ears. Think about how hard I worked just now. It is my pleasure and I look forward to serving you next time. Chen Xuan called out the Audi R8 from the system warehouse. Chen Xuan's hometown is in a village southeast of Xiangqing City, called Kenjialing. It's an hour's drive from the airport. Several years have passed, and Kenjialing has not changed at all. Compared to the city, Kenjialing at 7 o'clock in the evening seems particularly quiet. Chen Xuan stood at the door for a long time before knocking on his own door. Who is it? Came the voice of Chen Xuan's mother Mashime. Mom, it's me. Chen Xuan said. Maxime said nothing more, as if in a daze. A moment later, hurried footsteps were heard, and then the door was half opened. Only then did Chen Xuan see that not only his mother Mashime, but also his taciturn father Chen Jiangwo ran to the door. The old couple must have just returned from the fields. They hadn't changed their clothes and were covered in a lot of dust. Chen Xuan, you're back. You came back alone. Where's Ruyan? Maxime looked behind Chen Xuan. In the past few years, every Chinese New Year, Chen Xuan would take Lu Ruyan home to celebrate the New Year. But this year, I didn't bring it. Humph, did you make your girlfriend run away? There are so many bachelors in the village now. If you can make a girlfriend as good as Ruyan run away, how can you have the face to come back? Chen Jiangwo snorted coldly. Lu Ruyan has proposed breaking up many times, and every time Chen Xuan's parents blame Chen Xuan. This time is no surprise. But Chen Jiangwo was obviously saying one thing and thinking another. If he really didn't want his son to come back, he wouldn't have rushed out in just slippers. Chinese fatherly love is like this. They don't necessarily not love you, they just hide this love in their hearts and not in their actions. There are 3 children in the Chen family. Chen Xuan is the eldest, and he has a younger brother and a younger sister. Logically speaking, the eldest brother should be the least worrying one, but he became the most worrying one. Okay, now that you're all back, come in and sit down. Chen Xuan said from behind, Mom and Dad, don't rush in. I bought a lot of things for you. Can you help me get them? Why did you buy so many things? How did you get them back? Can you carry them all? Chen Jiangwo's mood at this time was like a roller coaster. He was worried that Chen Xuan would become a bachelor. While muttering, he helped Chen Xuan get things. But when he accidentally saw the bright red soft cigarette, he was stunned. Then, he put the bag on the ground and said in a deep voice, Where did you get so much money? Dad, I started a business with a few friends in Jiangqing and made some money. This money is reasonable, don't worry. Real? Really? Why would I lie to you? Don't you trust your son? Asshole, find some time to explain to me what's going on. After saying that, Chen Jiangwo carried his things into the house. After moving all the things into the house, Chen Jiangwo couldn't help but ask, Are you rich? Although I have never eaten pork, I have seen pigs run. Well, I'm rich. There was no need for Chen Xuan to lie, but to answer frankly. Then he said seriously, Dad, it's not easy for you and Mom to support me and my brothers and sisters. Now that I have money, you don't have to work in the fields anymore, okay? Chapter 48 Lu Ruyan is making trouble again. Nonsense. That's the food you three brothers and sisters raised. How dare you say we can't plant it anymore? Are we going to let it go to waste like this? Chen Jiangwo cursed with a smile. This is the mentality of the elderly. Even though they know that the price of food is very low and there is a high possibility that they cannot even recover their investment, and the harvest depends entirely on the weather, they would rather farm than leave the land to waste. Seeing this, Chen Xuan was not in a hurry, because he felt that these old ideas could not be changed in a short time and could only be corrected slowly. Besides, wasn't the spring festival coming soon? I have been staying at home for many days, and I have plenty of time to chat and persuade my parents. Chen Xuan, you haven't eaten yet. Tell Mom what you want to eat and I'll make it for you right away. Ma Shimei said happily. Mom and Dad, I really miss you guys so much. I want to eat some crispy pork. Chen Xuan said while holding his stomach. Okay, Mom will make it for you right away. Maxime happily went into the kitchen. Chen Xuan and Chen Jiangwo sat at the coffee table drinking tea. The scene right now is really super heartwarming. The Spring Festival is just a few days away, but the atmosphere of the new year is already there today. At about 8 o'clock, Maxime had already brought the prepared crispy pork to the table. Chen Xuan was so hungry that he just put the crispy meat into his mouth. He leaned towards his mother and said, "Mom, the crispy pork you made is so delicious. Stand back a little, I'm covered in mud, don't get your clothes dirty." When Chen Xuan turned around, he saw the white hair that his mother shouldn't have at her age. My parents have worked hard for my 3 siblings. They should be enjoying their lives at this age, but they are still working in the fields. At 9 o'clock, my mother cooked a few dishes on the spot. The family of 3 started eating at the table. Today, Chen Xuan felt for the first time that the food his mother cooked was so delicious. But I feel like there are still some brothers and sisters missing, otherwise they would be complete. Chen Xuan hesitated for a moment and slowly asked, "Mom and Dad, the day after tomorrow is the Spring Festival. When will Chen Ming and Chen Masheng come back?" I called them. Chen Ming said he wanted to come back, but the factory closed late, so he probably won't be home until tomorrow afternoon. Chen Masheng didn't plan to come back. She was planning to spend the new year in Shanghai. But she knows you're coming back, so she'll probably come back too. Why don't you give her a call? Okay, then I'll call her and see when she'll be back. She probably isn't asleep yet. After a while, the call was connected. I only heard someone calling out from the other end, "Brother." The voice sounded a little tired. "Brother, where are you now?" "I'm at home." "Will you come back this year?" "Come back, my brother is back, and I will come back too." "Your second brother will be back tomorrow afternoon." After saying that, the brother and sister hung up the phone. "Dad, didn't you say you wanted to know where I got my money?" "I'm going to explain to you right now where I got my money." Chen Xuan sat down and told everyone how he made money, including opening many companies. The only thing he didn't say was about the system. Because this system came about by accident, it is difficult for normal people to understand. After listening to it, several people were also intoxicated and felt like they were in a dream. Chen Xuan's parents believed all of this without a doubt, because they felt that their son had read a lot and must know more, which was why he had achieved such success. Chen Jiangwo walked with his hands behind his back and said happily, "My eldest son came back this time and brought me so many things. I haven't taken a good look at what they are yet. Soft medium cigarettes, these are good stuff, and there are also Wolianye and Mao Tai. You are not going to fool me with fake cigarettes and fake alcohol, are you? There are 40 cartons of cigarettes and 40 bottles of wine. How much does this cost? Dad, do you believe in your son? How dare I show off in front of you? But you can't buy so much. How much money will it cost? It's not easy for you to make money outside. You should save this money for your future marriage and living. What will you do after you spend it all?" Chen Jiangwo said sadly. "Dad, life will definitely get better and better in the future. I, your son, have a promising future now. I earn money every day without doing anything. You are making up stories like that. You said you made money without doing anything. Look, you brought not only cigarettes and alcohol, which are worth hundreds of thousands, but also some expensive skincare products and bird's nest and sea cucumber gift boxes. You can tell they are not cheap just by looking at the packaging." Chen Jiangwo asked in disbelief. "Yes, we are all farmers. We are used to eating bran and pickled vegetables. We are not used to these expensive things. Don't buy them in the future. Even if you have money, you can't spend it so lavishly, understand? Maxime also said accusingly. Mom, you've worked hard for most of your life. Now you should enjoy yourself. Got it? Chen Xuan looked at his mother's face full of wrinkles, then held up the skincare products and spoke. Chen Xuan, lying on the bed, felt extremely comfortable, so he decided to post a message on WeChat Moments. The copy is simple: I'm home, and the stars are especially bright today. But this circle of friends was posted less than 3 minutes ago. His comments section exploded instantly. Brother Chen, why didn't you tell me you were going back? I'd go back with you. Yao Meier replied. Chen Xuan, do you still love me? Every year I go home with you to visit my uncle and aunt. This year I also want to go back with you. Will we never be able to go back to the past? As long as you are willing, I can come back to you anytime. Lu Ruyan replied. Brother Chen, you're home too. Where is your home? Do you want me to come and play with you? Zhang Yuqi replied. Chen Xuan, you went home for the new year. I'm still in Jiangcheng. Lin Hao replied. Maybe you never have a place for me in your heart, but I don't know why, I just can't forget you. I can't help but think of your good, your bad, everything about you. I feel like I have fallen in love with you uncontrollably. Seeing a series of replies, Chen Xuan was a little confused. Because in the past, when he posted on WeChat Moments, there was always silence and no one responded. But this time, he just expressed his feelings and so many people responded. He replied, but just as he was replying, suddenly, several girls started fighting with each other under his circle of friends. These girls were actually WeChat friends. In particular, Lu Ruyan and her best friend Zhang Yuan started to quarrel on the spot. Ever since Zhang Yuan knew that Chen Xuan was a wealthy man, she always sent Chen Xuan cool photos intentionally or unintentionally, or asked him to meet up, but Chen Xuan rejected them one by one. But Zhang Yuan still didn't give up and kept pestering him. Zhang Yuan, are you a bitch? You even want to flirt with your best friend's boyfriend. I used to think you were a nice person, but actually you are a vicious person. How can you steal your best friend's man? Can you please have some shame? Lu Ruyan replied. How am I shameless? Chen Xuan has broken up with you, so why can't I pursue him openly? The one who is not loved is the mistress, and you are the one who is not loved, so don't curse so harshly. Zhang Yuan replied. How did I curse you? You are so ugly, how could Chen Xuan possibly like you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Why was I so blind to let you become my bestie? You don't deserve it. Lu Ruyan replied. It's not up to you to decide whether he likes me or not. Love has no logic. If Chen Xuan likes me, I am the shisha in his heart. Zhang Yuan replied. You are probably a green tea bitch. Lu Ruyan replied. Bah, you are the one. Zhang Yuan replied. Seeing Zhang Yuan and Lu Ruyan fighting with each other in their circle of friends, Chen Xuan felt powerless and speechless. Can you guys have your quarrel somewhere else? Are you being polite by quarreling in my circle of friends? But at this moment. Chapter 49, Meeting an Old Classmate. Maxime burst in. Chen Xuan was confused. Mom, what are you doing? I just called the matchmaker and there's a girl I want to introduce you to. Aren't you broken up now? What Chen Xuan didn't expect was that he would encounter a blind date. Wait, Mom, I already have a girlfriend, so you don't have to take care of my affairs. Ma Shimei didn't believe it. It had only been a short time since they broke up, and he hadn't said he had a girlfriend just now. Now that I mentioned looking for a matchmaker to introduce him to someone, he said he had a girlfriend. Who would believe this? Chen Xuan must have said that because he didn't want to go on a blind date. Mom, you can't be so anxious? How can I not be anxious? You are already in your 30s, and I am already an old woman. If you don't get married, when will I be able to hold my grandson in my arms? The older generation is like this. They always think that their children's mission is accomplished after they get married, no matter whether they live happily or not. In addition, Chen Xuan now has a considerable income, so the two old people have nothing to worry about. Seeing my mother's warm invitation, I had no choice but to go along with it. After all, it was just a blind date and it didn't mean we would be together. Only after hearing Chen Xuan's agreement did Ma Shimei walk out of the room. At this moment, Chen Xuan suddenly remembered that he had not signed in for today, so he called out the system to sign in for today. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the Washington Hotel, with an estimated value of 80 million. Continuous sign-in rewards, double the investment in Xiangqing area, the amount is limited to less than 1 billion yuan. Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows. This system was too user-friendly. Knowing that he was in Xiangqing, it gave him the Grand Washington Hotel. You know, the Grand Washington Hotel was a 5-star hotel. But what is doubling the investment? Chen Chuan couldn't help but ask the system. The system replied, host, to put it simply, during the Spring Festival, as long as you invest less than 1 billion, you can get double the profit. Oh. So that's how it is. This time when Chen Chuan came back, he not only wanted to make his parents proud, but also wanted to make some substantial contributions to Xiangqing, where he was born and raised. It gives this small third-tier city a brand new feel. Just as he was imagining the blueprint in his mind, a phone suddenly rang. Chen Chuan answered the call directly. Hello, is this Chen Chuan, Mr. Chen? A delicate female voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. Who are you? The other party paused for a while, then said, hello, Mr. Chen, I am Zhao Lina, the manager of the Washington Hotel. You have just acquired the hotel in full. As the new owner of the hotel, do you have any plans for the future? Zhao Lina's tone was very respectful. The Washington Hotel was the only 5-star hotel in Xiangqing, but it was suddenly acquired by someone. Now the entire hotel has no owner, and the new owner has not called. At this time, Zhao Lina was waiting in the office of the Washington Hotel. Finally, she couldn't hold back and dialed the phone nervously. Oh, I see. For now, the hotel will continue to operate according to the previous model. You will be in full control of the hotel from now on. Just report the revenue to me every month. Chen Chuan said lightly. Mr. Chen, why don't you come and inspect it yourself? Zhao Lina was shocked for a moment. After all, this is the only 5-star hotel in Xiangqing. One can imagine how much money it was bought for. Yet, Mr. Chen handed over the management rights to her without even taking a look at the hotel. No need for that. I trust people I employ and never employ people I doubt. Besides, I will be in Xiangqing recently and will conduct a surprise inspection when the time comes. You should be prepared then. Okay, then Mr. Chen, do you have any other instructions? Zhao Lina asked tentatively. From the conversation between Chen Chuan and her just now, she could feel that Chen Chuan was definitely a wealthy man with huge assets. No, go ahead and do your work. If there's anything important, I'll call or contact you via WeChat. Okay. Mr. Chen, this number is your WeChat, right? I'll add you on WeChat right now. Chen Chuan put down the phone, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. On the other side, in the manager's office of the Grand Washington Hotel, sat a woman wearing a tight suit, a narrow skirt, and black stockings on her straight and long legs. She was Zhao Lina, who had just spoken to Chen Chuan on the phone. At this moment, she closed her eyes and murmured, "This Mr. Chen has a very attractive voice, and he is also a very wealthy man. I really want to meet him and see what he looks like." The next morning, when Chen Chuan walked out of the bedroom, he found that his parents were nowhere to be seen. He murmured, "I guess the old couple went to work in the fields again." Then he picked up his phone and called Maxime. "Chen Chuan, your father and I are working in the fields. You are home alone. See what's in the refrigerator and eat something. If you can't make it, go to the city for a walk." "Okay, I understand." Chen Chuan nodded and said. After putting down his phone, Chen Chuan also wanted to go to the city to withdraw some money. He thought about how his parents could not support him and his younger brothers and sisters by just farming when they were in school. The money was collected from neighbors, and they had been borrowing for several years. I thought that I had brought some expensive cigarettes and alcohol with me, and when I gave them as gifts, it would also give my parents face. But you have to give back to those who helped you. In the past few years, I spent a lot of money on my own and my younger brothers and sisters' schooling, and that money was not repaid in time. Those villagers who used to get along well with their parents gradually distanced themselves from them, fearing that their parents would ask them for money again. Even some relatives rarely interact with my family anymore. This is not someone else's fault. The 3 brothers and sisters are ordinary people, and yet they still have to get married and find wives. How much pressure is that? Chen Jiangwo and Ma Shimei may never be able to earn this much money in their entire lives by farming. Now that Chen Chuan has become rich, he must save face for his parents. I remember that I borrowed a total of 300,000 yuan from the village. He now had to go to the city to get the money, and then go door to door with the cash and gifts to return the money to those who had lent them the money. So he got dressed, drove the Audi R8 parked at the door, and came to the bank. After arriving at the bank, he directly withdrew 500,000 yuan in cash. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice. Chen Chuan? A surprised female voice came from behind. Chen Chuan frowned and turned around to look. He saw a beautiful woman looking at him with surprise. Chen Chuan also looked at her in surprise, and asked uncertainly, "Are you Wang Jieja?" "It's me. I didn't expect to meet my old classmates after graduation." "Chen Chuan, I heard that you are in Zhengcheng?" "Yes, I came back to celebrate the new year." "Are you coming back to celebrate the new year too?" This girl is beautiful and intelligent. Although I didn't confess my feelings to her back then, at least I gave my all. He once fought for Wang Jieja. One dark night, he followed Wang Jieja home and protected her all the way, but halfway, a group of gangsters came out. Chen Chuan single-handedly knocked them down. This saved the woman from being raped by the gangsters. But Chapter 50 Queen of the Sea. Because of her, Chen Chuan was often stopped and bullied by gangsters outside the school. But this woman still did not accept him. She had excellent grades, always ranked among the top 3 in her grade, and was also very beautiful. But although Chen Chuan did not confess his feelings, she did not take it to heart despite everything he did for her, and instead focused on studying. Later, I seem to have been admitted to a 985 university in Zhengcheng. Later, they lost contact, but she always had a place in Chen Chuan's heart. My father's company is in Xiangqing, so I came back to develop it. By the way, we don't have WeChat yet. Yes, scan me. Although there were many men pursuing Wang Jieja before. But now he is no longer the unknown, poor loser he was before, he is now a rich man among the crowd. Chen Chuan took out his mobile phone without hesitation and opened the WeChat QR code. Wang Jieja nodded and picked up her phone to scan it. "I happen to have nothing to do today, so I'll treat you to a meal when we meet up as old classmates." Chen Chuan thought that his parents were busy in the fields and probably wouldn't be able to take care of him, so this was just what he wanted. "Haha, old classmate, how can I let you treat me?" "I'll treat you." "Let me treat you. I know it's not easy for you to make money now." Wang Jieja had heard about it from classmates who worked in Zhengcheng a long time ago. Chen Chuan didn't seem to be doing very well in the company, and he probably didn't have much money. "That's fine, I'll put the things in the car first, and then we'll find a place to eat." "Huh? You bought a car?" Wang Jieja asked, a little surprised. I just bought one and drove it. After all, it's convenient to go home now that I have a car." The two walked to the parking space, and there was a black Haval H6 parked right next to the Audi R8. "Chen Chuan, you're doing pretty well. You can even drive an SUV." There's not much money. I'll put the food in first and then we can go eat." Wang Jieja stopped next to the Haval H6. Chen Chuan smiled and said, "This is my car." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the car key and pressed it gently, and the Audi R8 lights flashed a few times. Wang Jieja was stunned for a moment, covering her mouth with her hands, and said in disbelief, Is this your car?" She always thought that Chen Chuan was not doing very well in Zhengcheng. Driving a Haval H6 was already very good. You have to know that Chen Chuan's family has 3 brothers and sisters, and his parents are authentic farmers. "Let's go eat." After Chen Chuan put his things away, he opened the driver's door and put his hand on Wang Jieja's head to prevent her from accidentally bumping into it. The two came to a restaurant to eat, and halfway through the meal, they suddenly heard a sound of slapping the table. Chen Chuan looked up and saw a shirtless man with tattoos all over his body standing in front of a young man and woman. He stared at them fiercely, and the veins on his head were visible. "I think there's something wrong with you. You always look busy. You leave after a short while. It turns out you have so many fish in your pond. You're fickle and always looking at the pot. You bitch, you're playing this game in front of me. Don't you want to live?" The shirtless man took the beer bottle and smashed it to the ground, then slapped the woman several times. "Do you fucking like this kind of pretty boy? Pay me back the money I spent on you." The shirtless burly man pointed at the fair and gentle man with glasses next to him and cursed. Then, he pointed at the man with glasses and said, "You don't know, this is my girlfriend. How dare you flirt with my girlfriend? Are you looking for death?" The man with glasses was so frightened when he saw the fierce man that he trembled like a sieve and stammered, "Brother, I really didn't know that Li Qingqing was your girlfriend. When she first met me, she said she was single." After hearing the explanation from the man with glasses, Chen Chuan finally understood that this Li Qingqing was actually the queen of the sea. "You stinky bitch, you dare to play with me? Pay me back all the money I spent on you, and give me back the necklace on your neck." The shirtless man listed out all the money he had spent from the beginning to now, even including the cost of the hotel room for 2 people. The woman was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, "Are you still a man? You look rich, but how can you be so poor that you can't afford to live? Do you even know the money for the hotel room? I sleep with you, and I have to pay for it myself? You stinky bitch, say that again and I'll beat you up." The two then fought each other. Gradually, more and more people gathered around, all taking pictures with their mobile phones. In order to prevent a fight between the two sides that would affect customers and business, the restaurant owner had no choice but to call the police. After a while, the police came and took the 3 people away. Chen Chuan had no idea what happened next. Only then did Chen Chuan realize that this woman was the queen of the sea. After Chen Chuan and Wang Jiejia finished their meal, they left their contact information to each other and returned. After returning home, I saw Aunt Wang from next door sitting in her house. Seeing Chen Chuan coming back, he quickly stood up. Aunt Wang is in her 50s. When she came at this time, the Chen family had already guessed why she came, because Chinese New Year was tomorrow. She is the wife of Chen Jiangwo's good brother Zhang Jiansheng. Chen Jiangwo had previously borrowed 50,000 yuan from Zhang Jiansheng, and has not yet repaid it. Zhang Jiansheng was too embarrassed to ask for it, so he never asked for it, but Aunt Wang asked for it several times. "Well, since Chen Chuan is back, I have something to say. My son Dashan is getting married soon. He is dating a girl from the city, and the bride price is 250,000 yuan. When Aunt Wang said this, her face suddenly turned pale. "Oh, Auntie, I have owed your family 50,000 yuan for several years. Wait for me, I will get the money to you right away." "Really?" Aunt Wang looked incredulous. She did come here today to ask for money, but she didn't know whether she could get it. However, she didn't expect that Chen Chuan would agree to it right away. "Real." Chen Chuan smiled and said, "I have felt bad for so many years. Now I want to say sorry to Aunt Wang." No, there's no need to be so polite between our two families. And Chen Chuan, it's not that I'm forcing you to pay it back, it's just that I really have no other choice. Dashan is getting married soon, and the girl's family said that they won't get married without these gifts. Your Uncle Wang and I really have no other choice, so don't blame us." Aunt Wang explained. "Aunt, I understand what you said. It is only natural to repay the money you borrow." Then Chen Chuan took out 10 bundles of red banknotes, 2 bottles of Wolianye, bird's nest, sea cucumber and other supplements, and 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from the car and came to the living room. "Auntie, this is to pay you back." When she saw the 10 bundles of red banknotes, she was stunned for a moment and said, "Chen Chuan, did you remember it wrongly? You borrowed 50,000 from me?" Aunt Wang said, "Aunt, this 50,000 is interest." As Chen Chuan spoke, he placed the cigarettes, alcohol, and some expensive supplements he had just taken out on the coffee table. "Aunt, these are my gifts to you and Uncle Zheng. Please don't despise them." "Ah. Aunt, you can't carry these things by yourself. How about my dad and I take them back for you together?" This. Before Aunt Wang finished speaking, Chen Chuan and Chen Jiangwo took these things and walked towards Aunt Wang's house. Chapter 51 Men's Favorite Things: Beautiful Women in Cars. When Zhang Jianqing saw Chen Chuan and Chen Jiangwo coming, he quickly stepped forward to greet them. After Chen Chuan placed these gifts of cigarettes, alcohol, etc. on Aunt Wang's table in her living room. "These are given to me as a thank you to you and Aunt Wang. You must not despise them." Aunt Wang didn't know the value of the product, but Zhang Jiansheng exclaimed, "Soft, how much does Wolianye cost?" "Nephew Chen, you can't use it. You really can't use it. Jiansheng, just take it if I give it to you. We are like-minded." "Why are you being so polite to my son Chen Chuan?" Chen Jiangwo said with a smile, "Chen Chuan is successful now, and he can still afford this little thing." "Ah, you old thing, are you showing off your son in disguise?" Zhang Jiansheng said with a smile. "This kid has finally made something of himself. I am proud of him. As the saying goes, when a son is young, he looks to his father; when he is old, his father looks to his son." This statement was absolutely true. Chen Xuan felt inexplicably relieved as he watched his father feel so proud. He stayed in Zhang Jianqing's room for a while and then left. Although Zhang Jianqing's family said they didn't want interest or anything, they still had to repay the favor of lending the money to Chen Xuan's family. Chen Jiangwo took Chen Xuan around the village for the entire afternoon. Not only do they have to pay back those who have lent them money, but they also have to give gifts to their relatives and friends. Until he came back in the evening, the smile on Chen Jiangwo's face never faded. "Dad, if people laugh too much, their face will become stiff," Chen Xuan said jokingly. "Get lost. I've been poor for decades. Today I can finally hold my head up high. Why don't you let me smile?" Chen Jiangwo cursed with a smile on his face. When the father and son were walking home, they suddenly heard a burst of laughter. Chen Ling? Although Chen Xuan was far away, he could immediately recognize the voice of his own sister. Chen Ling is back? Chen Xuan walked quickly to the gate and yard of his house. That should be it, Chen Jiangwo said happily. Chen Xuan trotted in. I saw a girl wearing ordinary clothes and light makeup on her face, but I could vaguely see her big eyes, high nose bridge, and oval face. Chen Ling didn't dress up specially, but she looked better than those stars. Elder brother. When Chen Ling saw Chen Xuan, she was also stunned, and then she threw herself into Chen Xuan's arms. Although there are differences between men and women, these do not exist in the eyes of this pair of siblings. Brother, are you okay? Chen Ling asked. I'm fine. How about you? Where do you work now? I work at the electronics factory in Modu. She is actually a college student. Although she only goes to an ordinary university, she can find a decent job in a few minutes. However, Chen Ling felt that a decent job was just a glamorous appearance. In fact, the salary was not very high, only 4 or 5,000 yuan a month, and one also had to accumulate experience. Now the family debt has not been paid off yet and money is needed. Chen Ling is not afraid of hardship and would rather work in an electronics factory. At least in the electronics factory, the more you work, the more you earn. It all depends on herself. How's it going? Chen Xuan asked with concern. It's okay. Although I often work overtime, I get overtime pay. I can get 8,000 to 9,000 yuan a month. At the highest, I can get 10,000 yuan. When Chen Ling said this, her mouth curled up to the sky. Besides, the factory provides food and accommodation, so I don't spend much myself. I also give my parents more than 2,000 yuan every month. Brother, I just heard from mom that you made money? Yes. Send me your bank card number, Chen Xuan said. Brother, what are you doing? Chen Ling asked doubtfully. Send it over, Chen Xuan said domineeringly. After a while, when Chen Ling was about to put her phone in her pocket, she suddenly received a text message from Didi. 1 million? You can spend this money first. If it's not enough, I'll transfer it to you later, Chen Xuan said with eyes full of doting. Brother, even if you make money now, you haven't married yet, so keep this money for your marriage. Sister, look at how much money I have in my card. Chen Ling took a look subconsciously, and then, stunned, she looked around to see if the picture had been photoshopped, but it turned out not to be. At this time, Chen Ling widened her eyes in disbelief. Brother, you are really rich. I have plenty of money now, you can spend it as much as you want. You can buy whatever you want. You can run your electronics factory if you want. If you don't want to, I can invest in a company for you and let you be the boss. Chen Ling asked doubtfully, Brother, where did you get so much money? You have to know that the money in Chen Xuan's card is a huge sum. For a person who has just entered the society and earns 7 or 8,000 yuan a month working in an electronics factory, it is really unimaginable. I definitely didn't make this money by cheating or defrauding others. I made it through a business partnership with a few people. If I didn't make this money legally, would I show it to you so blatantly? And would I be able to chat and laugh with you so safely here? Chen Xuan knew what Chen Ling was thinking, so he explained it. There is no doubt that this meal was delicious. Now only Chen Shui has not returned. Chen Ling shed a tear of excitement. She was happy not only for herself, but also for her parents, and more importantly, for her brother Chen Xuan. A man in his 30s, he had finally achieved something. Things have changed for the better, and now their family's life is finally better. Chen Xuan can also support the family. Brother, you have so much money now, do you have a girlfriend? If you give me the money now, of course I will be happy, but I'm afraid your girlfriend will be unhappy if she knows. Sister, what are you talking about? I have so much assets now, I must spend them on my family. At 9 o'clock in the evening. The last member of the Chen family is finally back. Elder brother. When Chen Shui saw Chen Chuan standing at the door, he immediately started jogging with the bag in his hand. Slow down, why are you in such a hurry? Chen Chuan walked over with a smile. At this time, Chen Shui saw an Audi R8 parked at the door. Brother, did you buy a car? Chen Shui asked. He was walking around in front of the car, with an undisguised look of envy on his face. Chen Shui is a car lover and always likes to stroll around the 4S shop when he has nothing to do. It's a pity that I got my driver's license but never drove a car. Yes, it's mine. This car is great, you're rich. Do you like this car? Chen Chuan asked deliberately. I like it, but I prefer sports cars and the like. Chen Shui said casually. Chen Shui thought that Chen Chuan was just chatting with him casually, so he didn't take it seriously. But Chen Chuan just took note of it silently at this time. He knew that what men liked were nothing more than cars and beautiful women. Let's go home first. Mom and Dad are still waiting. Chen Chuan said. At this moment, Chen Shui was stunned in the same place, looking at Chen Chuan, and said, Brother, why do I feel that your temperament is different now than before? What temperament? Chen Chuan asked with a smile. It just makes me more manly. Chapter 52 Hai comes for a blind date. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a large table of delicious food was served. Chen Jiangwo opened a bottle of Mao Tai and laughed, I'm so happy today. Our family of 5 is finally together. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've drunk such expensive wine. It's all thanks to my eldest son. I want to see what the difference is between this good wine and the erguotu I usually drink. For someone like you who doesn't even mind a 3 yuan glass of erguotu, what can you do with it? Maxime said with a smile. Good wine is good wine. I've been drinking wine for so many years, so I can naturally tell the difference. How would an old woman like you know? Chen Jiangwo said with a snort. A family of 5 chats with each other. At this time, Chen Shui also learned from everyone's chat that his elder brother Chen Chuan had a bright future. So he drank 4 or 5 cups of Matai in joy, and Chen Jiangwo stared at him in silence. Chen Shui laughed and said, Dad, didn't my brother bring you dozens of bottles of wine? I drank a few of your bottles and you're like this. You're really stingy. The wine your brother brought was divided up. Some was given to those who had lent us money, and some was given to relatives and friends. He only left 6 bottles for me. You drank 1 glass at a time, and you finished them all in a few gulps. Chen Jiangwo said bitterly. Giving gifts? This is worth a lot of money, and you just gave it away like that, brother, you are really extravagant. Chen Shui asked in surprise. Chen Chuan smiled and said, anyone who can give a gift is either a real relative or someone who lent us money. It's been many years, and if I don't give them a gift, I always feel a little guilty. Chen Shui then nodded, not quite understanding, and said nothing more. In fact, everyone knows that Chen Chuan uses these valuable things as gifts to relatives and those who borrow money, and there is a deeper meaning, which is to make up for the face his parents have lost. At this moment, Chen Chuan has returned home rich and powerful. Some time ago, when the Chen family was still poor, people in the village were always pointing fingers at my parents. Moreover, most of the villagers who originally had a good relationship with their family now hid and stayed away from them, because they knew that it would be difficult for the Chen family to turn things around, and they were afraid that the Chen family would ask them for money again. Even some relatives no longer have any contact with Chen Chuan. But now the whole Chen family is gathered together, they have money and people, maybe this is what is called happiness. After everyone finished eating, they all went back to their rooms to sleep. Chen Chuan lay on the bed and woke up the system to sign in. Host, do you need to sign in today? Yes. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The reward the host gets is the Purple Rose Killer Organization's second assassin codename, Roses Have Thorns. So Chen Chuan retrieved the information about roses having thorns. My sister was able to independently carry out the assassination of a certain country as president and was able to resign safely. My sister can use various assassinations. Fuck, these 2 guys are so fierce. When will these 2 people appear? Chen Chuan asked the system. It will appear tomorrow. The system replied indifferently. Then these 2 killers are twins. Are they trained like King Kong Barbie? No comment, the system replied indifferently. Chen Chuan just lay on the bed and meditated. A night in silence. The next morning, the matchmaker brought a girl and her parents to Chen Chuan's home. This was a friend who was going to meet Chen Chuan for a blind date. The girl's father is Zhang Bin and her mother is Li Honying. They didn't bring any gifts. Zhang Bin seemed like a person who couldn't smile, with indifference written all over his face. Although Li Honying can laugh, her laugh is very fake, a laugh that is full of disgust. The first thing they said was, "Isn't this place too shabby?" From the moment this family walked in, it looked like they were looking for trouble. Li Honying frowned and said, "This house looks really shabby. Can our daughter live in such a shabby house after she gets married?" Zhang Bin, like a woman, actually hid his hands in his sleeves and waved them around, while pinching his nose with the other hand. "Do you have a house? Do you have a car? Houses in the countryside don't count. Since we are going on a blind date, as her mother, I will be frank. A house and a car are both necessary. The house cannot be in the suburbs and must be at least 100 square meters. The car cannot be too cheap. My daughter cannot drive a cheap car. It must be worth at least 1 million yuan. Also, you can't get a loan for a car or a house. If you really don't have the money, you can ask your parents to pay for it. The betrothal gift is 1 million yuan to make it an even number. Also, my daughter cannot have children after marriage, otherwise her figure will be out of shape. What do you do for a living, young man?" Li Honying glanced at Chen Chuan, an expression of disgust almost showing on her face. "I'm starting a business with a friend." Chen Chuan said perfunctorily. "Starting a business, you should make a lot of money, right? My daughter can't be wronged if she marries you. Can you agree to the conditions I just proposed to you?" It was not until this time that Chen Chuan turned his attention to this girl. When Chen Chuan saw her face clearly, he was suddenly shocked. Oh my god! This girl was none other than the female Sea King whom Chen Chuan met that day when he was having dinner with his old classmate Wang Jieja. I remember that the boss lady called the police and took her and the two men away. I didn't expect them to be released so soon. Could it be that the new year was coming? However, Chen Chuan did not expose them at this moment, thinking of sending them away later. "Oh, yes, my daughter has a younger brother who is getting married soon. You can give him a red envelope of 500,000 yuan, and then buy him a good house in the same residential area as yours. It will be more convenient for you to visit each other then." After these words were spoken, the yard outside became unusually quiet. Even the matchmaker beside her opened her eyes wide and looked at the performance of the middle-aged woman in disbelief. Not only do you have to buy a car and a house, but you also have to give a dowry of 1 million yuan. Even the girl's younger brother has to give a red envelope and buy a house. Why the hell don't you go rob some money? Chen Chuan sneered. Aren't your requirements a little too low? Low? Li Honying asked in disbelief. Then, his face seemed to have changed, he smiled from ear to ear, and his tone was as friendly as it could be. "Ha, son-in-law, what conditions can you offer?" At this moment, the roar of a semi-trailer was heard outside. At this time, the whole family, even the matchmaker, the blind date and their parents came to the gate of the yard. Ah! A scream. At this time, the gate was already crowded with people. Chapter 53 Surprise or Shock? From the moment the semi-trailer entered the village, some people followed it all the way here. Chen Chuan could actually take out 2 cars directly from the system warehouse, but that would be too conspicuous. If someone with ulterior motives discovered that he had 2 cars out of nowhere, it would be bad if he was dragged away for investigation. So Chen Chuan called directly and ordered 2 cars. Many elderly people in the village may not know what kind of vehicle the semi-trailer is towing, but the young people in the village also came back during the Chinese New Year. They could recognize these 2 cars at the first sight. Lamborghini, my god, I can touch a Lamborghini in my lifetime, and 2 of them at that. Lon what? A hard-of-hearing old man asked. Uncle, this is a Lamborghini, a super sports car Lamborghini. Oh. Fuck, sir, aren't you excited at all? Who are you talking to? Do you have a big king or a small king in your heart? You are such a disrespectful guy. Besides, what does this luxury car have to do with me? I am just here to watch the fun. Uncle, do you know how much this car costs? It starts at least 5 million. How much? How much do you say? The old man said in surprise when he heard the price. 5 million. Look, these two cars cost at least 10 million. Older people are like this, they don't understand what a supercar is, but if you tell them the price and make the thing concrete, they immediately understand. One blue and one pink. It was also the first time for these young people to have such close contact with a Lamborghini, and they were all feasting their eyes. At this time, Chen Xuan patted Chen Shui and Chen Ling on the shoulders and said, "This is a gift from me. Do you like it?" Chen Shui and Chen Ling couldn't bear it any longer, and one on the left and one on the right threw themselves directly into Chen Xuan's arms. "Brother, you are so nice." Chen Ling's eyes were filled with tears. "Brother, this is a Lamborghini. I never dared to dream that I could own such a cool sports car." "Ah, don't dream now. I've bought it for you now. You can drive it openly. You can buy whatever you like later." Chen Shui was so excited that he was speechless. "What's wrong, Chen Shui? Why are you stunned?" Chen Xuan said with a smile. "Brother, when I just came back, you asked me what kind of car I liked. I didn't care at first. It turns out you wanted to buy me a car." He had said at the beginning that he liked sports cars, but he never expected that his brother would actually buy him one. Chen Xuan said gently, "You are already 28 years old, why are you still wiping your tears like a child? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? How about you go up and try the car? Anyway, these two cars belong to you too now." And at this moment, the car had been unloaded. When Chen Shui and Chen Ling got in the car and started the engine, the roar of the engine caused excitement among the onlookers, especially the young people. The old people in the village looked at Chen Xuan with jealousy and envy in their eyes. Who would have thought that the Chen family, once avoided by everyone, would suddenly make a fortune and buy two cars worth millions? At this time, when the blind date girl and her family saw this, their eyes flashed with passion. Especially Li Hongying, the mother of the blind date girl. If she were a few decades younger now, she would have had sex herself, and it would have been her daughter's turn. At this moment, the queen's eyes widened. She didn't expect that her blind date was so rich. The luxury car he gave to his younger brother and sister was worth 10 million. How luxurious must that be? She subconsciously lifted her hair, straightened her body, and tried her best to exude charm. She suppressed her secret joy, thinking that this blind date was her future husband, and she would be a rich wife. Chen Xuan said coldly, "I don't like you. What my mom said just now was just a joke. I think we are quite a good match." The girl tried hard to smile. "The attitude is completely different from before." "Ah, didn't your mother just say that you won't have children after marriage?" Chen Xuan said with a sneer. "Give birth to me, I will. I can give birth to 10,000 of them. I will also take care of all the housework and serve you comfortably. I will do whatever you want me to do. What do you think?" "I think you don't deserve it." Chen Xuan uttered 3 words heavily, "You don't deserve it." At this moment, Li Hongying's face froze, and she shouted in a hoarse voice, "Why do you insult my daughter? You just have a few bucks. What's wrong with my daughter? She is still a virgin." "A virgin girl? Your daughter was released from the police station so quickly?" When the girl heard this, her face instantly turned pale and she looked at Chen Xuan in panic. She naturally knew what Chen Xuan was talking about. Just as Li Hongying was about to say something else, the girl quickly grabbed her hand and stopped her, saying, "Mom, stop talking. Let's go." After the family leaves. The matchmaker was still there, and Chen Jiangwo said coldly, "Chen Xuan, she is a girl after all, if you don't like her, you can't say that." At this time, Chen Xuan told everything he had seen and heard in the restaurant a few days ago. At this moment, the matchmaker also looked guilty. "I'm sorry, Lao Chun, I really don't know why this girl is like this in private. She looks quiet and gentle on the surface, how could she be like this?" "And Li, this is not your fault. You can only judge a person by his appearance but not his heart." Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the matchmaker left, but the young people in the village still surrounded the two cars and refused to leave. Everyone in the village knows Chen Ling and Chen Shui. From the beginning to the end, the sentence the brother and sister said most often was, "This car was bought for me by my brother." By this time the news had spread among the villagers. Everyone knows that there are 2 luxury cars parked in Old Chen's yard. Even the Chen Jian family in the neighboring village heard the news. Chen Jiejia is Chen Jiangwo's brother. Haven't contacted for a long time. At this moment, Chen Chuan's cell phone kept ringing. He picked it up casually and found that he had been invited by Wang Jiejia to join a class group. There are about 30 high school classmates in the group. I vaguely remember that there were more than 80 people in my class in high school. It seems that some people who cannot be contacted are not in this group. It was only today that Chen Xuan found out that there was actually a class group in high school. At this moment, a person with the avatar of Kuroming in the group note Zhou Yang sent a message. Wang Jia, who did you invite to the group? Please change the note. Zhou Yang? Chapter 54 Goodbye, Childhood Friend. The scene of high school emerged in front of his eyes. At that time, he always wore a washed-out school uniform and sat in the corner of the last row of the classroom. In every physical education class, he was laughed at by Zhou Yang and his gang because he couldn't afford sports shoes. Hey, Chen Xuan, did you pick up these shoes from the garbage dump? Zhou Yang's voice seemed to still echo in his ears. Do you want me to lend you a pair? Anyway, my nanny wears them better than you. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Zhou Yang seems to be the son of an official. His parents are leaders of a government in Xiangqing. At this moment, another message popped up. My high school classmate Chen Xuan, I met him a few days ago and added him to the group. Wang Jia replied. Hey, it's Chen Xuan. Long time no see. Where are you working now? Student Chen Xuan, are you going home for the new year? Has everyone come back home? When can we get together? Yes, let's get together. Student Chen Xuan, since you are in this group, please change the remarks. Zhou Yang replied. In a government unit in Xiangqing, in the section chief's office, a young man was sitting, holding his mobile phone and reading group messages with a smile on his face. Okay, since everyone wants to get together, let's get together this Saturday. We haven't seen each other for almost 5 or 6 years. Generally speaking, those who propose a class reunion in a class group are those who are doing relatively well. Those who are not doing well have either left the group or are quietly lurking. It can be seen that Zhou Yang is doing quite well. As soon as this message was released, more than a dozen people responded. One of them specifically tagged Chen Xuan. Sorry, I just received the message too. Brother Chen, you have also joined the group. Are you in Haichang? Come out and get together with your brothers. Chen Ming said. Chen Ming is Chen Xuan's childhood friend and also Chen Xuan's classmate from elementary school to high school. This guy discussed Japanese blockbusters with Chen Xuan when he was in high school. Chen Xuan saw someone familiar tagging him, so he replied, I'm going home for the new year. I'm in Xiangqing now. Let me know the time and address. In a government office in Haicheng, Zhou Yang had a slightly unhappy look on his face. Wasn't Chen Xuan just a poor student in high school? I heard that he didn't do well in a company after graduating from college. His cold tone in the group chat really made him think he was a big shot. As soon as Zhou Yang graduated from university, he used his parents' connections to get a job as a section chief in the investment promotion department. Although the position was not high, he was young. If you don't make any major mistakes in this life, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become a director before retirement. So Zhou Yang was very arrogant and looked down on those poor classmates. Let's have it at noon this Saturday at the Washington Hotel. Students who want to come just say my name in the lobby. I'll pay for the meal, and you won't have to pay a penny. Zhou Yang typed the line of words happily, and then output it readily, thinking that this would make all the female classmates in the class very envious. You should know that the Washington Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Xiangqing, a third-tier city. This ranking is absolutely amazing. Before long, all the classmates responded. Chief Zhou is so generous. You know, the Washington Hotel is a 5-star hotel. Yes, Brother Zhou is awesome. He is the best student in our class. I heard that Brother Zhou is now a government official. For the sake of our old classmate, if you have any difficulties, Brother Zhou must help you. Okay, we are classmates after all. In the office, Zhou Yang's face twitched with laughter. Because at this moment, 5 girls have already added him as a friend. But until now, Chen Xuan has not replied to him. I curse secretly in my heart, this Chen Xuan is really shameless. Wait until the dinner on Saturday, I will make you look good. You are a poor loser, and I will let you see how strong I am on Saturday. On the other hand, Chen Xuan didn't pay any attention to the group messages at all. Because at this time, Chen Ming sent a message, Brother Chen, why didn't you contact me when you returned to Xiangqing? Are you home now? I'm here. Chen Xuan replied. I'm going to your house to find you now. I'll be there right away. Chen Ming's father left when he was young, and he and his mother depended on each other for survival. His mother was also an honest person, so she suffered a lot of losses in the village. Even Chen Chuan himself often went to Chen Ming's house to eat when he was a child, because he felt that the mother and daughter were easy to talk to. Besides, his father passed away early and his mother did not remarry. The first day of the first lunar month. The threshold of Chen Chuan's house was almost broken down. Ever since 2 Lamborghinis were towed back home by a large truck, the entire Kenjiling, from a 90-year-old lady to a 3-year-old child, has been towed back home by a large truck. Anyone who is sane knows that the Chen family has made a fortune. At this moment, everyone knows that Chen Chuan is worth tens of billions. Super rich man. No matter whether Chen Chuan knew them before or not, and no matter whether they knew Chen Chuan or not. Anyway, I'm sure you all know each other now. No matter whether these people looked down on him in the past, he always greeted them with a smile. Everyone who comes is a guest. At this time, 2 figures appeared in the Chen family. Chen Ming? Maxime, who was washing vegetables, stood up quickly. Auntie. Chen Ming called out with a smile. You're back? Maxime looked happy. Who is this? Ma Shimei looked at the girl standing next to Chen Ming and asked. Auntie, this is my wife, Li Lingling. Then he said to the girl, Lingling, this is the mother of my good friend Chen Chuan. Hello, Auntie. The girl called obediently. The girl looks very well behaved, with fair skin, about 1.6 meters tall and a pretty face. Ah. Ma Shimei responded, and then smiled and said, That's great, this daughter-in-law is really good. She looks like a sensible and family-oriented person. Chen Ming, you have found a treasure. Hearing this, Li Lingling lowered her head shyly. Chen Ming smiled awkwardly and said, Auntie, is Chen Chuan home? He's here, Chen Chuan. Chen Ming is here to play with you. The door was opened, and Chen Chuan rushed out and gave the bear a big hug. It's New Year's Day, and you're trying to hit me to death. Chen Ming said speechlessly. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Quickly slammed the table. What are you talking about on New Year's Day? Stop talking nonsense. Okay, then let me talk about something serious. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Li Lingling. This is what I told you about my childhood friend, Chen Chuan. After the 2 of them finished talking, they sneaked out to smoke. Chen Chuan took out the cigarette at this time. Wow, Your Majesty, this is a good cigarette. Chen Ming took out a lighter and started smoking happily. What do you think of Lingling? Chen Ming suddenly asked. Chapter 55, Embarrassing Scene. Chen Chuan smiled bitterly and said, I just met her once, and you asked me what she is like. What can I say? I am not a clairvoyant, so I can't tell. But so far, she still loves you very much. Well, she does love me, but I always feel a little sorry for her. Chen Ming glanced at Li Lingling in the inner room and said gloomily. How can you say that? Chen Chuan was stunned, then said. Ever since I started dating this girl, I always dream about Wang Mengmeng. Wang Mengmeng is the white moonlight in Chen Ming's heart. Later, it is not known whether the 2 were together or not, but Wang Mengmeng died of cancer. Chen Ming, you are sick, aren't you? Your white moonlight is a thing of the past. Li Lingling is dating you now, but she will marry you in the future and will be with you for the rest of her life. How can you let a dead person speak for you? Am I very selfish? Chen Ming took a deep puff of his cigarette. This is not selfishness. People have feelings. After all, you dated your white moonlight for so long, and suddenly it's gone. But people have to look forward. No matter how much you loved your white moonlight, she has left the world. Now the only one who stays with you is Li Lingling, who is going to be with you for the rest of your life. She came all the way to marry into your family. Did she want you to still have someone in your heart? Do you think this is fair to her? You'd better wake up. Even if your Bai Yue Guang knows about this, she would definitely want you to live a good life instead of reminiscing about the past forever. Do you understand? You don't understand. I don't understand. Since you have chosen Li Lingling and are going to marry her, you should let go of the past and not let the dead person talk about things. Then ask yourself honestly, don't you feel pain in your heart? Are you angry at Li Lingling who loves you? I like her, I love her very much, but... Chen Ming seemed to want to say something, but he held it back. What exactly do you want to say or what are you worried about? If you have anything to say, just tell me directly, don't hide it. Chen Chuan said angrily. Don't you want to talk? If you don't want to talk, I'll go inside. It's very cold outside. Chen Xuan stood up and was about to walk into the house. But Chen Ming did not try to persuade her to stay. Instead, he said, Lingling's family is coming to my house for dinner tonight. I'd like to invite you to be their guest. Go to your house for dinner? Chen Xuan frowned. I'm here to discuss the details of the wedding. You can drink a lot, so you can accompany my father-in-law and brother-in-law. In fact, Chen Xuan knew in his heart why Chen Ming invited him to accompany the guest. Because the people in the village looked down on Chen Ming's family, even Chen Ming's uncles rarely interacted with them, and it was estimated that no one would be willing to come as a guest. And Chen Ming doesn't have to be willing to put his face in someone else's cold butt. That's why we invited Chen Xuan to be the guest, which can be regarded as the hospitality of the host. Chen Zai will also come over in the evening. Chen Ming said. Chen Zai? Chen Xuan paused, thinking, and then said, I will definitely go there in the evening. Also, I have a car at home. If you can just drive my car to pick up your father-in-law. That would be more convenient. No need. My father-in-law and others know that I don't have a car, so they will just take a taxi when the time comes, Chen Ming said with a smile. Chen Xuan didn't say another word, but walked towards home angrily. Chen Ming looked at Chen Xuan's back, his eyes full of envy. I wish I were as rich as you. Then all my problems would be solved. He thought to himself. At night. For Chen Ming, this dinner tonight is the most important. Because his father-in-law and his family are coming over. Chen Xuan came here early. Chen Xuan? When Chen Zai saw Chen Xuan coming, he immediately moved a chair and handed it over. Well, you're back too. Chen Xuan said with a smile. Yeah. Chen Zai nodded. At this point, Chen Ming's fathers-in-law have not arrived yet. Half an hour later, several figures walked in led by Chen Ming. These three people are Chen Zai's mother-in-law Wang Xiuying, father-in-law Li Guoqiang, and younger brother, Li Wei. Zhang Xiui, who is also Chen Zai's mother, is warmly entertaining them. Mom and Dad, these two are my childhood friends, Chen Zai and Chen Xuan. Chen Ming introduced. Hello, uncle and aunt. Chen Xuan and Chen Zai greeted with a smile. Chen Guoqiang's family didn't even look at Chen Xuan and Chen Zai. Instead, they looked at the house and said unhappily, this place is too small. It's actually a bungalow, and there are only 2 rooms. How can you live here after getting married? Chen Ming's face didn't look very good at this time. At this time, Li Lingling came out to smooth things over and said, Mom and Dad, A's and I don't come home very often. We both work outside and only come back during holidays and Chinese New Year. These 2 rooms are enough for us. Shut up. Is this the only way for my daughter, whom I raised, to suffer? How have you been sleeping here these days? Are you sleeping on the floor? Wang Xiuying said arrogantly with her arms folded across her chest. Well. A's father died early, and I don't have any ability to make money, so we have to make do like this now. But I promise that when Lingling marries me, I will treat her like my own daughter, and I will also take out the money I have saved and give them the down payment for a house in the city. Zhang Xiui said apologetically. Buy a house with a down payment? Wang Xiuying shouted. Don't just talk about it. You said you want to buy a house, but where can you buy it? You have to buy it before you get married. Don't talk about these empty words and don't make empty promises, okay? We already have this plan. We'll just wait until they get married and go to the city to look around. If we find a guy we like, we'll settle down. Zhang Xiui said with a smile. Uncle and aunt, have some tea first. Chen Xuan spoke, originally wanting to give the group a way out and ease the awkward atmosphere. But at this moment, Li Wei put his hands in his pockets, holding a cigarette, and said in a sloppy tone, What? Only my parents are allowed to drink tea. Does that mean I can't drink tea just because my parents drink tea? Do you have any manners at all? I am an adult too. Chen Xuan was stunned for a moment. He originally just wanted to ease the atmosphere, but he didn't expect to be provoked by this kid. Chen Zai glanced at Chen Xuan. He thought Chen Xuan would be angry because of this, but Chen Xuan was not angry. Instead, he was smiling. At this time, Chen Zai hurried over to smooth things over and said, Li Wei, Chen Xuan doesn't mean to disrespect you. He is just anxious and wants our parents to have some water. While Chen Zai was explaining, he looked at Chen Xuan with guilt on his face. If I had known this earlier, I would have not let Chen Chuan come as a guest, as he would have been tired and had to endure the humiliation. Chen Chuan, Chen Zai, why don't you two go back first? I'll call you over for dinner later. Chen Ming said reluctantly. Chen Chuan knew what he meant. Chapter 56. What a weird family. So he smiled and said, no, my family is not very busy right now, I'll just stay here to entertain the guests. Yes, I'm here too. Chen Zai also echoed. Only then did Li Jianguo see the two juniors. There was an expression of contempt on his face. Lin Ming, don't you have elders at home? Why are you letting these two juniors be guests? What does it mean? In your heart, do we only deserve to be guests? At this time, the smile on Chen Ming's face was a little stiff. However, when he saw that it was his girlfriend's father, he was too embarrassed to confront him head-on, so he could only force a smile. Uncle, don't look at my young age, but my alcohol tolerance is definitely unmatched. I can still drink. And I also heard from Chen Ming that you can drink quite well, so since you have come here with great difficulty, we naturally have to accompany you to have fun. Well, you? Li Jianguo looked Chen Chuan up and down. The tone clearly showed suspicion of a young man like Chen Chuan, who had the nerve to ask me to drink with him. My dear, please sit down and have a rest. You must be very tired after riding all the way. Wang Xiuying snorted. Then, in front of everyone, he took out the cheap paper from his cheap bag and wiped it on the bench again and again. Mom, what is this for? Li Lingling said unhappily, my mother-in-law has already wiped the stools and tables several times, and they are already shiny clean. You are wiping them here in front of so many people. This makes my mother-in-law so embarrassed. Humph, you haven't even gotten married yet, but you're already turning your elbow outward. Mom has already told you that you must not look for a partner with good conditions. Look at the family you chose, they are so poor. No wonder every time I ask you, you always hesitate and don't tell the truth. If we didn't come to take a look today, we would still be in the dark. You've also accepted this marriage in a muddle. Wang Xiuying glared at Li Lingling and said, Mom, don't say that. I like Chen Ming as a person. It has nothing to do with his family conditions. Even if his family conditions are not good, we can work hard together. Shut up now. You're going to struggle for many years. When you're old and ugly, you'll regret it. We raised you with all our might and never let you suffer. But when you got married, you jumped into the fire pit. We couldn't stop you. Have you ever thought about us or your brother? How can you help your brother by choosing someone with such poor conditions? We've raised you in vain. Wang Xiui cursed angrily. Mom, have you ever considered how I, your daughter, feel? They say marriage is a free choice. I have always listened to you. Why can't I make my own decision on marriage? I am an adult and I have my own choice. Li Lingling shouted hysterically. You unfilial daughter. Wang Xiui's face turned red with anger. She pointed at Li Lingling viciously. Her chest was shaking with anger and she was unable to speak. Sister, do you have a conscience? Seeing how poor our family is, Mom and Dad kindly advised you not to fall into the fire pit, but you actually said such hurtful words to Mom and Dad. Do you think about them at all? You are hurting Mom and Dad's hearts so much. Li Wei said sarcastically. In fact, he hoped that his sister would find a rich second-generation man. In this way, it would also benefit himself. Their loud quarrel made the hosts Chen Ming and Zhang Xiuying look at each other in extreme embarrassment. Although these two families have never met, Chen Ming has definitely seen Li Lingling's parents countless times and must understand what kind of person they are. This is a weird family. I don't know how much injustice Chen Ming suffered at that time. Perhaps the only person who enables Chen Ming to face this weird family calmly is Li Lingling. At this time, Li Lingling angrily rebuked Li Wei, these are my own affairs. I don't need you to be sarcastic. If you don't like it, I won't force you to bless your sister. Please shut up. It's not your turn to point fingers here. But I am your brother, can I just watch you jump into the fire pit? Besides, our parents have introduced you to a rich second-generation man with great conditions. He can also help me, your brother, buy a house, and the betrothal gift is also high. Why do you want to hang yourself on this tree? I wonder what's going on in your head. At this time, Li Lingling was shaking with anger and could no longer speak. She looked at Li Wei. If ice could kill, he would have died several times. At this time, Zhang Xiui patted Li Lingling on the shoulder and comforted her. In contrast, Li Lingling's biological mother not only did not comfort her, but also crossed her arms across her chest, stared at Li Lingling arrogantly, and seemed to want to punch Li Lingling a few times. On the contrary, her future mother-in-law comforted her and gave her the full performance of the mother role she never had. At this time, Li Lingling turned her head and looked at Zhang Xiuying with red and swollen eyes. She hugged her and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." As soon as these words fell, Wang Xiuying angrily scolded, "You shouldn't apologize for this. You have made yourself look too cheap, you silly girl. You don't even treat your own mother so humbly. You haven't even married yet, but your heart is leaning towards someone else. Tell me, do you think you can't get married? You haven't even married yet, but you are so devoted to us. If you marry, you will not listen to us. You have to help your brother, your only brother. That's enough. You associate everything with my brother. Have you ever been sincere to me? I am just his appendage, from childhood to adulthood. Do I have to consider whether my marriage for the rest of my life can bring benefits to my brother? He has his own hands and feet, why does he want to crawl on me like a vampire? Why are you shouting? Your mother and I are not here to separate you and Chen Ming. You can get married, but as parents, we can always negotiate the conditions." Li Jianguo suddenly stood up and said to stop him. "In-laws, please sit down. We are here to discuss terms today." At this time, Zhang Xiui quickly stopped Li Lingling, who was about to speak, and then walked up to her in-laws Li Jianguo and Wang Xiuying and said, "My in-laws, Lingling is a good child. I am really grateful that you can raise such a good girl. I really like her. It is a blessing for our Chen family that she can be the daughter-in-law of our Chen family. So please feel free to raise any requests you have, and we will definitely satisfy them if we can." "Well, that's about right." Li Jianguo showed a slight smile on his face. At this moment, Chen Xuan hurriedly poured them a cup of tea, but unfortunately they glanced at it, took their own cup and drank it with disgust. "In fact, we don't have any excessive requirements. We just want them to have a house and a car at least, and a betrothal gift. Did Lingling tell you before how much dowry we want?" I said, 150,000. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Lingling's parents' faces changed. Get up and get ready. Chapter 57, Shouldn't you get married if you are young and poor? Who told you it was 150,000? Zhang Xiui's sharp voice startled everyone in the audience, as if she had said something extraordinary. Wang Xiuying looked at her relative-in-law Zhang Xiui, then at Li Lingling, and was confused. This was the number that Li Lingling told her. Could it be that she had heard it wrong? Although 150,000 is indeed a large sum for them, Li Lingling is such a good girl with good character and filial piety, so she is willing to borrow the money even if she has to do it herself. But I didn't expect that it was not 150,000, but more. So Li Xiuying asked, "How much is that?" "We clearly want 500,000. How do you talk to others, you who are so crooked?" Zhang Xiui looked at Li Lingling, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily. At this moment, Li Lingling's body went limp and she felt powerless. She had been hiding the truth from both sides, but in the end, she could no longer hide it. Feeling a little aggrieved and irritated, she walked towards Li Xiuying and said apologetically, "Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you, but I really want to be with Chen Ming." At this time, Li Xiuying's face was full of question marks. "What are you talking about?" "Mom, I know the situation at home. You are the only one who supports Chen Ming. It is not easy for you to support Chen Ming to go to college. I actually knew that you didn't have much money. I told you before that the betrothal gift was 150,000 yuan. I planned to borrow money from my relatives and friends with Chen Ming, and then I could hide it from my parents. After Chen Ming and I get married, I will slowly pay it back. But now, Lingling, you are so confused. I know you are a good child, but you shouldn't have to endure so much. It's because of our family." Li Xiuying was angry and touched. What makes me angry is that this matter should be told truthfully. What touched me was that Lingling had never let me down. My life had not been easy over the years, but Lingling was like my own daughter and was so good to me and my son. Could it be that God took pity on her and gave her a good daughter-in-law? At this time, Chen Xuan looked at Li Lingling twice. Because I saw Li Lingling's parents and brother, and then looked at Li Lingling. They are a family of weird people, but Li Lingling is not affected at all. Their character and values are so positive. Isn't 500,000 a bit too much? Chen Ming couldn't help but speak at this time. He walked up to Zhang Shuyi and said, "Mom, I know it's not easy for you to raise Lingling to this age, and I also know that Lingling is worth so much betrothal gifts. In my eyes, Lingling is a priceless treasure. Not to mention $500,000, even if it's 5 million or 50 million, I'm willing to give her away. I can even give her my own life. But, Mom and Dad, you can see that our family is in such a condition. My dad died early, and it was not easy for my mom to raise me. I don't have that much savings, so even if I want to take out 500,000 yuan, I can't. But I can promise you and Dad that I will treat Lingling well in the future, and after we get married, we will work hard to live a good life. We will have money in the future, and so on." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Li Jianguo, who waved his hand and said, "Don't make promises about the future. It's useless to me. A man should be responsible. If you give up everything now, do you still expect to have a future? I am also a man, I also know these routines. They made good promises before marriage, but they relaxed after marriage. You will definitely have children in the future, especially daughters. Do you also want your daughter to find a man who has nothing? Can you rest assured? Look at you, you have nothing. All you have now are promises and hugs. Can they be used as money? Look at Lingling, she ate and drank well before she started dating you. Why has her standard of living dropped since she started dating you? Besides, our Lingling cosmetics cost several thousand yuan a month, which is half of your monthly salary. Can you afford it? If you don't have money, you shouldn't get married. This will not only hurt others, but also yourself. Why bother?" As soon as these words came out, Chen Ming's face turned red. These words not only rubbed Chen Ming's self-esteem to the ground, but also made him throw his whole body up and down again. Not only Chen Ming but also his mother Li Shouying felt ashamed to face everything. Even Chen Ming's good brothers Chen Xuan and Chen Zai's faces changed slightly. At this time, Li Lingling hurriedly grabbed Chen Ming's hand and comforted him. "Chen Ming, don't listen to my parents. It's me who lives with you, not them. Mom and Dad, I've inquired about it. The betrothal gift in our place is only 80,000 yuan. Why do you want 500,000 yuan? Aren't you asking for too much? And I will not marry anyone but Chen Ming. You have to agree whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I will die and you will lose your daughter. Then you will have no more 150,000 yuan and your daughter will be gone too." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Shuyi, who was standing by, started shaking with anger. How come this daughter is such a money loser that she insists on marrying someone else and doesn't even listen to her own mother? People have said that the bride price represents one's status in the man's family. If you lower your own status, won't the other party look down on you? At this time, Zhang Shuyi said all the things that should and shouldn't be said. As a sister, shouldn't you think about your brother? Your brother is getting married soon, and they want a house and a car. What can you do with your 150,000 yuan? At this point, no one in the audience said a word and fell into dead silence. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shuyi blurted out her little plan in her heart under impulse, and Li Wei also looked embarrassed at this time. I can secretly enjoy the benefits given by my sister, but if I say these out loud, I always feel like I am a gigolo. Zhang Shuyi obviously did not consider Li Lingling, but was trying to benefit her son. She did not even think of giving the betrothal gift to Li Lingling so that she could start a small family, but instead gave it all to her son. It is indeed a family that favors boys over girls. To put it bluntly, it means selling a daughter to prepare a house and car for her son. But Chen Xuan is not involved in the matter, so it is not appropriate for him to comment on other people's family affairs. After all, it is difficult for an honest judge to judge family affairs. I just feel that my brother's life is so miserable. I lost my father when I was young, and when I grew up I met my wife, but her parents were so weird. Chen Xuan now finally understood why Chen Ming was always hesitant to speak in the morning. He must know what kind of weird people his girlfriend's family is, and there will definitely be unpleasantness when they come to discuss marriage this time. And it's because I have no money. That's why it's so embarrassing. If you have money, these problems won't be a problem. He said before that his complicated mood was because of Bai Yueguan, but it was just a pretense. The real complicated mood was because he was powerless. Just because you are young and poor, does that mean you are not worthy of getting married? Chapter 58, Parting on Bad Terms. Now that you've said it, I won't beat around the bush. Li Wei also has a girlfriend, and they're getting married soon. He had a girlfriend before, and he saw a house in the city some time ago. The down payment is 500,000, so you, as her sister, have to pay for it. Besides, We don't expect Ling Ling to be filial to us. If that's the case, my son is the only one I can rely on. So this betrothal gift is for my son to buy a house and marry a wife. So today's betrothal gift is 700,000 yuan. This number cannot be less. If it is not this number, we will not agree. You can decide for yourself. If the gift doesn't meet our requirements, you can forget about getting married. Zhang Xiui spoke sarcastically. At this time, Li Lingling stood up and said, What did you say? Without waiting for Chen Ming and Li Xiuying to react. You have to know that Chen Ming comes from a single-parent family and relies only on his mother. Even if he doesn't eat or drink, he can't save so much money. 700,000. What an unimaginable number. At this moment, Chen Ming's face instantly lost color. The more honest a person is, the more he or she suppresses a Buddha in his or her heart. But if you push this Buddha down, the Buddha who suppresses the devil will no longer be there, and you will not be able to bear that devil. Chen Ming tolerated Li Lingling's family again and again, but this family became even more aggressive. He actually raised the price from 500,000 to 700,000. If it weren't for the fact that Li Lingling was a nice person, he would have turned the table over long ago. My dear relatives, we really can't afford the 700,000 yuan betrothal gift. Li Xiuying spoke in a low voice and even shrank her neck. Chen Ming really wanted to turn against him. She was doing this not only for her mother, but also for her daughter-in-law who was not yet married. Seeing her daughter-in-law's dignity being crushed to the ground made her heart hurt beyond belief. Everyone says that maternal love is great. Especially a mother should be strong, but this is not reflected in the role of Li Lingling's mother. Her mother always thinks about her son, and even uses all of her daughter's betrothal gift to buy a house and a car for her son. But as a mother, didn't she think about her daughter? Didn't she think about the fact that her daughter would need money to buy a house in the future? If she took all the money away, her daughter's life would only get worse. At this time, Zhang Xiui said, Okay, let's think of a way. We have to raise the 700,000 yuan even if we have to sell everything we have. Really? Words are not enough. Since what you said is true, I can't give it to you now without a written receipt. In addition to the gift money, there are also hardware items that don't add up to more than 100,000 yuan. If you can't afford the hardware, then I can be merciful and let you give me 70,000 yuan in cash. Mom, you are trying to find a way to give all the money to my brother. Do you want me to die before you can stop? You have to know that the hardware was bought for Li Lingling. If she didn't buy it and convert it into RMB, who would the money end up in? It would definitely be Li Xiuying, who would then use it to buy a house for her younger brother. You little bastard, why are you butting in when your mother is talking? I'm trying to raise your status, but with your attitude of paying for your services, when you marry me, will anyone even look at you? And it's Chinese New Year, and you're saying something so unlucky. Have you ever thought about your parents? At this time, Li Xiuying made another request, which was a house. I've also looked at houses. People don't live in houses in your village very often, so you must buy a house in the city. Do you know of a Jingxiaching community in the city? The price is not very expensive. We also looked for a house for your brother there. When the time comes, you and your brother will be in the same community, so you can at least take care of each other. Also, you must add my daughter's name to the house you buy, and it must be a fully renovated, ready-made house, and you'd better pay in full. Mom, do you want me to take care of my brother, cook for him from time to time or come to my house for meals? He's already a grown-up, why let him become a vampire? Besides, buying a house is Chen Ming and I's business. We can buy it wherever we want. Do I have to sell the house and give all my property to my brother when he needs money? Li Lingling said in a crying voice. Sister, I didn't ask you to give me money, but you said that to me. What do you mean? If I, your brother, encountered any problem, would you help me as a sister? Could you just stand by and watch? Besides, you are my sister, isn't it natural for you to help me? Li Wei said. Li Wei, you are also an educated person, why are your thoughts so ignorant? Everyone is an independent individual, why do you have to be a blood-sucking worm and suck your sister's blood? From childhood to adulthood, your parents always give all the good things to you alone. What about me, what have I got? Even now that I am getting married, my parents only want to use my betrothal gift to buy you a house and a car. Is this fair? Li Lingling said aggrievedly, wiping her tears as she spoke. Sister, I am your brother. If you don't treat me well, who will? Do you respect me? Li Wei roared. Speaking of respect, have you three ever respected me? As the youngest, you always get the best. Every time you make a mistake, your parents always find out that it's my fault. Now that I'm getting married, you still want to suck my blood and eat me up. Have you ever thought about me? If you don't want me to get married, I can choose not to get married. I will become a nun in the future. In this case, I won't get married and you won't get a penny of the bride price. After saying that, Li Lingling ran out in a hurry. Lingling! At this time, Li Shouying shouted, and it was obvious that she was a little anxious. She was afraid that the little girl would do something stupid. Chen Ming, who was standing beside him, waved his hand and said anxiously, "Hurry up, catch up with Lingling. Don't let her do anything stupid." At this time Chen Ming chased after him directly. Looking at Li Lingling's family of three, there was no expression on their faces. They were not worried that their biological daughter would do something stupid, but were just calculating something in their hearts, especially Zhang Xiuyi, whose eyes rolled around, as if she was thinking of some bad idea. At this time, Zhang Xiuyi stood up, holding her cheap bag and said, "Okay, I've made it clear about the betrothal gifts and hardware. It depends on how you prepare. We don't have any leeway. You can do whatever you want. If you can afford it, it will work. If you can't, then don't delay both parties. After all, they are all young people, and we, as experienced people, should still consider them. Don't you agree? We won't have dinner here. Today is Chinese New Year. Look at the environment in your house. The food you cook is probably not very hygienic, so let's just leave." After they finished speaking, Zhang Xiuyi, Li Jianguo and Li Wei left with their noses covered with paper. Before they left, they said some unpleasant words, which made the host Li Shouying stand there in a daze, with her face pale. Chen Chuan looked at this scene and felt distressed. Chapter 59: A Difficult Decision. Chen Chuan had witnessed how difficult it was for Li Shouying since he was a child. She raised Chen Ming alone and suffered a lot of grievances. All relatives and friends stayed away from them because they were poor, so even Chen Ming's uncles and other relatives had little contact with them. Looking at Li Shouying's wrinkled face, her complexion became even paler and weaker because of the meeting with her in-laws. Originally, it was a happy event for my son to find a girlfriend and get married. People feel happy when they encounter happy events. However, when I met these in-laws, I felt mixed feelings of sadness and joy. At this time, Chen Zhe held Li Shouying's hand and said, "Aunt, I still have 30,000 yuan in my hand. Give it to Chen Ming." At this time, Li Shouying did not say anything, but just lay down on the table and cried bitterly. When people are poor, they have low aspirations. Just imagine how much money a single-parent family could have. Li Shouying, who had never been overwhelmed, actually burst into tears at this moment. She hated herself for being incompetent and unable to help her son get married. Her son had no father and had been looked down upon since childhood. Now that he was getting married, he still had to suffer so much just because he had no money. It was also the first time that Chen Chuan saw Li Shouying cry so heartbreakingly. But the two guests, both grown men, thought it would be better to leave because of the other person's embarrassment, so that Li Shouying could vent the emotions that were pent up in her heart. At this time Chen Chuan and Chen Zhe left. After Chen Chuan returned home, he saw his mother Ma Ximei busy preparing a large table of dishes in the kitchen. I thought about how Li Shouying had been busy all morning preparing a large table of dishes, but she actually complained that it was unhygienic. This made Chen Chuan couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Ma Ximei noticed Chen Chuan's action and asked quickly, "Chen Chuan, what's wrong? Why are you sighing? How is Chen Ming's marriage going?" Only then did Chen Chuan recount what had just happened. Hearing the noise, even Chen Jiangwo, Chen Ling, and Chen Shuwei came to the kitchen. After listening to this, they all showed expressions of anger and speechlessness on their faces. At this time, Chen Shuwei showed a disdainful expression and said, "It's really strange that Chen Ming has such a family. If it were me, I would not get married. Wouldn't it mean that I have to support the whole family if I get married like this?" Chen Chuan glared at Chen Shuwei and said, "What do you know? The only bad things are the girl's parents and brother. In fact, Li Lingling is a very good person. Now Chen Ming is pursuing Li Lingling. I'm really afraid that this girl will do something stupid and commit suicide. What should I do then?" Alas, with parents like this, Lingling will also suffer in the middle. On one side are her parents, and on the other side are her lover. No matter what she does, it will be wrong. So she is very embarrassed and even wants to die. Lingling is also a pitiful person. Ma Ximei shook her head and said, Also, Li Shouying has had it too hard. She raised a child all by herself. Finally, the child is getting married, but she met the family of the person she loves. They want a huge dowry. How can an ordinary family have so much money? And I don't think the character of that family is good either. They haven't even gotten married yet, and they've already caused so much unhappiness. When they get married, I guess their relationship won't be very good. Sigh. Chen Xuan, since you and Chen Ming have been friends since childhood, now that Chen Ming is in trouble and you have achieved success, do you know what to do? I know what to do. Chen Xuan nodded and said. So are we going to eat at home or at Chen Ming's house tonight? Maxime asked. Look, Chen Ming is chasing after Li Lingling now, and my aunt is still crying out of hurt. I don't want to make them feel embarrassed, so let's give them some time to digest it first. But your aunt has already prepared the meal. You should go to their house to eat when the time comes, said Maxime. After listening to this, Chen Jiangwo thought about his son. His family had experienced so many hardships before, but now they were finally getting their due. Also, think about it, if you have something on your mind or are in a bad mood, how can you eat? It must be like having anorexia, with no appetite for anything. It's 9 o'clock. Chen Xuan came to Chen Ming's house again. At this time Chen Zai also came. At this time Chen Ming brought Li Lingling back. Everyone had their own thoughts about the meal, so I didn't put too much effort into eating it. At 9 o'clock in the evening, every household set off firecrackers, but it was the sound of firecrackers outside that reflected the quietness of Chen Ming's home. At this time, Li Shouying spoke up. Chen Ming, didn't you say before that someone wanted to buy our house? I'm thinking of selling our house and seeing how much they can offer. At this time, Chen Ming and Li Lingling, who were originally eating, suddenly raised their heads and asked, Mom, what do you mean? It's nothing, I just want to sell this house. Li Shouying said in a mosquito-like voice. Sell it? This is the last association that Dad left us, and it's also where we've lived. If it's sold, where will you live and where will we live? At this time, Li Shouying forced out a smile and said, Don't worry about this. It's easy for me to find a place. I see there are many houses for rent in the village. A few thousand yuan a year will be enough. I have savings now, plus the money from selling the house, and then I will go out and borrow some money from others. Together, we will definitely get the 700,000 yuan that my in-laws mentioned, as well as hardware and other things. We have to prepare everything. Let's try to follow the girl's family's wishes and get married as soon as possible. That way, I won't have to worry so much. And after you get married, I'll go to the city to work as a nanny to earn money. When the time comes, I'll pay off the debt and you'll have less pressure. After Li Shouying finished saying this, Chen Ming's eyes were filled with tears. He could only clench his hands tightly, hating his own powerlessness and even more hating his own helplessness. Think about your own mother, who raised you up alone. Now that she is at the age where she should be enjoying her life, she still has to work as a nanny to earn money to pay off debts. She doesn't even have her own house, so she has to sell it to buy you a wedding house. Moreover, if this house is sold, it means that they have no roots in the village. Although they can rent a house, it is not their own house after all, and they have no sense of security or belonging. Although as a mother, she can risk her life for her son and can let him live anywhere, but as a son, his mother wants to sell the only house in order to get married. Isn't that very unfilial of the son? Li Shouying lost her husband in middle age, and it was not easy for her to raise Chen Ming alone. Although this house does not look very good, it carries all the memories of her and her husband, and is also the place where her son has lived since he was a child. If it is gone like this, then wouldn't this son be a failure? Thinking of this, Chen Ming couldn't help but yell, No, this house can't be sold, Mom, don't mention this matter again in the future. At this time, Li Lingling stood up. Chapter 60 Brother, I'll pay for it. Mom, no matter what my parents think, I must be with Chen Ming. Even if it means severing ties with my own parents, I will marry Chen Ming. So you don't have to worry about my parents, and you don't have to sell this house. And you have to believe in us and your son. I believe that Chen Ming and I will work together to make a name for ourselves, so you don't have to worry about us anymore. We will be happy by then. Let my parents see it and make them regret it. At this time, Li Shouying interrupted Li Lingling and scolded her, You are just kidding. I hope my son Chen Ming can marry you home in style, not for you to break off relations with your family just to be with you. If that happens, how can we put our faces? You should be good enough. So I hope your marriage will be blessed, not for sacrificing you to complete our relationship. Mom, it's not that I don't want to get married in a down-to-earth manner, but my parents insisted on giving my betrothal gift to my brother. I don't want to become Voldemort, I still want to live my own life well. At this time, Li Shuiying waved her hand and said, "You don't have to say anything more. This house is mine. I can sell it if I want. This is my right, so you have no reason to interfere." When Chen Ming heard his mother say this, he clenched his fists tighter and tighter. At this moment, Chen Xuan broke this helplessness and sadness. He looked at Chen Ming with a tycoon-like attitude and said, "Isn't it just about money? Just tell me how much money you want, and I can give you that much money. You don't have to sell the house or borrow from others. As long as you, Chen Ming, tell me how much you want, I, Chen Xuan, can give you that much." Everything that happened today made Chen Xuan understand more clearly what kind of person Chen Ming was, from his unspeakable secret this morning. Although I knew that Chen Ming was going to get married soon, normally someone who was going to get married soon would have discussed everything. But things did not turn out as he expected. It was the first time that the parents of both sides met, and not only was the communication not good, but things got worse. Chen Ming was hesitant at the time, and Chen Xuan thought that he really did that for that white moonlight, but it turned out not to be the case. It was because he knew that this meeting would definitely cause a stir, but the waves were too big. It was understandable that Chen Ming did not say at that time that he needed Chen Xuan's help, because after all, the two of them did not contact each other very often, and when they did contact, the topic of money came up, which made people think too much. Moreover, Chen Ming has a strong self-esteem, but if he doesn't say anything, the consequences will be the worst, and he can't do anything about it. Now he can only feel sadder. In this way, not only Chen Xuan, but also his childhood friend Chen Zhe, two outsiders, watched a bizarre drama. If this was the scene, what attitude would Chen Xuan take? Of course, he would help if he could. Anything in this world that can be solved with money is not a big deal, so Chen Xuan can definitely help. At this moment, Chen Ming sighed and said, "I guess the result will be like this, but what can I do? Since you know the result will be like this, why don't you keep your mouth shut? Do you want your mother and your wife to endure this? Don't you want to marry your wife?" Chen Xuan's face was gloomy when he said this. "I know you have money now, so I'm sure you can lend it to me, but I feel like you're not lending it to me, but giving it to me for free? Do you think I'm right?" Chen Ming said to Chen Xuan. "What do you care about me? I'll give it to you if I want to. Besides, you're my brother. What's wrong with giving it to you? I want to know." "But your money didn't come from the wind, and this money is not just a few dollars, but hundreds of thousands. When my family was in trouble, didn't we ask your family to borrow money? Didn't you give it to me without hesitation? Now you are saying this again. Do you really regard me as your brother? But I only lent you a few thousand yuan at that time, but in reality it is hundreds of thousands, that's many times more. I have plenty of money now, so what's wrong with helping my brother? Why are you being so polite?" At this time, Chen Ming, Li Shuiying, Li Lingling and Chen Zhe were staring at Chen Xuan in amazement, unable to speak. They knew that Chen Xuan had made a fortune, but not many of them could come up with so much at once. Let me tell you a story. My former college classmate, when I was in school, his family was not well off and he didn't have much living expenses. He gave me food and drink, and we became very good brothers. Last month, I asked him to work in my company. He also said at the time that he couldn't work at a brother company, but isn't that what makes brothers so troublesome? I was very angry at the time, angry that he didn't accept my help, so I accepted it. I'm not telling this story to show off how capable I am, but to tell you that since he accepted my help, he is living a good life now. He is now focused on making money and hopes that his parents and family can live a good life. Why can't you accept my help like he did? We are childhood friends. Do you remember when we played together as kids?" "I remember, but..." Chen Ming said hesitantly. "But what? Actually, this matter is easy to solve. Why do you have to make it so complicated? If you don't want to get married and don't love Li Lingling, then just ignore what I said. But if you don't love her, why can you accept his parents' unreasonable behavior? Do you dare to say that you don't love her?" At this time, Chen Xuan stood up and said, "No, I love her, and I will never marry her in this life." Chen Xuan sneered at this time and said, "Since you love her, why did you marry her openly? Why are you still being shy? Your brother has money now. You just need to open your mouth and tell him how much you need, and he will give it to you. Why don't you tell him? Why are you making things difficult for Li Lingling?" After hearing this, Chen Ming fell silent. Chen Xuan has explained all of this to me in great detail. If I continue to be so shy, wouldn't that mean I'm not a man? Since you are so rich, just lend me 3 million. That way, I won't have to worry about the bride price, the house, and the hardware. Chen Ming was angry, so he just said a number. At this time, Li Xiuying hurriedly stopped him and said, "No, 3 million is too much. We can't take that much. We have savings." Li Lingling also said, "Yes, the betrothal gift doesn't need to be so much." Obviously, at this time, Li Lingling was still bargaining with her biological mother, and everything was based on the man's family. Chapter 61, Resolving the Crisis. Chen Xuan immediately interrupted Li Lingling. "My mother just said that you are a good girl. Now it seems that you are indeed a good girl. If Chen Ming can marry you home, it will be his blessing. If his father knows about this, he will definitely think that you are a good daughter-in-law." At this time, Li Lingling did not say anything, but held Chen Ming's hand tightly and did not let go, as if she was swearing that she would not marry anyone but Chen Ming. "You don't have anything to do tomorrow, right? If you don't, go and look at the house." "Ah, are you in such a hurry?" Li Xiuying asked at this time. "Aunt, what Lingling's parents said is right. They work in the city and can't always rent a house. They are married, and when they have children, they will definitely need you to go over and take care of the children. You can't stay in the countryside, otherwise the children will become left behind children." "Yes, that's right. I haven't thought about it so thoroughly." Li Xiuying nodded and said. "But, how much money do you want to lend to Chen Ming? Let's write an IOU, and when they make money, they will slowly pay you back. How about that?" As Li Xiuying said this, she walked towards the inner room of her house to get paper and pen. Chen Xuan immediately stepped forward to stop Li Xiuying and said, "Aunt, why are you so polite? You even wrote an IOU. These are not things you need to worry about. You just need to take good care of their marriage, and you don't have to worry about anything else. It seems like you guys are also going to prepare a banquet, a wedding car, etc. These are all things that need to be prepared." "Yeah, this really needs to be prepared," Chen Ming said. "Then do you want Lingling to marry you in style?" Chen Xuan raised his eyebrows and said to Chen Ming, "I definitely hope to give Lingling a perfect wedding with great fanfare. After all, it only happens once in a lifetime." "What's wrong? What are you doing? I have a luxury car here. Do you want me to use it for your wedding?" Chen Xuan said. This is too much, isn't it?" His tone was obviously excited, and there was a hint of surprise. "If you say you want to take an ordinary car to bring the bride home, that's enough. But when you really get married, who doesn't want to be the protagonist and have others look at them more? But will it damage the car if you drive this sports car in our village? Don't worry about this. Just return the wedding car and everything else and I'll arrange these for you." "Ha, I know you have money, but you can't waste it like this. Oh, and there's also a wedding banquet. I've arranged it for you. You only get married once, and I hope you can be happy with it, you know? It's up to you whether to book the banquet in town or downtown." "Let's book it in town. Our relatives and friends are all in town, so it will be more convenient for them to go there." "Okay, that's fine. Tell me how many people there are and how many tables there are. I can get some good abalone and sea cucumber in Jiangcheng, or fly in seafood from abroad." "How do you think that is?" "What, seafood shipped in by air from abroad?" Chen Ming jumped up excitedly, and even Li Lingling beside him widened her eyes excitedly. "How much does this cost? Isn't this too high-end for our wedding banquet? What's so special about it? Anyway, this is a lifelong event, so it must be celebrated in a grand manner. Anyway, you don't have to worry about these things, just leave it to me. You just need to be good bride and groom, and I'll take care of the money." Chen Xuan patted his chest and said. At this time, Li Lingling's eyes were full of gratitude, but also a little embarrassed. After all, what Chen Xuan meant was that the money belonged to Chen Xuan for free and he didn't have to pay it back. Li Lingling also wanted to marry in a grand ceremony, and when the wedding came, many relatives and friends would come. At this time, the better the wedding banquet, the more face she would have, and those who looked down on her would also look up to her. Before, as long as they could get married, they had never thought about these luxurious and high-end things. Moreover, it was from Chen Ming that they learned that they had a childhood friend who they were very close to, and they never thought that this childhood friend could treat them like this. Chen Xuan said, "Don't worry about the money. The more grand the wedding is, the better." At this time, Li Xiuying's eyes were filled with tears, and a look of joy appeared on her face, and the previous sadness disappeared. After all, problems that can be solved with money are not big problems. Li Shouying had been worried about her son's marriage before. She was at an age when she should have been enjoying her life, but she was so worried that she couldn't sleep well and had a lot of white hair on her head. At that time, she was thinking that if Chen Ming's father was still alive, he would definitely not let her run errands alone, he would not be so passive, and the family would not be penniless. But now, Chen Chuan said that he could help Chen Ming, and the burden was finally lifted. He said that he could make Chen Ming's wedding a grand occasion. At this moment, her tears fell unconsciously. They were tears of excitement. She finally felt like she was seeing a rainbow after the clouds had cleared. At this time, Li Shouying took Chen Chuan's hand and said, "Chen Chuan, I am really grateful to you. When you were young, you played with Chen Ming and didn't mind that he was from a single-parent family. Everyone bullied him, but you were the only one who played with him. I watched you two grow up together." Chen Ming was very sensitive when he lost his father when he was young. Your arrival made his childhood less lonely and he didn't have to be without his father. Now, I didn't expect you to treat Chen Ming like this. Aunt, do you remember when I was a kid, I often came to your house for meals? I actually regarded Chen Ming as my best brother a long time ago. In Chen Chuan's mind, Chen Ming regards him as his childhood playmate and the best comfort, but Chen Chuan also regards Chen Ming as his childhood playmate and the best brother. At this time, Chen Chuan seemed to have thought of something, so he said, "By the way, you two should quit your jobs first and prepare for the wedding. After the wedding, we can think about other things. Prepare well for the wedding. After all, it is a major event in life." "Ah? You quit your job? What do you mean? Now you are arranging the wedding banquet, wedding car, house, etc. Do we still have to wait for you to arrange our jobs?" Chen Ming frowned and said, "I didn't say I would arrange work for you, but it's okay if you want me to. Can you think about what you want to do?" I originally wanted to do something practical in Xiangqing this time, such as developing Xiangqing's GDP or something. You can also give me some suggestions. Chapter 62. The house is also bought. It was obvious that Chen Chuan's arrival had made all the worries of Chen Ming's family disappear. Chen Ming and Li Lingling had so many words of gratitude to express, but if they said too much, it would become a bit hypocritical. After all, Chen Ming and Chen Chuan had such a good relationship. Like Lin Hao, they would just silently remember in their hearts that it was Chen Chuan who helped them. In the evening, Chen Chuan and Chen Zhe went back to their respective homes. Before going home, I made an appointment to go see a house tomorrow. A night of silence. The next morning, as soon as Chen Chuan woke up, he went to Chen Ming's house because they had agreed to go see a house yesterday. Chen Chuan was driving, carrying Chen Ming, Li Lingling, and Li Shouying. At this time, the car had stopped in front of the sales office of Tianzhong Mansion. "Chen Chuan, why do I hear that here? Didn't you say that you were going to look at houses in the neighborhood that Lingling's brother liked?" Chen Ming asked doubtfully. "Are you sure you want to buy a house in the same community as your brother-in-law?" Chen Chuan asked back. At this time, Chen Ming shook his head unconsciously and said nothing, thinking to himself that if he really bought it together with his brother-in-law, there would be more trouble in the future. He didn't want to be stuck to his brother-in-law all the time, like a dog-skin plaster. At this time, Li Lingling said, "We can buy a house anywhere, but we can't live in the same community with Li Wei. I know my brother too well. But I think Tianhua Mansion is too expensive. I heard from others that it costs 20,000 per square meter, and they are all large apartments. I'm afraid we can't afford it. When buying a house, you must buy a big one, so that you can get it all in one go. Do you think the money I lend you is enough? If not, I can lend you more." Chen Chuan said lightly. "Good brother, I won't say anything corny." All these words can be summed up into one sentence: "Good brother, you are awesome." Chen Ming took a deep breath and said, "It turns out that there really are such good brothers in the world. This kind of thing should have happened in novels or movies, but it was actually happening to me now. I felt like I was having a very long beautiful dream. If I say no, it will seem like I'm being particularly pretentious. Besides, he really has no money now, and my girlfriend's family has made such a harsh request. What are you thinking about? Go in quickly," Chen Chuan urged. "You should know that the housing prices in Tianzhong Mansion are the highest in the entire Xiangqing. The cheapest one is around 17,000 or 18,000 yuan, while those with better locations are over 20,000 yuan and above. Although the prices here are high, I have heard a saying that there is only buying, no selling. He has his reasons for being so high. The location here is very good. There is a hospital and a school on the left, and the school is also a key school. There is a large supermarket and a park on the right. The environment is very good. Moreover, all the apartments here are large, even the smallest one is 150 square meters. The largest apartment is 260 square meters. Although the houses here have been delivered for more than a year, there are still vacancies for sale because the prices here are very high and some people really cannot afford to buy there. Not only is this place expensive, it is also big, and as young people, they cannot afford it. So now Chen Ming can choose any house he wants here, and there is a wide range of choices. And the service attitude here is also very good. At this time, Chen Ming and Li Lingling had already made their choices, and Chen Xuan could see that they quite liked the position of the king of buildings. But they had no money. Although Chen Xuan agreed to lend it to them, it was not their money after all, so they chose a cheap 150 square meter house with the smallest unit and a not very good location. But since Chen Xuan had already come with them, how could he let them choose one they didn't like? At this time, Chen Xuan directly stopped the female salesperson next to him and said, "Hello, we want this building, king, let's decide now." "Chen Xuan, you. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me choosing a house that my brother likes? Even though I know that I have a lot of money, your brother and I only have money. But this is 260 square meters. If the price is 20,000 yuan per square meter, that's 5.2 million yuan. A full 5.2 million yuan. Chen Ming said with a surprised expression. "Nothing serious, I just have money now, so I want to spend it on my brothers. What's wrong with that? Money can't buy me any money. When you get married, you will definitely have children. Then I will definitely come to live with you and help take care of the children. It will be great to do it all in one go." Li Shouying saw through it. Chen Xuan directly used the money to trick Chen Ming into fainting, and he definitely didn't want Chen Ming to return the money to him. Think about it, Chen Ming and Li Lingling don't have high salaries, only a few thousand yuan a month. When will they be able to pay off the 5.2 million? But for Chen Xuan, he doesn't care about this little money. What he cares about is that his childhood friend can have a happy marriage and a happy family. Then he will be satisfied, and everything he does will be meaningful. Ever since Chen Xuan became a super rich man, he felt that having money should not only be spent on himself, but also on his family and friends. The sense of accomplishment brought him a sense that this was real and not a dream. At this time, the salesperson had already brought the contract. Chen Ming and Li Lingling had slowly accepted this reality, and they both signed the contract tremblingly. After signing and completing all the formalities, Chen Xuan took them back home. On the way home, Chen Ming, Li Lingling, and Li Shouying didn't say a word. They were still in a daze. They felt as if they were dreaming. They were still struggling over the issue of the bride price yesterday. In order to buy a house, Li Shouying had already made up her mind to sell her only house in the village. She would rather rent a house outside or work as a nanny in the city to prepare a dowry for her son to buy a house in the city. And at that time she wanted to follow her husband who had been dead for many years. But today, the house issue was resolved in less than 10 minutes. It's unbelievable. Now they not only bought a house in the city, but also bought the most expensive and largest house in Xiangqing, spending 5.2 million yuan. This kind of thing made them feel like they were dreaming. At this moment, Chen Ming's excited eyes were filled with tears, which turned into a stuttering sentence. "Chen Xuan, thank you." Chen Xuan said nonchalantly, "What are you thanking me for? Haven't you heard a line in a song? Friends walk together for a lifetime, those days won't have. I really don't regret being your friend. You are so nice to me." Chen Ming said from the bottom of his heart. "Okay, stop saying such corny things. I get it." Chen Xuan said lightly. At this time, they had arrived at Li Shouying's house and they got out of the car. "Chen Xuan, let's have lunch at our house today. Yesterday's events were so unpleasant that we were not in the mood to entertain you. Now that you are here today, I will cook your favorite dishes for you. How about that?" Li Shouying said quickly. "Aunt, no need. We have guests at home today. If I don't go back, my parents will definitely scold me again. Well, since you have guests at home, I won't keep you at home for dinner. You'll be staying at home for a few days anyway. You can come whenever you want. Our whole family welcomes you." At this time, Li Lingling stood up. Chapter 63 The Killer Twins Are Coming. When I returned home, it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning and every household had hung up lanterns. The children couldn't wait to set off firecrackers and fireworks on the roadside. When Chen Xuan saw these scenes, he thought of his childhood. When he was a child, his family was very poor and he didn't have any fireworks or firecrackers. He could only watch other children set off fireworks. But at that time, I was still very happy. Maybe it is difficult to return to the happy scenes of childhood now. Even though I had no money at that time, I was very happy. But now, even though I have bought a lot of fireworks and have a lot of money, I no longer have the mood I had back then. Don? Ma Shimei asked directly when she saw Chen Xuan coming back. Well, it's done. I took them to buy a house this morning for 5.2 million. Well, that's good. This way I can finally shut up my mother-in-law. Of course, that's the Tianhuazongfu residential area, the most expensive residential area in Xiangcheng. But have you ever thought that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish? You should understand this principle, right? I think you should pay more attention to the work of Chen Ming and Li Lingling. Well, I know this. I have asked them to resign and let them prepare for the wedding with peace of mind. A wedding is a major event in life and it only happens once in a lifetime. After they get married, I want to invest in some real economy in Xiangcheng and let them participate in it. They will definitely make money then. Chen Xuan said. You can have this. Mom, what delicious food are you going to make for lunch today? I think you are the reincarnation of a starving ghost. It's only 11 o'clock now. Normally, we have to have dinner at 12 o'clock. There is still half an hour now. I remember when you were little, you cried out that you were hungry as soon as you got out of school. At that time, I thought you were growing up. Now, okay, I'll prepare the dishes right away. It will be quick. At this moment, Chen Ling and Chen Shuwei rushed in and said to Chen Xuan, Brother, there are two women dressed strangely at the door. They said they are looking for you. Brother, did you do something wrong outside? They look so sharp in your eyes. When Chen Xuan heard the two women with sharp eyes, he instantly became alert. I murmured in my heart, could it be that the assassin who has thorns on roses has come? Besides the sharp eyes you noticed, is there anything else special about them? Chen Xuan asked curiously. They had boxes in their hands, but the boxes looked very strange. Why is it weird? That box is at least 1 meter long, and it looks like it weighs at least 80 kilograms, but that's where the weird thing is. These two weak girls were able to lift it so easily and stood there without moving. Moreover, the box is so heavy that even a mature man would have a hard time lifting it. And they lifted it with one hand. So I think they are not ordinary people, especially they said they are looking for you, so brother, you must be careful, otherwise we will go with you. Chen Ling said hurriedly. Chen Shuwei also responded quickly, yes, brother, let's go with you to take a look. Chen Xuan looked at his younger brother and sister's anxious expressions and laughed out loud. Okay, since you're so worried about me, let's go take a look together. But don't be too surprised by what you see. I'll give you a heads up. Brother, do you know who they are? I don't know either. If I go and take a look, I'll know who it is. Chen Xuan said calmly, and walked towards the gate. Soon Chen Xuan walked to the gate of the yard. He immediately saw two girls standing outside the door carrying boxes. Each of them had a black box beside them. A girl stood there very coldly and motionlessly. There is no makeup on her face, but her appearance is comparable to that of current stars. The other girl was very enthusiastic, with an innocent and smiling face. Although they are twins and have exactly the same faces, they give people very different feelings. Chen Xuan walked over at this time and was about to open the gate of the yard. At this time, Chen Ling and Chen Shuwei hurried forward to stop him and said, Brother, don't open the door. We haven't figured out what they are doing yet. Isn't it dangerous to let them in like this? It's okay, open it quickly, they are our own people. Chen Xuan explained. Brother, what did you say? They are our own people? At this time, Chen Ling and Chen Shuwei did not react. Brother, don't be careless just because they are harmless. Remember, the whole village already knows that you bought a car for me and my second brother. I'm really afraid that they might hire some bad guys to do something to you, brother. What will happen then? Sister, have you read too many novels or watched too many TV dramas? These two people are my own people. They are bodyguards I hired. Chen Xuan said. At this moment, the two motionless people outside the door knelt on one knee at the same time and saluted, Greetings, Master, the rose with thorns is here to report. The two people's actions stunned Chen Shuwei and Chen Ling. Even Chen Xuan, who had experienced many ups and downs, was stunned for a moment. After several minutes, Chen Xuan finally reacted and hurriedly opened the gate of the yard. When Chen Xuan approached the two people, he felt as if he had touched something soft, like an electric shock. He said to himself, "At first I thought it was a Barbie doll. This is incredible. The body is so soft, too soft. Hurry, get up. Why are you being so polite to me?" Chen Xuan said, and hurriedly pulled the two girls up. "Master, we are doing this for your own good," said the innocent and enthusiastic girl. "But you don't have to kneel down to greet me. Besides, it's the modern age now. People don't believe in this anymore. Hurry up and get up. If others see this, they'll blame me." Chen Xuan said sarcastically. "But this is how we were trained." "If it's our master, we have to kneel down," said the enthusiastic girl. The other cold girl just stood there without saying a word. Chen Ling and Chen Shui kept staring at the two girls, fearing that they would hurt their brother. "Oh? Do you kneel down when you see someone?" Chen Xuan continued to ask. "Of course not. We will only kneel to our master and our leader. Those killers must also kneel to us." "Okay, I understand this. But now that you're my bodyguard, don't bother bringing the luggage. If others see us, they'll think we're playing SM." Chen Xuan said. "Yes, master. Yes, master." They both replied at the same time. Chapter 64, The Killer Can Actually Cook? Okay, I understand. Then can you introduce yourselves? Chen Xuan said to the two sisters. "My name is Phoenix." "My name is Lan Ji." The two of them spoke. "Phoenix should be the older sister, right?" Chen Xuan said, looking at Phoenix. "Yes, master." Phoenix still said coldly. "Master, my sister has such an aloof personality." "It's not because of you, master. She has always been like this." Lan Ji explained. "Okay, it's okay. But you must stop calling me master. This title needs to be changed." "Then what should we call you?" Lan Ji said with blinking eyes. "It's just a name, you can call me whatever you want, but please don't call me master, otherwise it will cause misunderstandings." When Lan Ji heard what Chen Xuan said, she blinked and thought for a while, then said casually, "How about we call you young master?" Chen Xuan felt that it was not good for the young master to stay in his hometown, so he said, "You should just call me Brother Chen." "Okay, Brother Chen. By the way, what's in the boxes in your hands?" Chen Xuan asked curiously, looking at the long black box. "Brother Chen, there are weapons everywhere in here," Lan Ji said as she opened the box. At this moment, when the box was opened, it was full of weapons, such as some guns, pointed scimitars, grenades, and other weapons banned in China. This scared Chen Xuan, Chen Shui, and Chen Ling, who were standing by. "You should know that in China, owning guns is not allowed and it is illegal." Chen Xuan hurried forward and urged, "Close it quickly, cover it quickly, let's go in and talk." At this time, Chen Ling and Chen Shui were also looking around to see if there was anyone around. Fortunately, at this time, the children in the village were all setting off fireworks and firecrackers in the big square over there, so there were almost no people near Chen Xuan's house. After hearing this, Lan Ji and Feng Huang immediately closed the box, and then Chen Xuan brought his two sisters to Chen Xuan's home. When Lan Ji and Feng Huang entered the room, Ma Shimei immediately asked, "Chen Xuan, who are these two? I don't know why there are two identical twin sisters in my family." Seeing how they were obedient to Chen Xuan, Ma Shimei knew that their relationship must be very difficult. Moreover, these two little girls are very pretty, one is very lively and the other is very quiet. "Mom, this is Feng Huang, and this is Lan Ji. They are both bodyguards I hired." "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, Auntie." Lan Ji and Feng Feng greeted them respectively. They always thought that Chen Xuan's mother should be dressed in jewels and precious stones, but now she exudes a simple and plain air, no different from ordinary people. They thought to themselves that perhaps only truly wealthy families are so low-key. At this time, Maxine looked at them both with confused faces. "These two girls are so pretty, and my son is so capable. I originally thought that Lu Ruyan, the girl I dated before, was pretty enough, but after seeing these two, the one before me seemed inferior. Thinking about how I arranged too many blind dates for my son some time ago, I felt so redundant. Look, each girl he brought back was prettier than the other. Hello, come in and have some tea, don't stand there. And the boxes in your hands must be heavy, put them down quickly. Chen Xuan, you should also be gentle with girls. Look at these two girls carrying boxes, why don't you help them? And you, Chen Shui, you grown men should be attentive to girls. When Chen Xuan heard Mashime say this, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously, and he thought to himself that his mother must have misunderstood, and these two people were his bodyguards. At this time, Mashime also went to serve tea and water, and was very busy, and then prepared to cook. Suddenly, Lan Ji stopped her and said, "Auntie, I can cook. Leave it to me." Foam Foam also stopped and walked to the aunt, but there was no smile on her face. "Aunt, just let us cook, how can we let you cook by yourself?" In fact, both of them are not only good at martial arts, but also good at cooking. After all, they were orphans since childhood and have been trained in foreign security groups. They were very diligent and had already entered the kitchen. "Chen Xuan, how come these two girls are more obedient than each other? Moreover, they look exactly the same, so cute." Maxime looked her up and down. "The more I watch it, the more I like it. Look at that lively girl, she has a big butt. If she marries you in the future, she will definitely give birth to a big fat boy for you." When Lan Ji, who was out throwing away the garbage, heard this, her face instantly turned red. Although the other girl doesn't seem to like talking much, she seems to be more low-key and is also the most sensible one. Chen Xuan's face was full of black lines at this time. "Mom, stop talking." He murmured in his heart, "Mom must be crazy about her daughter-in-law. She wants to give her everything to me." The two of them quickly prepared the meal and served it on the table. "Brother Chen, Auntie, the food is ready, let's eat." So the Chen family and the two twin sisters sat together at the table. At this time, Chen Xuan picked up the chopsticks and tasted the dish. The next second, Chen Xuan's eyes bulged out. At this time Chen Shui asked, "Brother, how about this dish?" But Chen Xuan did not answer him, but picked up another piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. When everyone saw Chen Xuan like this, they quickly picked up their chopsticks and started tasting the food. But you won't know until you try it. After taking a bite, you can't stop eating it. It's really delicious. This ordinary dish is the most delicious dish I have ever eaten since I was a child. Is it really that delicious? Maxime asked doubtfully. She thought to herself, how could two such young girls cook such delicious dishes? Then Maxime also tasted it. I suddenly felt that it was just an illusion. This dish is so delicious. It's so delicious. A delicious taste sweeps over your taste buds and body. What on earth is this made of? It's so delicious. At this moment Chen Shui was stunned. Chen Ling was stunned. Maxime was stunned. Chen Xuan was stunned. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. Everyone was scrambling for the plates and the food on them. They were completely stunned and couldn't believe how there could be such delicious food. Then they cleared the plates clean. After eating, Chen Xuan took Lan Ji and Feng Wang together, arranged them in the guest rooms upstairs. At this time, Chen Xuan once again asked Lan Ji and Feng Feng to open their black suitcases. Where did you get these weapons, and why did you bring them here? At this time Chen Xuan asked in confusion. We carry this with us to protect you. We disassembled the guns and other things into many pieces, and then slowly reassembled them after arriving in China. Lan Ji explained. But this is China. We don't need these things at all, and it's not safe to bring them with us. Chen Xuan said speechlessly. According to Chinese law, if ordinary people possess guns, it is illegal. But how can we protect you without these weapons? Please leave this weapon here for now. I'll keep it for you temporarily. Chen Xuan said. Chen Xuan still had lingering fears. If these weapons were seen by Chinese law enforcement officers, he would most likely be shot. Haven't you ever been to China before? Chen Xuan asked. Chapter 65 The Killer's Secret. Okay, Brother Chen. The two sisters nodded. Although we grew up in China, we have always been abroad. We have been abroad since we were young, and when we were carrying out our missions, we were also carrying out our missions abroad, so we still don't understand the laws of China. Because our leader told us not to go to China to kill people, because China is a forbidden area. Lan Jin said. Of course China is a forbidden area, because even knives cannot be used in China, let alone the weapons you brought. Chen Xuan said. Soon, Chen Xuan, Lan Ji, and Feng Wang put the box in Chen Xuan's room. Chen Xuan asked the two of them to open the boxes respectively, and inside were some guns, knives, and other ordinary-looking things. At this time, Lan Ji said, Brother Chen, can we take some weapons with us? As long as it is not prohibited in China, you can take it, Chen Chuan said. When the two sisters heard what Chen Chuan said, they immediately started choosing from the box. Soon, they finished their selection and placed the items they had chosen in front of Chen Chuan, asking him to check if there were any problems. Brother Chen, can you see if there is any problem? Chen Chuan looked at the weapons they had chosen with a bewildered look on his face. He then took out something that looked like a ring and asked in confusion, "Is this what you chose? Is this also considered a weapon?" Brother Chen, you can't underestimate this ring. This is not an ordinary ring, but a hidden secret. How is the secret hidden? Tell me. There is a poison needle in this ring. You can use it when you want to launch a sneak attack. It will kill you with one blow. Brother Chen, look at what this is. It's a necklace. It can be perfectly combined with this ring to form a perfect grenade egg. No way, this inconspicuous necklace and ring can actually be weapons that can kill people? Chen Chuan was shocked. At this time, Lan Ji introduced other things she had taken out. These things were very strange and magical. Chen Chuan, who was standing by, was amazed and said, "Fortunately, I am not your assassination target. Otherwise, if you assassinated me, I would not know how I died." Brother Chen, are you kidding me? How could we assassinate you? By the way, the clothes you are wearing don't seem to be suitable. How about we go buy you some clothes later? Chen Chuan took a look at the clothes the two were wearing. Lan Ji wore black leather pants and a leather jacket. The black outfit, paired with a dagger or gun at her waist, made it easy to move while also exuding a sense of danger. Phoenix black cape with a tactical belt around the waist. It's definitely not appropriate for the two of you to wear this. I'll take you to Xiangqing Mall this afternoon. Okay, Brother Chen. You guys go to the guest room and rest for a while. I'll call you when I'm done here. Upon hearing this, Lan Ji and Feng Wan left Chen Chuan's room and returned to the guest room. After they left, Chen Chuan opened the system warehouse and placed the contraband items in the system warehouse for safekeeping. After finishing this, Chen Chuan came to the living room and saw the twin sisters already sitting on the sofa. So Chen Chuan called them downstairs and drove to Xiangqing to buy clothes. At this time, Chen Chuan was sitting in the back of the car with Lan Ji, while Feng Feng was driving. In this way, if any emergency occurs, Lan Ji will protect Chen Chuan's safety as soon as possible. Can you tell me the origin of your killer organization? Chen Chuan looked at Lan Ji curiously and asked. Of course, Brother Chen, but I can't tell you anything about the organization's secrets, so please forgive me, Brother Chen. At this time, Chen Chuan was listening to Lan Ji talking about their killer organization. It was a killer organization organized by the Shao family. The Shao family is a large family in the Magic City. They are distributed in Japan, the United States, South Korea, etc., and have a history of more than 300 years. Moreover, they are all orphans, and all female. After being adopted by this organization, they have been developing their various abilities abroad since childhood. Everyone has to complete tasks independently every week. If they fail to do so, they will be dead. For those who complete the tasks, there will be more tasks waiting for them. They will continue to evolve, and their levels will also be slowly upgraded. After hearing this, Chen Chuan was so shocked that he was speechless. If I fail to complete the mission, I will die? Chen Chuan couldn't help but ask. Yes, if you fail to complete the mission, you will have no way out. Our organization will not take in useless people. Survival of the fittest, that's the law of nature. Lan Ji didn't seem to have much emotion, but narrated calmly. So who are you working for now? We work for the Shao family in the Demon City. Our leader is the eldest daughter of the Shao family. She is the strongest among us. Then how many people can you fight by yourself? 200 armed police officers will do. Oh my God, you are so amazing. We mainly assassinate people. If we do that, within 5 minutes, all 200 people will be wiped out. Blue Whale said confidently. You have to know what 200 armed police officers mean. It turned out that Lan Ji alone could wipe out 200 armed police officers in just 5 minutes. The most powerful thing about their assassination is that they make you die without knowing the reason. Are you guys really perverted? Chen Chuan said in surprise. We are not perverted, our leader is the most perverted. After saying this, Lan Ji quickly covered her mouth in panic, with a trace of fear on her face. Ah? Your leader is more perverted than you. Now I'm interested. Can you tell me how your leader is perverted? No, Brother Chen, I just said that I can't tell you the secrets of our organization. How about you dig it out yourself later? Lan Ji said apologetically. And Brother Chen, although we belong to the leader of our organization before, since the leader has given us the task of protecting you, you are our master now, so we are completely at your service, you don't need to worry about this. Just now you asked a private question about our leader. It's not easy for me to answer because in our organization, no killer can reveal the leader's secrets. This is a ban. If we accidentally leak the information, even if we retire from the organization in the future, if it is discovered that we leaked it, then no matter where we run to, we will be hunted down. And we will have no way out, Lan Ji explained. Chen Xuan waved his hand at this time. Okay, I get it, then I won't ask about these private matters. I will find out clearly by myself when the time comes. Have you completely left the organization now? Or are you still listening to the organization and monitoring me? Chen Xuan asked. When Lan Ji heard this, her pupils gradually shrank. Chapter 66, Buying Clothes with a Killer. Lan Ji twisted the ring in her hand, and then a poison needle popped out. She held the poison needle against her neck and swore to her death, Brother Chen, I am completely loyal to you. If you let me die, I can die immediately. At this time, Feng Feng also said, Brother Chen, since you are already our master, then we will swear allegiance to you until death. Chen Xuan was frightened by the scene of the two twin sisters. He saw that Lan Ji's neck was only 1 millimeter away from the poisonous silver needle. He hurried forward to stop her. Lan Ji, put down the poison needle quickly, I'm just asking, I don't have any other intentions. Only at this moment did Lan Ji put away the poison needle. At this time, Chen Xuan's eyes were serious. You are not allowed to do this in the future, do you understand? You all have to live well for me. I don't care what you do in the organization. Now that you follow me, you must cherish your life. Do you hear me? Okay. Okay. The two sisters nodded. You are still in your prime years, so you should live well, so that you can protect me well, understand? You should not always live for others, but also for yourself. When Lan Ji and Feng Huang heard this, they felt a little warm in their hearts. Perhaps it was because they were used to being killers and no one had ever cared about them. At this time, the car quickly drove to the largest shopping mall in Xiangqing, called Marriott Plaza. After Feng Huang parked the car, the three of them walked into the square. At this time, Chen Xuan was walking in the middle, with the two sisters on his left and right. The two sisters' looks can be summed up in one sentence: white skin, beautiful face, and long legs. She has a slim figure and a beautiful appearance. This made the men in the mall who were shopping with their girlfriends or wives very envious. Their eyes were all fixed on the sight. Some men walking in front did not forget to look back a few more times. As a result, they bumped into the load-bearing wall in front of them and screamed, "Ah, it hurts." Some men were stunned. Even though their girlfriends or wives were pinching their ears, they didn't feel any pain and instead had an obscene smile on their faces. And when the women saw the looks of the two twins, they were even more envious. You know, Chen Xuan is also very handsome. Who doesn't want to be the center of the crowd with a handsome guy with abs? Who doesn't want to be embraced by a handsome guy? Maybe this kind of life as a handsome guy with muscular abdominal muscles can only appear in my dreams. The girls looked at the twin sisters, their hearts beating hard for a long time. When Chen Xuan and the others walked away, the men whose ears were pulled finally realized the physical pain and shouted, "It hurts, let go, baby." Their girlfriends just opened their mouths and cursed, "Scumbag." So she turned around and left without looking back. Seeing this, the man had no choice but to chase after her. Chen Xuan took Lan Ji and Feng Huang directly to a women's clothing store. As soon as he entered the store, he said to the salesperson, "Hello, please match some clothes for the two beauties next to me." Seeing this, the shopping guide immediately took out the latest models in the store and took Lan Ji and Feng Huang to try them on. "Two beauties, please follow me. I'll take you to the fitting room to try on these styles." The shopping guide spoke respectfully to Lan Ji and Feng Huang. The two of them looked at Chen Xuan, who nodded in response, and then followed the shopping guide to the fitting room to try on clothes. The other shopping guides looked at Chen Xuan's domineering display and turned into little fans. Not only was he handsome, but he was also rich. They watched as another shopping guide took the lead in receiving Chen Xuan and his friends. The other shopping guides were feeling indignant, as it seemed they would not be able to get a piece of this fat meat. At this time, a shopping guide came over attentively with a glass of water. "Sir, please have some tea." Chen Xuan was sitting on the sofa, waiting and getting bored, when suddenly a phone call came in. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Chuan? A middle-aged man in his 50s said on the other end of the phone. It's me, who are you? Hello, I'm Li Jeju, the chairman of Marriott Group. Do you remember a hotel called the Grand Washington Hotel? The hotel manager said that you were the one who instructed the purchase of 81% of Marriott Group's shares. Chen Chuan thought about it and it seemed to be true. So he said calmly, yes, that's true. Mr. Chen, I called you this time to ask you about our company's future plans and operating model. Oh, so, then let's proceed according to the previous plan and send me the revenue and profit every month. After saying that, she hung up the phone happily. Li Jiaju on the other end of the phone had a shocked expression on his face. You know, to acquire 81% of Marriott Group's shares, it would cost 300 million yuan. But just now, Mr. Chen Chuan showed no interest in this industry at all. Such a large industry is probably just a small piece in his mind. Thinking of this, I feel more and more that Chen Chuan is simply a wealthy tycoon. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chuan drank hot tea and sat on the sofa waiting. At this time, another person came into the store. He had dyed yellow hair, a tattoo next to his left ear, and was wearing all branded clothes. He was also accompanied by two girls, who were dressed very trendy and cool. As soon as the yellow-haired man stepped into the store, he spoke in a loud and arrogant voice, "You can buy whatever clothes you like. We are not short of money. My father has dozens of stores in this mall." There was a lot of noise at this time, and Chen Chuan had to look up at Huang Mao and the others, and shook his head in disdain. It was made very clear on the phone just now, the entire shopping mall belongs to Chen Chuan, and no one has ever seen Chen Chuan so arrogant. This yellow-haired guy is just relying on his father's money. He comes out to show off because his family has some money. When the two cool girls heard what Huang Mao said, they said delicately, "Brother, you were so kind, thank you brother." The two cool girls went over there to choose clothes, and the yellow-haired guy sat next to Chen Chuan. Just at this moment, Lan Ji, wearing a blue mini dress, walked up to Chen Chuan. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Lan Ji, unable to take their eyes off her. She was already very pretty, and her legs were also the kind of nice legs, not too thick or too thin, and very straight. Wearing this super short dress, her curvy figure is shown off, especially her long legs, which is simply the golden body proportion. Especially the beautiful legs, which are white and beautiful, and look particularly attractive. Does it look good, Brother Chen? Lan Ji showed it left and right in front of Chen Chuan. Her fair face blushed shyly, making her whole face look even more beautiful. It looks good, really good. Our Lan Ji looks better in this than those celebrity models. Chen Chuan praised her. He didn't say anything against his will but was very sincere, which made Lan Ji blush so much that her face was already as red as her ears. This was the first time Chen Chuan praised Lan Ji, and the praise made her smile, making her even more charming. At this time, the girl with yellow hair and coolness also came out. Although she was also wearing a super short dress, white, there is no harm without comparison, but compared with Lan Ji, she was not even a little bit inferior in figure or appearance. At this time, the cool girl was flirting in front of the yellow-haired man, but was pushed away by a strong force, almost knocking her to the ground. Chapter 67. Kneel down and call daddy. The cool girl turned around and saw that the person pushing her was the yellow-haired man. Seeing the perverted light flashing in the yellow-haired eyes, the cool girl was shocked. When Huang Mao was pursuing me, didn't he say that he fell in love with me at first sight? Would he only love her in this life? Qinglian's self-righteous heart was shattered in an instant. She thought Huang Mao was willing to spend money on her, and she had already been completely bewitched by him. Little did he know that Huang Mao had played with countless girls like her. The yellow-haired man didn't even look at the cool girl, but looked directly at Lan Ji with his eyes spitting fire. Just at this moment, Phoenix came out wearing a slim long dress. Her already stunning figure, paired with this slim long skirt, makes her figure even more incomparable. At this moment, everyone in the store, including customers, shopping guides, etc., stared at Phoenix, unable to move their eyes away. They thought about these two stunning beauties, who were so beautiful, and then looked at Chen Chuan, feeling extremely envious. "Brother Chen, what do you think of me wearing this?" Feng Huang asked coldly. "It looks good, really good." Chen Chuan smiled happily. "Go try the others. I want this one anyway." Both beauties went to try on clothes. Seeing the two beauties leaving, the yellow-haired guy on the side couldn't help but ask what the relationship was between Chen Chuan and the two twin sisters. In fact, when Lan Ji just came out, Huang Mao was about to step forward and ask, but before he could ask, Feng Huang came out. Seeing how beautiful the two twins were, Huang Mao became aroused. Look at the two cool girls I brought out, and then look at the twin beauties. The comparison is simply unbearable. The girls I brought out are simply not good enough. Seeing Huang Mao asking about his intentions, Chen Xuan hurriedly said, "Didn't you hear what they called me just now? They call you brother, but they also call me brother when I brought them here. It's normal for people who hang out together to call each other brother or sister." The yellow-haired man spoke. "Brother, I don't want to beat around the bush with you. You brought two beauties with you, and I brought two beauties with me. How about we switch? If you feel you're at a disadvantage, then you name a price and see how much it costs. How about I just book you for the whole night? What did you say?" Chen Xuan asked back, clenching his fists, as if he was about to hit the yellow-haired man. Huang Mao thought Chen Xuan had never played such a fancy game before, so he explained again, "You see, many couples want to try new and exciting things after they lose their novelty, so they start wife-swapping. Are we also doing this? Anyway, you won't suffer any loss, the two girls I bring are very good at it. Besides, if you really feel that you are being taken advantage of, then this is how it is. I can give you these two girls that I brought here to play with for a night for free. I can offer you $50,000 for a night of play." The yellow-haired man said arrogantly. "Sorry, I still didn't hear what you said." Chen Xuan suppressed his anger and said word by word. "Damn it, is there something wrong with your ears? This young master's patience is limited. If it weren't for your two sisters' stunning looks, I would have explained so much to you again and again. Are you dissatisfied with the price? How about 100,000? 150,000? Then take the money and take a good look at your ears to see if there is something wrong with them, damn it." The yellow-haired man cursed. "How about it? This price should be acceptable, right? You are lucky today to have met me, a young master who likes this and offers such a high price. You can just be happy with yourself." At this time, Chen Xuan did not respond, but slapped the yellow-haired man in the face without saying a word. "Who the hell do you think you are? You actually used an abacus to hit me in the face. What's the big deal about you having a few bucks?" Chen Xuan wiped the blood off his hands with paper and said coldly. The yellow-haired man was suddenly slapped by Chen Xuan, causing one of his front teeth to fall out. He had not yet reacted to the physical pain, and only prepared to take action after a minute. When he was about to raise his arm to hit someone, he was suddenly kicked hard by a long, straight leg about 3 meters away. This long and straight leg turned out to be Lan Ji's. Lan Ji had already tried on her clothes. When she came out, she watched Chen Xuan beating the yellow-haired guy and was ready to attack and protect Chen Xuan at any time. At this time, the yellow-haired man was kicked to the ground. After he came to his senses, he threw a fierce punch straight at Chen Xuan's face. Looking at the swinging fist, Chen Xuan felt his blood boiling. Boom! A dull sound reached everyone's ears. The yellow-haired man, who was arrogant and domineering before, was knocked to the ground. After rolling several times, the body finally stopped. Chen Xuan looked at the yellow-haired man on the ground and said coldly, "Come on, I haven't really started yet?" The yellow-haired man slowly got up, his face looking extremely gloomy. In Xiangcheng, he was the only one who could bully others, and no one ever dared to bully him like this. He looked at Chen Xuan coldly. "Do you know who my father is?" At this moment, a playful smile appeared on Chen Xuan's face. He pinched his finger bones, making his fingers crackle. Then he sneered, "Ha ha ha, come here, I have something to say to you." Looking at Chen Xuan's expression, Huang Mao didn't dare to go over there at this moment. If he really went over there, he would be beaten to death. At this time, Huang Mao shook his head vigorously and said in fear, "No, no, no, I won't go over. If anything happens to me, my dad will never let you go." Watching the yellow-haired man retreating back in fear, Chen Xuan felt disdainful in his heart. What a coward! This yellow-haired guy is just an ordinary person. It is impossible for Chen Xuan to beat someone to death in broad daylight. If he did it from behind, it would be hard to say. Chen Xuan just wanted to teach him a lesson. This was the consequence of being frivolous with his own sister. At this time, "Your father won't let me go? Oh, you're so crazy. Whether you can walk out of this mall today has nothing to do with your father, but only with me. Do you believe it? Come here, kneel down and call daddy. Also, I have to apologize to my two sisters. Otherwise I wouldn't know whether you were carried out on a stretcher or were missing a leg or something." After Chen Xuan said this, the atmosphere in the women's clothing store suddenly changed. The customers and shopping guides in the women's clothing store all looked at Chen Xuan with complicated eyes. Making someone kneel on the ground and call you daddy, what are you thinking? This guy looks very young, does he have such a strange habit? Although this yellow-haired guy is dressed more fashionably than you and has dyed his hair yellow, and looks like a young man in society, he is about the same age as Chen Xuan. However, some people felt relieved and laughed out loud unconsciously. Chapter 68. Will I go with you? At this time, Huang Mao's face was full of grief and anger, and he wondered if he had heard it wrong. Call daddy? Call someone your own age dad? Impossible, absolutely impossible, don't you know who my father is? What's more, I'm with two cool girls and we're going to the hotel to have sex soon. If I do what you ask, I won't be able to hold my head up in front of the girls. It's too insulting. You've gone too far. You actually asked me to call you dad? Not only did you hit me, but you also made such an excessive request to me? You want me to kneel down for you? You want me to call you daddy? Are you fucking daydreaming? Are you looking for death? Who the hell do you think you are to treat me like this? So he reached out to hit Chen Xuan, but Lan Ji kicked him several meters away. Then he quickly walked up to Chen Xuan and said, Brother Chen, are you okay? Fine. Let's not argue with him. Lan Ji, Feng Huang, have you chosen your clothes? I've made my choice. Lan Ji said. Chen Xuan took out his cell phone and walked towards the cashier. At this moment, the yellow-haired man blocked Chen Xuan's way. He said viciously, You just beat me up, and now you're going to pay and leave? No way, I'm going to call someone over right now, just wait for me. So he picked up the phone in his pocket and started dialing. Hello, is this brotherly? I was beaten up in your mall. Hurry up and bring some security guards over. I'll take you to get a massage tonight. Really? I'll be there right away. Who dares to bully young Master Wang? This is really outrageous. The person on the other end of the line was the mall manager Li Jianming. Well, this guy is ignorant of the world. I brought two extremely beautiful women and asked him to exchange girls and gave him money, but he actually disagreed and beat me. He also asked me to kneel down and call him daddy. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Master Wang, I will bring people over right now and I promise to help you get rid of this evil. After saying that, Huang Mao hung up the phone. Li Jianming on the other end of the phone also walked towards the side with the security guards with a ferocious look. The yellow-haired man got up from the ground arrogantly. He looked at Chen Xuan triumphantly and said, Boy, you are going to be in big trouble today. If you can kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, loudly say that I was wrong, and then let me play with these two beautiful twin girls next to you for a night, I will let you go. Otherwise, when my friends come, it won't be a matter of kneeling and kowtowing. Chen Xuan looked at Huang Mao like a clown and said, I'm curious. You were so humble just now. I wonder who you called to make you so confident all of a sudden. To tell you the truth, the person I just called is the security manager of this mall. They will be here with batons soon, and you will be injured or killed by then. And do you know who my dad is? How do I know who your father is? Is it Wang Gang? How do you know? My dad is Wang Gang. But you know, there's nothing strange about it. My dad owns dozens of stores in this mall. Mr. Ma, the chairman of this Marriott Mall, is also very polite to my dad. Don't you do background checks before you teach someone a lesson? Do you know who I am? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan laughed a few times. It seemed that there would be something interesting to watch soon. This shopping mall happened to be his too, so he could take a look at the employees of this shopping mall, especially the treatment of the senior executives. Who are you? How should I know? My name is Chen Xuan. I don't know you, I haven't heard of you. You are just an unknown person. You offended me today. If you beg for mercy now and send the girl next to you to me, I will forgive you this time. Otherwise. Before the yellow-haired man could finish his words, he was slapped in the face. The reason was that Lan Ji couldn't stand seeing Huang Mao like this. When Lan Ji was about to attack again, Chen Xuan stopped her. Chen Xuan was afraid that Lan Ji would beat him to death without knowing the severity of the situation. At this time, Huang Mao's face had swollen like a fat fish, and his left eye was bruised, which was completely different from his previous appearance. Lan Ji, who was stopped, said to Chen Xuan, Brother Chen, I really can't stand it anymore. Why is this loser so arrogant here? I really want to kill him secretly without anyone knowing. No, we can't do this, Lan Ji. This is China. Killing people is against the law. Besides, he doesn't deserve to die. Don't worry about it. I will naturally find a way to make him kneel in front of me and call me daddy," Chen Chuan said calmly. At this time, the yellow-haired man was still determined and was trying his best to persuade him. "Boy, have you thought it through? As long as the two girls next to you accompany me, I can let go of the fact that you beat me today. Otherwise, when brotherly comes, it will be another choice." At this time, Chen Chuan ignored him, but sat quietly, watching the yellow-haired clown showing off there. What he didn't know was that soon he would no longer be able to show off, and might even affect the status of his father, whom he was so proud of. Chen Chuan was sitting on the sofa, with Lan Ji on his left and Feng Huang on his right. One of them massaged Chen Chuan's shoulders, and the other massaged his legs. It felt like an emperor enjoying himself. The yellow-haired man next to him touched his swollen face, and it hurt so much that it even hurt to open his mouth to speak. At this moment, he could only stand there and stamp his feet in anger, thinking to himself, "Damn it, you won't be happy for a while. When brotherly comes, I'll see how you can hug people left and right." At this moment, security manager Li Jianming came over hurriedly with 10 security guards. This scene caused sighs among the people shopping in the mall, and everyone followed suit to join in the fun. The crowd of onlookers surrounded the women's clothing store so tightly that no one could get in or out. Seeing them coming in such a mighty force, Huang Mao immediately showed his aggressive attitude and walked up to Chen Chuan and shouted, "Boy, you are going to be in trouble today." At this time, security manager Li Jianming was still looking for Huang Mao everywhere. Huang Mao's face was already unrecognizable. Lan Ji and Chen Chuan had just punched and slapped him so badly that he probably wouldn't even recognize his own parents even if they came. Brotherly? Huang Mao hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the security manager Li Jianming and shouted, "Who are you?" The security manager looked up and down at the yellow-haired man whose face had swollen like a pig's head and whose left eye was sunken, and asked in confusion, "It's me, Wang Xiaofei." It was him. He was the one who beat me up. Look how bad he beat me up. You have to vent your anger for me today. The yellow-haired man patted his chest, then pointed his middle finger at Chen Chuan, who was sitting on the sofa with a domineering look. "Brother, how did you get beaten like this? I didn't even recognize you. Don't worry, I will definitely help you get rid of this anger. Just watch from the side." "Well, as long as you help me vent my anger, do you see the two girls next to my buddy? I'll give you one tonight and take you to the hotel to have sex, how about that?" Hearing this, the security manager looked at Qingliang girl obscenely, smiled sideways, and then said to Chen Chuan, who was sitting on the sofa, "Sir, you beat someone up, and beat him up like this, do you want to come with me?" Chen Chuan smiled sideways and looked at the security manager. The security manager Li Jianming was about 1.9 meters tall, looked very strong, had a buzz cut, and looked like someone who was not someone he was going to mess with. "Do you think I'll go with you?" Suddenly, the security manager waved his hand and 10 security guards rushed forward immediately. Next. Chapter 69. You bastard, you are so cruel. 10 security guards, each of them tall and strong, walked towards Chen Chuan's sofa, holding batons in their left hands and hitting their right hands back and forth, looking ferocious. The leading security manager Li Jianming continued, "This is my territory. Do you think we can't do anything to you if you don't come with us today? Come on, brothers." I saw a group of security guards besieging Chen Chuan, Lan Ji, and Feng Huang. Chen Chuan just sat there quietly. Li Jianming gave the order, "Get started." As soon as the words fell, the security guards took quick action. "Ah! Ouch, my waist! My little brother! Stop hitting me, if you hit me again my brother will be finished. Be gentle, or I will be childless. You bastard, you're so cruel. I don't have any grudge against you. I was wrong, stop hitting me." As soon as Lan Ji and Feng Huang made their move, the whole scene collapsed into a heap, with everyone crying for their parents. Don't be fooled by the fact that the security guards in the mall always bully the weak with batons in their hands. They look like they are fearless and they are the most powerful ones in the place. But when they really encounter killers and ruthless people like Feng Huang and Lan Ji, they are the first to give in. At first, they were still shouting there. As the fight became more intense, the security guards shouting instantly turned into wailing and crying groans. In the end, the security guards collapsed to the ground like mud and couldn't get up. At this time, Chen Chuan stood up, smiled and said, "Ha, didn't you say you were coming to rob me? Are you going to use violence against me? Come on. I'm standing here without moving, are you going to hit me?" At this time, 10 security guards collapsed on the ground, gritting their teeth and looking at Chen Xuan, who looked like he deserved a beating. I felt so depressed, especially with so many people watching. They roared in their hearts, "You kid, did you do this on purpose? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will never let you go." Although the security guards knew that the two beauties around Chen Xuan were so powerful and they might not have any chance, people are always like this and can never swallow their anger. They just act out the talk in their hearts. At this moment, they could no longer move, their whole bodies ached, and they couldn't even move their eyes. However, Lan Ji and Feng Wang had just attacked their entire bodies, and even moving their swollen eyelids was painful. The security manager looked at this scene and said as if he was running for his life, "Just wait, I'll call our chairman over now, this matter is not over yet." The women's clothing store was already full of people at this time. Li Jianming pushed through the crowd and ran to the office on the 6th floor at lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. "Come in, you look so impatient, don't you know to knock on the door gently?" At this time, a middle-aged man in his 50s was watching a pornographic video in the office. Hearing someone coming, he quickly swiped the mouse and said with a serious face, "Boss Ma, someone is causing trouble in the mall." They beat the young master of the Wang family so badly that his parents couldn't recognize him. They also beat the security guard who brought me there so hard that he was crying on the ground. "Please go over and seek justice." This time Ma Wentao came over and said, "Let's go." At this time, Li Jianming was following behind and Ma Wentao was following in front. "What's going on?" Ma Wentao learned about the situation as he walked. Wang Xiao and the man were both buying clothes at the women's clothing store on the 2nd floor, but the man immediately started beating Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao called me, and I brought 10 security guards with me. I wanted to settle the matter peacefully, take him to our room, and give him a good lesson, but I didn't expect the two twin girls next to the man to actually beat up our security guards. "Then do you know where this man came from?" "I don't know, probably not." During their conversation, they had unknowingly walked to the women's clothing store on the 2nd floor, which was now surrounded by people. At this time, Li Jianming stepped forward and slowly dispersed the crowd. "Excuse me, please make way and let us pass." 5 minutes later, the two of them finally arrived at the scene amidst the crowded crowd. As soon as he came in, Ma Wentao saw the security guards lying on the ground, wailing and rolling on the ground. There was also a calm and composed man sitting on the sofa, with two twin beauties looking around him on his left and right. "Are you the one who just beat up Wang Xiao and the security guard?" Ma Wentao asked Chen Xuan while looking at him. "That's right." Chen Xuan uttered these two words calmly. "What's going on? Why did you hit someone?" At this time, Huang Mao quickly held his aching face and came up to him respectfully and said, "Boss Ma, look how badly he beat me. You must help me." Ma Wentao knew Huang Mao's father and they had a good relationship, so he had heard a little about Huang Mao's character. He knew that he liked to flirt with beautiful women everywhere and was a lecher. After he saw the two extremely beautiful women beside Chen Xuan, he became even more certain that today's conflict must have been caused by women. "Wang Xiaofei, tell me the truth today. What is going on?" Ma Wentao asked. "He hit me first." The yellow-haired man pointed at Chen Xuan standing beside him and asked, "Sir, who are you?" Ma Wentao has been in the business world for so many years and has seen all kinds of people. The current situation is that the yellow-haired man was beaten up, but this man has an abnormal domineering aura. It can be seen that this person is by no means an ordinary person. Before thinking about how to deal with this problem, you must investigate this person's identity thoroughly, otherwise you will not know how you died. "My name is Chen Xuan, and I won't change it." "Chen Xuan?" At this time, Ma Wentao looked at Chen Xuan in shock. Because just this morning, the board of directors held a meeting and announced that Marriott Group was acquired by a big shot named Chen Xuan. Could it be that this Chen Xuan is the big shot, or is it just a person with the same name? At this moment, Ma Wentao quickly called his secretary and asked him to check whether this person was the big shot who acquired the entire Marriott Group. 5 minutes later, the secretary called and confirmed that Chen Xuan, who was sitting on the sofa, was indeed a big shot. So Ma Wentao ran to Chen Xuan respectfully, bowed deeply, and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen, I am the chairman of this mall. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter." At this time, the yellow-haired man beside him was shocked. "Boss Ma, you have a good relationship with my dad, you have to help me." Ma Wentao ignored the yellow-haired man and turned around. He angrily asked the security manager Li Jianming, "What happened? Don't hide anything. Do you know who you have offended?" The security manager was right next to Ma Wentao just now, so he heard the secretary's call clearly. He knew that the man sitting on the sofa was a big shot. He was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Even the chairman of the board had to be respectful to Chen Xuan, so he didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything that had happened. But the security manager only knew a little bit and didn't know the real fuse. Ma Wentao didn't hear the core, so he turned his gaze to Huang Mao. Wang Xiufei, what exactly happened? You must tell me without hiding anything. Do you know who you have offended? At this moment, even if Huang Mao was stupid, he knew that he could not afford to offend the man in front of him. Even the chairman treated him with great respect, so he said, Boss Ma, I know I was wrong. This is what happened. Chapter 70. Does he have a backer? Tell me how you had a conflict with this gentleman. You must explain it in detail, otherwise I can't save you. Ma Wentao said word by word. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao collapsed to the ground instantly and could only tell Ma Yongtao what had happened without reservation. After hearing this, Ma Wentao's lips trembled. He pointed at the yellow-haired man and shouted angrily, What? You actually said such words to Mr. Chen. You are usually arrogant and domineering. Do you know who you have offended? I can't help you with this. I'm going to call your father and ask him to teach you a lesson. Ma Wentao said as he took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and prepared to make a call. At this time, Huang Mao knelt directly in front of Ma Wentao. Boss Ma, I beg you, don't call my dad. You know my dad's temper. If he knew that I had caused such a big trouble, he would definitely abandon me as a chess piece. We already have an illegitimate child in our family. Huang Mao begged desperately, but seeing that Ma Wentao did not stop because of his pleading, Huang Mao went straight forward and snatched his cell phone. So the yellow-haired man walked up to Chen Xuan and said humbly, Please let me go, okay? Chen Xuan looked at him coldly and said nothing. At this moment, the yellow-haired man bent his legs. Plop. Just knelt down. He consoled himself in his heart, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. This is not me being cowardly. I just wanted to prevent my father from beating me to death. This is a strategic kneeling, not a cowardly one. Besides, my family is big and prosperous. As long as I am alive, it is uncertain who will be the boss in the future. Han Xian in ancient times could endure the humiliation of being humiliated under the crotch, so why can't I, Wang Xiufei, endure the humiliation? If you don't cause me trouble today, I will definitely come back as a king. The seeds of hatred have sprouted in my heart, and I will definitely avenge what happened today. But at this moment, Chen Xuan walked to Huang Mao, bent down and said coldly in his ear, Call me daddy. Huang Mao clenched his fists, bit his lips tightly, and squeezed out two words from between his teeth with difficulty, Dad. Chen Xuan frowned and said in a cold voice, I didn't hear you clearly just now, didn't you eat? Shout louder. The shopping mall was surrounded by people and the onlookers heard what Chen Xuan said. Everyone is confused. You can still play like this. This is too torturous. It's simply rubbing human dignity on the ground and then throwing it far away. The yellow-haired man who was kneeling on the ground had a red and swollen face at the moment, and after hearing Chen Xuan's words, his face turned red and purple. If he had the ability to kill people with his mind, Chen Xuan on the opposite side would have been cut into pieces countless times. But when he thought of Chen Xuan frowning, he suddenly became timid again. He stared at Chen Xuan intently and shouted with all his strength, Dad. This time the yellow-haired man's voice was so loud that the echo could be heard throughout the entire second-floor shopping mall. Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction and prepared to let Huang Mao go. At this time, Huang Mao also sighed with relief and was about to leave with the two cool girls. Suddenly a voice came from the crowd. Who is so bold as to let my son call me daddy in public? This person walked out of the crowd. She was a middle-aged woman with her hair tied up in a bun and wearing a long cheongsam, which highlighted her slim and graceful figure. Suddenly someone recognized who this woman was and exclaimed, Isn't this the daughter of the Li family? You know the Li family is a famous and prestigious family with a total asset of 1 billion. They are the local bosses in Xiangcheng. Last time, her son raped a little girl outside, and he walked around the whole Xiangcheng like nothing happened. Who wouldn't be afraid of their family? I've heard about it too. This Li family is from Xiangcheng, the spectator said, giving a thumbs up. The word Li family instantly piqued the interest of people in the shopping mall. At this time they looked at Chen Xuan with a hint of pity in their eyes. This guy is in trouble. You have to know that the man known as Master Li in the Li family is the uncle who loves Wang Xiufei the most. No matter what mistakes Wang Xiufei made, his father didn't care about his son, but his uncle was always cleaning up the mess and never got tired of it. And if he offends Wang Xiufei, he will definitely find a way to retaliate. The man following the woman was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black sunglasses and looked to be in his 40s. The man had a fierce look on his face, and behind him were more than 20 strong men. Seeing this, Chen Xuan did not panic. Who leaked this news? It turned out that just now, when Chen Xuan was dealing with this matter, security team leader Li Jianming sneaked out and called Huang Mao's mother. Li Jianming knew that he had just offended Chen Xuan. Even if Chen Xuan was the major shareholder of this mall, how could he be bigger than the Li family? Besides, I had no place to stay in this mall, so I had to make more plans to find a way out for myself. The Li family is a large family in the entire Xiangqing, involved in bars, KTVs, game halls, casinos, etc. You can eat Li family's meal anywhere. At this time, everyone in the mall was looking at the man in white and talking about it. He is indeed the head of the Li family. This person is so cruel. Just now he made his nephew kneel down and call him daddy. Now this is terrible. This kid is going to be in big trouble. Now the head of the Lao family has come in person. This kid is definitely going to be beaten up. Besides, look at how he beat his nephew. His face is covered with wounds. The head of the family will definitely not let him off easily. Yes, it's so pitiful. After all, he is too young. He just does it without thinking about the consequences or investigating the person's background. Chen Xuan listened to the discussions of the crowd and realized that the Li family was a local tyrant who was not easy to mess with. But is he someone who can be easily provoked? Chen Xuan crossed his arms across his chest, waiting calmly for the man in white to approach him. The man in white walked closer and closer. When he came in front of Chen Xuan, he found that Chen Xuan looked like a poor loser in his 30s with little life experience. But looking at the two beautiful twin girls beside him, they were indeed pleasing to the eyes, so I took a few more glances at them. When the man in white saw this, a scornful smile appeared on his face. That's it? He thought Chen Xuan was some big shot, but it turned out he was just a poor loser. The man in white took off his sunglasses and said to Chen Xuan with disdain, "Boy, are you so bold today that you dare to attack my nephew? Do you know who I am? Who gave you the courage? Who?" Chen Xuan frowned and said coldly, "Who the hell are you?" "How should I know?" Hear Chen Xuan's answer. Everyone in the mall shook their heads silently. Isn't this young man really ignorant of his own limitations? If you give in now and speak more indirectly, maybe when the time comes, you won't get a few fewer punches. Your handsome face can also be saved a little. But if you say it so directly, your face might be disfigured and your legs might be disabled. Maybe my brother is also useless. The man in white is named Li Wenxiang. He didn't seem to react. He looked at Chen Xuan's gloomy face, obviously a little dazed, because in Xiangqing, Li Wenxiang was well known to everyone. How dare you talk to me like this? Is this kid abnormal? Did he run away from a mental hospital? He challenges his bottom line like this, does he have someone backing him? Chapter 71. Have you ever seen a daddy-s boy? At this moment, the scarred man behind Li Wenxiang roared, "You poor loser, how dare you be rude to our young master? I'll let you know what it feels like to live a life worse than death. If I don't teach you a good lesson today, you won't know who is the boss of Xiangqing. If I don't beat you till you cry for your parents today, I'll take your last name. I." Before the scarred man could finish his words, Li Wenxiang waved his hand to signal him to stop. Li Wenxiang said with a gloomy face, "Poor loser, I don't want to waste time talking to you now. How did you hit my nephew just now? I will hit you back." At this time, Li Wenxiang looked at Chen Xuan expressionlessly, observing Chen Xuan's facial expression. But the expression on Chen Xuan's face was indeed. He was stunned. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? At this time, he was still grinning foolishly, and I had more than 20 strong men behind me, and you could actually laugh. Although the security team leader Li Jianming had just informed Chen Xuan when he called that the twin sisters around him were very powerful, the 10 security guards he had just brought over were actually knocked down. But Li Wenxiang didn't think so. He took more than 20 strong men with him when he left. Their force level is comparable to that of the armed police. At this time, Chen Xuan pointed at the 2 bodyguards and killers beside him and said with a smile, "Try to see if you can beat them first." Li Wenxiang looked at the twin sisters who looked so weak and unable to take care of themselves, and laughed with disdain. "In Xiangqing, there is no one that I, Li Wenxiang, can't beat. 20 won't do, 30. The reason why Li Wenxiang said this is because he is absolutely confident in himself. At this time, Ma Wentao also called Wang Xiaofei's father Wang Ji and asked Wang Ji to come over quickly. He told Wang Ji the whole story, including the cause and effect and a series of events leading to the arrival of Li Wenxiang and Wang Xiaofei's mother. Hearing this, Wang Ji on the other end of the phone stomped his feet in anger. Although he knew that the Li family was not easy to mess with, he was not welcome in the Li family. I can only keep my own job first. Wang Ji directly said that he would come over in 15 minutes. At this time, Li Wenxiang said loudly, "Really? Then you try it." An extremely cold voice came from behind Li Wenxiang. The sound was so penetrating that it hurt Li Wenxiang's eardrums. Li Wenxiang cursed and turned around with an angry look. "How dare you scare me? I'll kill you." When he turned around, he saw that it was a delicate woman who could speak such sonorous and powerful words that could hurt his eardrums. "I can't believe it." He saw that it was just a yellow-haired girl, so he said something to his dozen brothers. "Brothers, come on." Bang! Feng Huang kicked Li Wenxiang away with one kick. Li Wenxiang was kicked so hard that he almost fainted. "Fuck, you little girl, you're so cruel." More than 20 people behind Li Wenxiang rushed forward one after another. They saw their boss being kicked to the ground. At this time, they were getting closer and closer to Feng Huang and Lan Ji, and their eyes were filled with blood. "Kill them!" More than 20 people rushed over, waving iron bars and shouting. At this time, Feng Huang and Lan Ji were surrounded from all sides. But instead of retreating, they moved forward. It was like a harvester truck, crushing over the 20-odd people. I saw Lan Ji had one on her left foot and one on her right foot. Phoenix used the strength in her hands to swing the 140-pound fat man far away. After a while, a large group of people fell down. This was simply 2 people against more than 20 people, and they won completely. 5 minutes later, more than 20 people fell to the ground. Even the scarred man who had just threatened Chen Xuan was wailing in pain. All the onlookers in the shopping mall showed expressions of astonishment. "This is fucking awesome. She looks like a weak woman, but she is actually hundreds of times stronger than a man." It seems that the young master of the Li family overestimated his own strength, but we didn't expect that either. Just now, the 2 of them knocked 10 security guards to the ground. I knew they were very powerful. You must be a hindsight expert. You were the one who said that the other person was in trouble. Now that you know it, why don't you go get your fortune told? Go away, get lost, aren't we just here to watch the fun? Just watch the fun, don't let that noise ruin your view. What the hell are you talking about? What's wrong with me just mumbling something? Young master, don't be angry, let's just watch carefully and ignore them. Li Wenxiang, who was slumped on the ground at this time, was also cheered up. Those strong men who were knocked down crawled and rolled behind Li Wenxiang. They hid there because they didn't want to be beaten again. At this moment, even Ma Wentao looked at Chen Xuan with complicated eyes, an indescribable feeling. He only knew that Chen Xuan was a major shareholder of Marriott Group. I didn't expect the 2 beauties around him to be so good at fighting. He actually knocked down more than 20 strong men. This Chen Xuan must have a great background, as he has given him too many surprises. What does this mean? It only shows that Chen Xuan is an awesome person. I dare not offend such a person. And at this moment, the old man of the Li family, Li Tian, also came. Just now, Wang Xiaofei's mother, Li Chanxian, saw her brother being beaten like this and hurriedly called her father. After hearing this, my father did not go into a hysterical revenge. Instead, he calmed himself down, asked the man's name, and asked his secretary to check the man's background. The results were shocking. Chen Xuan actually owns many industries under his name. He not only owns multiple industries in first-tier cities, but also has industries in Xiangcheng. And these are just a part of them, with an estimated value of 10 billion. Li Tian, who has been in the business world for many years, knows that he can't afford to offend such a big shot. So this time I came not to make enemies with him, but to make friends with him. In the business world, he is best at turning enemies into friends. He walked out of the crowd on crutches. When Li Wenxiang saw his father, he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He quickly stepped forward and hugged his father's thigh and said aggrievely, "Dad, you are finally here. You have to take charge of me and your nephew. Look at what he has done to us." After saying that, he stood up confidently while enduring the pain in his body, staggered to Chen Xuan, and said with a domineering aura, "You are going to be in big trouble today, my dad is here." Chen Xuan looked at Li Wenxiang with confusion. I didn't expect this guy is actually a daddy's boy. His dad is here, look how happy he is. The onlookers were also watching how this show would develop. At this moment, the old man walked up to Chen Xuan and Li Wenxiang with a cane, looked fierce, stretched out his left hand, and slapped them. Chapter 72. Don't be afraid, let us see who dares? The old man just slapped him. It fell hard on Li Wenxiang's face. Li Wenxiang was beaten to the ground and stood there in a daze for a long time. He looked at his father in disbelief and uttered two words, "Dad, did you hit the wrong person?" At this time, Li Chanxian also hurried forward, took the old man's arm and said affectionately, "Dad, why did you hit my brother?" Old man Li Tian ignored the brother and sister, but turned to look at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan also looked at the old man straight in the eye. After the two exchanged glances, Li Tian spoke up, "Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. It was my son who didn't know good from bad and provoked you. Please forgive them, and give me, Li, some face." Before Chen Xuan could express his opinion, Li Chanxian interrupted his father and said, "Dad, are you getting senile? In the whole Shangqing, everyone knows that our Li family has great status. Why are you so respectful to this poor loser? You watched your grandson and your own son being beaten like this, and you came here but didn't support us. You actually kept your tail between your legs. You are really old and confused." At this time, the old man slammed his cane on the ground, interrupting Li Qingqing's words, "Shut up, when did our Li family have you shouting and yelling? You are a married daughter, and you are still meddling in your mother's family's affairs? Dad, I told you to hand over the family business to my brother, but you refused to listen. I think you are really old now, and your brain is not enough. My brother and your grandson and I are bullied outside, and you not only don't support us, but you actually. Before Li Qingqing could finish, Li Tian slapped her hard on the face. At this moment, she covered her swollen face with her right hand, her chest heaving up and down with anger, and she shouted loudly, "Dad, you actually hit me. It's okay if you hit my brother, but you have never hit me, right? Do you know who you have offended? This person is not someone you can afford to offend." Li Tian roared with all his strength. At this moment, the onlookers present were sighing, and everyone was guessing who this young man was. Can make Li Tian, the founder of the Li family, treat him with great respect. He even beat his own children for this young man. Could it be that this young man is the son of a larger family? Even Ma Wentao, who was standing beside him, stared at Chen Xuan in a daze, his heart full of confusion. You have to know that Mr. Li is someone that the entire Shangqing cannot afford to offend. Even he is just the chairman of a shopping mall and it is difficult to offend him. Not to mention that Mr. Li would treat him with great respect. Is there really something special about this new boss? Even Li Wenxiang, who had just tipped off the Li family, collapsed to the ground after seeing this scene, beating his chest and saying, "It's over, it's all over now. Not only will I lose my job, but I may have offended such a powerful person. Whether this young man or the Li family asks about it, I will have no place to stand in Shangqing." But at this moment, Wang Xiaofei's father rushed over. He pushed through the crowd and walked directly in front of Ma Wentao. "Boss Ma, where is my rebellious son who causes me trouble everywhere? I will beat him to death." As he said this, he pulled out his belt. At this time, Huang Mao hid behind the sofa and called out in a mosquito-like voice, "Dad." The man took the belt in his hand and hit the yellow-haired man hard. "Why did I give birth to a son like you who loves to get into trouble? Don't call me Dad." After the man finished speaking, he still felt unsatisfied and kicked the yellow-haired man hard in the butt. After the man kicked the girl, he discovered that his brother-in-law, father-in-law, and even his wife were also present. "Dad, why are you here? Why are you here too, brother-in-law? Shanxian, why are you here too?" A puzzled look appeared on his face, for he knew that his son was always getting into trouble outside, but every time he got into trouble it was always him, his brother-in-law, who would clean up the mess. It was also because his wife spoiled her son too much, causing him to develop a cocky character and always get into trouble outside. Now, he's in trouble again. Every time he gets into trouble, his eldest brother-in-law can handle it without his father having to do anything. In fact, he was too lazy to care if Ma Wentao had not just explained on the phone that his son had offended the new owner of the shopping mall. The dozen or so stores in the mall were his only property. If they were ruined by his own son, he would not be able to hold his head up in the Li family. He had originally been a son-in-law of the Li family, and his dignity had been crushed on the ground. If he lost his property, what would be the difference between him and a gigolo? So when Wang Gang received the call from Ma Wentao, he rushed over regardless of everything even though he was having sex with his lover. If it weren't for these industries, how could he have the spare money to support his mistress and her 2 children? How could he have lived such a carefree life as he does now? Thinking of this, even if I have to throw my dignity to the ground today, I must seek forgiveness from the new owner of the mall. It was not for his troublemaking son, but for himself. Then he walked up to Ma Wintao and said, Boss Ma, you see, we have been partners for many years. Now my son has caused such a big incident. You tell me what to do. I will listen to you. Ha, it's no use what I say. Your son has offended the owner of our shopping mall, Mr. Chen, so you should ask Mr. Chen about this question. Ma Wintao said coldly from the side. Wang Gang signaled to Ma Wintao with his eyes, hoping that he could help speak well of him in front of Chen Xuan. Ma Wintao saw the man's gaze but did not respond. Instead, he pretended not to see it. After all, I can't even protect myself, how can I care about him now? Wang Gang walked up to Chen Xuan and said respectfully, Are you Mr. Chen? It's a pleasure to meet you. Ha, sir, I don't agree with what you said about a nice meeting. Do you think our meeting this time can be considered a nice meeting? Chen Xuan sat on the sofa, with Lan Ji on his left and Feng Huan on his right, exuding the domineering aura of a king. His words were so cold that Wang Gang felt a chill in his heart. Yes, you are right. It was my fault for not disciplining my son well, causing him to offend your two friends. I will now let this troublemaker's son apologize to you. Please forgive him. At this moment, Wang Gang grabbed the yellow-haired man from the ground, dragged him to the side of Chen Xuan, and then threw his hand, and the yellow-haired man fell directly to the ground. He stretched out his hand and slapped his son, making his head buzz. He thought to himself, who did I offend today? Didn't I yell at my father just now because I had no dignity? I could have left at that time, but suddenly my uncle came and I got stuck here again. Now I have to be treated like a dog and beaten so badly. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chen with your heart until Mr. Chen forgives you. Otherwise, I will beat you to death when I get back. Wang Gang said. As soon as these words came out, Li Qingqing hugged her son and stopped him, saying, Son, don't be afraid. Let's see who dares. Chapter 73 Completely repelled. Seeing this scene, the old man with a cane trembled and cursed angrily, The kingdom I have built over the years has been destroyed by you. I have been smart all my life, how could I give birth to such a stupid thing like you? You don't even use your stupid head to think carefully, it's all because of your arrogance. After saying this, old man Li Tian began to cough violently, and his face turned red because of anger. However, Li Qingqing retorted, Dad, that's not what you mean. I'm arrogant? Isn't this bastard more arrogant than me? What are you afraid of? Why don't you dare to fight him? Everyone looked at Li Qingqing, who was still doing her own thing, and felt that this woman was out of her mind, because the current situation was extremely clear. The status of the young man in front of him was extraordinary. Even the leader of the Li family in this city had bowed his head and shown weakness, but this woman repeatedly challenged other people's bottom line. At this time, the old man shouted angrily, Shut up! Li Qingqing gritted her teeth and thought for a long time, then raised her head and said word by word, Dad, since you won't help me, then I will find someone who can help me. The old man seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, You are talking about? Li Qingqing glanced at Chen Xuan coldly and said, Don't think that my dad can be scared by you. You can cover the sky with one hand in this city. Chen Xuan smiled and said, Sure, you can call anyone you want, I, Chen Xuan, will take care of it. Then Li Qingqing left angrily. After Li Qingqing left, Wang Gang walked up to Chen Xuan and said humbly, Mr. Chen, my son just offended the two girls next to you. I am willing to pay 2 million to compensate the two girls behind you. Do you think this is okay? Chen Xuan looked at Wang Gang deeply. It was obvious that this man handled things very well. He actually knew that Chen Xuan's family was wealthy and he didn't care about a mere 2 million. But if he gave it to the two sisters around him, wouldn't this be a manifestation of high emotional intelligence? Chen Xuan looked at Wang Gang standing beside him and smiled. You are very smart, and I admire you. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he clapped his hands. After hearing this, the man smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to say anything more. Haha, that's it. I see your son has been beaten into this state. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to continue like this. At this moment, Chen Xuan, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up. Let's leave it at that. I won't pursue the matter any further. After these words were spoken, Wang Gang, who was worried, suddenly showed joy on his face. He quickly kicked the yellow-haired man next to him and said, Boy, why don't you say thank you to Mr. Chen quickly? The yellow-haired man, who had been kicked several times, had new and old injuries. With his face swollen like a pig's head, he endured the pain on his face and body, limped to Chen Xuan, and said gratefully, thank you so much. Alright, I just hope you remember that there are always people who are better than you. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because of your family's wealth or power. I can forgive you now, but if you meet other people outside, it won't be so easy to talk to you, so I'll just teach you a lesson this time. At this time, Huang Mao nodded as if he understood and said, okay, I'll write it down. Wang Gang walked straight to Chen Xuan and nodded, saying, okay, I will remember what Mr. Chen said and I will discipline him after I go back. Mr. Chen, how am I going to give you the 2 million? Why don't you leave me your phone number and I'll personally deliver it to you in Dasong? In fact, Wang Gang had a plan at this time. He wanted to use this opportunity to get Chen Xuan's contact information so that he could get close to Chen Xuan in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled without thinking and quickly understood Wang Gang's intention. But he didn't want to give Wang Gang his contact information, so he asked, Mr. Ma, how much is the annual property fee for our mall? About $500,000 a year. Ma Wentao replied quickly. Okay, then, you will be responsible for the property management fees for the next 4 years. This should be no problem. As Chen Xuan spoke, he looked at Wang Gang standing beside him. Wang Gang quickly replied, Mr. Chen, this is absolutely no problem. To show my sincerity, I can pay an extra 500,000. Chen Xuan nodded. Wang Gang's heart was finally calmed down from the panic at the beginning. You should know that this shopping mall has more than a dozen stores, and its annual profit can reach more than 10 million. If Chen Xuan just shook his head and directly withdrew his store from the mall, he would suffer heavy losses. Not to mention the cost issue, the economy has not been very prosperous in recent years. If we change the shopping mall again, we will have to cultivate the customer flow again. In this case, all the previous accumulation will be wasted. Thinking of this, Wang Gang shuddered. At this time, the security captain was extremely scared. He quickly crawled to Chen Xuan like a pug and hugged Chen Xuan's thigh. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. But Chen Xuan didn't even look at Li Jianming. Instead, he turned his gaze to Ma Wentao and said, Boss Ma, since this incident has already happened, and it happened in the mall you manage, I now have great doubts about your management. You have to give me a satisfactory answer, otherwise I can consider changing the chairman of this mall. When Ma Wentao heard Chen Xuan say that the chairman had been replaced, his pupils contracted violently and his brain became out of control. He forced himself to calm down slowly. Then he said, Mr. Chen, this was indeed my negligence, and I have an unavoidable responsibility for it. But please consider that I have worked hard for the business community for many years, and even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Can you please give me a chance to handle this matter? I promise to give you an explanation. Chen Xuan knew that in such a large mall, if someone was replaced at short notice, it might cause chaos, so he said, but not everyone can have this opportunity. Now that you've spoken up, I'll give you this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Ma Wentao said. Then he turned to Li Jianming, who had collapsed on the DD security guard, and said coldly, You are fired. Go and complete the handover procedures quickly, and then explain how much you have taken advantage of your position during your tenure and how much you have received. If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for not considering our friendship. The security manager wanted to say something at this moment, but when Ma Wentao said this, his last bit of hope was shattered. I also know that it was you who called the Li family just now. You actually betrayed us. It seems that we couldn't keep you last time. Mr. Chen and I don't want to see you anymore. If you resign now, I can give you a decent resignation. But if you continue to make trouble like this, there may be no decent resignation at all. Security manager Li Jianming was seen shaking and didn't react for a long time. The next second, directly. Chapter 74 Lu Ruyan? Upon hearing this, the security manager could only bow to Chen Xuan, then turned to Ma Wentao and said, Mr. Ma, I'm sorry, I disappoint you. After saying that, he turned and left. After Ma Wentao dealt with the security manager Li Wenxiang, he looked at the 10 security guards who were slumped on the ground and said, Now that your manager has left, I believe you all know what will happen to you. From today on, you are fired. Go directly to the finance department to collect your salary. When the security guards heard what Ma Wentao said, they shook their heads helplessly. It was their fault for standing in the wrong line. They climbed up from the ground with difficulty, looked at Chen Xuan and Ma Wentao with sighs, and seeing that the two had no intention of changing, they could only leave here in shame. Just when Chen Xuan was about to leave, Mr. Li came over and said respectfully, "Mr. Chen, this is my business card. My children just offended you unintentionally. I apologize to you on their behalf. Please be magnanimous and let's turn enemies into friends." Seeing that old man Li Tian had no ill intentions, Chen Xuan stretched out his left hand to shake hands with him, and the two reached a consensus. But at this time, Li Wenxiang was still holding a grudge, and the seeds of hatred were sown in his heart. "Mr. Li, please stay. We can find an opportunity to sit down and talk next time." Just as Chen Xuan stepped out of the women's clothing door on the second floor with his left foot, he stopped old man Li Tian. At this time, Ma Wentao quickly took the clothes that Chen Xuan bought for the twin sisters from the shopping guide and followed behind. Chen Xuan took 2 steps and turned to Wang Gang and said, "This is my business card. I really appreciate your style of doing things." As Chen Xuan spoke, he took out a business card from his pocket and asked Lan Ji to pass it to Wang Gang. Wang Gang was extremely excited at this moment. He took Chen Xuan's business card with trembling hands and said, "Mr. Chen, I am willing to serve you at my utmost." At this time, Chen Xuan didn't say anything, but was thinking in his heart that this person would be of great use in the future. Lan Ji, Feng Huang, and Ma Wentao, who were carrying bags, followed Chen Xuan and left the mall. Old man Li Tian and Li Wenxiang also left the mall one after another. At this time, Wang Gang and the yellow-haired Wang Shoufei were also in the mall. "Come home with me. Today, my family will punish you, the evildoer who causes trouble everywhere." When Wang Gang saw Chen Xuan, his father-in-law and his uncle leave, he started scolding his son. "Dad, why are you teaching me a lesson again? Didn't Mr. Chen say that he had forgiven me? Why do you still want to hit me?" Wang Shoufei said with a sad face. "That's because Mr. Chen is not particular about small matters. He has forgiven you, but if you don't teach him a lesson, he will definitely cause trouble for me in the future." "But Dad, have you figured out that if I hadn't made such a fuss today, you might never have met a big shot like Mr. Chen in your life? Why are you blaming me now?" Wang Shoufei retorted. At this moment, Wang Gang was so shocked by what his son said that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know what was in his son's head. He really wanted to dig it out and take a look. "Son, if I hadn't handled this matter well, Mr. Chen wouldn't have bothered with little people like us. I, Wang Gang, have been smart all my life. How could I give birth to someone as stupid as you? You should try to avoid getting into trouble out there. You should know how important Mr. Chen is. With just one word from him, our entire Wang family will suffer a devastating disaster. Why don't you use your pig brain to think carefully? Why is your grandfather, such a proud person, so respectful to Mr. Chen? Come home with me and get beaten. Also, look at these girls around you. What can they teach you? All they do is eat, drink, have sex and gamble. What else do they know? Cut off all ties with them." Wang Gang said this and twisted Wang Xiaofei's ear and left. The 2 girls in cool clothes also left tactfully. On Chen Xuan's side, several people had already arrived at the car, and Ma Wentao hurriedly put the big and small bags of things in the trunk of the car. After the show, he bent over and said respectfully, "Mr. Chen, don't worry, I will definitely revamp the mall after I go back, and I will definitely let you see the new look next time you come. You will definitely not be disappointed. And I am personally responsible for this matter, so I took the initiative to find myself 3 months' salary to set up a suggestion box so that people who visit the mall can point out the shortcomings of the mall and we can rectify it." Ma Wentao was also very smart. He knew that Chen Xuan didn't care about his salary, so he took the initiative to propose to invest his 3-month salary in the construction of suggestion boxes in the mall. "Okay, I'll give you this opportunity this time. I hope that next time I come to this mall, I can see the changes in the mall." After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he got in the car. Phoenix drove away directly. "Brother Chen, everything that happened today was caused by my sister and me," Lan Ji said self-blamingly. "This matter is not your fault, don't blame yourself too much. Brother Chen, how about my sister and I wear masks next time we go out? Otherwise, if we keep encountering things like this, we will always trouble you and we will feel bad." "Lan Ji, what are you talking about? Why are you wearing a mask? Is it just because you are beautiful? Is being beautiful a sin? You have to understand that it's not you who are wrong, it's those perverts. You just need to keep your original appearance. And I don't think what happened today is a problem. It just so happens that I got to know the Li family, the largest family in Xiangcheng. Besides, if I, Chen Xuan, can't even protect my own people, then what kind of rich man am I? Chen Xuan said domineeringly. Lan Ji and Feng Huang felt warm in their hearts when they heard Chen Xuan's words. Abroad, no one has ever treated killers as human beings. They are like tools, subject to the law of survival of the fittest, so they are always facing challenges. Brother Chen, I feel warm here with you. You are so nice. Lan Ji was so moved that she cried. She wiped her tears with her left hand, her chest rising and falling, and leaned on Chen Xuan's shoulder. Chen Xuan felt a soft voice coming from the front. It's so big that I can't even hold it with one hand. I guess it's a kneecap. I will treat you better in the future. Since you are my people, Chen Xuan, I will do my best to protect you. Soon the car arrived at Kenjialing. After Feng Huang parked the car, Chen Xuan asked the two twin sisters to put all their things into the house. The two sisters came into the house one after the other, carrying large and small bags in their hands. Chen Xuan had just got off the car and was about to walk home when the girl walked towards him. I found a girl in a short skirt and uniform standing outside the yard. She seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Soon a familiar face appeared in front of Chen Xuan. If it's not Lu Ruyan, then who else could it be? Chapter 75 Lu Ruyan's Entanglement. Chen Xuan, we are the only two here this time, can we have a good talk? In previous years, I accompanied you to celebrate the new year in your hometown. I came early today and stayed outside your yard for a long time. I didn't dare to go in. I was waiting for you to come back. Anyway, we have been together for at least 3 years. Can you give me a chance to talk? Lu Ruyan no longer had the arrogant tone of the past. Perhaps it was because she had been quiet for so many days that her heart gradually calmed down. There was a hint of sadness in her tone. At this time, Chen Xuan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Since Lu Ruyan is waiting here, and there are only 2 of us here, we should make things clear at this moment." He didn't want Lu Ruyan to continue to pester him. Maybe they should have ended things a long time ago. Just like that, the 2 men walked out of the yard and walked on the main road in the village. They walked very slowly, and at this moment neither of them spoke, as if waiting for the other to speak. Chen Xuan had longed for this scene countless times in his heart. Although the two had lived together for 3 years, every time he invited Lu Ruyan to go for a walk outside, she would make excuses not to go, because she felt that only poor losers would go for a walk. At the beginning, Chen Xuan humbly indulged Lu Ruyan's every thought, letting her do whatever she wanted, and he carefully maintained the relationship between them. But Lu Ruyan only treated Chen Xuan as a spare tire, like a small fish in a pond. Come when called and go when dismissed. Just a stepping stone in her life, a role of slavery, etc. But who could have thought that it would miraculously come true now? Lu Ruyan, who once was reluctant to walk on the street, actually began to actively look for Chen Xuan. It was because she had gone from a poor loser to a god-level tycoon, and then everything seemed to change. She also became well-behaved and was no longer the arrogant person with her eyes in the sky. Once people have money, life becomes extremely easy. They can possess the youth of many girls and will no longer be a bootlicker. And those poor losers may need to struggle all their lives to own a woman that those rich guys have played with. Reality is so cruel. The atmosphere was very awkward. Neither of them spoke and they just walked slowly. At this moment, Lu Ruyan spoke. Chen Xuan, can we go back to the past? Absolutely not. Chen Xuan answered firmly. There was a long silence. At this time, Lu Ruyan turned around and hugged Chen Xuan's shoulders. Please don't push me away. I know that you must have had a hard time as my boyfriend for the past 3 years. I have also done a lot of excessive things. I don't expect you to forgive me now, but I have nothing now. You are all I have left. I reflected on myself. I was stupid and foolish. I lost such a good person like you. I should pay for my mistake. I don't want anything now. I just want you to love me again. Is that okay? Chen Xuan, when we were together before, didn't you say that you liked to do it with me the most? I can give it to you now, right now, at any time, anywhere, in any posture. As long as you want, I can cooperate. Chen Xuan, let's find a place to do it. I can satisfy you and serve you like an emperor. Lu Ruyan said humbly. But when a girl can say that she can use her body in exchange for a man's forgiveness, it is obvious that this girl has no other choice. She has already regretted it, and her intestines may be turning green with regret. At this moment, tears welled up in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She shed not only tears of regret, but also tears of grievance. She used to be as proud as a swan, but now she is as humble as a dog. This is so similar to Chen Chuan back then. In the past, Chen Chuan treated Lu Ruyan like a dog. For the past 3 years, no matter how late it was on a snowy day, as long as Lu Ruyan wanted to eat something, he would crawl out of his warm bed and go into the cold snow to buy what Lu Ruyan wanted to eat. The same is true in summer. But how did Lu Ruyan treat him? She was indifferent to what he did. Chen Chuan can't be fooled at this moment. Does Lu Ruyan really want nothing? If you really don't want anything, why do you wait until Chen Chuan has money before pestering him? When he has no money, you want to throw him away like garbage. If you have already wanted to cut off all ties, you won't be fooled by the temptation of her body. He said coldly, Lu Ruyan, it's impossible for us now. Why, Chen Chuan, why are you so cruel to me now? Have you forgotten our 3 years of love? I know you have given a lot in these 3 years. Now I want to repay you for your 3 years of dedication with my body. Isn't that possible? Can't I experience your love again? Don't you want to do it with me? Lu Ruyan asked several whys and cried with tears in her eyes. That's right. I don't want to, so don't say anything more. Don't bother me anymore. I hope you can live with more self-respect in the future. Why are you so humble now? In the past 3 years, you have forgotten me and I have forgotten you. Although the process is painful, like quitting smoking, it will be fine once you get used to it. I didn't owe you anything in the past, and I won't owe you anything in the future, so there is no need for you to keep pestering me. This wastes your time and mine. Isn't it better to leave each other with some dignity in the end? After Chen Chuan said this, he forcefully pushed Lu Ruyan away. But the more he pushed, the tighter Lu Ruyan held him, refusing to let go. But how can a girl be stronger than a boy? What's more, Chen Chuan has been optimized by the system and all the functions of his body are already very perfect. Chen Chuan, don't do this to me, please, I really miss you, I really regret it, can't you give me another chance? Everyone makes mistakes, won't you give me a chance? Seeing that we once came out of the same bed, can you give me another chance? Lu Ruyan kept crying, and seeing that Chen Chuan was still indifferent, she bent her legs and knelt down. He said humbly, Chen Chuan, can you please forgive me? She knelt on her knees, holding Chen Chuan's legs with her hands, holding them tightly, unable to move. Chen Chuan shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect Lu Ruyan to treat him like a dogskin plaster. He didn't expect that a person who was once so arrogant and proud could be so humble. Chapter 76. A figure is slowly approaching her. Chen Chuan had lost his patience at this time. He wondered why Lu Ruyan was so difficult to deal with. He had told her countless times, but she seemed not to understand. I didn't expect this woman would resort to such tricks. How come her face is thicker than a city wall? Lu Ruyan, you've really had enough. I've already made it very clear to you. Did you hear me? Don't you have any sense of shame at all? When you cheated on me, didn't you think about the consequences now? Is it fun to pester me now? Can't we give each other some dignity? Lu Ruyan was still holding Chen Chuan's thigh and refused to let go, and at this moment, a girl wearing black leather pants and with a cold face walked over. She pushed Lu Ruyan away from Chen Chuan fiercely. Another girl also stared at Lu Ruyan in front of her. These two girls were none other than Chen Chuan's bodyguard killers, Lan Ji and Feng Wang. Unexpectedly, when Lan Ji and Feng Wang went to pack the bags of clothes, they didn't see Chen Chuan when they went out, so they looked everywhere for him, but couldn't find him. When they were about to go back, they suddenly saw Chen Chuan arguing with a girl on a main street. This girl, Lan Ji and Feng Wang also investigated the women around Chen Chuan. They knew that Lu Ruyan was Chen Chuan's ex-girlfriend of 3 years. But the two had already broken up. The reason for the breakup was that Chen Chuan witnessed her entangled with a rich second-generation man in Chen Chuan's rental house. Moreover, Lu Ruyan despised Chen Chuan for being a poor loser, so she raised fish everywhere. But soon after the breakup, she discovered that Chen Chuan was actually a wealthy man. So I changed my previous attitude. Today I went to Chen Chuan's hometown specifically to ask for reconciliation. But you have already betrayed Chen Chuan, both physically and mentally, and now you come to ask for reconciliation. Who is giving you the face? What did you do before? You used to despise the poor and love the rich. Just because they are rich, you come over. Aren't you a complete scumbag? Who are you? This is a matter between Chen Chuan and me. What does it have to do with you? Why are you here to make trouble? Lu Ruyan roared, using almost all her strength. She thought to herself, today was a rare opportunity for the two of them to be alone together. How could it be ruined by others? Moreover, these two girls were extremely beautiful, which made her even more jealous. Moreover, in order to win back Chen Xuan today, she has made full preparations and has already lowered her white swan head. Putting aside all her pride and self-esteem, she planned to pester him today and then cry and beg for forgiveness. However, this embarrassing thing was actually seen by more than one woman, and these two women seemed to have a closer relationship with Chen Xuan. She had already regarded these two people as imaginary enemies. Her eyes were red as she cursed, "You stinky woman, what are you doing in front of Chen Xuan? This is between Chen Xuan and me. What are you doing here? Just do what you should do. Don't be a light bulb between me and Chen Xuan." Ha ha, I am dying of laughter. How can you be so shameless, you stinky bitch? My brother Chen clearly rejected you, but you still knelt in front of my brother Chen, hugged my brother Chen's thighs, and said that you want to give your body to my brother Chen. You are already a scumbag, you cheated on me. My brother Chen doesn't want your messy body, for fear that you will be infected with some unclean disease. At this time, Lan Ji glanced at Lu Ruyan and sneered with disgust. Hee, I am like this. At least I once had Chen Xuan. Who are you to Chen Xuan? Why are you so nosy? Brother Chen is our master. Lan Ji replied. Oh, so you are maids. You'd better be polite to me, or I will fire you. I am your boss, understand? Lu Ruyan, you regret it now. You know you were wrong. Let me ask you now, if I were still the poor loser I was before, would you still choose me? Chen Xuan snorted coldly. Yes, I will. I will always be by your side. As long as you give me one more chance, I will hold you and never let go. When Lu Ruyan heard what Chen Xuan said, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw and spoke hurriedly. But what he didn't expect was that when Chen Xuan heard Lu Ruyan say this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chen Xuan knew that Lu Ruyan would be like this, but she was just pretending. But Lu Ruyan didn't think so. She thought Chen Xuan laughed because he forgave her. So he happily ran to Chen Xuan and wanted to hug him. But at that moment, the hug was intercepted. Lan Ji stopped Lu Ruyan and said coldly, "Sorry, you can't get close to Brother Chen. How dare you stop your boss's wife? Didn't you hear that Chen Xuan has forgiven me? If you keep trying, I'll fire you." At this moment, Lu Ruyan spoke arrogantly with the demeanor of a proprietress. Ha, Lu Ruyan, who said I've forgiven you? Is there something wrong with your comprehension ability? Chen Xuan said coldly. Chen Xuan, I. Please don't call me Chen Xuan. You don't deserve it. I'm telling you now. Don't bother me anymore. There's no chance of anything happening between us. Just give up on it. Don't show up in front of me again, otherwise there will be no friendship between us, and I won't be polite to you anymore. Chen Xuan said this and turned away with the twin sisters. At this moment, Lu Ruyan wanted to follow again, but was stopped by Lan Ji, who would not let him get close to Chen Xuan even a step. Get out of here, don't block my way. As Lu Ruyan was talking, she was about to raise her left hand to hit Lan Ji. When her arm fell in mid-air, it was held by a strong hand and stayed in mid-air. But Lu Ruyan was slapped several times on the face. At this moment, Lu Ruyan just stood there in a daze. When she realized what was happening, she screamed hysterically, let me go, I'm going to kill you. After receiving the slap, Lu Ruyan felt pain not only in her body but also in her heart. She struggled desperately, using all her strength to try to break free from Lan Ji's hand, but she couldn't break free no matter what. Seeing Lan Ji's powerful pressure, Lu Ruyan was so frightened that she dared not make any move. At this moment, Lan Ji looked at Lu Ruyan coldly and said word by word, "If I see you pestering Brother Chen next time, I promise that you will die even more miserably than today. If you don't listen to my advice, just keep doing this." After Lan Ji finished speaking, she caught up with Chen Xuan and Feng Wang and walked towards the Chen family yard. At this moment, only Lu Ruyan was left standing there in a daze. It took a long time for Lu Ruyan to react. At this moment, there was a dark shadow behind her, slowly approaching her. Chapter 77 Mayor Lu. At this moment, Lu Ruyan didn't know that danger was about to come. Instead, she had a gloomy face and murmured, "Chen Xuan, since you are so heartless, don't blame me, Lu Ruyan." The shadow came closer and closer, and directly covered Lu Ruyan's mouth with a handkerchief. At this moment, Lu Ruyan fainted. Chen Xuan, who returned to the Chen family's yard, had no idea that Lu Ruyan had turned from love to hate and might do something bad to him. At the same time, he didn't know that Li Qingqing and Li Jianming from the Li family still held a grudge against Chen Xuan, and had already sent people to follow Chen Xuan when he left. And that black shadow was the person sent by Li Jianming. He wanted to find Chen Xuan's weakness so that it would be easier to deal with him. When Lu Ruyan and Chen Xuan were entangled on the road, the dark figure hiding in the dark had been observing their behavior, but at the moment the twins appeared. The shadowy figure suddenly had to pee, so he went to the bathroom. When he came back, he found that only Lu Ruyan was there. He was secretly happy at that time, thinking that this would be easy to deal with. He always thought that Lu Ruyan and Chen Xuan were a loving couple, and if Lu Ruyan was caught, then Chen Xuan would definitely come to rescue her. When Chen Xuan returned to the yard, he suddenly received a call. "Mr. Chen, I have some good news to report to you." "What good news?" Just now, Wanda Times City announced that it would build a new factory in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, and is now inviting bids. I think this is a business opportunity, so when I heard the good news, I called you immediately, hoping to get your approval on such a big thing, and to discuss preliminary cooperation with Wanda Times City and reach a cooperation intention. Wanda Times City? Yes, this has a lot of room for development. Chen Xuan thought about it in his mind. This Wanda Times City seems to produce new energy vehicles. When Wang Jianming proposed this idea, Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Site selection? Chen Xuan thought secretly that the site selection should be carefully considered and Jiangcheng should not be chosen. You should choose Xiangcheng. Moreover, compared with Jiangcheng, a first-tier city, Xiangcheng is a third or fourth-tier city. If a factory is built here, not only will the labor cost be low, but it will also drive the development of the hometown. This is a very profitable business. The system has already issued a task to invest 1 billion yuan to develop Xiangcheng. But the only bad thing about Xiangcheng is that its infrastructure is too poor. Take the road for example, the road in some places is narrow and transportation is not convenient. If you want to develop your hometown, you must bring industries here, so that you can retain the migrant population in this city. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan stood up excitedly. "Boss Wang, I'll tell you straight away, you should contact the person in charge of Wanda Times City right now. Our new factory will not be built in Jiangcheng. As for where to build it, I have a good location here." Chen Xuan said with confidence. "Mr. Chen, what does this mean? Where do you plan to build the factory?" Wang Jianming did not understand what Chen Xuan meant at this time, so he asked in confusion. "Then let's build it in Xiangcheng." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Jianming's previous doubts were answered one by one. It turned out that Chen Xuan wanted to return home in glory and benefit his hometown. So he did not have any different opinions, but said solemnly, "Mr. Chen, please rest assured, leave this matter to me. I will personally talk to the person in charge of Wanda Times this time, and I will give you an answer tomorrow." "Okay, I'll wait for your call." After saying that, Chen Xuan hung up the phone. The first thing that comes to mind is the government. It's time to deal with the leaders of Xiangcheng's government team. Chen Xuan knew that there were several inevitable factors why Xiangcheng had not developed. First, the transportation facilities are incomplete. There is a saying that if you want to develop, you must build roads first. Second, there are few job opportunities and a serious population outflow. Third, low wages and few job opportunities. In general, the infrastructure is not in place. There are frequent water and power outages. On the other side, in the mayor's office in the Xiangcheng government building, sitting there was a middle-aged man who was wearing an executive black suit. He was probably around 40 years old, but he had a few gray hairs and looked very worried. He held a list in his hand. But his brows were furrowed, as if he had encountered a huge problem. The secretary at the side reported, "Mayor Lu, our work of attracting foreign investment is not going well at present. 10 companies originally planned to invest in Xiangcheng, but after field investigation, they backed off. Now no company has invested in Xiangcheng, and our work is very difficult now." After listening to this, Lu Ruidong sighed. Looking at the fact that Xiangcheng's GDP has been declining for 3 consecutive years, it is obvious that the work of the past 3 years has been in vain. Let's put it this way. We still have to continue our work of attracting investment, and we can provide more help and support from the government. Lu Ruidong arranged. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Secretary Song Qi nodded. But when they were halfway there, Zhe turned back and said, But Mayor, we..." "Secretary Song, if you have anything to say, just say it. The development of Xiangcheng cannot be achieved by me alone. You young people have many ideas. If you have any ideas, please bring them up as soon as possible and we will solve them one by one. Lu Ruidong said. Mayor Lu, my idea is that the biggest shortcoming of our city is infrastructure. It is not enough for us to just publicize and provide strong support and help. Those investors were very willing to invest in our city at the beginning, but when they came to our city for inspection, they backed off. I believe you know the reason, Mayor Lu. Song Chi said this at the risk of offending his leader. He knew that Mayor Lu was a good mayor who truly served the people. At this moment, Lu Ruidong asked Song Chi to continue speaking. Our infrastructure is too poor. There is a saying that if you want to get rich, you must build roads first. I think it makes sense. Our roads are too dilapidated. Every time it rains, the cars on our road are jammed. I know this, but where does the money for road construction come from? At this moment, Song Chi took out a letter from his briefcase and handed it to Mayor Lu with both hands. Mayor Lu, this letter is a joint letter of complaint signed by 180 households in Wangjia village. It is stamped with the official seal and even has the villagers' fingerprints. They are reporting their village party secretary Gao Ming for embezzling 1,687,200 yuan in government subsidies. I also investigated this matter. The situation is true, but I didn't dare to take action because Gao Ming is. At this time, Song Chi spoke in a low voice. According to gossip, the uncle of this village secretary Gao Ming works in the provincial department. At this moment, Mayor Lu. Chapter 78 Rice Bug? At this moment, Mayor Lu angrily slammed the teacup in his hand on the office desk. All I saw was the boiling hot tea scattered on the table and on his hands and arms. But he didn't care about the pain, and slammed his burned hand on the table, cursing, why hasn't Shangqing's GDP increased over the years? The reason is that there are problems with our internal personnel, those parasites who claim to be public servants and do not work for the people. It is precisely because of these parasites that our organization has become so difficult to move forward. They have betrayed the party, the country, and the trust of the people. I don't care whether the people behind them have protection or not. I will deal with them. Otherwise, our work will never be carried out, and our descendants will always live in backward cities. Secretary Song, I don't care who is behind Party Secretary Gao Ming, they can't erode our foundation. Even if they are backed by some big shot from the capital, I'm not afraid. I want to find out these bad apples. When Secretary Song heard this, his back was already half wet. He knew Mayor Lu's character, and a spit from him would be like a nail in the coffin. But what he knew more about was the person behind this Gao Ming party branch secretary. It was said that he was a big shot in the provincial party committee, and even the mayor of Shangqing could not afford to offend him. But so what? There are both good officials and bad officials. You can't just become a local boss and no one dares to offend you because you have a protective umbrella. If this is the case, then wouldn't the people of Shangqing and even other cities be living in dire straits? Okay, Mayor Lu, I will do as you say. It's not easy for our city to develop. If there are still some parasites that are not dealt with, it will be difficult for Shangqing to develop. In addition, I will vigorously promote those investments. Please calm down. You are one of the few good leaders I have seen who truly serves the people. If you fall, what will happen to the people of Shangqing? Okay, I get it. I will take good care of myself. You handle this matter carefully and check if there are other parasites like Gao Ming in our organization. I don't care who is protecting them. I will eliminate them all at once. That's all for now. You go and investigate this matter first, and leave me alone. After Mayor Lu finished speaking, he closed his eyes and rubbed his temples with both hands. Soon a day passed. The night in Shangqing comes much earlier than in first-tier cities. Due to the poor infrastructure of Shangqing government, it does not have bright lights, light shows and other nightlife like other developed cities. At this moment, Shangqing was already quiet at night. On the other side, Chen Chuan was lying on the sofa, watching TV with his family, with Lan Ji and Feng Wang beside him. Dad Chen Jiangwo, Mom Ma Shimei, brother Chen Shui, and sister Chen Ling were all sitting on the sofa watching TV, eating melon seeds, and chatting. Suddenly, Chen Chuan's cell phone rang. The caller was from his old classmate Wang Jiejia, who worked at Shangqing Shopping Mall. After answering the phone, Chen Chuan told his family, Lan Ji and Feng Wang, that he would go out for a while. So he took the car keys and drove out. On the other hand, Wang Jiejia's family is in the construction business. Since Evergrande Group went bankrupt due to insolvency, the construction, real estate and other fields have entered winter one after another. And their family did not escape. Just now, in the boudoir of a luxurious villa, Wang Jiajia was doing flower arrangement. And at this moment, the door of her room was opened. The person who appeared was Wang Jiajia's mother Li Xiuji. She walked in with a smile on her face. This is a woman who looks to be in her 40s and still has some charm. Although her figure has become a little plump as she gets older, there are no wrinkles on her face due to the signs of time. Just from the facial features, one can tell that this woman must have been a real school beauty when she was young. So with such good genetic conditions, it is conceivable that Wang Jiajia also inherited her mother's advantages. "Mom, what do you want from me?" Wang Jiajia saw her mother suddenly come to her room and asked in confusion, even putting down the flowers in her hand. "Mom doesn't have anything to talk to you about. I just want to come and see you. I thought that we haven't talked for a long time. I just finished my work today and have some time. Can I?" Although Jiajia is a daughter, as her mother, Li Xiuji gives Wang Jiajia a lot of respect, and the two of them get along almost like friends. "Sure, Mom, I haven't talked to you for a long time. Every time I want to tell you what's in my heart, but every time I come back, you are busy working in the company. Today you finally have time. Yeah, work has been really hard lately. Okay, let's not talk about work anymore. Let's talk about you. How are you doing now? Didn't you just say you wanted to tell me what's in your heart?" "Yeah, Mom, do you know who I met at the mall the other day?" "Oh? Who did you meet?" "I met Chen Xuan. He was my high school classmate. I was surprised when I met him that day. I didn't expect that he is doing so well now. It shows that I didn't know much about him before." When Wang Jiajia was describing Chen Xuan to her mother, she recalled the day they met at the mall and her face turned red unconsciously. Perhaps she didn't even notice it herself. Moreover, when she talked about Chen Xuan, she jumped up and down excitedly, completely unlike her previous cold personality. "Mom, by the way, you seem to have something to tell me, right?" After Wang Jiajia finished speaking, she looked at her mother, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. From her understanding of her mother, she must have something to say to her but was unable to open her mouth. So she took the initiative and asked. At this moment, Li Xiuji mustered up the courage to say, "Well, we are mother and daughter, and you know me well. Since I can't hide anything from you, I will tell you. You should have read the news and know about Evergrande Group. Now their company has declared bankruptcy. They have financial dealings with our company and owe us a lot of checks, but now they can't cash them. So your father's capital chain has been extremely tight recently. Liento Construction Group, which is controlled by our Wang family, is now facing a bankruptcy crisis. Now the capital chain has been broken. The company's staff are panicking. Many employees have resigned, and even senior staff are leaving one by one. Although Liento Construction can pay salaries now, it is just barely maintaining its operations. We have no money left in our Liento Construction account, and we can't get a bank loan. We don't even know where next month's salary is coming from, and our current house has been mortgaged to the bank, so it might be taken away one day." Chapter 79 Wang Jiajia's Helplessness. When Li Xiuji said this, tears welled up in her eyes. As someone who had once lived in the upper class, she was about to fall to the bottom of the valley, and tears fell unconsciously. She was once rich, lived in a villa, and had access to nice things, but now all of this is taken back, making her a commoner again, or even having nothing. This is more painful than killing her. Wang Jiajia certainly knew that her family's situation was not as good as before, but before she heard about it, she only knew that there was a little impact. She didn't expect that when she heard her mother say this, she realized that the impact was so great that it could ruin the entire family. Thinking of this, Wang Jiajia grabbed her mother's hand and asked anxiously, "Mom, is there really nothing we can do for Liento Construction? We have thought of a solution. Haven't you seen that your father has been in the company these days and has not returned home? He has been looking for investors. He used to be proud, but now he has lowered his head and begged for help. But those investors are not so easy to invest. Now is the winter of construction and real estate. No investor dares to take such a big risk. But if our Wang family can get through this severe winter, spring will surely come. By then, our Liento Construction will surely develop better than before. But who can invest? Mom, do you have any ideas?" Wang Jiajia asked. Mom does have a solution now, and this solution is the only one that can save our Wang family. "What is it?" "Then it depends on whether you can cooperate with us." "I will cooperate with you?" You have to know that in the entire Shangqing, the only family that has the strength and is willing to help our Wang family is the Sun family. Do you still remember Sun Xiaohua? He likes you very much. I think you should try to get along with each other. Wang Jiejiao understood at this time. Her mother had said so much and laid so much groundwork in the beginning, all for the purpose of arranging a marriage between the Wang and Sun families. What this means is that the Wang family provides the people and the Sun family provides the money. If it is really like what Li Shouji said, just for the two of them to get along with each other and Wang Jiejiao to cooperate, the Sun family will give such a large sum of money, then are the Sun family fools? Without benefits, there are no friends. Besides, they are all businessmen. In the eyes of businessmen, interests are far more important than family ties. If you, Wang Jiejiao, had no substantial relationship with Sun Xiaohua and were just an ordinary friend, how could he possibly give you such a large sum of money? Wang Jiejia's face was already pale at this moment. She had not expected that her always open-minded parents would use their children's marriage to kidnap her for profit. Who is that Sun Xiaohua? How could Wang Jiejiao not know him? He was a man who often hung out in commercial places. And you have to go this time. Look at your father. He was as humble as a dog and begged so many people for investment, but those people all refused. Only Sun Xiaohua's father agreed to invest in your father, but the premise is that you must get along well with his son. Mom is begging you now. As Li Shouji spoke, she knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Seeing this, Wang Jiejiao quickly pulled her mother Li Shouji up and said against her will, "Mom, since you said so, I promise you will meet with Sun Xiaohua." At this moment, Li Shouying had a relieved smile on her face. "Jiajia, I knew you have always been a very sensible child, so your father and I are in trouble now, our family is in trouble now, you can help us, you know? You also have a younger brother, your brother will also go to work soon, and he will have to marry and have children in the future. If our family goes bankrupt by then, it will be difficult for your brother to find a wife in the future, and then our Wang family will be without descendants." Wang Jiejiao felt an inexplicable sense of grievance in the corner of her eyes. It is obvious that my brother and I are our parents' biological children. But the two were not treated the same. As an elder sister, she knew from a young age that her younger brother would inherit the family business in the future. As an older sister, she also knows that she is just a stepping stone for her younger brother, and she has to give her younger brother everything. Even now, the Wang family is about to go bankrupt. Why is it that when there are benefits, all the benefits go to the younger brother, who has the sole inheritance right, but when it comes to paying, I am the only one left? Moreover, my younger brother has been a cunning and dishonest person since he was young. He has poor academic performance and bad behavior. Even though he is such a person, his parents still treat him as the apple of their eye and the only heir of the Wang family. Isn't it because he is the only son of the Wang family? My brother is in this condition now. If the Wang family really goes bankrupt, my brother will definitely not be able to survive in society. So my parents already knew the consequences, and they would definitely do everything they could to protect the Wang family's business. The world is so unfair. Especially if the family favors boys over girls, the harm it causes to oneself can be imagined. She could only say speechlessly, "Mom, I know about this. I'll change my clothes now. Can you let me calm down in the room first?" Li Shouji knew that Wang Jiejiao had already compromised and knew that she couldn't push her too hard, so she left temporarily. At this moment, Wang Jiejiao thought of Chen Xuan, so she called Chen Xuan and told him everything. 10 minutes later, Li Shouji knocked on the door again, and Wang Jiejiao had no choice but to follow her and drive to the Washington Hotel. At this moment, a man in a brown suit came over and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Wang? Our president's son is waiting for you at room 211 of the Imperial Hall. Please follow me." Chapter 80. The richer you are, the more say you have. At this time, the man in the brown suit glanced at Wang Jiejiao with a little sympathy in his eyes. Because he knew what kind of person Sun Xiaohua, the son of their chairman, was. Such a beautiful flower of the motherland, who had a great appearance and figure, was actually going to marry Sun Xiaohua, a man who was immoral, playboy, and extremely ugly. Isn't it because Sun Xiaohua has a good father? In this way, several people were quickly brought into room 211 of the Imperial Hall. But after I brought him in, I saw more than a dozen people in the room, all holding contracts and some even carrying computers, as if they were calculating something. At this moment, Wang Jiejia's face was full of doubts. This was not just as simple as coming to meet Sun Xiaohua. My parents must be hiding something. So she made an excuse that she was going to the bathroom and called Chen Xuan. When I came back, I saw that my blind date Sun Shagwa had a face full of fat, a flat head, and a blue dragon tattoo on his arm. He looked very ferocious, was only about 1 meter tall and weighed about 200 kilograms. He was flirting with the purple-haired secretary standing beside him. Sun Shagwa is probably around 30 years old, but looks like he is 40. The same age as his father. Boss Wang, you're finally here. Come on, sit down. Secretary Lee, go make a cup of good tea. Okay, Mr. Sun, I'll go right away. As soon as he came in, Mr. Sun greeted Wang Jiejia's father warmly. He looks a lot like Sun Shagwa, both are short and fat, but their temperaments are different. Sun Shagwa's temperament is that of a gangster, while Mr. Sun's temperament is unpredictable. On the surface, he gives you a smiling look, like the Buddha with his eyes connected in a straight line. He is very friendly and feels like an uncle next door. But when I looked at him again, there was a kind of pressure from him that made people have to respect him. He always looked down on everyone with the attitude of a superior. People can't underestimate him. He is Sun Dawei, chairman of Sun Group. The lady in a mink coat next to Sun Dawei is also his wife, Li Yame, the executive director of Sun Group. Wang Jiejia was observing from the side the whole time without saying a word. She felt that she was not here for a blind date as her mother said, but to discuss business. Jia, you are so beautiful today. I see you again. I remember the last time we met at the banquet, you are the only one in my heart. I can no longer look down on other women. Moreover, I dream about you every day now. I can't eat or drink. You see, I have lost weight. Jia, I have heard about your family's business affairs. You can rest assured. My father will do his best to help your family. At this moment, Sun Shagwa was flirting with his secretary. When he saw Wang Jiejia, he ignored the secretary and stood up from his seat. He ran to Wang Jiejia and spoke to her in a dog-licking tone. His eyes were full of greed, as if he was a hungry wolf seeing a pleasant goat and wanted to eat the other party. His look made Wang Jiejia, who was sitting in her seat, feel extremely uncomfortable. Especially when he said this, the flesh on his face moved and saliva flew everywhere. Wang Jiejia, who was being polite at the moment, endured her physical nausea and said, "Thank you." When Sun Shagwa saw Wang Jiejia's gentle reply, he smiled wildly and said, "Jiejia, why are you being so polite to me? We are all friends. We will be a family from now on. What's mine is yours, right?" "Ah, Mr. Sun, what are you talking about? I think it's a little early for you to say this. What do you mean we will become a family in the future? We haven't even started yet. What's more, I think Mr. Sun and I are not suitable." "Mr. Sun, please don't be so sure, okay? Jia, how can you talk like that? How can you be so mean to Mr. Sun?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jianjun put on a sullen face and started scolding Wang Jiejia. Then he turned around and held the cup of water to Sun Dawei and said, "Mr. Sun, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Her mother and I spoiled her too much. I'm here to apologize to you with tea instead of wine. Mr. Sun, please be magnanimous and don't be so petty with a child." It's okay. It's normal for young people to have some temper. Brother Wang, did you bring the contract?" Sun Dawei waved his hand and said. He doesn't care about Wang Jiejia's attitude now, but he cares about the contract in Wang Jianjun's hands. He was just taking advantage of the situation at the moment, even though he had a smile on his face, as if he was a Buddha. But everyone who knows Sun Dawei knows that this man is a smiling tiger. He started his business by selling fish at the age of 18. Later, he took on several underworld businesses and became the godson of a famous gangster boss. He married the eldest sister-in-law and from then on took charge of the gangster boss's business. The industries involved include not only real estate, casinos, nightclubs, KTV, etc. He appears to be a smiling tiger, but in fact he is cruel and ruthless. Many of his business partners have been ruined by him. This time, he was planning on marrying off someone not only to change the genes of his family, but also to slowly devour the assets of the United Investment Construction Group within a year. Although he knew that Liento construction industry was now insolvent and no longer profitable. But if he has the investment from the Sun Group, the real estate industry will surely usher in a spring. By that time, he will make plans to get Wang Jianjun out. In this way, he can not only marry a beautiful daughter-in-law and change the genes of the Sun family, but also acquire Liento Construction Group and become the boss of the real estate industry. This can be said to kill two birds with one stone. That's why he didn't care what Wang Jiejia's attitude was at the moment. The richer you are, the more say you have. By that time, Liento Construction Group will be completely taken over, and no matter how much you, Wang Jieja, jump around, you won't be able to do anything about it. Thinking of this, Sun Dawei concealed the dark side of his heart and agreed to this cooperation with a smile on his face. And looking at Wang Jiejo's father Wang Jianjun, didn't he think about these things? Doesn't he know what kind of person Sun Dawei is? Doesn't he know what Sun Dawei is planning? Isn't he afraid of letting a wolf into the house? But this is the only solution. If there is no capital injection, Liento Construction Group will have to declare bankruptcy, and then the entire Wang family will be finished. So this is the only thing he can do now, even though he knows it involves great risks. But for the sake of his son, he had to sacrifice his daughter. At least now if he agrees to the Sun family's conditions, he can also work hard to prevent the Sun family from annexing the property and preserve the Wang family's property. And if his daughter Wang Jieja marries him, she will also be able to enjoy the wealth and glory of the Sun family. Mr. Sun, I have already drafted the equity transfer contract. Please take a look. Chapter 81. Are you really unwilling to help the family? Wang Jianjun took out a thick stack of documents from his black briefcase. Then he handed it to Sun Dawei, who had a face full of flesh and a grin on his face. Sun Dawei looked through it for about 10 minutes and frowned as he said, Mr. Wang, there is nothing wrong with this document, but I need to add an additional clause. What are the conditions? Just tell me, Mr. Sunday. It is agreed in the agreement that my Sun family will pay 100 million to acquire 20% of the shares of your Wang family Liento Construction Group. There is no problem, but I want it to be paid in 2 installments. For the first time, right now, I can transfer 20 million in working capital on the spot. This is our first cooperation, and I am very sincere, but it depends on whether Mr. Wang is also sincere. If Wang Jieja does not reach an agreement on marriage with my Sun Group will not pay the remaining 80 million yuan, and as a punishment, 20% of Liento Construction shares will still belong to my Sun family. It is obvious that this additional clause is mandatory. It simply means that Wang Jieja must get engaged to Sun Xiaoguo and get a marriage certificate within a month, and become pregnant with Sun's child within a year. Once the agreement is signed, if the additional terms cannot be executed on time as required, the Wang family will lose 20% of the shares, which will be bought by the Sun family for a mere 20 million. You should know that the market valuation of Wang's Liento Construction Group was 5 billion at its peak. It is because of the current bad market conditions that the construction and real estate industry is entering winter. In addition, the Wang Group's capital chain was broken, which led to the Sun family's bullying. If Wang Jieja disagrees halfway, it would be equivalent to saying, it's a loss of both the lady and the army. So the most important and core issue now is that Wang Jieja can marry Sun Xiaoguo within 1 month and have a child within a year. Only by doing this can the funds be obtained, otherwise everything will be in vain. As the saying goes, money can make a hero fail. Wang Jianjun, who once stood on the shoulders of giants, now has a look of despair on his face. Given the current situation of the company, he had no other choice but to try every possible means and ask for help from everyone. But no one reached out to help him. If the funds are not in place, Liento Construction Group will declare bankruptcy. I have lived for most of my life. Do I really have to fall into the mud and endure poverty for the rest of my life? No, he had suffered from poverty as a child, and he didn't want to go back to those days of not having enough food and clothing. The only thing we can do now is gamble. He has already made plans. If the funds are in place, Liento Construction Group will be able to turn the tide in less than 3 years. And it can be done better than at its peak. As for his daughter Wang Jieja, just think positively. After all, Sun Xiaoguo's family is rich and powerful, and he treats Wang Jieja very fondly. I shouldn't let my daughter suffer. Although he doesn't look normal, he is very honest. Maybe my daughter Wang Jieja can control such a person. Looking at Wang Jieja, when she heard Sun Dawei mention the additional terms, her whole body trembled. These additional terms are clearly a gamble with your entire life. It's obvious that the Sun family is a hell of a place. The entire second-generation circle knew about Sun Xiaoguo's character, but her parents actually agreed and sent their daughter into the fire pit. My mother is like a close friend to me, but at this moment, she is willing to sacrifice her own happiness to save the entire family. At this moment, Wang Jieja's heart broke. She didn't know what her parents were thinking. What did they treat her as, a commodity? Then I thought about what happened at home before. Tears flowed out unconsciously, uncontrollable like a riverbank. There was no smile on his face anymore, only despair and dullness remained. She looked at Li Xiuji in disbelief, her lips trembling and she was unable to speak. Jia, please don't be like this. Actually, when Mom went to your room to find you, she really wanted to explain the situation to you, but I really didn't know how to start. Your dad and I really have no other options. Your dad has thought of many ways and tried them, but none of them worked. He has already knelt on the ground and begged others, but they simply didn't help. We have no other options. Can you understand what Dad and I are saying? Li Xiuji stroked Wang Jiajia's back and said comfortingly. Mom, I don't understand. I really can't understand. How can you use my marriage to do business? That is my lifelong happiness. How is this different from selling my daughter? I know that you have treated me and my brother differently since we were little. Why do you have to step on my shoulders? I am already very tired. If your business fails, you can start over. Why do you have to sacrifice my happiness to make it happen? I really don't understand. Even if I don't have the funds to start over, I can work harder to make money. We can just live happily together as a family. It doesn't matter whether we are rich or not. But if our family goes bankrupt, and your brother has never been a good student, how will he find a wife in the future? And how will our relatives look at us? And do you know how your uncles will laugh at us? Jia, you are so old now, it's time for you to contribute to the family. Our family is in trouble now, and only you can save it. As long as you marry into the Sun family and give birth to a child for them, our family will be saved. Can you help your parents? Can you help this family? If you don't help, our Wang family will go bankrupt, and I won't be able to live on. Are you just going to watch the Wang family fall apart? Are you just going to watch the Wang family live on the streets, without enough clothes to eat? Are you so cruel? Li Xiuji asked repeatedly. Mom, do I have to sacrifice my happiness to help? Is this the only way for our family to go? Jia, why don't you understand? The current situation is that we have no choice. Your father and I have tried many methods, but no one is willing to help us. They all come to laugh at us. At this moment, Li Xiuji observed the changes on Wang Jiajia's face. She was still as stubborn as ever and did not give in at all, so she took out her trump card. She suddenly bent her legs and knelt in front of Wang Jiajia. At this moment, everyone in the box opened their mouths and looked at the scene in astonishment. And everyone's eyes were fixed on Wang Jiajia. At this moment, Wang Jiajia was also stunned. She didn't expect that her mother Li Xiuji would kneel down to her. And in front of so many people. You know, if a mother kneels down to her children, it will shorten her life, and in the eyes of others, it is extremely unfilial. Mom, you. Chapter 82 Kneeling Down and Begging to Marry. Mom, you, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. Why are you kneeling before me? Please don't force me like this, okay? Wang Jiajia was in tears and wiped her tears with her left hand. Then she bent down and prepared to help Li Xiuji up. But at this moment, Li Xiuji saw that Wang Jiajia did not give in at all, so she refused to get up and continued talking. Jia, I have no other choice. Just help your parents because they treat you well. Now the hope of our whole family and the future of the employees of Liento Construction Group are pinned on you. Will you agree to leave? Although Sun Xiaogui is not bad looking, he really likes you and looks honest. He will definitely treat you well. Will you agree? Li Xiuji knelt on the ground, hugged Wang Jiajia's thighs with both hands, and spoke with sobs. At this moment, Wang Jiajia was faced with a very difficult decision. On one side is the moral blackmail of parents, and on the other side is the happiness of one's own marriage. If I don't agree to this unfair marriage, can she really be so cruel as to ignore the life and death of her family? And as a mother, she has begged so hard, but you are still so indifferent. Are you made of stone? Obviously not. Wang Jiajia was obviously moved. The stubbornness on her face was gone, and she had a conflicted look instead. And at this moment, Sun Xiaogui wanted to show himself and seize this opportunity. Jia, you have to believe me. I really like you. I will change everything for you. No matter what rumors you have heard before, they are not me. I will treat you well. What's mine is yours. If you want to buy a house, a car, or even a plane in the future, I can buy them for you. As long as you are happy, I am happy. Sun Xiaogui said sincerely. It seems that he is really as good as he said. In fact, only those who know him and understand him know that he is actually pretending. First I trick you into my marriage with sweet words, then we get married and get the marriage certificate. Then I have the final say and I can go out and play whenever I want and do whatever I want. This is like fishing. When the fish has not yet taken the bait, you need to put down the bait and be patient. But once the fish is hooked, do you still need bait? Do you still need patience? Obviously not. He also said that he wanted to buy Wang Jieja a car, a house, an airplane, etc. He looked so sincere and touching. You can't be fooled by him. He actually wants this for himself. As long as Wang Jieja can marry him, he can move out as a matter of course. Then, he can do whatever he wants. Free from the control of parents, you can fly. Moreover, these cars and houses must be written in Sun Xiaoguo's name. Even if Wang Jieja wants to divorce, she will not get the house and car. As long as she does not divorce, she still has the right to live in and use the house. But once divorced, nothing would belong to her. Then all these years she had been the daughter-in-law of the Sun family in vain and had been taken advantage of for free. Wang Jieja didn't say anything. She knew she was unwilling in her heart, but her parents forced her to do so. Her mother was still kneeling on the ground begging her to marry into the Sun family. And Sun Xiaoguo was also there, acting aggressively. Both families were forcing her. She closed her eyes in pain and tears fell like drops of water. Finally, she took a deep breath helplessly and said weakly, "Mom, please get up. Whatever you and Dad say is fine. I have no objection." At this moment, Li Xiuji heard that her daughter Wang Jieja finally gave in, so she stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. "Jia, you are really a good daughter of your parents. I had no choice just now. Can I apologize to you?" In fact, Li Xiuji didn't want to force her daughter, nor did she want to cry and force her in front of so many people, but wasn't there any other way? If she didn't push herself to the edge. I know my own daughter well. She is a very stubborn person. So she could only come up with this killer idea. She knew that her daughter Wang Jieja was sentimental and would not let her mother kneel down for long. Looking at Sun Dawei's family, they have been watching quietly. He knows what tricks the Wang family is using, but they just don't say anything because this trick is obviously too low end, using moral kidnapping to force their daughter to get married. But he didn't say anything. It was obvious that the Sun family was the beneficiary in this matter. So he didn't say anything and just observed the whole incident secretly. "Mr. Wang, since Miss Wang has agreed to marry my son, we will all be a family from now on, so let's not talk about different things. I have signed this agreement, and I happen to have read it at home. It seems that there will be a good day in 2 days. Why don't we hold a banquet at the Washington Hotel, let them get engaged quickly, and then get the marriage certificate quickly? And I also said that I will transfer 20 million now, and then I will transfer the money when they get married. I know that you need money, so it is better to get married earlier, so that the funds can be put in place earlier, and then it will be able to relieve Mr. Wang's urgent need, right?" Sun Dawei said with a fake smile. At this moment Wang Jianju nodded. He picked up the contract and was about to sign his name. Suddenly Wang Jieja asked again. "Dad, do you really want to sign this agreement to sell your daughter? Do you really not care about your daughter's happiness?" "Jia, I'm sorry, but Dad has no choice. I don't want the company I worked so hard to build to go bankrupt. I want to save him. He is like my child. I feel I can't live without him. But Dad, I'm your child too, can't you consider me?" "Jia, you have to believe in Dad. As long as you give Dad some time, Dad will be able to get through this difficult time safely. If we don't sign, how will our family live? It's worthwhile to save the whole family instead of sacrificing you. Jia, can you understand Dad? Don't blame Dad for not doing it. Dad really made this decision after many choices. Do you think Daddy isn't in pain? Daddy is in pain too, but..." As Wang Jianjun spoke, tears began to fall, so he held his glasses with his left hand and wiped his tears with his right hand. And just at this moment, the door was kicked open with a bang. Everyone looked out the door. I saw a handsome man, about 1.9 meters tall, walking in with an angry face. Who is forcing a young girl like this? Don't you know what first come first serve means? Chapter 83. I have a request. The person who came was none other than Chen Chuan. When he said this, Sun Xiaoguo glanced at him and knew that this person was his love rival, and it was obvious that he was here to snatch her away. Although this guy is handsome, he has never been seen in the second generation circle and is a very unfamiliar face. So I guess that this person must be just an ordinary person. People like Sun Xiaoguo bully the weak and fear the strong. Just because his family is wealthy, he doesn't care about ordinary people at all. Fuck, where did this poor loser come from? What is he doing here? Be careful or I'll have the bodyguards fork you out. Sun Xiaoguo roared angrily. He walked straight over, ready to slap Chen Xuan. But when his palm was still in the air, Chen Xuan, who reacted very quickly, grabbed it with his powerful hand and slapped it back with his right hand, hitting Sun Xiaoguo so hard that he screamed. You are that big, fat, stupid bastard with a face full of flesh, how dare you sneak attack your grandfather? At this moment, a man wearing a black suit and about 1.9 meters tall walked up to Chen Xuan and shouted. You kid, take your claws away from our master Sunday. Do you know who you are hitting? Do you know the identities of everyone here? If I tell you, you will be scared to death. You can't afford to offend this person. Why don't you release our master son quickly? Otherwise. What else? You said I can't afford to offend everyone here, then tell me who everyone here is? They are the famous Wang family and Sun family. They are among the most famous entrepreneurs in Xiangcheng. You should have heard of them. Oh, who am I thinking? Isn't this just a matter of selling your daughter? And the famous Wang family and Sun family, do you believe that I can make these two families disappear with just one sentence? At this moment, Chen Xuan's arrogant remarks shocked everyone present. Wang Jianjun and Sun Dawei were also people who had seen the world, but at this moment, their hearts skipped a beat. You know, in Xiangcheng, no one can be so arrogant. Doesn't he know the origins of these two families? If he is still so arrogant after knowing the origins of these two families, it only means that there are always people better than you, and this person's identity is not that simple. At this moment, Sun Dawei observed coldly and did not say a word, because he knew that he had to find out the identity of this person first. Wang Jianjun was the first to ask, Excuse me, which family are you from? I won't tell you. Chen Xuan said coldly. He didn't seem to take Wang Jianjun seriously. At this moment, Wang Jianjun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Although I have been asking for help and being looked down upon this month, today, at this moment, I was actually looked down upon by a young man. I wonder who this young man is and how he dares to ignore the Wang family and the Sun family. At this moment, Chen Xuan walked in front of Wang Jia and looked at Wang Jia's eyes blinking for help. He stroked her back and said with a smile, Jia, don't worry, I won't let you sacrifice your happiness to save your family. I can help you solve the difficulties your family is facing. Wang Jia seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. She tightly grasped Chen Xuan's sleeve and asked cautiously, Really? Can you really solve our family's difficulties? Well, trust me, just sit on the chair and wait for me. After Chen Xuan helped Wang Jia sit down on the chair, he came to Wang Jianjun and picked up the agreement from the table. Everyone watched. Chen Xuan picked up the agreement, flipped through a few pages, and suddenly laughed playfully. It turns out that Mr. Wang is a real businessman. He actually sold his own daughter for 100 million yuan, and also gave away 20% of his family's shares? How about this? I'll pay for this, and I'll pay 50 million more than the Sun family to buy 20% of your Liento Construction Group's shares. How about that? When Chen Xuan said this, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. A young man who speaks so arrogantly actually has an extra 50 million. Looking at this young man, it doesn't look like he can come up with so much money. And he just said to take it out so casually that it was hard to believe. Chen Xuan came here this time for his daughter Wang Jia, so he must have some relationship with Wang Jia. If you want to find out who Chen Xuan is, you naturally have to ask Wang Jia. So Wang Jianjun asked, Jia, who is this young man? Do you know him? Oh, Dad, he's Chen Xuan, an old classmate of mine, very rich now. Wang Jia really didn't know how to introduce Chen Xuan. After all, she and Chen Xuan hadn't broken the window paper yet, so he wasn't her boyfriend. But I called and texted Chen Xuan just hoping for a glimmer of hope. But what she didn't expect was that Chen Xuan really came. Everything he did today was obviously to protect her, and it was a protection that went beyond the friendship of a classmate. In fact, the last sentence she said, "You are rich," was also directed to Wang Jianjun. She still can't accept that her father gave up on her for the company. So the attitude towards Wang Jianjun was a bit cold. When Wang Jianjun heard his daughter say that Chen Xuan was rich, the change in his attitude towards Chen Xuan was too obvious. He said humbly, "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Jia's father. You just said that you are really willing to spend 150 million to buy 20% of the shares of Liento Construction Group?
Yes, I can pay the Sun family an extra 50 million to buy 20% of the shares of Liento Group, but I have requirements. Chen Xuan said, then turned his eyes to Wang Jieji. At this time, Wang Jianjun also turned his eyes to Chen Xuan and Wang Jieji. At this moment, he already understood that Chen Xuan was willing to spend an extra 50 million not because he was attracted by the development prospects of Liento Construction Group, but because he had other intentions. It turned out that his purpose was the same as Sun Xiaogua's. They both fell in love with their daughters, Wang Jieji. But in Wang Jianjun's eyes, although Chen Xuan, like Sun Xiaogua, treated his daughter like a commodity, Chen Xuan's price was higher, and he looked many times better than Sun Xiaogua. When Wang Jieji felt that she was being stared at by Chen Xuan and Wang Jianjun, I feel a little uncomfortable. Because she thought Chen Xuan came to save her simply because he wanted to save her. But when Chen Xuan said there was a condition, Wang Jieji thought to herself, could it be that Chen Xuan, like them, also treated her as a dish on the table today? Anyone can get involved and anyone can negotiate the price. Suddenly I felt so miserable, like a commodity. In Dad's eyes, it was obvious that Chen Xuan offered a higher price than Sun Xiaogua, so Dad's attitude towards Chen Xuan changed quickly. And Dad's eyes just now were enough to prove that he had tacitly agreed to Chen Xuan's proposal. And what about Chen Xuan? Doesn't Chen Xuan regard himself as a commodity? But what could she do? Although she was also a human being, she had no say in this situation. Although I have a good impression of Chen Xuan, he can't be treated as a commodity like this. This is simply not unfair treatment. At this time, Wang Jianjun said, Mr. Chen, if you have any conditions, please put them forward as soon as possible. Chapter 84 The King Returns. My request is that I pay 150 million to buy 20% of the shares of Liento Construction Group and transfer them to Wang Jieji's name. After the share transfer agreement is completed, the 150 million will be credited to the account immediately. After Chen Xuan said this, everyone in the hall was stunned. You have to know that the Sun family has to pay 100 million in several installments. The purpose is to let Wang Jieji marry into the Sun family. Chen Xuan's action was mysterious. He would have to spend more than the Sun family's 50 million to transfer 20% of Liento Construction's shares to Wang Jieji's name. Doesn't this mean that the Wang family's shares are just going from the left pocket to the right pocket? This is equivalent to spending 150 million yuan and getting nothing in return. Is it really possible to do this without regard for anything for love? At this moment, Wang Jieji looked at Chen Xuan with tears in her eyes. Chen Xuan. Wang Jieji buried her head in Chen Xuan's chest, and all the grievances she had just suffered burst out. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt the trembling and crying body in his arms. Chen Xuan felt mixed emotions. A girl who was once so strong was forced into this state by her family. What a humiliation it was. He stretched out his right hand and stroked the back of Wang Jieji's head, stroking back and forth along her waterfall-like hair. Perhaps it was the warmth of Chen Xuan's hands that slowly relieved Wang Jieji's inner grievances, and her body slowly stopped shaking. Chen Xuan, that's 150 million. How can I pay it back? Although Chen Xuan took the 150 million, he gave it directly to her. He didn't treat her like a commodity like Sun Xiaogua did. At the same time, a trace of worry flashed across Wang Jieji's face. At this moment, Chen Xuan showed a wicked smile. If you can't pay it back, just pay it back with something else? What do you mean? Wang Jieji said with a pout. Just think of this 150 million as a betrothal gift, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuji stepped forward and said with a flattering smile, they say that the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. Jieji, I really like your classmate. Wang Jianjun also felt like he had been hit by a pie in the sky. Wang Jieji was shy, her face flushed, and she didn't say anything. At this time, Wang Jianjun said, Mr. Chen, I don't have any opinion now. Let's draft a new share transfer contract according to your request. Wang Jianjun was very happy at this moment because the request proposed by Chen Xuan was too simple. And there are no requirements. After the changes, Wang Jianjun still had some doubts in his heart, wondering if the young man in front of him could really pay the 150 million in cash immediately. At the last step, Wang Jianjun handed the transfer agreement to Wang Jieji and said, Jieji, will you sign it? This was just after Wang Jieji signed the contract. Chen Xuan took out his mobile phone and started transferring money. After a while, 150 million yuan was deposited into Li Xiuji's bank account. Although Li Xiuji had seen the world, the sudden arrival of 150 million yuan in her account made her lose the pressure she should have had. Instead, she said excitedly, "Honey, it really is 150 million. Although Chen Xuan said he would use 150 million to buy it, no one expected that he would transfer the money so quickly, catching everyone off guard. It is amazing and magical that such a large sum of money can be transferred in such a short time. Even a Fortune 500 company wouldn't make so much money so quickly because they have an audit mechanism. It can be imagined that Chen Xuan is not a second-generation rich, but a first-generation rich. When I thought of this, I felt that my daughter knew such an awesome person." Even Sun Dawei, Sun Xiaoguo, and Li Yamei, who were sitting there, were watching this scene with their mouths wide open. A young man who is only in his early 30s can immediately come up with more than 100 million yuan in liquid funds. This shows how powerful it is. Sun Dawei, who had been sitting there watching coldly, was no longer calm. Before, he thought Chen Xuan was just a poor loser, but now he realizes this kid has strength, and his Sun family cannot afford to offend him. So he stood up and prepared to shake hands with Chen Xuan. But when he stretched out his hand, Chen Xuan ignored him. He withdrew his hand awkwardly and squinted his eyes and said, "Mr. Chen, you are really generous. I, son, really admire you. Just now, my son had some conflicts with you. Please don't be offended. I would like to apologize to you on his behalf. Please don't bother with my son." "Dad, what are you talking about? Why should I apologize to him? He was the one who beat me, and he took away the piece of meat that I had in my hands. No, my wife that I had in my hands. Do you think I can swallow this? He only invested 50 million more than our family, right? We can afford it. Dad, please throw the money at him. I want to vent my anger. I want. Pa. Before his son of a bitch could even finish his words, Sun Dawei slapped him several times to stop him from saying such stupid things. "Shut up, you bastard. Look at what you are saying. Although our family is rich and powerful, every penny is earned through hard work. How could I give birth to such a stupid thing like you? Sooner or later, this family will be ruined by you." Sun Dawei roared angrily. He didn't expect his son to be so stupid as to say such a thing in front of so many people. The beaten Sun Xiaoguo covered his face with his hands and hid behind his mother Li Yamei. He wanted to complain to his mother, but when he saw his father looking at him sideways, he stopped talking. The next second, he came to his senses instantly. He realized that he was just impulsive. He thought that his wife was going to be his soon, but a stranger intervened. So he was furious and his damn desire to win took over. That's why he lost his mind. Now he is completely sober. Although he has lost face, it will affect him when the news gets out. But think about it, Chen Xuan spent more than 100 million at one go. How could the Sun family possibly offend such a person? Thinking of this, the Sun family was so humble and dared not act rashly. At this moment Chen Xuan spoke. "Mr. Wang, now that the agreement has been signed, I have something to say that I have to say on this occasion today." Wang Jianjun was so frightened by Chen Xuan's intimidation that he sat up straight and did not dare to be negligent. "Today you bullied Wang Jieje so much, I hope you won't treat her like this again in the future, otherwise I, Chen Xuan, can save your Wang family today, and I can also make your Wang family disappear from the entire industry. I mean what I say." When Chen Xuan said this, he displayed the domineering aura of a king, and no one dared to refute him. Chapter 85, Kiss Marks Everywhere. At this moment, Wang Jianjun did not dare to go against Chen Xuan's wishes. He nodded heavily and said, "Mr. Chen, don't worry. I understand what you mean." Chen Xuan stepped forward quickly and grabbed Wang Jieje's delicate hand. Wang Jieje's face was already red at this moment, and her neck and ears also turned red. At this moment, Li Xiuji also saw that her daughter was acting like a little woman in front of Chen Xuan. It was obvious that she had feelings for Chen Xuan, and it was not just because Chen Xuan gave her money that she acted like this. Then he looked at Chen Xuan and asked, "Mr. Chen, I just want to ask one question, do you like my daughter?" Li Xiuji looked at Chen Xuan and observed the expression on his face. In fact, Chen Xuan's feelings for Wang Jieje, besides the regrets from high school, was also that he was greedy for her body. But after understanding this incident, he realized what a strong girl Wang Jieje is. Chen Xuan held Wang Jieje's hand tightly at this time, and said seriously, "Auntie, I like Wang Jieje sincerely, not for any other purpose." Li Xiuji could see that Chen Xuan was sincere to his daughter, so she had nothing to say. Moreover, Chen Xuan saved their family and resolved the crisis they were about to face, so what reason did she have to break up the couple? After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he took Wang Jiejia's hand and walked out of the room. The moment she walked out of the room, Wang Jiejia threw herself directly into Chen Xuan's arms. At this moment she wanted to cry, if this man hadn't come in time and paid money to solve their family's crisis. Then she would be forced by her parents to sacrifice her marriage and marry the burly Sun Shaogui for the so-called moral kidnapping.
Then this life will be ruined. Chen Xuan, thank you. Thank you so much.
Wang Jiejia closed her eyes and said softly in Chen Xuan's arms.
Chen Xuan gently stroked Wang Jiejia's thin back and said, "It's okay, everything will pass."
Wang Jiejia also put down the burden in her heart and smiled happily.
The two left the Grand Washington Hotel and it was soon evening.
They walked side by side along the river.
Chen Xuan. The view tonight is beautiful. You are more beautiful. Chen Xuan. Can you lower your head a little bit?
Wang Jiejia said in a low voice, her face already red with embarrassment.
What did you say?
Because Chen Xuan didn't hear what Wang Jiejia said, he leaned his head close to her. In an instant, Wang Jiejia put her arms around Chen Xuan's neck, and her hot and wet lips touched each other's lips. They expressed their love for each other wantonly and kissed for a long time, creating a sweet atmosphere. Going further, Chen Xuan put one arm around Wang Jiejia's waist and supported the back of her head with the other hand, and the two kissed more and more passionately and deeply.
At this moment, Chen Xuan leaned over and whispered in Wang Jiejia's ear, "Jiejia, it's too noisy here, can we go somewhere else?"
Wang Jiejia guessed what Chen Xuan was going to do next, and she said charmingly, "Okay."
Back to the Grand Washington Hotel, in the presidential suite.
Chen Xuan couldn't wait to reach out a hand from behind and hold her waist. At this moment, Wang Jiejia was pressed against the door panel.
"Chen Xuan, you. Wang Jiejia's panting voice.
At this moment, Chen Xuan lowered his head and kissed her lips hard. His kiss was strong and forceful, wanting to swallow her whole. Wang Jiejia had never experienced sex before, and she soon could not withstand his fierce attack. She whimpered softly twice and rested her head against his chest. But Chen Xuan did not let her go. Instead, he kissed her wildly all over her body.
An hour later, Wang Jiejia's legs were already weak.
But just as she leaned limply against the door and took a short rest, suddenly a big hand picked her up horizontally, placed her directly on the bed, and continued to press her down.
After another hour, Wang Jiejia couldn't bear it anymore. She grabbed Chen Xuan's arm and begged for mercy.
Only at this moment did Chen Xuan reluctantly let her go. Chen Xuan went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. It took a long while before Wang Jiejia finally had the strength to climb out of bed. The blanket slipped off his body, leaving kiss marks all over his body. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. He only had a bath towel wrapped around his waist, his upper body was solid and lean, and if you looked down, you could see his 8-pack abs. Wang Jiejia was a little dazed at the moment, thinking to herself, what a great figure.
"Jiejia, what are you looking at? Do you want to do it again?" Chen Xuan spoke.
He picked up a cigarette from the bedside, lit it, took a deep puff, and looked at Wang Jiejia in front of him with interest. Wang Jiejia withdrew her gaze and dared not look at Chen Xuan again. Because of her lack of restraint just now, Wang Jiejia felt pain all over her body. The first time was on the door panel, the second time was on the bed. The door panel was very hard, and although Chen Xuan held it the whole time, it still hurt a little. The two of them fell asleep in the bed, and Chen Xuan stroked Wang Jiejia's back with pity in his eyes. After all, this was Wang Jiejia's first time, so it was a little painful.
Turning my head and looking out the window, the night is beautiful, and tonight is beautiful too.
The next morning, Chen Xuan opened his eyes and looked at Wang Jiejia, who was still sleeping. The sunlight just happened to hit her delicate face, making her look even more beautiful and charming. At this moment, Wang Jiejia also woke up and slowly opened her eyes. Yesterday's madness resurfaced in her mind, and her face became even redder. She hid directly in front of Chen Xuan's chest, not daring to look directly into Chen Xuan's eyes. But she still felt a little happy in her heart. Because she gave her first time to the man she loved. Chen Xuan looked at the shy Wang Jiejia, ran his hand through her hair and asked, "What's wrong?
Are you still embarrassed?"
At this moment, Chen Xuan looked at Wang Jiejia and his Adam's apple moved.
He slowly slid his hand across Wang Jiejia's body and suddenly stopped on her breasts. "No."
Wang Jiejia pressed his hand with her hand, panting and saying, "It hurts." At this moment, Chen Xuan held down the gun and stopped shooting.
Suddenly Wang Jieja remembered that there was something very important to deal with today. So I got dressed and left the hotel. Chen Chuan simply washed up. Then he picked up his phone and called Wang Jianbin. Mr. Chen, I was going to call you, but you called me first. I do have something to report to you now, which is the Wanda Times city you told me about last time. I have already negotiated with them, and they have agreed to build the factory in Xiangqing district, but they put forward a condition. They already know Xiangqing's shortcomings, which is the infrastructure construction, and hope to meet their requirements. Okay, I understand. You can tell them to rest assured. Leave this matter to me. I will contact the mayor of Xiangqing. After hanging up the phone, he was thinking about how to contact the mayor of Xiangqing. Suddenly someone came to my mind. Chapter 86, ready to meet? So I picked up the phone and prepared to dial the mysterious number. Mr. Lin, what's the matter with you calling me? A gentleman's respectful voice came from the loudspeaker. This person is Wang Jianjun, the founder of Liento Construction Group. Chen Chuan considered that if Xiangqing wanted to develop, it had to develop infrastructure. It just so happened that the Liento Construction Group was now in a bottleneck period, and it just lacked funds. If he was in place, he believed that with Chen Chuan's help, the Liento Construction Group and the government would be on the same line. In this way. Boss Wang, this is what I'm thinking. Isn't your company in crisis right now? Funding alone can't solve the problem quickly. I'm planning to have Wanda Times build a branch in Xiangqing, and then have a 3-party cooperation with you. Please go and make an appointment with the mayor of Xiangqing. As soon as these words came out, Wang Jianjun on the phone was ecstatic, thinking to himself that if he could get in touch with the government, then Liento Construction Group would be able to be revitalized quickly, and even exceed its peak period in a short period of time. He clenched his fist excitedly and said happily, "Okay, Mr. Chen, I will contact Mayor Li right away." Inside the government office building on the other side. After Secretary Song knocked on the door and came in, he saw Mayor Lu looking at the investment plan in his hand with a sad face. He held his breath, calmed himself down, and walked forward to report to Mayor Lu. "Mayor Lu, the case of Gao Ming, the village committee secretary of Gaotian village, who was involved in corruption, has been handled according to your instructions, and there have been no obstacles in the process." Oh? Really? Yes, it seems that the big guys behind him don't intend to get involved in this mess. They seem to have given up on this chess piece. But there are still parasites. Even if we deal with this one, there will be countless more. How can Xiangqing develop? Our government funds are so tight now, and we have no idea how to attract foreign investment. I am really worried. There are problems within the organization. There is no extra money to invest in infrastructure construction, so external investment companies do not come to our Xiangqing to invest. We are really in a dilemma. Secretary Song also sighed silently. As the saying goes, a good cook cannot cook without rice. The government has no money to build roads and infrastructure, so it is difficult for Xiangqing to develop. Just at this moment, the phone in the office rang. When Mayor Lu saw that it was an unfamiliar call, he was no longer in the mood to answer it, so he waved his hand and asked Secretary Song to answer it. When Secretary Song picked up the phone, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, I'm Wang Jiangwo, the head of Liento Construction Group. I'm contacting you on behalf of Mr. Chen Chuan. He is willing to invest in the construction of Xiangqing's infrastructure, and Wanda Times City is also willing to build a factory in Xiangqing." What? Secretary Song was stunned when he heard this. Although he was knowledgeable, recently investment companies always promised to invest in Xiangqing before coming to Xiangqing, but backed out as soon as they came to inspect. So he thought it would be the same this time. "Hello, Mr. Wang, is the information reliable? Is Mr. Chen really willing to invest?" Secretary Li asked tentatively. "It seems like it is true. If you don't believe it, you can call this number." So he informed Secretary Song of the call. Then he hung up the phone. Ding ding ding. Secretary Song was still standing there. Mayor Lu asked anxiously, "Secretary Song, what did that person say just now?" "Mayor Lu, the person on the phone just now is the head of one of the best construction groups in Xiangqing. He just called and said that there is a Mr. Chen Chuan who is willing to invest in the construction of Xiangqing's infrastructure, and he also said that Wanda Times Urban Construction Factory will also be in Xiangqing. He also said that if we didn't believe it, we should just call Mr. Chen Chuan." After hearing this, Mayor Lu stood up and said excitedly, "This news should be reliable. If it is reliable, then Xiangqing will be saved. it should be reliable. I have dealt with Wang Jianjun before. He should not joke about such things.
Well, that's good, go ahead and call, I'll contact him now. At this moment, Mayor Lu was eager to finalize this matter, and his mood was gradually becoming excited. If Mr. Chen Chuan is really willing to invest in Wanda Times City builds a factory in Xiangqing, then it will definitely be a great opportunity for Xiangqing. Secretary Song dialed the number and then respectfully handed the phone to Mayor Lu. At this moment, the call was connected, and Mayor Lu said, "Hello, I am Lu Ruidong from Xiangqing.
Is this Mr. Chen Chuan? It's me. I'm waiting for you to call me."
Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes and said. Hearing the young voice on the other end of the phone, Mayor Lu paused for a second, then said, "Mr. Chen Chuan, Mr. Wang just called and said that you can help build Xiangqing's infrastructure and that Wanda Times City should be built in Xiangqing."
Is that true?
Yes. Mr. Chen Chuan, this matter is very important.
Can you reveal your identity?
You have to know that being able to come up with these two things and do them well requires a lot of money. Moreover, it is said that the new energy vehicle factories such as Wanda Times City will be built in Xiangqing.
It's really hard to believe this kind of thing.
Therefore, Mayor Lu expressed deep doubts about this and wanted to find out whether Chen Chuan had the ability to do so. As for Chen Chuan, when Mayor Lu asked this tentatively, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, not many people could come up with so much money.
So he said, "Mayor Lu, you should know Jiangcheng Huadai Group, right?" "I know this. It's already on the world rankings." "That's good to know. Then you can search who is the actual controller of this group," Chen Chuan said.
At this moment, Mayor Lu asked his secretary to search on the computer. After some research, I found out that Chen Chuan is actually the actual controller of this company ranked among the Fortune 500. Moreover, he actually controls more than one company, including airlines and more than a dozen listed companies with a market value of hundreds of billions.
At this moment, Mayor Lu and Secretary Song opened their mouths wide. Then came joy.
"Mr. Chen Chuan, I was really presumptuous just now. Mayor Lu, this matter should be handled with caution. How about this, let's arrange a time to meet and discuss. I'm in Xiangqing now."
Okay, Mr. Chen Chuan, when do you have time?" "I'm always available."
"Well, how about we meet at the Grand Washington Hotel in an hour?"
Chapter 87, Local Tyrant.
"Yeah, no problem." After hanging up the phone, Chen Chuan drove back to Kenjialing. After he returned, he said to Lan Ji and Feng Huang, "Accompany me to meet someone later."
"Okay, Brother Chen."
On the other side, Xiangqing City Hall. After Lu Ruidong prepared himself, he walked out of the room and said to Secretary Song, "Secretary Song, prepare the car.
Let's go to the Washington Hotel. When you meet Mr. Chen Chuan later, don't say anything.
I'll talk."
"Okay, I understand."
Then the two of them arrived at the parking lot, and Secretary Song drove towards the Washington Hotel. On the other side, Chen Chuan also changed his clothes at home.
Feng Huang was driving today, and Chen Chuan and Lan Ji sat in the back seat.
10 minutes later, their car stopped at the entrance of the Grand Washington Hotel. Chen Chuan and the two beautiful twin girls got out of the car, attracting the attention of people coming and going in the hotel. When they walked into the hall, there was suddenly a noise in the hall, forcing Chen Chuan to stop. "I saw a man with a scar on his face and a thick gold chain around his neck pulling a young girl who was wearing a waitress's uniform and looked above 9 points. He was full of foul language, spit flying everywhere, and shouted loudly, 'How dare you refuse me?
I asked you to drink with me, and you didn't even ask who I am. If you provoke me, you will suffer. Aren't you just a stinking waitress? What's so noble about that? I gave you 5,000 and asked you to drink with me because I respect you, but you're putting on airs.
You're in the service industry, so you should accompany others.
Why are you pretending to be innocent? Today I want you to drink with me.
Not only drink with me, but also sleep with me." The scarred man spoke wildly and even used the gang's tricks to threaten the girl who was only in her early 20s, which frightened the girl so much that her body trembled. A beautiful girl in her 20s, who was not very worldly wise, was so nervous when encountering such a thing that she didn't dare to breathe. He stammered a few words, "Sir.
I'm just a waiter. I don't sell my body.
You, please don't embarrass me." The scarred man looked at the pitiful girl and wanted to possess her even more, so he said, 8,000, I'll give you 8,000, do it or not? You can order several prostitutes at the nightclub. Seeing that the scarred man was generous, 8,000 was 2 months' salary for a waiter, which showed that he still had some capital. The girl said unyieldingly, "Sir, I told you I won't sell my body."
Fuck, bitch, did I give you face? You actually rejected me twice, you.
The scarred man had lost his patience and started to curse. Just at this moment, a woman in work clothes came hurriedly. She said with a smile, "Boss, yeah, you see this little girl is ignorant, so don't embarrass her.
How about I drink with you?"
The scarred man looked her up and down and said disdainfully, "Boss Xiao, it's not that I don't give you face, but I want this girl to drink with me today, otherwise." He spoke half of his words and left the other half, clearly with a provocative tone.
But Zhao Lina didn't buy it at all.
Instead, she crossed her arms across her chest, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Boss, yeah, we live in a society ruled by law now.
Even if you are very powerful in Xiangcheng, you still have to abide by the law, right? But I just want this girl to drink with me today. What do you think, Mr. Zhao? We are in a democratic society now.
The little girl has already said she doesn't want to do it.
Can you still force her to do it? Then I'm going to use force.
If the girl doesn't want to drink with me, then I think there's no need for your store to exist."
Scar said this while staring at Zhao Lina fiercely. Boss, yeah, you better calm down.
I know you are a local boss in Xiangcheng, but I don't think there are many people who can cause trouble in Washington. If you don't believe me, take a look.
Boss Xiao, are you threatening me? I want to see if there is anything I, Xia Kuan, dare not do.
As he said this, he prepared to snatch the young girl next to him. But just as he was about to draw his gun, he was stopped by a powerful group of thugs and could not move.
Xia Kuan's face turned red.
He had used up all his strength but still couldn't get rid of Chen Xuan's hand. So he yelled, "Brothers, grab your weapons, come on, your boss has been captured. What are you doing there, just watching the fun?" Following behind Xia Kuan were 4 sturdy men in black suits, about 1.9 meters tall, walking towards Chen Xuan. Lan Ji and Feng Wang had already been protecting Chen Xuan on both sides.
Xia Kuan, who was subdued and motionless, cursed angrily, "You little bastard, are you looking for trouble? There is nothing for you to do here." Chen Xuan kicked Xia Kuan several meters away with one foot.
4 strong men also rushed over. Lan Ji and Feng Wang subdued several people in no time. Afterwards, Xia Kuan and the 4 men in black fell to the ground, howling.
Zhao Lina looked at Chen Xuan's British face.
He was over 1.9 meters tall. Although he was wearing a suit, his features were very clear.
A blush appeared on her face.
She looked so handsome, especially when she was beating someone, she looked even more handsome.
She walked up to Chen Xuan and said like a little woman, "Thank you." Chen Xuan waved his hand and said, "Ha, no need to thank me. You are all my employees. I wonder who dares to bully you." "What, your staff?" Zhao Lina looked at Chen Xuan in astonishment and asked.
At this moment, Chen Xuan smiled and said, "Boss Xiao, I said I would come to inspect our hotel, and now I am here, right? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself.
My name is Chen Xuan. You are that one? Our new boss?" Zhao Lina couldn't believe her eyes.
It turned out that the handsome and young boy in front of her was the new boss. Her pupils gradually contracted.
"Yes, I am the new owner of the hotel.
From what I have observed, you are doing a good job as the general manager and are able to protect the safety of the employees."
Chen Xuan nodded and said.
He came here for 2 things.
One was to inspect the acquired hotel and see if the hotel's executives were really capable of doing their job. The second was to have a meeting with the mayor.
At this moment, the scarred man seemed to have recovered some strength and got up from the ground in pain.
Then he said viciously, "How dare you hit me? Do you know what will happen if you offend me in Xiangcheng? Ha, what's the outcome? Why don't you ask around? My godfather is the local boss of Xiangcheng. Who in Xiangcheng dares not give me face?" Chapter 88. Are you threatening me?
Today, I'm going to let you know how powerful I am. If I don't make you crawl out of this hotel today, I won't be named Xia. After Xia Kuan finished speaking, he picked up the phone.
"Hello, is this Xiaohu? Hurry up and call all the brothers. The address is the Washington Hotel. Bring your dinner tools. Come quickly." "Thank you, master. I've hit a snag here." Chen Xuan looked at Xia Kuan in front of him with disdain.
He wondered why he kept running into these impulsive guys wherever he went. "I have already knocked you down, and you have already seen how powerful I and the 2 killers beside me are.
Why do you still want to ask others to die? Why do you still want to seek death? But it's better this way. He wants to see what the local tyrants in Xiangqing are like. It is precisely because of these local tyrants in Xiangqing that the people live so uncomfortably. But Zhao Lina, who was standing aside, didn't think the same way as Chen Xuan. She had lived in Xiangqing for many years. The smaller the city, the more difficult it was to deal with these local tyrants. They are good at dealing with both the black and white worlds. Even if you are rich and doing well outside, when you come to Xiangqing, you have to return to secular life. She said worriedly, Mr. Chen, this Xia Kuan is a well-known bully in Xiangqing, and the people he just called must be desperate criminals. We can't use force against these people, what if? It's okay, just watch the show from the side. Chen Xuan said confidently. At this moment, Chen Xuan already had a better idea. Because the time he had agreed with Mayor Lu was approaching, he didn't need to make himself famous, and he believed that someone would always come to deal with this group of bullies. Less than 5 minutes later, 2 vans arrived at the entrance of the Washington Hotel. More than 20 bad young men with short hair, chewing gum, wearing big gold chains around their necks and pierced ears got off the car. A group of them came to the lobby of the Grand Washington Hotel in a threatening manner. Some people even dragged large iron rods on the ground, making harsh noises. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 20 or so men came in arrogantly. One of them was dark-skinned, over 1.9 meters tall, full of fat, and looked ferociously at Chen Xuan and the others. This person was the little tiger that Xie Cohen had just mentioned. He came to Xie Cohen and asked, Brother Cohen, that bastard is tired of living and dares to challenge you. I will break his legs and hands right now and let him know who has the final say in Xiangqing. Yes, just put it in a sack, and then we brothers will use iron sticks to stew the meat. Just dig out his eyes, chop off his limbs, and throw him on the street, leaving him to suffer a fate worse than death. In a short while, more than 20 thugs mentioned many cruel ways of torturing people, making people suffer so much that they would rather die than live. At this moment, everyone was frightened and started whispering. You can't afford to mess with these hooligans. They don't know their place. Look at the tools they have. If they hit you with one blow, you'll be seriously injured if not killed. Just now they mentioned such a cruel way of torturing people. Many of us in Xiangqing don't dare to offend them. Remember, have you heard about what happened at the night market stall before? It was done by this gang of thugs. I know this. This gang of thugs asked the little girl sitting next to them to eat and drink with them. The little girl refused, so they tortured the little girl and the man and 2 women sitting next to her half to death. In the end, the police couldn't do anything because they had a godfather to take care of them. Yes. I heard that the last man and 2 women are still in the hospital. It seems that the most seriously injured one has become a vegetable. How pitiful. This group of people has black power. I heard that our boss is from Jiangcheng and has no power. What should we do? Yeah, I'm worried for our boss, and I'm also worried for myself. If we really get eaten alive by these people, then our hotel will be. Xia Kuan also heard the people around him talking, and he showed a contemptuous look, looking at Chen Xuan and said in a deep voice, Boy, there are so many of us here, we have to teach you a lesson today, otherwise you don't know who has the final say on Jiangqing's sky being low? On the other side, in the private room of the Washington Hotel, Mayor Lu was waiting anxiously. He paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Finally, he had waited too long, so he told Secretary Song beside him, Secretary Song, go to the hotel lobby to see if Mr. Chen Xuan has arrived? Upon hearing this, Secretary Song quickly opened the door and took the elevator to the hotel lobby. The moment the elevator door opened, Secretary Song was shocked by the previous scene. I saw more than 20 gangsters lying on the ground. The scene was in chaos. But one of them was a young man sitting upright, not showing any panic at all. Secretary Song was still muttering in his heart, it's okay for these little hooligans to cause trouble at ordinary times, but today, on such an important occasion, they actually caused trouble in the hotel. If that important person saw this, wouldn't he think that our Xiangqing city is in a mess? Will he still come to invest again? So he quickly went up to the person in charge of the hotel and asked, Manager Zhao, what's going on? When Manager Zhao saw that it was Secretary Song, he quickly explained, Secretary Song, this is what happened. These hooligans bullied our company's employees and were caught by our boss, so our boss saved her. As a result, this person actually called over 20 hooligans. They wanted to attack our boss and said they wanted to make our boss live a life worse than death. Our boss was just defending himself. Fortunately, it's all resolved now. Ha! Your boss? Isn't your boss Li Kuei? Why can't I see him?
Secretary Song observed everyone in the hall, but did not find Li Kuei.
Secretary Song, it's like this.
The owner of our hotel has changed. Now it is our CEO Chun Xuan who has acquired our hotel. Manager Zhao explained. When Secretary Song heard the name Chen Xuan, his heart skipped a beat.
Could the world be so small? Could this Chen Xuan be an important person?
Secretary Song carefully took out his phone and dialed Chen Xuan's number.
The young man with extraordinary temperament in the hall answered the phone. Secretary Song was completely stunned at this moment.
The young man in front of him turned out to be an important person. At this time, Xia Koan saw that the man with gold-rimmed glasses was Secretary Song.
His eyes lit up as if he saw hope.
Regardless of the pain all over his body, he climbed up from the ground and pointed at Chen Xuan's nose and said, "Secretary Song, it's you.
I'm Gao Qiqiang's godson. My name is Xia Koan. You have to make the decision for me."
It was this brat who knocked down more than 20 of us just now.
Secretary Song looked at Xia Koan angrily and kicked him.
Then he walked up to Chen Xuan, bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen.
I am Mayor Lu's secretary. You can just call me Secretary Song."
Without waiting for Chen Xuan to respond, Xia Koan walked up to him with a gloomy face and said, "Secretary Song, I am Gao Qiqiang's godson, and Gao Qiqiang is from Xiangcheng."
You decide what to do? Secretary Song pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said sternly, "Are you threatening me?" Chapter 89 Enemy? Xia Koan sneered and said, "I dare not. How dare I threaten Secretary Song? Then go and turn yourself in immediately. I will personally supervise this matter."
Secretary Song gritted his teeth and said,
"Secretary Song, I am Gao Qiqiang's godson. You actually asked me to turn myself in. Are you sure?
You should know that Gao Qiqiang is very powerful in Xiangcheng.
It is said that he was just a salesman selling mobile phones before.
By chance, he delivered a batch of goods for the big bosses and was favored by the big boss's woman.
After the big boss died, the big boss's woman followed Gao Qiqiang. He relied on the industry left by the big boss to become stronger and bigger step by step. Secretary Song didn't waste time talking to Xie Kuan.
Instead, he picked up his phone and asked the police to arrest the man.
After a while, people from the police station came and took the gangsters away. Xia Koan was taken away with his hands handcuffed, whistling provocatively. At this time, Secretary Song came over, forced an awkward smile on his face, and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Chen, our Mayor Lu is already in the private room, please come this way." "Okay, let's go."
Chen Xuan, Lan Ji and Feng Wang followed Secretary Song to a private room. When the door opened, a middle-aged man in his 50s was sitting there smoking. When he saw the door open and someone came in, he quickly put out his cigarette, stood up and stretched out his hand, saying, "This must be Mr. Chen Xuan. Hello, I'm Lu Ruidong." Chen Xuan shook Mayor Lu's hand, nodded and said, "Hello, Mayor Lu.
You don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat."
Then the two of them sat down, and Secretary Song and the twin killer bodyguards left the box and waited outside.
When all three of them left,
Mayor Lu then began to seriously look at the wealthy tycoon in front of him. "I didn't expect that he is so young and already has assets worth hundreds of billions." He casually said, "Mr. Chen, I will just get straight to the point and tell you what I think."
"Well, you say.
New energy is the hottest thing right now, so I plan to make new energy a pillar industry in Xiangcheng. The prerequisite is that we need your financial support, and Wanda Time City will settle in Xiangcheng to build a factory.
As a government, we will give strong support.
We will provide more favorable policy support and corresponding policy support in terms of taxation. I believe that if Wanda Time City builds a factory in Xiangcheng, it will attract more young people to return to their hometown to build."
Chen Xuan nodded.
He felt that Mayor Lu was quite visionary.
"Mayor Lu, I have many businesses in Zhengcheng.
I am considering building a branch in the center of Xiangcheng to create a brand new commercial CBD.
As a result, Xiangcheng will have more industries in all walks of life and a large flow of people."
Mayor Lu was very excited after hearing these words. If the dozen or so groups that Chen Xuan has in Zhangcheng were settled in Xiangcheng, then Xiangcheng would develop rapidly. With just one word and one decision from him, Xiangcheng, which was only a fifth-tier city, could become a new first-tier city within 5 years.
This would have been unthinkable in the past.
He quickly poured a glass of wine and said to Chen Xuan, "Mr. Chen, on behalf of the people of Xiangcheng, I thank you.
If it weren't for your action, I'm afraid our Xiangqing would have always been so backward.
You are a great benefactor of the development of our Xiangqing.
Chen Chuan waved his hand and said, Mayor Lu, let's not drink anymore. I think this matter needs to be implemented as soon as possible.
I will go back and hold a video conference with various group companies to implement this matter.
Mr. Chen, how about I give you a ride?
No need, Mayor Lu should go back to the meeting and announce this matter.
Let's leave it like this for now. Chen Chuan opened the door of the box and led Lan Ji and Feng Wang to the elevator.
After getting out of the elevator, he came to the lobby and said to Manager Zhao, Boss Zhao, the meal for Mayor Lu's table just now will be charged to me. Zhao Lina shook her head and said, Mr. Chen, Secretary Song has already paid the bill in advance. Chen Chuan nodded thoughtfully, and then he remembered that his classmates would be having a reunion in a few days, and it seemed that it would also be here.
So he casually asked, is there a person named Zhou Yang who has reserved a box?
Zhao Lina thought for a while and said, Mr. Chen, yes, you are talking about Director Zhou, the Deputy Director of the Taxation Bureau. He has booked a box for lunch this weekend, and the price is 300,000. But he said it was paid with official money.
I guess it was a work-related entertainment.
Then you should collect the invoices and other things and send them to the Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Chen Chuan smiled playfully, as if he was plotting something. He did not have any grudge against Zhang Kai, but he just heard that Zhang Kai actually treated his classmates to a meal and spent 300,000 yuan from public funds. Thinking about the incorruptible Mayor Lu just now, and then looking at this dandy Zhang Kai, there is no harm without comparison. The situation in Xiangqing is so grim now, but there are still some parasites who take public money and pretend to be cool.
Zhao Lina nodded and said, okay, Mr. Chen, I understand. I will do as you say. Well, that's good. There is one more thing.
You are still in charge of this hotel.
Just report the revenue and profit to me every month. The company's business model will remain the same. Okay, if there is nothing else, I will leave first.
After Chen Chuan finished speaking, he took Lan Ji and Feng Wang and left the Washington Hotel. Chen Chuan, who had just gotten into the car and was about to drive back to Kenjiling, received a call from a stranger at this moment.
Hello, who is it? Hello, Chen Chuan, long time no see.
A machine-synthesized voice came from the phone.
Hearing this voice, Chen Chuan was a little confused. Who is this person? So he sat up straight and asked, who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your woman is in my hands. Listen to her voice. Chen Chuan, save me, they beat me so badly, come and save me. There were cries for help and miserable shouts coming from the phone.
This person was none other than Lu Ruyan, who had cuckolded Chen Chuan.
So, do you want to save your woman? Ha, I think you guys are mistaken. I won't save her. You can do whatever you want to her. What does it have to do with me?
When Chen Chuan heard that it was Lu Ruyan, he hung up the phone immediately. This green tea bitch, don't even get involved with her.
But after a while, the phone rang again. Chen Chuan took a look and hung up. But the call came again. I hung up and the call came again. Chen Chuan had no choice but to answer it. Did you not hear me clearly?
I have already said that this woman has nothing to do with me.
If you want to kidnap her, it's up to you. There is no point in coming to me.
After Chen Chuan picked up the phone, he started talking rapidly.
Brother, save me.
When Chen Chuan heard this voice, his tone gradually turned cold. It turned out that during the time when Chen Chuan, Lan Ji and Feng Wang were not at home, these people actually kidnapped Chen Chuan's sister Chen Ling.
Don't be afraid, sister. I'll be here soon. Tell me, how much money do you want to let my sister go?
Chen Chuan forced himself to calm down. Our purpose is not to ask for money, we just want you to live a life worse than death.
Do we have any hatred? Who are you?
Chen Chuan heard that the kidnapper on the other end of the phone kidnapped his sister not for money, so did he have some grudge against him?
Chapter 90, that essay real gun. Tell me the location. Chen Chuan said coldly. I'll send you the location in a moment, provided you come alone and don't call the police.
Otherwise, if we find out, I guarantee that your sister and your lover will no longer be virgins.
Well, I'll go there alone. That's good. I will monitor you from behind. If I find you calling the police, be careful. Bite.
An address was sent to Chen Chuan's text message. It was an abandoned chemical factory in Xiangqing. There was no one within hundreds of miles. The criminals chose this place for one reason only: it was secretive, and even if they killed someone inside, it would be difficult to detect.
Okay, I'll be there right away.
After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
Phoenix, turn around and go to this abandoned chemical plant. Chen Xuan used his mobile phone for navigation. Okay, Brother Chen.
Feng Wan, who was driving in front, already knew the general situation, because she had listened to Chen Xuan's call just now. The car soon drove to an abandoned chemical plant. This chemical plant has been in a state of abandonment, with no one in sight. Chen Xuan did not get off the car in a hurry. Instead, he took out the two large black boxes that Lan Ji and Feng Huang had brought from the system warehouse. He then opened them and said to Lan Ji and Feng Huang, "Each of you take one thing from them.
We will need it in the battle later."
Lan Ji and Feng Huang looked at the two large black boxes they had brought with them that appeared out of nowhere in the car with some shock in their eyes. They then looked at Chen Xuan in front of them, wondering if he had some kind of high-level martial arts ability. The next second, Chen Xuan said, "Don't think too much, my skill is almost the same as your martial arts skills. Now that you have followed me for so long, you are mine, so there is no need for me to hide it from you anymore." Upon hearing this, Lan Ji and Feng Huang opened the box without giving it much thought. They were particularly excited because they had not seen the treasures in the box for a long time.
So the two men unceremoniously took out a gun from the box and put it on their waists. Brother Chen, I'm so excited now.
I haven't touched a gun for a long time. Lan Ji said, tilting her little head. I haven't touched the gun for a long time since Lan Ji and Feng Huang returned to China. Now that I can touch the gun that used to accompany me every day, I can't tell you how excited I am. I'll let you guys have your fun today. You must have been feeling suffocated from following me all this time.
Chen Xuan looked at Lan Ji and Feng Huang and said, Brother Chen, I can't wait any longer.
Lan Ji said excitedly.
Well, then you two follow me and follow my actions, okay?
Yes. Lan Ji and Feng Huang nodded in response. After saying that, Chen Xuan brought Lan Ji and Feng Huang in.
However, the abandoned chemical factory had 3 floors. They looked around but still didn't see a single figure.
So Chen Xuan took out his cell phone and called the unfamiliar number.
Hey, I'm here, where are you guys? Chen Xuan said coldly.
Mr. Chen is very punctual, but I'm not at the chemical plant now. There was still a robot synthesized voice on the other end of the phone.
Wait outside the chemical plant now. I'll send someone to pick you up.
The kidnapper did not show up, but sent someone to check whether Chen Xuan really came alone.
Okay, then send someone here quickly.
I don't have time to waste here with you guys.
Chen Xuan responded.
Chen Xuan didn't have to wait long before a masked man appeared in front of him. The masked man walked up to Chen Xuan, looked him up and down, then looked at the 2 beauties beside Chen Xuan, paused and said, Our master told you to come alone, why did you bring 2 women with you?
You are not following the rules. Tell my master now. The 2 women I brought with me are powerless. I don't think your master will pursue the matter. The masked man looked at the 2 twin women beside Chen Xuan again. Although the twin women were wearing clothes, their figures were perfect.
Their slender waists outlined a plump and full curve downwards, which made the younger brother's Adam's apple roll up and down.
A pair of lustful eyes stared at Lan Ji and Feng Huang.
Lan Ji and Feng Huang looked at this little brother coldly. If it weren't for Chen Xuan suppressing him, this little brother would have died in 100 ways already. You kid don't even know what kind of storm you are going to face, yet you bring 2 such beautiful girls with you.
Isn't this just adding extra food to our brother's meals?
When the master is done playing, it will be our brother's turn to play with them. If they are worn out, we will send them to Myanmar to have their kidneys cut off and their organs sold, so that he can make a fortune. The younger brother thought to himself. When he thought of this, he stopped reporting to his master. Thinking that these 2 women were there to add to his master's meal, he believed that his master would not blame him.
Come with me, it's just ahead.
The younger brother led the way forward. They took many twists and turns and arrived at the 3rd floor. As soon as I entered, I saw more than 20 men wearing black silk masks, each holding a weapon in his hand.
The little brother who was wearing the mask just now went straight into the inner room and called out their master.
Then a big fat man with a gold chain around his neck, a belly that looked like he was 8 months pregnant, about 1.6 meters tall and weighing about 160 kilograms, came out from the inner room.
Chen Xuan, you are finally here.
The other 20 or so people wearing black silk masks stared at the 2 beauties beside Chen Xuan with lustful eyes.
Who are you, and who told you to do this? Chen Chuan asked. Ha, you don't need to know this. You only need to know that your 2 legs will be on your body soon. Cherish the time you have standing up now. Oh? Are you not going to talk to me anymore? Where is my sister? I have to take a look, right? Or did you not catch my sister at all, and just used a changed voice to imitate my sister's voice to lure me in? Ah, Chen Chuan, you are so funny. Now that you are here, do you think you can leave now? Brothers, go ahead and break his legs. As for the 2 pretty girls next to him, you can have some fun with them after he's done having fun. When more than 20 younger brothers heard their master's words, they all wanted to end the fight quickly and enjoy the pleasure of having the beauty in their arms. Brothers, go ahead. Chen Chuan raised his right hand and made a gesture. What? Are you raising your hands to surrender? The leading man in black stockings and a mask laughed smugly. He thought that it must be these 20 or so strong men who scared the young man Chen Chuan. I'll make it less painful for you, he. The leading man in black silk stockings and a mask approached Chen Chuan. Suddenly, a black hole pointed at the temple of the man in black silk and mask. At this moment, the man in black silk stockings and mask quickly dropped the iron rod in his hand and raised his hands. My body was shaking like a sieve and my teeth were chattering. Brother, don't get excited, don't get excited. What a joke. The person on the other side is actually holding a real gun. Chapter 91 fainted. Chen Chuan and the twin sisters beside him were holding real guns, especially the twin sisters, each holding 2 guns, just like the old lady with 2 guns in the movie. Then he looked at what he was holding in his hands, which were all iron rods and other things. If we really fight with the other party, we will be beaten into a sieve. So how can they fight against others with these weapons? Although there are only 3 of them, their weapons alone are extremely powerful. Then the man in black silk stockings and mask who was leading the group quickly knelt down. Brother Chen, just treat us like farts and let us go. The masked man with black stockings wanted to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, but the black hole was pointing at his forehead. He could only stare at Chen Chuan's face motionlessly. He couldn't act rashly, fearing that Lan Ji's gun would go off accidentally, and he would get a hole in his forehead. Chen Chuan ignored him and winked at Feng Huang beside him. Feng Huang immediately understood what he meant and stepped forward to pull off the black silk mask. Sure enough, a familiar face showed up, his eyes were full of flattery and panic. It's you! You said my sister is there, but where is that Lu Ruyan? At this time, 2 people came out from the inner room. They had something stuffed in their mouths and could not make any sound. Chen Chuan stepped forward and took the things out of their mouths. At this moment, Lu Ruyan stepped forward and said, Chen Chuan, save me. It's all him. He caught me and knocked me out. Chen Chuan took a gun and shot at his younger brother who was about to escape. With a plop, the masked man in black stockings lay straight down. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. 3 minutes later, everyone slowly began to react. You killed someone. The other brothers looked at Chen Chuan in astonishment, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. You should know that in China, carrying a gun is illegal, and killing someone with a gun is punishable by death. Chen Chuan and others actually dared to kill people. Brother Chen, how do we deal with Lu Ruyan? Lan Ji looked at Lu Ruyan with a fierce look on her face. Her legs were shaking constantly, and a stream of yellow liquid flowed down her thighs and onto the ground. Chen Chuan, please let me go. I know I was wrong. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will do anything you want me to do. Chen Chuan looked at the humble Lu Ruyan, saw the urine on the ground and smelled a foul odor, then pinched his nose in disgust. How dare you come to me and try to take my legs with your limited abilities? Chen Chuan lit a cigarette and spoke calmly. How dare you kill someone? Do you know that killing someone is against the law? This person was Li Jianming, he said tremblingly. Seeing this, Chen Chuan walked over and slapped him in the face. Pa 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 pa. The slap directly smashed Li Jianming's face into pieces. At this moment, Li Jianming's face was pale and his eyes were dull. He did not react at all and allowed Chen Chuan to slap him in the face. He had already been frightened by Lan Ji's shot. Chen Chuan walked in front of Lu Ruyan again. I've let you go many times. We no longer have any connection. Why did you come here to die? Chen Chuan, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I see that you don't just know that you are wrong, but you also know that you are going to die, so you beg for mercy. Chen Chuan said sternly. No, it's not like that. It was Li Jianming.
He sent someone to wait in ambush at your house. I went to get back together with you that day, but after you left, I was drugged.
I'm really innocent.
Please forgive me. Please, since we've been together for 3 years, please forgive me.
Lu Ruyan told her story and begged for forgiveness, crying. But how could Chen Chuan forgive her?
His voice sounded like a demon crawling out of hell, or like a poisonous snake, slowly devouring Lu Ruyan's heart and destroying her mind.
Why do you always seek death? Chen Chuan, I was really forced to do this. I was forced by them. I had no choice. Otherwise, they would have gang raped me. I had no choice. When you threatened me with my family, did you ever think about what would happen to you now?
Chen Chuan looked coldly at Lu Ruyan in front of him and said with sharp eyes.
Chen Chuan, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me?
For the sake of our 3 years of relationship, please forgive me.
Get lost. Chen Chuan kicked Lu Ruyan directly.
Don't show up in front of me, it's dirtying my eyes.
Chen Chuan ignored Lu Ruyan and looked at Li Jianming and said, I have no grudge against you, are you here to die? You, what are you going to do? Killing people is against the law. Are you going to kill me? Ha, didn't you say you wanted to take my legs? I'm in front of you now, why don't you do it?
Chen Chuan stood in front of Li Jianming. Li Jianming didn't dare to take any action at this time, he just knelt down on the spot.
Brother Chen, please don't kill me. I was just impulsive. I was bewildered by the devil. Take off your clothes. Chen Chuan said.
Li Jianming looked at Chen Chuan in disbelief and was silent for a long time.
I told you to take it off, so hurry up and take it off. What are you still standing there for?
At this moment, Li Jianming mustered up his courage and said, I'll take it off, I'll take it off. After taking off his shirt and preparing to take off his pants, he was suddenly stopped by Chen Chuan.
What are you doing? Didn't you ask me to take off my clothes? In order to survive, Li Jianming was ready to have his anus fucked. He wondered if Chen Chuan had any special hobbies.
But when Chen Chuan asked him to stop, he felt relieved. Fortunately, the chrysanthemum was saved. When Chen Chuan turned his back to him, he and several other brothers looked at each other and prepared for a sneak attack. At this moment, Chen Chuan happened to see this scene on the broken glass on the wall of the chemical plant, and he quickly dealt with the younger brothers who were preparing for a sneak attack. I saw Chen Chuan sweeping the area with 2 guns.
More than 20 little brothers have already shot half of them to death. Lan Ji and Feng Huang were also shooting back to back.
Soon all the younger brothers died, leaving only Li Jianming and Lu Ruyan alive.
The scene was in chaos and Lu Ruyan screamed in fright. Aya.
What she never expected was that Chen Chuan, with whom she had been together for 3 years, was so strong at this moment that she almost didn't recognize him. He has now become so cruel and decisive, killing so many people without even blinking an eye. When Li Jianming saw that more than 20 assassins he had hired were killed, he didn't have time to think about it and stood up and wanted to run. But no matter how fast he ran, he was not as fast as the gun. Chen Chuan shot and hit the man's leg directly. The man was running with a limp.
I told you to stop. If you run again, you'll die.
When the man heard Chen Chuan scolding, he stopped immediately. Lan Ji stepped forward and hit him on the head with the butt of the gun.
Ah! The man was knocked unconscious. Chapter 92. The bullet is loaded. Brother Chen, do you want to wake him up?
Lan Ji asked as she looked at Li Jianming, who had fainted in front of her.
She carried Li Jianming in front of Chen Chuan like a dead dog. At the same time, Lu Ruyan was also pulled over.
Lu Ruyan looked at the unconscious Li Jianming and the corpses all over the ground. She couldn't help but feel fear in her heart. She knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically, her body trembling. Chen Chuan watched this scene, indifferent.
Wake him up, Chen Chuan said to Lan Ji.
Lan Ji took out a long black strip from her pocket, and when she spread it out, she saw that it was full of silver needles, some long and some short. She took out a 10-centimeter long silver needle and pierced it directly into Li Jianming's index finger.
At this time, Li Jianming woke up from his coma and screamed loudly, "It hurts, it hurts." Chen Chuan watched Li Jianming wake up, walked up to him, pulled his collar and asked, "Why did you provoke me?" "There were only some minor frictions between us. Afterwards, I didn't come after you, so I let you off the hook. You lost face at Wana Mall, and you hired someone to break my legs. Aren't you courting death? Your father has already investigated who I am and didn't provoke me,
But you didn't listen to your father and still came to provoke me.
Brother Chen, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. Li Jianming kept kowtowing and said.
No, you didn't know you were wrong. You just admitted you were a coward because you knew you were going to die.
Chen Xuan said calmly. Brother Chen, I really know I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I will do anything you ask of me.
If you let me go, I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Li Jianming said with fear and trepidation. Especially since Lan Ji had just shot him, he was so scared that he peed. There was no more energy left in his body, otherwise he would have peed again.
Do you think I will let you go?
If I let you go, you will go out and tell the police that I killed someone. Your fate was doomed from the moment I killed the first person.
No, Brother Chen, I won't tell anyone. You have to believe me. Li Jianming patted his chest and made the promise. Ha, do you think I will believe you?
Even if you are stubborn, I can't trust you more than a dead person, because only the dead will keep their mouths shut forever and keep secrets.
Brother Chen, how about this?
You break my legs too, and I'll let you vent your anger, how about that?
After interrupting, can you just let me go? I'm out of the country, I'm definitely not a threat to you. Besides, you have a gun on you, how can I risk my life and property to call the police?
Chen Xuan smiled playfully and picked up the iron rod on the ground.
He held the iron rod in his hand and kept hitting it.
The sound of the iron rod hitting Li Jianming directly hit his heart. He now felt as if he already knew that his legs were about to be lost, but the knife was still coming hesitantly. He felt very uncomfortable and thought it would be better to come faster.
Hurry up, hit me!
Li Jianming screamed in despair.
Bang, bang, bang. Chen Xuan hit him on the knee with a stick. Half a second later, Li Jianming let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ay-ah-ay-ah-wah.
Li Jianming was seen rolling on the ground in pain, screaming non-stop. As Lu Rian watched Li Jianming being tortured so badly, her fear increased a little more, and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, because she knew that after Li Jianming finished torturing her, she would be the next one. You have to know that Chen Xuan was hit with an iron rod, and his left knee was directly shattered.
Li Jianming's screams echoed throughout the chemical plant. Are you done shouting? Where's the other leg?
Chen Xuan said this with 3 parts of coldness and 7 parts of sarcasm.
Li Jianming had already greeted Chen Xuan's 8 generations of ancestors in his heart.
But when he thought about staying alive, he could only stretch out his other leg. At this time, Chen Xuan raised the iron rod and hung it in the air. Li Jianming closed his eyes tightly, and kept comforting himself in his heart that if he endured this blow, his life would be saved, and it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge.
But after a long time, the stick still didn't come down.
At this moment, Li Jianming was still wondering if he had too much inner struggle and time was passing too slowly.
Should he wait a little longer? After 5 minutes, I still didn't feel any pain in the other leg.
At this time, Li Jianming had no choice but to open his eyes and look at Chen Xuan. It seemed that Chen Xuan had no intention of taking action.
What do you mean? You agreed to hit the other leg, why didn't you hit it?
Li Jianming endured the pain and asked the question in his heart.
Hee, it hurts just looking at you, so? Chen Xuan deliberately said half and kept the other half. At this moment, Li Jianming was overjoyed and asked excitedly, are you ready to let me go? I couldn't help thinking to myself, that's great. I can keep one leg and walk again. I can just go abroad and get a prosthesis.
Just when Li Jianming was thinking about what to do in the future, Chen Xuan suddenly spoke.
No, what I mean is, I don't want to hit your other leg now, so you still have an extra leg, and you will still die in the end.
Chen Xuan's words instantly extinguished the raging fire in Li Jianming's heart that had just been ignited and his readiness to face the future. At this moment, he felt very cold in his heart.
Chen Xuan, why don't you keep your word? What do you mean by doing half of the work and leaving the other half? Didn't you say you would let me go after I crippled my 2 legs? What do you mean by this now? How could I go back on my word?
At first I said I would let you go only if you broke both of your legs, but you only lost 1 leg, so I still can't let you go.
Brother Chen, please break my second leg quickly, I beg you, please do it quickly, I am not miserable, you can see I am still very happy, please hit me quickly, please. Li Jianming has gone crazy now. His only thought at this moment is to stay alive. What does losing his 2 legs matter? But how could Chen Xuan let him go so easily?
He had seen Chen Xuan kill so many people.
Only the dead will keep secrets forever.
The living have 800 minds, and who knows what they will be thinking next moment. But I saw you screaming so miserably, I couldn't bear it.
It's okay. It doesn't hurt.
I promise I won't scream when you hit my other leg later.
But I just can't stand such bloody scenes.
Lan Ji, take him to the next room. Chen Xuan stared at Li Jianming grimly and said, his eyes were so cold that Li Jianming's body trembled.
Yes, Brother Chen.
After receiving the order, Lan Ji dragged Li Jianming to another room like a dead dog. Li Jianming struggled desperately, but one of his legs was broken.
How could he possibly break free from Lan Ji's power? He was shouting desperately, Chen Xuan, you little bastard, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost, I will kill you. All I heard was a bang sound coming from another room. Chapter 93 Lu Ruyan is dead. A gunshot was heard from another room, and Li Jianming's voice stopped abruptly. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was so frightened that she fainted. Brother Chen, what should we do with her?
Lan Ji said as she looked at Lu Ruyan who had fainted on the ground.
Try to wake her up. Chen Xuan took a look and said. Okay, Brother Chen. Lan Ji took out a sharp knife from her pocket and stabbed it directly into Lu Ruyan's left leg. Ah!
Lu Ruyan woke up with a groan of pain.
Are you awake? Chen Xuan asked as he approached. Lu Ruyan looked at the scene blankly, and then said, don't kill me, I have money, I will give it all to you.
Her unusual reaction made Chen Xuan a little puzzled.
Brother Chen, this woman seems to be crazy. Lan Ji spoke up. Crazy? Is she crazy? Chen Xuan asked in disbelief. Yes, I guess he was crazy.
He might have been scared by himself, and then he went crazy. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's hands were shaking, and she spoke incoherently, I have money, I have a lot of money, I'll give it all to you, okay? I saw people being killed, so many people were killed, they all died, I'm going to die too, woo.
Chen Xuan waved his hand in front of her and said, do you know me? I know you, you are Chen Xuan, you are my bootlicker, you are a fish in my pond, I can use you however I want, You are a poor loser. Even though you pursue me closely, I am a gold digger, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh, my head hurts, my head hurts.
Lu Ruyan squatted on the ground with her head in her hands, hitting her head.
Brother Chen, what should we do with this woman?
She keeps saying murder, murder.
Just kill her. We can't keep her alive. Bang.
Lan Ji dealt with her in person. At this moment, Chen Xuan took out a cigarette and started smoking. Looking at Lu Ruyan's already cold body, the complicated thoughts in his heart were difficult to control. After all, she and Chen Xuan have been together for 3 years, although Chen Xuan is like a dog and listens to her in everything. But when a person dies, even if there is hatred, it will eventually disappear at the moment of death. After smoking, Chen Xuan took out a fast-dissolving potion, an interference potion and a purification potion from the system warehouse. I just looked around the chemical plant and found a pool behind the plant.
Let's throw the bodies into the pool.
Then use the quick dissolving agent to dissolve them all, and then pour the interference agent into it. This way, their identities will never be discovered again.
Finally, pour the purification agent into the pool.
This way, the pool will be clean and the corpses will disappear without a trace. After you've dealt with the body, clean up the scene.
I don't need to teach you about fingerprints, bloodstains, etc. You're professional killers, so you should know what to do next better than I do. Okay, Brother Chen. Lan Ji and Feng Huang both nodded. When Chen Ling was brought out from another room, she had already been sent to the car by Chen Xuan. He didn't want his sister to see what happened next. Go. Chen Xuan said with a wave of his hand. Lan Ji and Feng Huang threw the corpses into the pool as instructed by Chen Xuan, and then put the potions in the order Chen Xuan said. Soon, the medicine took effect, and after a while, all the corpses floating in the pool disappeared without a trace. To ensure that there is no human touch on the scene, Lan Ji poured the potions on the ground, and after a while, there was no trace left on the field. To be on the safe side, Feng Huang checked it again, and only after making sure that everything was foolproof did she return to Chen Xuan to report everything to him. Brother Chen, it has been completely dealt with. Okay, let's go. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he took Lan Ji and Feng Huang into the car. They returned to Kenjialing together. Just as he was opening the gate of the yard, Chen Xuan heard intermittent noises behind him. Turning around, he saw 2 gangster-looking men squatting outside the Chen family's yard. Come out. Chen Xuan said coldly. Master Chen is really amazing. We were discovered even though we hid so deeply. A man with a cigarette in his mouth said in a flattering manner. Tell me, who sent you here? Why are you squatting outside our yard? Our brother Gao invites you to be his guest. What if I don't go? Boy, I just called you young Master Chen to give you face. Don't be shameless. Do you know who our brother Gao is? He is the king of Xiangcheng. What qualifications do you have? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a thin and shrewd man beside him. Xiaohu, step back. The thin and shrewd man raised a sinister smile on his face. Mr. Lin, our brother Gao has investigated you. Although you have many businesses in Jiangcheng, this is Xiangcheng, which is our brother Gao's territory. Brother Gao asked me to tell you something. He has prepared a banquet in his private villa and invites you to come. What if I refuse to go? What if I insist on inviting Master Chen to the banquet? At this moment, the man with the cigarette in his mouth spit out the cigarette, took the long knife in his hand and prepared to take action. The thin man at the side said, Xiaohu, we are only kidnapping people. Brother Gao has ordered that no one should be hurt. That's what you say, but swords have no eyes. Who knows if it will hurt? The two men looked at each other and prepared to swing their swords. Chen Xuan stood still with his arms folded. Brother Chen, stand back and watch how we deal with them. Yo, these two girls are pretty, but they are so arrogant. The two men apparently didn't realize that these two girls were beyond their reach. There was a flash of swords and sabers. Lan Ji and Feng Feng were so fast that they kicked the two of them directly under their feet. Before they could react, they were already curled up on the ground and couldn't get up. How dare you be so rude to me, Brother Chen? Prepare to die. Lan Ji, don't beat him to death, just beat him up to make yourself feel better. When Lan Ji heard Chen Xuan's order, she put away her violent fists and kicked instead. Two men were screaming on the ground. Go back and tell your boss that I, Chen Xuan, am not someone you can easily mess with. If he wants revenge, just look for me. Yes. The two men replied tremblingly, then disappeared quickly. After the two left, Chen Xuan said to Lan Ji and Feng Feng, find this so-called brother Gao and give him a warning. It would be best if he could be shocked. Brother Chen, what do you mean? Don't kill him, but make him live a life worse than death. Right. Okay, Brother Chen, let's go now. Chapter 94, even if you are rich, you still have distant relatives in the mountains. Before Chen Xuan entered the house, the phone rang. Chen Xuan, your uncle and aunt are here. Dad, why are they here? Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes. Chen Jiangwo said hesitantly. Dad, why didn't I know that I had a second uncle and a second aunt? Chen Xuan, that's all in the past. Don't keep holding a grudge against me. Chen Jiangwo said helplessly. Chen Xuan recalled the past. He not only has a second uncle and two aunts, but also a third uncle and three aunts, and a younger aunt. My father, Chen Jiangwo, is the first in the family. The second is Chen Weigua. The third is Chen Bagua. The fourth one is his aunt, Chen Xiuqin. The age difference between the four siblings is not big. The youngest sister is already in her 40s. However, in Chen Xuan's mind, he never regarded the other party as his own relative. If you ask Chen Xuan who he hates the most, there probably isn't one, but if you ask who he dislikes the most, it must be these three families. At this moment, the past events emerged in Chen Xuan's mind, and Chen Xuan's face became more and more gloomy. Chen Xuan did not go into the house, but stood outside. What a beautiful car! How much does it cost? Two of them. A middle-aged woman was walking around in the yard, her eyes darting around in circles, thinking about something. It was unclear whether the expression on her face was jealousy or envy. This woman is Wang Juhua, the wife of Chen Weigua and also the second aunt of Chen Xuan. Brother, you guys are such a fool. You made a fortune but didn't even bother to inform us and ask us to come and join in the fun. What a joke. What's your relationship with us? Why should I tell you this? I'm afraid you'll come here in the middle of the night and cause trouble. Chen Shui sat on the sofa and talked lazily. Chen Shui, how can you talk to your second aunt like this? Besides, your father and I are brothers. You guys are rich now, how could I possibly sabotage you? Please don't think so badly of your second uncle, okay? Please don't say you are my father's biological brother. I have never seen a biological brother behave like this. He is worse than a neighbor. Are you worthy of being my father's biological brother? Who are you scolding, you little bastard? Do you have an elder like me in your heart? How dare you talk like that? Chen Weigui roared angrily. Chen Shui stood up from the sofa. Do you really think you are an elder? Are you worthy?
At this moment, Chen Weigui was shaking with anger.
At this time, Chen Jiangwo walked up to Chen Shui and said, "Say less. Brother, is this how you educate your son? Now he dares to treat his second uncle like this. What will happen in the future? Don't you remember what our father said?
Filial piety comes first among all virtues, and this little bastard actually dares to ride on his second uncle's head." Wang Juhua on the side added fuel to the fire. At this moment, Chen Shui wanted to go up and punch Wang Juhua twice, especially when he heard her call her a little bastard.
Chen Jiangwo shook his head helplessly.
You know, he was really disappointed with his brothers and sisters.
Brother, you and Weigui are brothers. It's been many years since our parents' incident. Don't keep the seeds of hatred in your heart. Those grudges are in the past. Are we going to stop communicating like this forever?
Chen Shui could no longer bear it.
He clenched his fists and said, "Wang Juhua, how can you say such disgusting words? When others hear it, they think you are very righteous. Have you forgotten how you treated my parents in the past?"
Suddenly Ma Shimei came out from the kitchen. "Chen Shui, stop talking."
"Mom, don't you remember how they treated you? I want to beat him up when I think about this now. I can't help but want to use roughness on him.
I have never seen such a cold-hearted person."
"That's enough. Stop talking."
Chen Jiangwo slammed the table with his hand, which scared Wang Juhua and Chen Weigui, who were about to continue to argue.
"Chen Shui, stop talking.
These things are our adults' business and have nothing to do with you.
If you are bored, just take out the garbage at home. There are only 2 pieces of trash in the house. I'll sweep them out right now."
Chen Shui was seen holding a broom, preparing to sweep Chen Weigui and Wang Juhua out.
"Chen Shui, what are you doing again?" Chen Jiangwo roared again.
Chen Shui could only leave angrily. As soon as I went out, I saw Chen Chuan standing outside.
"Brother, why are you back?" Chen Shui shouted. "Sister, why are you here too?"
When Chen Weigui and Wang Juhua saw Chen Chuan coming back, they quickly stood up to greet him.
"Chen Chuan, you're back, come in quickly. Why do I doubt that this is not my home, but your home?"
At this moment, Wang Juhua's smile was frozen in half.
"Of course this is your home. Second aunt heard that you are now rich, and I am happy for you from the bottom of my heart. It's been so many years, why don't you go to second aunt's house and have a visit?" "Ha, second aunt's threshold is too high. I'm afraid I can't get over it." "What are you talking about? We can't wait to welcome you back now. Next time you come, call your uncle and we'll greet you at the door." "What are you doing here?"
At this moment, Wang Juhua and Chen Jiangwo looked at each other. Then Wang Juhua said, "It's Chinese New Year now, so I came to see my brother and sister-in-law. After all, I haven't seen them for several years, and I still miss them a little."
"Yeah?" Chen Chuan asked. "Now that we have seen it, please go back. Chen Chuan, you really know how to joke."
At this moment, Chen Weigui wanted to ease the atmosphere, so he took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan did not take it, but took out a soft phone from his pocket and threw it on the coffee table. Chen Weigui knew what Chen Chuan meant, but he put away his cigarette with a red face.
So Wang Juhua took out 2 bottles of low-quality wine and brought them over. Chen Chuan took a glance. "These things add up to less than 100, right? The gift is small but the sentiment is great. Your second uncle and I are farming in the countryside and we don't make much money.
And you also know that Qingdong is getting married soon, so please don't despise these gifts." Chen Chuan didn't care about the small amount he gave, but he felt that Wang Juhua and Chen Weigui came to his house at this moment because they must want his help with something.
"Just tell me, what exactly do you want to do here?"
"That." Wang Juhua gritted her teeth and said, "Didn't I just say that my Qingdong is getting married soon, and the woman wants a dowry of 200,000 yuan? Your uncle and I don't have much money, so we want to borrow some from you."
"How much?" 1 million.
On the other hand, after Lan Ji and Feng Wan left, they went to Gao Qiqiang's house.
In the Xiangqing villa, a man in a suit was sitting on the sofa with a cigar in his mouth.
His eyes were deep and fierce. In front of him stood 2 men, with their heads hung and shaking constantly.
"Brother Gao, this is the situation. The two women around Chen Xuan are too powerful. We are no match for them. Chapter 95: A shocking threat to Gao Qiqiang. The man sitting on the sofa is the king of Xiangqing, the great hero Gao Qiqiang. He has been in the underworld for a long time, and has developed a habit of making everyone listen to him. He was ruthless and cruel, and everyone was afraid of him. But when he reached middle age, he wanted to return to the right path. However, he had too many people under him and they were too diverse, so he could no longer control them. Moreover, he would not report to him any mistakes made by his subordinates. He learned that one of his men named Xie Koan seemed to have offended a young man named Chen Xuan at the Washington Hotel. And this young man seemed to be the mayor's guest of honor, so he asked his two younger brothers to politely invite Chen Xuan to his home. One is to understand Chen Xuan's situation, and the other is to make friends. I asked you to invite someone, so be polite, okay? How did it turn out like this? Gao Qiqiang said calmly. There was no expression on his face at this moment, but people who knew him well knew that when this person was really angry, he would often be calm the second before and would not fly into a rage. And this is just the calm before the storm. Brother Gao, we originally wanted to have a good talk with that guy, but he was the first to start. Gao Qiqiang waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I was too careless this time. I still need to think about this matter carefully." Only at this moment did the two younger brothers breathe a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. Okay, you guys go down. After the two men left, a charming woman in white sexy gauze pajamas came down from the second floor. She has delicate makeup on her face, long hair like a waterfall, a cherry mouth, fair and smooth skin exposed, and a pair of straight and slender legs that make people unable to stop looking at it. When Gao Qiqiang saw this beautiful young woman who looked like a fairy from heaven, he couldn't take his eyes away. His originally gloomy face instantly became gentle and elegant. And this woman was none other than Gao Qiqiang's wife Du Mingyue. He stepped forward and hugged Du Mingyue's waist, his big hands greedily searching for something on her chest. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and he whispered, "Mingyue, was the noise too loud just now and woke you up?" Du Mingyue smiled charmingly and said in a delicate voice, "Brother Gao, it's getting late now, I want to." "Well, I'll give you." Gao Qiqiang picked up Du Mingyue and walked towards the bedroom. In addition to admiration for this woman, he also felt gratitude. If it weren't for Du Mingyue, he wouldn't be where he is today. When they entered the bedroom, they didn't know that two figures had been quietly observing everything in the dark. "Sister, when are we going to start?" "Shoo, don't make any noise." Brother Chen said that we just need to cheer up Gao Qiqiang's soul. At this moment, Gao Qiqiang was pressing on Du Mingyue, saying touching words, "Mingyue, you are still so beautiful that my heart is fluttering." Du Mingyue, lying on the bed, blushed with shame as she indulged herself in what Gao Qiqiang was giving her. Then at this moment, her blurry eyes suddenly saw four eyes in the corner looking at her, which made her tremble. "Mingyue, what's wrong? Am I too rough and are you hurt?" "No, Brother Gao, behind you." Du Mingyue pointed in that direction in horror. Gao Qiqiang's face changed drastically, and he immediately realized something was wrong. He jumped to the bedside and took out a gun. As the boss of Xiangqing's underworld, how could he not have weapons for self-defense? I have to admit that he moved very quickly. It took him almost 3 seconds to get the gun. But Lan Ji and Feng Huang are faster. The moment Gao Qiqiang got the gun, Lan Ji used a weapon made of her ring and necklace to hit Chen Xuan's left arm. The gun in his hand was directly smashed 10 meters away. Phoenix then took his gun. The powerful impact directly dislocated his hand. He was first frightened, then confused, and finally calmed down. "Who the hell are you? How dare you barge in? Do you know that as soon as I make a sound, 100 bodyguards will rush in from outside the door? It's easy for you to come in, but it's not so easy to leave. Tell me, what is the purpose of your coming here?" "Sister, do it." Lan Ji and Feng Huang smiled at each other, then turned into two after images. Lan Ji directly lifted Gao Qiqiang, just like lifting a human puppet, without any effort at all. Feng Huang directly lifted the quilt and tied Du Mingyue's hands. Du Mingyue was naked at the moment. She said in panic, What are you going to do?" Gao Qiqiang saw that his woman was tied up and shouted, "What are you going to do? Come to me if you have anything to say. Don't hurt my Mingyue." In Gao Qiqiang's mind, Du Mingyue is more important than his own life. No one can defend her position, and he gives her all his favor. Lanji felt that Gao Qiqiang was a bit noisy, so she took off the black stockings on her legs and stuffed them into Gao Qiqiang's mouth.
Then he said in a cold voice, "You should be thankful that our brother Chen didn't take your life directly." Gao Qishan was still saying something, but it was no longer clear what he wanted to express. You have to know that since he started the company, he has always been the superior one and has never been treated humiliatingly like this. Besides, his beloved woman is in the hands of others and he has no control over her.
It's very uncomfortable.
At this moment, Lanji took out a scimitar from her waist, waved it in her hand, and then slowly approached Du Mingyue.
What a charming face you have. If there were a few more scars, wouldn't it be flawed? If there were flaws, would your brother Gao still love you? It doesn't matter. If you turn off the lights, you won't be able to see anything. Ha ha ha.
Where should I start?
The left or the right side of the face? Should I draw a rose or a peony?
My painting skills are not good.
If I get scratched, you can't blame me. Ha 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 ha.
Du Mingyue's body trembled violently when she heard that. She slowly moved back, but Lanji was also slowly approaching.
Then Lanji said, "What can I do? I just can't stand your charming face. Let me cut it. I can't bear it, huh?"
Looking at Lanji's pretending to be perverted face, Du Mingyue was completely scared at this moment, and she had collapsed mentally. But thinking that if he could let her scratch his face and then let his brother Gao go, he would also be responsible, so he bent his knees and knelt on the ground.
He begged bitterly, "You can do whatever you want to me, but you can't do anything to my brother Gao. Please let him go. I beg you."
Great, 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 what a touching couple.
Lanji clapped her hands.
But, Brother Chen also said that he would teach you a lesson. Lanji was seen holding a cold scimitar and slashing it across Du Mingyue's charming face.
Seeing this scene, Gao Qishan fainted directly.
When he woke up again, he was lying in bed safe and sound.
But he found Du Mingyue on the bed. Chapter 96, Things Between Two Men.
But when he looked at the bed again, there was no figure. He looked around, but there was no trace of Du Mingyue, nor the two women. He quickly got out of bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes and socks, and shouted, "Mingyue, Mingyue, where are you?" The next second, Yi Mingyue rushed over from the first floor and hurriedly grabbed Gao Qichang's hand. "Brother Gao, I'm here. I just went to the kitchen on the first floor to make some soup for you. You haven't woken up yet, so I thought you have diabetes, so you must eat something when you wake up."
Gao Qichang didn't bother to listen to Yi Mingyue's explanation.
Instead, he looked at her face and checked her body to see if there was anything unusual.
"They didn't hurt you?"
He looked her up and down, and seeing that Yi Mingyue was not seriously injured, he directly took her into his arms. He held her tightly, as if he had lost her and found her again. He felt the warmth of the woman in his arms, and he held her tighter, for he was afraid that if he let go, she would be gone.
"Brother Gao, I'm fine. After you fainted, they left and didn't hurt me."
At this moment, Gao Qichang's face was filled with anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his hands were clearly visible. He murmured, "I have never been insulted like this.
The feud with Chen Chuan is settled."
Du Mingyue looked at Gao Qichang's bulging veins and consoled him, "Brother Gao, you can't be angry, otherwise you will get angry and your blood pressure will go up. Otherwise, let's just forget about it. This Chen Chuan doesn't look like someone who is easy to mess with. Besides, Shangqing has now set up a special task force to eliminate gangsters and evil, so we should keep a low profile during this period."
Forget it? How could Gao Qichang just let it go?
You must know that since Gao Qichang became the king of Shangqing, everyone has been worshipping him as the superior and no one dares to offend him. Besides, even if the task force came now, he would not be afraid. He had already established connections with the provincial departments above. He had people above him, so he didn't have to be afraid even if he committed something wrong. Because we are all grasshoppers on the same rope.
Du Mingyue also knew Gao Qichang's character. He would definitely not let it go after suffering such a great humiliation today.
She did not try to persuade him, but her eyes revealed worry. Gao Qichang saw Du Mingyue's worried face, so he stepped forward to comfort her. "Mingyue, you don't have to worry about me.
This is a matter between us men. Now Chen Chuan dares to send two yellow-haired girls to intimidate me in my territory.
I will let him see how powerful I am." Du Mingyue didn't say anything else because she knew that no matter how she tried to persuade him, he would not be able to change his mind. However, she was still worried because the so-called Chen Chuan was not so easy to mess with. On the other side, Chen Chuan's uncle and aunt had not left yet.
They are still shamelessly asking Chen Chuan to borrow money.
It was clear that his cousin needed a dowry of 200,000 yuan for his marriage, but Wang Juhua actually asked Chen Chuan to borrow 1 million yuan.
So Chen Chuan asked Chen Jiangwo, who was standing beside him, "Dad, do you think I should lend them this money?"
At this time, Chen Jiangwo replied in a muffled voice, "You can decide on your own money.
You don't need to ask for my opinion. If you want to lend it, lend it. If you don't want to lend it, don't lend it. This is your freedom. I can't make the decision." After receiving his father's reply, Chen Chuan nodded.
At this moment, Wang Juhua thought there was hope, and said to Chen Chuan with a smile on her face, "Chen Chuan, please help us." Chen Chuan felt sick instantly when he saw Wang Juhua's smiling face. Her former mean face flashed before Chen Chuan's eyes, still vivid in his mind.
"Aunt, you want to borrow 1 million from me. This amount of money is not a lot for me, but why shouldn't I lend it to you? How about you kowtow to me and I will consider lending it to you? How about that?"
When Wang Juhua heard this, her smile froze, and Chen Weigua next to her had an even gloomier face.
Chen Jiangwo, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at Chen Chuan in disbelief.
He had never thought that Chen Chuan would say such a thing.
"Chen Chuan, are you going too far? We are your elders after all. Do you think you can bear it if you ask an elder to kneel down in front of you? Why, do you feel uncomfortable? When my mother went to you to borrow money, what did your wife say to my mother?"
I want to ask, at that time, she asked her sister-in-law to kneel down for her.
Could she, as the sister-in-law, bear it? After hearing this, Wang Juhua and Chen Weigua looked gloomy.
But Chen Chuan did not stop talking, but took advantage of his anger to speak out directly.
"My grandfather doted on you, his second son, the most. He gave you everything, even his ancestral home.
You also sucked all his savings dry.
But when Grandpa passed away, you were not even willing to pay for a tombstone? At that time, my dad said a few words to you about Grandpa's matter, but you actually went to the kitchen with a kitchen knife and wanted to chop my dad. Why didn't you think of the elders and juniors at that time?
And your wife Wang Juhua actually came to our house to mourn on New Year's Eve and even tried to commit suicide in my house. You guys are willing to do whatever it takes to seize my grandfather's ancestral home and savings.
You would rather bear the infamy than not take over. My parents are honest and kind. Do people who are honest deserve to be bullied?
For what you did over the years, our family has never owed you anything.
How did you treat our family? Did you treat my parents as your elder brothers and sisters-in-law?
Oh, now that our family is rich, you want to get close to us. In the past, you had to stay as far away as possible.
How can you be so shameless?"
Chen Chuan spoke out everything in his mind like a machine gun.
However, Chen Weigua and his wife did not think they had done anything wrong. Instead, they walked to Chen Jiangwo.
They were just angry that Chen Chuan did not consider their face and said these words openly.
Their chests heaved with anger. "Brother, is this the good child you raised?"
Pointing at his own brother and sister-in-law and scolding them. Wang Juhua said at this moment,
"Don't call me big brother. I can't bear it. Since you married Weigua, have you ever called me big brother? Okay, Chen Jiangwo, Weigua is your brother. Your son is capable now and has made so much money. We want to lend you 1 million.
1 million is not a lot, it's just a little bit between your teeth.
Don't you plan to lend it to us? Do you really want us brothers to have no contact with each other forever?
I've never seen such shameless people like you in my life.
I've never seen such a shameless person in my life."
At this moment, when Chen Shui heard what Wang Juhua said, he couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to swear. "So my family has become rich, my brother can make money, so we have to lend you 1 million.
Do we owe you money or do we owe you money? You have always refused to interact with us. Who do you think you are to make us interact with you? Little bastard, I'm not borrowing money from you, why are you yelling like that?"
Wang Juhua took off her disguise and revealed her true face as a shrew. And this word little bastard completely pissed off Chen Jiangwo.
Just now Chen Jiangwo was still thinking about the brotherhood, but he didn't expect Wang Juhua to reveal her true colors. Bang! Chen Jiangwo's slap landed on Wang Juhua's face. Chapter 97 Chinese Entertainment Company. This slap stunned Wang Juhua.
She stood there in a daze, unable to come to her senses for a long time.
And just at this moment, Maxime ran over. "Old Chen, how could you do that?" Chen Jiangwo's chest was heaving with anger.
"I, Chen Jiangwo, used to be honest and cowardly, so my wife suffered with me.
But now my son Chen Chuan is capable. How could he still listen to you showing off in my house? Who are you calling a little bastard, you uneducated thing? At this moment, Wang Juhua held her swollen face and screamed, Chen Weiguo, are you a man? Didn't you see your wife was beaten? Why didn't you come to help fight back?
Chen Weiguo immediately raised his hand to return it. At this moment, Chen Xuan and Chen Shui walked up to Chen Weiguo and said, we are here. If you dare to touch my father, I guarantee that neither of you will be able to leave here alive. As a younger brother, you don't have to think of my father as your elder brother, but remember, as long as his son Chen Xuan is here, no one can make him angry. You know, if Chen Xuan said this before, Chen Weiguo would definitely not take it seriously and would just ignore it.
But things are different now.
Chen Xuan has become famous far and wide in Kenjialing. Not only did he buy luxury cars for his younger brothers and sisters, but he also paid off his previous debts. When they heard this, they rushed to Chen Xuan's house to find out what was going on. But what they didn't expect was that Chen Xuan is now rich and naturally has power. They can't afford to offend this kind of person. So after hearing what Chen Xuan said, Shen Weidong could only pull Wang Juhua out in disappointment, and as he left, he did not forget to say, he just got rich suddenly, and he is just a bumpkin.
If you don't want to lend it to me, then don't lend it to me. We don't care about it.
When they left, no one in Chen Xuan's family tried to stop them. Chen Jiangwo sat down, holding his forehead with his hand, his face full of worry. It was obvious that he was in a very low mood after they left. After all, he was his own brother and they took care of each other when they were young.
He didn't know when he became like this. Does it mean that having more brothers and sisters will easily create estrangement? Dad, I know you feel uncomfortable with what I just said. How about I lend it to them? No, the betrothal gift is only 200,000 yuan, but they actually asked to borrow 1 million yuan. It is obvious that they don't intend to pay the money back. If you agree to them this time, they will be greedy and take it for granted in the future. It's possible that they will ask you for 10 million by then. If you don't lend it to them, they will think that you lent them 1 million the first time they asked you to lend them. Why didn't you lend them 10 million? People are greedy and never stop.
Chen Xuan smiled and said, Dad, you really haven't been deceived. I thought that for the sake of brotherhood, no matter what unforgivable things they did, you would always find reasons to convince yourself to forgive them, and then persuade me to lend you the money.
Chen Jiangwo sighed and said, how did they become like this? Chen Weiguo was such a kind and honest child when he was young, how did he become like this now? Dad, don't think about it. Human nature is always changing. And the reason you have so many brothers and sisters is that Grandpa's generation was biased. Chen Jiangwo still let out a long sigh. Anyway, I've gotten my revenge today.
Now that my eldest brother is capable, our family can be proud of itself for once.
Dad, don't be sad. Anyway, your son is capable now.
You can walk sideways in the future.
No one dares to bully you anymore. Walking sideways? Aren't crabs the ones that walk sideways? Yes, if you say so, then it is. You're looking for a fight, aren't you?
After a few words, the depressing atmosphere just now disappeared, and Chen Xuan's brothers and sisters were watching TV with their parents in the living room to amuse themselves.
Soon it was evening. Chen Xuan was lying on the bed, preparing to sign in. Host, do you want to sign in today? Sign in.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring 80% of the shares of the Chinese entertainment company, which is worth 10 billion renminbi.
Chinese entertainment?
Suddenly, the sound of a phone call brought Chen Xuan back from the system.
Chen Xuan picked up the phone and answered it. Hello, who is that? Hello, this is Mr. Chen Xuan, right? I'm Li Yu, the chairman of Huayu Entertainment Company. I'm calling to ask you, when can you come to the company to sign the transfer agreement? Oh, then I'll come over tomorrow morning.
Okay, then I will gather all the shareholders at the group tomorrow to welcome you. Li Yu hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Chen Xuan was lying on the bed, thinking about how to reorganize the company he acquired in Xiangcheng.
At this moment, Wang Jejia sent a message, Chen Xuan, do you want to have dinner together tomorrow?
When Chen Xuan saw Wang Jejia's message, he thought that she was already his woman, so he replied, well, I'm going somewhere tomorrow morning, do you want to go with me?
Wang Jejia saw that Chen Xuan was going to take her to a place and jumped off the bed excitedly, okay.
Chen Xuan was swiping his phone and found that there were many messages sent in the classmates group, which had already reached 99 plus.
He opened the message box when he was bored. But as soon as I opened it, I saw news about who bought a house and who bought a car.
It seems that after graduation, the messages in the class group are all about showing off and then getting slapped in the face. Chen Xuan felt that it was meaningless and was about to quit when suddenly a message at all members popped up.
Classmates in Xiangqing, don't forget to have dinner at the Washington Hotel on Saturday.
I have already booked a luxurious private room.
You don't have to pay a penny. I'm safe. I, Zhou Yang, will pay for everything. Let's exchange ideas then. Zhou Yang.
Then he sent a screenshot of a bill for $200,000. As soon as the message was sent out, the group went completely wild. Those who had been lurking and not speaking before came out to speak.
Wow, my brother Zhou is really awesome.
He is the most successful among our high school classmates.
He spent 200,000 yuan to treat his classmates to a meal. This is too generous. Yes, brother Zhou was an outstanding person in school. I didn't expect that he is also a leader in society now. Now brother Zhou is the deputy director of the tax bureau, awesome. Brother Zhou, why don't you add me as a friend? I'll talk to you alone again.
For a moment, all the classmates agreed, and the group chat centered on Zhou Yang. Chen Xuan looked at some classmates who were fawning on him, and then looked at Zhou Yang, who was pretending to be humble but was actually very pretentious. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Because he knew that Zhou Yang used the meal for personal gain and put all the money on the public account.
Thinking that he had already made arrangements and was just waiting for Zhou Yang to jump in, this could also be a contribution to the people of Xiangqing.
Xiangqing cannot have any more parasites like this, otherwise how can it develop? Chapter 98 Gao Qiqiang's Conspiracy.
On the other side, inside the villa,
Gao Qiqiang found a team that was invited from abroad.
They had guns and ammunition in their hands. If they shot Chen Xuan on the way, no one would know afterwards that it was Gao Qiqiang who did it. Because they signed a confidentiality agreement.
Even if the plan fails, they will bite their tongues and will never reveal Gao Qiqiang's identity to anyone.
Gao Qiqiang whispered a few words into the ear of their team leader. The team leader looked ferocious.
The next day.
In the morning, Chen Xuan packed up and went to find Wang Jieja to have breakfast together. The two of them soon came to a breakfast shop very close to the Chinese entertainment company to eat. Sitting next to me was a woman with a child less than a year old. There was another table with a couple.
Just as Chen Xuan and Wang Jieja were enjoying their delicious meal, suddenly there was a cry.
Chen Xuan didn't care, because it was normal for a child under 1 year old to cry. After all, the child didn't have the ability to be independent. Besides, it was not easy for a mother to take care of such a young child for meals, and she was too busy to take care of the meal. But Chen Xuan didn't care, but the couple at the next table didn't think so. They acted very impatient and made sporadic noises.
At the end, the man slammed the table and shouted, "Can you control the child and stop him from crying?
I hate the sound of children crying the most.
If he cries again, I will strangle him to death." I'm sorry. The young woman apologized quickly.
She thought the child was crying because he was hungry, so she didn't care about anything else and lifted up her clothes to feed the child. The child was eating milk and finally stopped crying. But the girl in the couple spoke up again. "Oh my, this woman is so shameless, exposing her breasts in public. I wonder what she is doing behind the scenes." When the young woman who was breastfeeding heard the girl say this, she instinctively wanted to stand up and retort, but when she saw her child eating happily, she did not stand up. One reason was that she was afraid of exposing herself, and the other was that she was afraid that the child would cry again and affect others. But when the girl saw that the young woman did not reply, she felt that she was not taken seriously.
He was still discussing with his girlfriend how shameless the young woman was.
Their voices were so loud that everyone who was having breakfast could hear them, but they didn't say much, believing that less trouble is better. And at this moment, the waiter of the hotel couldn't bear it anymore, because as a woman, the young woman didn't expose her breasts and was wrapped tightly, yet she was being said like this. So the waiter came forward and persuaded the girl to stop talking, and to have empathy.
You will be a mother in the future, so why should women make things difficult for other women?
At this time, the girl said, "I won't be like her. It's also because her husband is incompetent. He should feed her at home.
Why do you need to come out to feed her? Stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I will complain to you."
The waiter saw that the girl was about to complain about him, so he could only keep quiet and not mention the matter again. But the girl sneered, "A small waiter wants to come here to show off, don't you know your own weight?" And what I said was the truth. She was baring her breasts in the dining room. The smell was really bad.
How could others eat? Shouldn't I say something about doing such a thing?
The girl's shrill voice reached the young woman's ears, and several people in the store also looked towards the young woman. Some people were even led by the girl to point fingers in her direction. Seeing this scene, the young woman immediately shed tears of grievance, but seeing that the baby in her arms was still sucking milk hard, she could only endure the grievance and continue feeding the child. But her tears had already burst out, soaking the clothes on her thighs. Seeing that the young woman ignored her, the girl became even more arrogant and humiliated the young woman with even more outrageous words.
Next second. With a snap. Just as the girl was talking excitedly, she was suddenly slapped in the face. She was stunned for a moment, then stood up and asked, "Why did you hit me?" Just now, Chen Xuan heard the girl's extremely insulting words and he couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and slapped the girl. "Hitting you is already a light punishment for me. You're talking so loudly here that it's disturbing my meal. Can you please shut up your sarcastic mouth?" Chen Xuan roared. "I'm condemning her, what does it have to do with you? It's just what happened. She did this in public and she doesn't allow people to say anything."
When the young woman heard the girl blaming her again, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears.
"That sound is really heartbreaking."
She held the child, crying and saying, "The child is hungry.
"What can I do? I have no choice but to feed him."
And I covered him tightly.
"It's not like what you said. Little sister, you will have children in the future, and you will experience what I went through. Why do you have to be so harsh?"
Wang Jejia, who was standing by, felt so distressed when she saw the young woman crying while holding her child.
So he stood up, took off his coat and put it on the young woman. "Sister, don't be angry, sit down, let's feed the baby first."
At this time, the young woman saw that the child was frightened and his eyes were wide open, and he was about to cry, so she sat down hurriedly and prepared to feed the child. The girl became furious when she saw Chen Xuan and Wang Jejia helping the young woman to suppress her.
"Why are you helping such a shameless person like this?"
The girl's boyfriend was watching everyone in the restaurant pointing fingers at the girl for being unreasonable. He hurriedly pulled the girl and reminded her not to continue making trouble like that. But the girl was so excited that she shook off her boyfriend's hand.
"Let me go, you wimp. You didn't even hit me back when someone hit me. What's the point of having you as my boyfriend?"
The girl didn't give the boy any face at all, but mocked him rudely. When the boy heard the girl's sarcastic words, he clenched his fists in anger and looked at the people around him who were pointing at him.
He couldn't bear it any longer. He walked straight forward and prepared to slap Chen Xuan.
But his slap did not hit Chen Xuan's face. Chen Xuan held the man's shoulders and hooked his back foot, and the man fell to the ground. The man still wanted to get up and take revenge. Chen Xuan took the fork on the table and pointed it directly at the man's eyes. At this moment, the man watched the fork in Chen Xuan's hand getting closer and closer to his eyes, and then looked at Chen Xuan's sinister smile, and was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Chapter 99 Arrogant Gao Shuran.
At this moment, the man was trembling all over. He didn't dare to move rashly, for fear that if he moved, his eyeballs would fall directly on the fork. The girl saw this scene and urged her boyfriend, "Hurry up, you coward, this is how I fell in love with you in the first place, look at how cowardly you are."
The boy still didn't dare to do anything.
Hearing the girl's harsh words, he yelled angrily, "Gao Shuran, I really misjudged you.
I usually spoil you, but now someone is almost poking my eyes out. What are you saying here? Why don't you come and help me? Why don't you get out of here? You are not welcome here. You are ruining everyone's appetite." Chen Xuan let the boy go. The girl stepped forward, put her hands on her hips and said, "Why should we leave? We came here to eat. You are not the boss here. Why do you want us to leave?"
Seeing that Chen Xuan was about to get angry, and also having witnessed how powerful Chen Xuan was, the boy ran away. "I was thinking, if I don't run away now, I'm just waiting for someone to beat me up.
You stinky bitch, just stay here.
I don't have the time or energy to play with you here."
"Okay, if you put it this way, this restaurant is mine."
Chen Xuan called the waiter beside him and said, "Call your boss and tell him that I bought this store."
The waiter quickly went to call the boss over.
During this time, the girl looked Chen Xuan up and down and saw that he was so young. The girl subconsciously thought that Chen Xuan was just a college graduate and didn't have much money, so how could he buy this restaurant? He said this just to show off in front of his girlfriend.
"And Li Shuran's father is the Xiangqing gangster Gao Qiqiang. Hey, you poor college student, do you really think you can buy this restaurant? You are just pretending to be smart in front of your girlfriend,
Gao Shuran said with a disgusted curl of his lips.
Get out of this restaurant right now. Chen Chuan pointed at Li Shuran.
His voice was quite loud, and the eyes of the people eating in the restaurant all turned in his direction. When they saw that this girl had just embarrassed a great mother, they felt disgusted with her.
But this girl is too unreasonable.
And Chen Chuan's action at this time can finally deal with people like her. They have been annoyed with this girl for a long time.
Hey, I want to see who can drive me away today,
Gao Shuran said with a sarcastic smile.
Who on the street doesn't know who my dad is?
I don't care who your father is. I was born and raised in Xiangcheng.
No one has ever told me, Li Shuran, to get out of here. Boy, who do you think you are in Xiangcheng?
My dad is Gao Qichong, the top boss in Xiangcheng.
How dare you mess with my dad?
Gao Shuran immediately put on an arrogant look, because having a father who was a big shot was always something she could show off. At this moment, Chen Chuan didn't say anything, which made her even more complacent. She thought that if she brought out Gao Qichong, Chen Chuan would be scared and cowardly and would not dare to say another word. Chen Chuan looked at Gao Shuran coldly and said calmly, I do know your father. When Gao Shuran heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up. She knew her father's status in Xiangcheng.
Everyone knew it.
When his father's name was brought up at this moment, Chen Chuan, who had been so arrogant just now, did not say a word. It is obvious that he knows how powerful his father is, so he is afraid. Maybe the young man in front of me does have some money, so he thinks he is very great and acts like a saint.
In Gao Shuran's eyes, such a person is just a fool. But the next second, Chen Chuan's words made Gao Shuran's heart skip a beat. But I have already warned your father. I believe he won't do that to me again. What? Warn? Don't dare to take action? Everyone present, including Wang Jiajia and the young woman who was breastfeeding, were shocked after hearing this.
They looked at Chen Chuan in disbelief. This man who looks so young actually dares to challenge the sky of Xiangcheng.
Doesn't he want to live anymore? Or is he even better than Gao Qichong?
Just now they were still muttering in their hearts, but Gao Qichong said it out loud, and it seemed that the young man was not that afraid.
So that's how it is.
It's very likely that the weather in Xiangcheng needs to change.
Does Chen Chuan have a more terrifying background? Gao Shuran was also a little hesitant at this moment.
She looked at Chen Chuan with eyes full of confidence instead of fear.
This is different from what she expected.
Every time something happens outside, as long as she mentions her father's name, others become scared as if they have seen a ghost. But this Chen Chuan was so calm and composed that she couldn't believe it for a moment.
Now that so many people are watching me, if I just leave in disgrace, I will lose face. Moreover, he went back to see Dad a few days ago.
All the provincial leaders were there. In particular, the secretary of a provincial leader was very respectful to Dad. Dad has someone above him, so how could he be warned by such a young man like Chen Chuan?
And I haven't heard my mother talk about this either.
Thinking of this, Gao Shuran pointed at Chen Chuan's nose, veins popping out, and said, How dare you spread rumors here to warn my father? And just at this moment, the boss came. As he watched this scene, he had an idea in his mind. He had just heard the waiter say that this young man wanted to buy his restaurant.
So he wanted to act quickly, otherwise if Gao Qichong knew that something happened to his daughter in the restaurant, what would he do if he was held responsible? So, under the guidance of the waiter, he walked in front of Chen Chuan and said to Chen Chuan, Mr. Chen, I just heard from Xiaowen that you want to buy this restaurant. Is that true?
Of course it's true.
Okay, here's the contract.
Just sign it here, hand over the money and the contract, and this store will be yours.
Chen Chuan asked without hesitation, How much is this restaurant? 1 million in total.
Without saying a word, Chen Chuan asked his boss for his bank account number and transferred the money directly. Then the boss gave him the contract. Then the two sides shook hands, and the boss said respectfully, Mr. Chen, this restaurant is now yours.
Chen Chuan took the contract and said to Gao Shuran, This restaurant is mine now, you can get out now.
Gao Shuran said angrily, Just wait, I will tell my dad right now, you bullied me, now you and our Gao family are irreconcilable.
She left in disgrace. Chen Chuan turned and came to the young woman.
The baby, who was less than a year old, had eaten and fell asleep.
Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help today, I don't know what I would do.
The young woman's eyes were red, and she kept bowing and thanking Chen Chuan. Just now I heard that the girl's father is the king of Xiangcheng.
He is not easy to mess with.
You have offended her this time. She will definitely ask her father to seek revenge on you.
Will this matter cause you any trouble?
Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes and said, just uprooted.
Chapter 100 Scandal Star? Chen Chuan waved his hand nonchalantly.
But I'm afraid you're in danger, sir.
That would be a big sin for me. The young woman said seriously. It's okay. These are just small things.
I have to eat quickly, otherwise the food will get cold.
You should eat quickly, too. Otherwise, I will ask the kitchen to make you a new portion.
Your baby was crying just now, and I saw that you didn't eat.
Chen Chuan said this and followed Wang Jia back to his seat.
As soon as the two of them sat back at the table, they saw the waiter coming over.
Do you want me to give you another one?
Okay, go ask the kitchen to prepare some, and also prepare one for the girl over there. Less than 10 minutes later, the food was served. Chen Chuan looked at the time, because that unruly and willful woman had delayed him for some time. So Chen Chuan ate it all in big mouthfuls. When Chen Chuan and Wang Jia were about to leave, the young woman at the next table stood up and said, Sir, please leave me your phone number.
Thank you so much for this.
I'll take some time to thank you later. Chen Chuan glanced at the young woman in front of him. Although this young woman already has a child, her figure is still hot and not deformed at all. She looks like an 18-year-old beautiful girl, and even has a special mature charm. Even Chen Chuan, who is used to seeing beautiful women, can't help but take a few more glances. Especially the two peaks on her chest.
No need, it's just a piece of cake for me.
Although Chen Chuan had some concerns when he saw the hot body of this young woman, she was already married after all, so he still had to maintain some moral bottom line. Besides, I have a girlfriend by my side, so how could I allow such a sure scene to happen?
So he took Wang Jia's hand and was about to leave. The restaurant manager came over and said, Mr. Chen, how are you going to run this restaurant in the future? It's your restaurant now.
Oh, I forgot about that. Let's stick with the previous business model. You will still be in charge of the store.
You only need to report the profit and loss and revenue to me every month. This is my business card.
As he said that, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to the manager.
Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll make a note of that.
The store manager said respectfully. The young woman in the corner looked at Chen Chuan's handsome face, then at his tall and straight body with distinct abdominal muscles. She smiled bitterly and murmured, It would be great if I could be this gentleman's woman. After Chen Chuan finished explaining what happened in the store, he took Wang Jia's hand and walked outside. Just at this moment, Chen Chuan's cell phone rang. It turned out that it was Li Yu, chairman of Words Entertainment Company, who called. Mr. Chen, we have been waiting for you downstairs for a long time.
When will you arrive?
I'm nearby now, and I'll be there in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
On the other side, Li Yu looked solemn after hanging up the phone.
He didn't know what the new boss's character was like. 5 minutes later, Chen Chuan arrived downstairs of the Chinese entertainment company. Wang Jia took Chen Chuan's hand and walked into the building.
As soon as I walked to the door, I saw that it was already crowded with more than a dozen people.
Because today is the weekend.
All employees were taking a break, and the dozen or so people who came were all senior executives of the company. The middle-aged man in the lead was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and was pacing back and forth, his face full of anxiety.
Hello, I'm Chen Chuan.
Chen Chuan took Wang Jia and walked straight to Li Yu and introduced themselves.
Only then did Li Yu react.
He quickly stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Chen Chuan and said, Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Li Yu, the chairman of Huayu Entertainment Company.
Welcome, Mr. Chen, these are the company's senior executives.
At this moment, Li Yu was also looking Chen Chuan up and down. What he didn't expect was that Chen Chuan was so young.
The executives standing by did not expect that their new boss was so young.
I wondered if he was the young master sent by that big family to gain experience.
Could it be the Chen family, one of the 4 legendary families?
That must be the case, so he was even more respectful to Chen Chuan. After all, the Chen family, one of the 4 major families, has assets of over 10 billion, which ranks among the best in the whole of China.
Mr. Chen, let me show you around the company.
Li Yu said respectfully.
Okay, let's go and take a look. Chen Chuan said.
Li Yu hurriedly took Chen Chuan and Wang Jia to visit the company.
And the executives were also there.
The Chinese entertainment company's departments include photography, news, self-media, operations, etc.
Mr. Chen, here are the stars signed by our Chinese entertainment company.
There are 30 first-tier stars and 3 super first-tier stars, namely Gao Yuan, Zhao Min, and Zhang Liang.
We also have anchors.
Short videos are becoming more and more popular now. Our company also has its own anchors, some of whom even have tens of millions of fans.
Well, I understand the general situation. Let's sign the contract without further ado. Chen Chuan said. Mr. Chen, please follow me.
When Li Yu heard Chen Chuan talk about signing the contract, he immediately took Chen Chuan to the office, then took out the contract and gave it to Chen Chuan. After Chen Chuan took the contract, he took a photo of the contract details and uploaded it to the legal team he had acquired the contract from, asking them to check if there were any problems with the contract.
After confirming that there were no problems, Chen Chuan signed his name on the contract. Congratulations, Mr. Chen.
You have now officially become the largest shareholder of Huayu Entertainment Company and have absolute say.
Li Yu said. Li Yu, right?
I need the information of every star and anchor in our company now.
It's ready.
Here are the company's financial statements for 3 consecutive years and the company's employee contracts and other information.
Li Yu pointed to a pile of documents next to the table and said. Yeah, you're well prepared, very good. I guess you don't mind now. The company is yours now, you can do whatever you want.
Chen Chuan picked up the celebrity information and saw that some of the celebrities he admired during school were here. At this moment he felt very satisfied. He could only see these big stars on the screen before, but now they have become his employees and he has become an investor.
This feeling is really great.
When Chen Chuan saw another file, he frowned. Why is this report wrong?
Why does it show that our company has lost tens of millions?
Mr. Chen, it's like this, it's because a few scandalous celebrities caused our company to suffer heavy losses.
Li Yu explained. Oh? Who are they? Are they still signing contracts? Mr. Chen, these rumored stars are still signing contracts. Since they have already caused the company to lose so much money, why does the company still keep them? Chen Chuan asked in confusion.
At this moment, Li Yu blushed and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead.
Mr. Chen, you, please listen to me and let me explain. Chapter 101 Zhang Yahan Scandal? Chen Chuan looked at Li Yu and became curious. He wanted to know why the company still kept those scandalous stars when they caused the company to be in a loss? Okay, then tell me what's going on. Li Yu then narrated what happened to these scandalous stars.
Chen Chuan was surprised when he heard this.
It turns out that a first-line celebrity named Yang Chaosui actually had an improper relationship with Li Yu.
The two spent an entire night studying the script in the hotel, and were photographed by paparazzi when they left the hotel the next day, and the photos were then posted online.
The company's public relations department could not stop the explosive news even after handling the matter overnight.
Yang Chaosui is a popular superstar and a pure goddess in people's minds, while Li Yu is an old bald man.
Those netizens who follow Yang Chaosui were collectively shocked, and these photos caused an uproar on the internet. Netizens will not let go of these electronic pickles.
Seeing that these things were getting more and more serious and had already affected other stars from Chinese entertainment companies, Li Yu had no choice but to spend a huge amount of money to remove these photos from the hot searches. As a result, other stars in the company became trending searches.
I didn't expect Mr. Li to be so extravagant, even supporting a celebrity. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry.
Li Yu said with a red face.
Are there any other executives in the company who have similar situations to you? Do they have any improper relationships with the company's celebrities or anchors? Chen Chuan asked. Other executives have also posted this.
Although the company has clearly prohibited this behavior, the female celebrities and anchors in the company took the initiative to post this in order to get promoted or have more opportunities to show their faces.
Li Yu said. Besides the rumored Yang Chaosui, do you have anyone else? Chen Chuan looked at Li Yu and asked. There are 3 more, but they are all small anchors and can't create any waves.
Li Yu was seen through by Chen Chuan and had no choice but to confess everything. Because he knew that even if he didn't explain it clearly now, as the company's largest shareholder, they would find out. After all, the company knew everything about it, but they just didn't say it explicitly.
Mr. Li, you really have a lot of fun. There are 4 of your secret lovers in the company alone, not to mention the ones outside.
Chen Chuan said playfully.
Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I deal with these beauties every day, so after a long time, I couldn't stand the test and fell. After hearing what Chen Chuan said, Li Yu could only explain it this way.
As an ordinary man with needs, seeing these charming women swaying in front of him and tempting him to take the bait, the greed in his lower body was immediately aroused.
Yeah, that's understandable.
After all, if you walk by the river, it's inevitable that your shoes will get wet. But I hope you can remove Yang Chaoyue, the person you're having an affair with, from the company in the near future.
You should have no objection, right? No objection at all. Mr. Chen, give me a day and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer.
Li Yu felt that although Chen Xuan was young and he could be Chen Xuan's grandfather, the pressure released by this young man made him urgently find a solution to the problem.
Who is the other gossip star? Chen Xuan asked again. Zhang Yahan. Li Yu replied. She was a new generation national goddess before.
She sang very well and had already made it to the top tier. But her parents reported her scandal, saying that she did not support her parents and even had a history of drug abuse. Her parents uploaded photos of needle marks on her body online, saying she was taking drugs. So she fell from a top-tier actress to an 18th-tier actress.
Zhang Yahan? Chen Xuan asked in surprise.
Chen Xuan knew that this star named Zhang Yahan was innocent, but she fell from the altar because she had a pair of vampire parents.
These things may be normal for ordinary people.
They may be caused by family conflicts. When the parents see that their daughter is rich, they want to embezzle her money, or they want their daughter to do things she doesn't want to do to earn more money.
But Zhang Yahan didn't want to, so her parents framed her on the internet. In fact, if this matter is investigated, it would be easy to find out. However, due to her celebrity status, this incident was magnified infinitely by netizens. Zhang Yahan has always been a very innocent star.
In the end, he was labeled as an addict and having a chaotic private life.
When you are famous, you are prone to gossip.
This sentence is very appropriate for Zhang Yahan.
Mr. Chen, there is one more thing.
The reason why we didn't terminate the contract with this female star is because she has a strong sense of professional ethics, but she was banned because a boss of an entertainment company in Shanghai took a fancy to Zhang Yahan, so we set up a scheme through her parents and asked her to sleep with the boss. Zhang Yahan overheard her parents' conversation and realized that she was going to be dragged into this game by her parents. So she kicked open the door and asked her parents in disbelief if this was true and whether she had to do this.
But their parents didn't say anything.
Silence was the best answer, so Zhang Yahan completely collapsed and broke up with their parents. Their parents saw such a big piece of fat meat around them was lost, so they had no scruples and directly made up lies and manipulated public opinion, leaving their daughter with nothing.
The man behind this is the boss of Magic City.
He wants to destroy her completely so that he can easily make her come to him obediently. And because their parents did this, the boss in Magic City also promised to give them a sum of money that they could not spend in their lifetime. The purpose was to make Zhang Yahan fall into an underestimation. After Li Yu finished speaking, he looked at Chen Xuan and observed his expression.
How do you know this? This is a very secret matter after all. I don't think the person involved will tell you. How do you know this? Why are you telling me this? Chen Xuan tapped the desk with his index finger, making a sound.
Because I'm her uncle, I've watched her grow up. I don't believe she would be like what her parents said. I was the one who brought her into the entertainment industry. I know how deep the water is. I don't want my niece, such an outstanding person, to fall to the bottom.
Then how can you be sure I can help? Chen Xuan stared at Li Yudao.
At this moment, a secretary ran into the office breathlessly and said, Director Li, they are here again.
Who are they? What do you mean they are here again? Can you please finish your words in one breath? Li Yu frowned.
Zhang Yahan's father, Zhang Zhengyi.
The secretary immediately said, it's not just him. There are so many people here this time. It's a huge crowd. Chapter 102, Vampire Parents. Grass. Li Yu couldn't help but curse the national quintessence. Is this fucking over? He comes here to make trouble every other day.
Last time he went to Zhang Yahan's house to make trouble.
This time he comes to the company again. Does he think the company is owned by his family?
The secretary was whispering something in Li Yu's ear.
Li Yu was furious. How shameless. How could this pair of blood-sucking parents be like this? They actually tortured their own daughter time and time again. Do they behave like parents? I've never seen anything like this before. Yeah, this is obviously a rogue act.
After hearing this, Li Yu also cared about Chen Xuan and was about to walk out to argue with the vampire parents.
Chen Xuan stopped Li Yu, who was about to leave, and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?"
When Liu heard what Chen Xuan said, he wanted to stop and tell Chen Xuan what happened. At this moment, more than 20 people rushed into the office. They have ferocious looks on their faces. How can they be so arrogant? You know, for a popular star. The negative news caused by family ties can cause them as much harm as tax evasion. Zhang Yahan is his nephew. Apart from this relationship, she is already a top star and one of the cash cows of Chinese entertainment companies, even when she is not surrounded by scandals. Now she is caught up in public opinion. Not only has the company lost tens of millions, but Zhang Yahan has also been put on ice. So he needs the help of the big boss Chen Xuan. Although Liu is a senior executive of the company, he knows that his strength is definitely not comparable to that of the big boss in Magic City. At this moment, the secretary blocked these people's way, but these people just smashed the office and ignored others' dissuasion. If Zhang Yahan doesn't come out today, we will stay here forever. I don't believe she is so cruel that she doesn't even care about her own parents. A middle-aged man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks stood in the office and shouted loudly. Brother-in-law, please stop making trouble here, okay? If Yahan's reputation is ruined, what good will it do you? She is also your biological daughter. How can you treat her like this? I won't waste my words with you. I'm telling you, get Zhang Yahan out to see me. Liu smiled and said, Brother-in-law, Yahan has gone to another province to film a movie. She probably won't be back for a few months. It's not a good idea for you to wait here. And you have to think about Yahan too. I don't give a shit about it. I'm thinking about her, but has she ever thought about me? We worked so hard to raise her, but now she's grown up and become a big star. She doesn't even listen to us. The boss in Magic City gave her so much money, but she refused it. Who does she think she is? If we miss this opportunity, there will never be another one like this again. She doesn't listen to me now. Does she have me as her father in her heart? The ancients said that filial piety comes first among all virtues. This conscienceless girl has disowned me and stopped giving me money since the last quarrel with me. Isn't this pushing me to death? She doesn't even go home now. I'm coming to the company right now. I wonder how long she can hide from us. Liu was about to speak. But he was stopped by a middle-aged woman beside him. She said, Brother, please have pity on us. It was not easy for us to support Yahan. There was a famine that year. Your brother-in-law and I were reluctant to eat and drink, so we gave everything to her. Now she has grown up and we are old. She has become a big star, but she treats us like this. Everyone knows how much we suffered when we raised her. At that time, she had a sensitive constitution and couldn't eat this. She was also weak and sickly. She can't drink milk or eat eggs. When she wants to eat shrimp on a hot day, your brother-in-law goes to the fields to catch them. Why doesn't she think about whether we, as parents, can harm her? At this moment, Zhang Yahan looked like an ungrateful person. If you don't know the truth, you might really be deceived by this scene. Chen Xuan stood silently by, watching this good show. He wanted to see how this couple sucked the blood of their daughter, and he also wanted to see how the chairman would handle this matter. And at this moment, Liu spoke. That's enough. Don't you feel guilty when you say these things? I was the one who brought Yahan into the entertainment industry. Do you know how hard it was for her to achieve what she has today and how much hardship she has put in? What are you doing now? Are you worthy of being a parent? You are slandering your own daughter like this? Do you really want to destroy her? Liu spoke out everything that was in his heart. And he said this. The parents, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, suddenly hung their heads and were speechless. I advise you to clarify the matter online as soon as possible, and stop making a fuss in the company. This will not benefit you or Zhang Yahan. No, I have made up my mind to wait for Zhang Yahan to arrive in the company today. If she doesn't come, I won't leave today. Liu said helplessly, Can you please stop making trouble here? Zhang Zhongyi glared at Liu and said, Why am I making a fuss? I raised her up, and now you don't even want to take care of me in my old age. What does that mean? Brother-in-law, if you keep making trouble like this, Zhang Yahan will be finished, do you know that? Liu said in a low voice. It's none of my business whether she finishes or not. Such a heartless, ungrateful person deserves to be finished. Chen Xuan looked at the father Zhang Zhongyi, who didn't care about his daughter's life or death. He felt that he was just asking for money as a cover, and his real purpose was to completely destroy Zhang Yahan. Liu also felt it and saw that persuasion had no effect at all. So I could only call Zhang Yahan.
Yahan, where are you now? Can you come back?
Your parents are here to make trouble at the company again. They insist on seeing you, otherwise they won't leave. Besides, the major shareholder who took over the company is here too, so it's a good opportunity for you to meet and see if there is any turnaround in your case. Zhang Yahan was silent for a long time, seemingly struggling internally. After 2 minutes, he said to the phone, "Okay, I'll rush back now." Chen Chuan looked at this scene and knew that Zhang Yahan was wronged. Now that Zhang Yahan is already an employee of his company, these rumors are too destructive to her.
If he doesn't save her, she will be doomed.
I have saved her now, although I don't know if Zhang Yahan is a grateful person. After all, Zhang Yahan has the ability and has been in the entertainment industry for 10 years.
If it weren't for her parents slandering and making trouble, perhaps she would be even more popular. Chapter 103 I figured out a solution. This is Zhang Yahan's father, right?
Chen Chuan walked up to Zhang Zhengyi.
Who are you?
Zhang Zhengyi looked at the young man in front of him with disdain and asked.
I'm the boss of Chinese entertainment company.
I think Zhang Yahan's money was earned through hard work.
It's up to her to decide whether to give it to you or not. Why are you forcing me here?
Chen Chuan thought about it and decided to say something for Zhang Yahan.
But supporting the elderly is a natural thing.
Without us parents, she wouldn't have come into this world, so it's only natural that she should repay us for giving birth to her.
Zhang Zhengyi was still defending himself. Then the two elders must fulfill their due responsibilities and obligations first, right?
Let us talk about Zhang Yahan. She is in a hotel in Xiangcheng. A slightly plump lady was pacing back and forth. This person is Zhang Yahan's assistant Wang Juhua. When Zhang Yahan entered the entertainment industry 10 years ago, Wang Juhua became her assistant and has always been by her side.
What should we do, Yahan? Say something. The new boss is already in the company, but your parents are making trouble again. You have to be strong now and not be defeated by this predicament.
Zhang Yahan sneered, with sarcasm in her eyes. In fact, I used to have the same idea as you.
As long as I become stronger, no one can bully me. But I eventually forgot that there are always people who are better than you.
Even if I am powerful, there are still dark forces in this world. I can't defeat those big guys after all. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, I, Zhang Yahan, am a star who has been popular for a long time and has earned money that others may not be able to earn in their entire lives.
But what can you do if you make so much money? Haven't I fallen to the bottom of the valley because of my parents' schemes?
Wang Juhua couldn't help but pull Zhang Yahan aside and asked, "No, please speak slowly.
Are your parents plotting against you? What's going on? Don't you give your money to your parents for safekeeping? Aren't they still not satisfied?" At this moment, Zhang Yahan took a deep breath.
Sister Wang, you know that the big boss in the Magic City has been sending me flowers.
You know this, right? I know that.
Wang Juhua nodded, because it was normal for these bosses to give flowers to big stars, so she didn't take it to heart.
But when Zhang Yahan emphasized the big boss in Shanghai, Wang Juhua had to think of the worst.
She couldn't help but frown and said, "I know he often sends flowers and stuff, but what does this have to do with your parents plotting against you?" At this time, Zhang Yahan did not say anything, but took out her cell phone.
Then he turned on the recording and played it for Wang Juhua.
When Wang Juhua heard these words, her body shrank unconsciously.
She had never imagined that Zhang Yahan's biological parents would actually set up a trap and give their biological daughter to the big boss in Shanghai.
The big boss in Shanghai is a director of Phoenix Media named Wang. It's the top boss of Phoenix Media, Wang Feng. Although this name sounds ordinary, he does have a very high status in the entire entertainment industry.
So much so that many female stars in the entire entertainment industry try every means to throw themselves into his arms and lie in his bed.
And this person's status in the entertainment industry can be said to be on par with the Hong Kong Xiang family. After Wang Juhua heard the conspiracy of Zhang Yahan's parents and Wang Feng's threats and warnings, her face turned pale instantly. I know that Wang Feng has played with many celebrities over the years, but I never thought that he would extend his evil claws to you. Zhang Yahan's eyes were blank and she had no idea what to do, because she knew that with parents like this and Wang Feng's warning still fresh in her mind, she was finished, completely finished.
I know I'm completely finished this time.
Although my uncle Liu has helped me a lot, his strength is really no match for Wang Feng's. Wang Juhua stared blankly at Zhang Yahan's phone screen, not knowing how to comfort her or how to solve the problem.
If Wang Feng really wanted to destroy Zhang Yahan, that would be a fatal blow. And just now, Wang Juhua also heard Wang Feng's threat in the recording. In the recording, he said that if Zhang Yahan did not accompany him and be his underground lover as he asked, then she would have no place in the entertainment industry and would be completely banned. If she is obedient, Wang Feng will help her become famous in the entertainment industry. Sister Wang, I'm completely done now, you know? If this is the case, I don't want to agree to Wang Feng's request anymore, so why should I go to see my parents who are worse than pigs and dogs? I hate them so much now, why should I go to see them? Without waiting for Wang Juhua to speak, Zhang Yahan spoke again. Sister Wang, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why don't you go back to the company now and stop being my agent? I don't want to drag you down. Anyway, I am now a gossip artist and I can't get away from it anymore, so you should leave quickly. Yahan, how can you think like that? I can't leave. I want to stay here with you. If I leave now, who will I be? When you were glorious, I was here. Now that you are down, I am leaving. Is that adding insult to injury? Do you think I am such a person? Sister Wang. No more, no more. I, Wang Juhua, have been in the entertainment industry for so many years. Although I am very popular with people, I am definitely not the kind of person who would be ungrateful and take advantage of others. I followed you 10 years ago. If it weren't for you, I, Wang Juhua, wouldn't have achieved what I have today and become a top agent. If you ask me to leave you now, who would I be? I might as well jump off here. Wang Juhua said sadly and angrily. When Zhang Yahan saw Wang Juhua like this, she ran over and hugged her with both hands. She burst into tears in Wang Juhua's arms. Ever since she learned about her parents' situation and was threatened and coerced by Wang Feng, she was almost suffocated by the depression. Moreover, in this big melting pot of the entertainment industry, there are many people who are not what they seem, and it is rare to make friends in this circle. Wang Juhua's behavior at this moment instantly warmed Zhang Yahan's cold heart. At this moment, there are very few people who can help her. Wang Juhua hugged Zhang Yahan, patted her shoulders, and comforted her while rolling her eyes to think of a solution. Suddenly someone came to her mind. She patted Zhang Yahan on the shoulder and said, Yahan, I thought of someone, and I think I have a solution. Wang Juhua said excitedly. Chapter 104 I'm waiting for you. Just now I seem to hear Mr. Lee on the other end of the phone talking about the new boss. Maybe he can help you solve this problem? Zhang Yahan was also confused when she heard Wang Juhua say this. A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in her eyes, but after less than half a minute, her eyes suddenly dimmed again. Sister Wang, I have never met the new boss. Can he come forward to help me? Besides, there are not many people who can really compete with Wang Feng. I don't have any hope for this. Silly girl, didn't Director Lee just say that? If the new boss didn't want to help you, I don't think Director Lee would have said that on the phone. He asked you to go, so I think he wanted you to meet the new boss. Maybe after this meeting, the new boss will help you. If we don't go now, we will have no chance at all. If we go now, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yahan was about to open her mouth to refute, but after listening halfway, she felt that what Wang Juhua said seemed to make sense, and when Wang Juhua spoke, her eyes were wide open with excitement, as if she was full of hope. Yahan, let's go now, the new boss is still waiting for us. Sister Wang, if this new boss is really willing to help me, what if he brings up something? Hey, Yahan, let's go take a look first and understand the situation first. We can't guess anything if we just guess here now, right? But let's prepare for the worst. What if the new boss really has improper thoughts about you like Wang Feng? What will you do? Wang Juhua gave Zhang Yahan a shot of prevention. Zhang Yahan thought to herself that she had experienced all these things in the entertainment industry over the years, and these people, especially the wealthy men, seem to have the same virtue. Men become bad when they have money, just as the saying goes, when you are well fed and well clothed, you will think about sex. Sister Wang, I'm a little confused now. Zhang Yahan shook her head. She didn't dare to think further. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like a man's toy. She was afraid that she would just crawl out of the tiger's den and fall into the wolf's lair. When she thought of this, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Yahan, now is not the time for you to be upset. You need to be strong and mentally prepared to face this battle. I think you should find a strong backer now. Only in this way can you go far in the entertainment industry. If the new boss is your backer and is reliable, will you still be afraid of those big guys? This new boss will help you solve the problem. By then, you will have someone to back you up, so who would dare to bully you?
To be honest, the reason why Wang Juhua became a gold medal agent is that her skill in coaxing people is first class. With just a few words, she was able to instantly ignite the fire of hope in Zhang Yahan, who had no hope in life. Yahan, you are the only one who knows your current situation and what choice you should make.
No one else can influence you, so you still need to make this decision. Do you think we should find a new boss?
Wang Juhua picked up the car keys and said to Zhang Yahan, as long as you decide to go, no matter what the situation is, I will accompany you. As long as you say a word, I will go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. But if you don't want to go, then I will keep what we said today to myself and won't tell anyone.
Yahan, your future is in your hands now. Think carefully about whether you want to go or not. Do you want to get out of this predicament?
Zhang Yahan hesitated for a long time, and finally, under Wang Juhua's resolute eyes, she bit her gums and said, "Let's go now, Sister Wang, I have made up my mind." So Wang Juhua drove the car, and Zhang Yahan sat in the passenger seat. She was very nervous. At this time, Wang Juhua held the steering wheel with her left hand, held Zhang Yahan's hand with her right hand and said, "It's okay, Yahan, your sister Wang is with you."
After a while, they arrived downstairs of the Chinese entertainment company. They went straight to the office.
What they saw was her parents arguing with a young man. Liu saw Zhang Yahan coming, and hurriedly pulled Zhang Yahan and the others aside and said, "Why did you come just now, Yahan?"
Let me tell you something. Did you see the young man next to your parents?
He is the new boss of our company. I think he cares about your matter very much, and maybe he can really help you.
Yeah. Zhang Yahan nodded.
Liu asked Zhang Yahan and Wang Juhua to wait in the deputy general manager's office.
Then Liu asked Chen Xuan to come to the vice president's office as well.
Because there were so many people in the chairman's office, it was difficult to explain clearly with so many people talking at once, and the blood-sucking parents were also present. Liu knew very well that if Chen Xuan helped Zhang Yahan this time, Zhang Yahan would definitely go further and further in the entertainment industry in the future. He also investigated Chen Xuan's identity and knew that he was not as simple as he seemed. In addition to this company in Xiangqing, there is also the only 5-star hotel in Xiangqing, which is the Grand Washington Hotel. Not only that, he seemed to have made inquiries from various sources and found out that Chen Xuan seemed to have connections with the mayor of Xiangqing.
Even the daughter of the Wang family is by Chen Xuan's side. Chen Xuan also has industries in Jiangcheng.
Thinking about it this way, with someone like Chen Xuan's status, it is more than enough to deal with Wang Feng from the Demon City.
At this time, in the vice president's office, Liu, Zhang Yahan, Wang Juhua and Chen Xuan were in the office.
Liu introduced Zhang Yahan to Chen Xuan. Zhang Yahan was seen wearing a white shirt, a pleated skirt, and black stockings that wrapped her white and smooth legs, making them look straight and sexy. Her long hair was draped behind her, and her delicate facial features were stunning.
Her overall temperament is outstanding. No wonder she can become a top star and a national goddess. When Zhang Yahan spoke, "Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Zhang Yahan."
Just like on TV, Zhang Yahan's voice was very soft and very pleasant to hear.
"Hello, I'm Chen Xuan, I've been waiting for you here for a long time."
I don't know why, but Chen Xuan's voice gives people a feeling like a spring breeze. It sounds very calm, without any ripples. Zhang Yahan's originally uneasy heart actually dissipated a lot the moment she heard Chen Xuan's words.
"Hello, Mr. Chen, you should know about my situation, right? I understand. You are my employee now. I should help you."
At this moment, when Zhang Yahan heard that Chen Xuan wanted to help her, her body trembled, and then she subconsciously looked at Wang Juhua beside her. Wang Juhua also heard it, a look of joy appeared on her face, and she grabbed Zhang Yahan's hand. At this time, Zhang Yahan didn't know how to answer, and stammered, Mr. Chen, I.
Chapter 105 It's free.
Zhang Yahan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down.
"Mr. Chen, I have a few questions for you now. Just ask." Chen Xuan said lightly. "I'm sure you already know my current situation, so why are you helping me?" "Help you? If you say so, then I will help you. Do you know how powerful you are?"
"I just feel sorry for Huagua because I see a future star in you."
"If you weren't involved in these scandals, you would definitely be better off. Our company needs you now,"
Chen Xuan said with a smile.
But I've been ruined now. Now public opinion is directed towards me. Even if I make a comeback, many people will still boycott me.
They will use the previous news to make things worse.
In that case, even if I'm still in the entertainment industry, I won't be as popular as before. In this case, what good will it do you if Mr. Chen helps me? Now that we've come to this, let me give you a suggestion. Since you're already a top star, your life is in the spotlight and well known to the public. There are reports online that you don't support your parents and you're taking drugs, but I know you, I've investigated you, and I've heard your uncle talk about you. I'm sure you're not as bad as people say online. But since your parents have revealed the truth, I think there should be a way to crack it. You should reveal the truth to the public and not keep them in the dark. What is what is. What are you afraid of? At this moment, Zhang Yahan fell into deep thought. What is she afraid of? Of course, it's the big boss Wang Feng in Shanghai. But after Chen Xuan said all this, she felt that she had the recording and evidence in her hands. Why couldn't she stand up and explain the truth to the public? Why was she still here and letting her parents act nonsense and allow that person to threaten her? Zhang Yahan did realize the seriousness of the problem. If things continued like this and were not dealt with, and if they continued to ferment, she would hit rock bottom and be unable to recover. Mr. Chen, I will consider this matter. But I am threatened now. The power behind this is Wang Feng from the Magic City. I cannot afford to offend him. I know about this. I can help you solve it. It's just Wang Feng, isn't it? It's not a big deal. Chen Xuan said calmly. Zhang Yahan and Wang Juhua looked at each other and found that Wang Juhua was about to cry. But Wang Feng has great power, comparable to the Xiang family in Hong Kong. Is Mr. Chen really sure? Ha, if that so-called Wang Feng refuses to give up, then I will let my legal team fight him properly. I want to see whether good prevails over evil. When these words were uttered, they were as overbearing as possible, forming a sharp contrast with the calm words just now. And Wang Juo's smile remained on her face. She knew how strong the pressure from Mr. Chen Xuan in front of her was. It was the sense of strength he brought that gave Zhang Yahan and Wang Juhua enough sense of security. Zhang Yahan hesitated for a while, and finally asked the question that had been buried in her heart for a long time. Mr. Chen, I still don't understand one thing. This is the first time we've met, and we haven't had much contact. Why can you help me so much and be so nice to me? Didn't I just say that? I'm saving a rising star. I just feel sorry for a top star who was surrounded by scandals. If you can be saved, then your future will be limitless. And I also have a little selfish motive, which is that when you become famous in the future, you will bring good profits to the company. At this moment, Zhang Zhongyi kicked the door open, because he had been peeping through the crack of the door for a long time and heard his daughter talking to a man named Chen Xuan inside. He kicked the door open and walked in. Damn it! I was just wondering why you always tried to stop us. Now I understand. It turns out that you are supporting my daughter. I raised her to this age, so I can play with her however you want. You have to compensate me today. Yes. We must be compensated. A woman next to her said, My daughter is so beautiful. Wang Feng from the Magic City said that if we let him play with our daughter, he would compensate us 100 million. You have to compensate us this amount, otherwise. Seeing these people coming towards Chen Xuan frowned. He finally realized how shameless these people were. At this time, Li Yu walked to the front, stopped them and said, What are you doing? Haven't you harmed Zhang Yahan enough? She has been filming outside for many years, and she has suffered a lot. She gave all her money to you. What else do you want? Do you want to eat human flesh and drink human blood? At this time, Zhang Zhongyi was stunned for a moment, and then burst into tears, looking like he had suffered a great injustice. The woman nearby also rolled on the ground and cried, shouting, There is no justice, no law, everyone come and see, this bastard played with my daughter and won't admit it, he's just taking advantage of her. He looks gentle and polite on the surface, but he is actually a beast in human form. His roar attracted everyone in the office to gather around him. Everyone looked at each other. They knew what had happened, so they didn't believe what Zhang Zhongyi said. Chen Xuan didn't say anything, but pushed Li Yu away, walked to Zhang Zhongyi's side, squatted down and looked at Zhang Zhongyi with eagle-like eyes, which could see through his thoughts. Zhang Zhongyi was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. It took him a while to come to his senses. He pretended to be calm and roared, What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Are you trying to support my daughter by doing that? You helped my daughter do all this, and isn't your ultimate goal to support my daughter? I'm asking you if you're a dog. You just bit Li Yu and now you're biting me? Chen Chuan spoke. Who the hell are you calling a dog? You are the dog. Your whole family are dogs. You son of a bitch. Are you qualified to be the father of a child?
Zhang Yahan has lived for more than 20 years.
Have you fulfilled your responsibilities as a father to her?
Now you are cheating your own daughter like this.
I really have never seen parents like you in the world. Chen Chuan stared at Zhang Zhangyi and cursed. What did you just say about a beast in human form? You are the one, don't you know that?
Chen Chuan told everything, leaving Zhang Zhangyi standing there in a daze, unable to say a word, because what Chen Chuan said was the truth. He felt that the lie he made up was perfect, but at this moment it was exposed by Chen Chuan in front of everyone.
This feeling is like, as if. Chapter 106, Similar Interests?
It was as if his conspiracy had been exposed. At this moment, his wife, Zhang Yahan's mother, spoke.
Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? My daughter is willing to sleep with you, so you must be rich, right? I understand you rich people. You all want to sleep with my daughter. But now that you want to sleep with my daughter, I can't let you do it for free. You have to give us money. Wang Feng promised to give us 100 million yuan so that we could sleep with my daughter. You have to give us that much too. We will definitely not let you play with my daughter for nothing. You must pay a penny less, otherwise don't blame us for causing trouble.
At this moment, Chen Chuan shifted his gaze from Zhang Zhangyi to this lady.
Ha, you keep calling her your daughter. I'm a little curious, is Zhang Yahan your biological daughter? Are you related to her by blood? You, what are you talking about? Are you trying to sow discord between me and my daughter?
The lady's face turned red with anxiety.
Hee, do you think I need to sow discord between you for what you just said? If you ask someone now, which mother would say those slanderous words about her own daughter, such as sleeping with her? Do you think that you can threaten Zhang Yahan by secretly resorting to some dirty tricks in the name of filial piety? Do you think that she can be manipulated by you?
She is also a person, a living person.
Now, for the sake of money, for the sake of that 100 million, you are actually forcing your daughter to do something she doesn't want to do, and you are also spreading rumors and ruining your daughter? Are you qualified to be parents? I really don't know what to say to you as parents.
At this moment, Zhang Zhangyi and others were trembling all over, not knowing whether they were scared or angry. They did not refute Chen Chuan's words, and they could not think of any arguments to refute Chen Chuan's words now.
I'm not here to give you money or anything like that. You can stay here if you want.
Zhang Zhangyi shouted, Mr. Chen, don't be so arrogant.
We are here to ask my daughter for the money. If you want to get involved in this storm, then just get involved. You just have a few bucks, right? What's so great about that? You're just after my daughter's beauty. You're just a pervert. Don't deny it. Believe it or not, I'm going to report you online. If you don't give us money, I'll sue you. After all, we've raised Zhang Yahan to this age. If you want to sleep with her, you have to give us money.
Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on Chen Chuan's calm face.
You try it, I'll wait. I have my own legal team.
She was indecisive in handling the Zhang Yahan incident.
I am not like her.
If you implicate me online, I will not have the same good temper as her. Chen Chuan ignored Zhang Zhangyi and others, but pulled Zhang Yahan away. On the other side, Chen Chuan took Zhang Yahan to meet Wang Feng, whom they mentioned.
The two of them quickly arrived in the Magic City by plane. Chen Chuan said to the front desk, I'm looking for Wang Feng from the media. Please inform him. Thank you.
Immediately, a receptionist picked up the phone and called Wang Feng's office landline. But after ringing for a long time, no one answered. I'm so sorry, our President Wang might be busy.
May I ask if you have an appointment, sir? I don't need an appointment to see him. Chen Chuan said lightly. This. The receptionist hesitated for a while and said, Sir, we have a kneeling place here. You must make an appointment to see Mr. Wang.
Chen Chuan smiled and said, Call him now.
I'll be waiting here.
Just tell him that Miss Zhang Yahan wants to see him.
But after about 10 minutes, the call still didn't go through.
But at this time, a voice came from the elevator, and there was a large group of bodyguards behind him.
He soon saw Zhang Yahan in the crowd. Ms. Yahan, you're here. Why didn't you tell me before you came so that I could pick you up at the airport?
He walked quickly to Zhang Yahan like an old friend, as if they had a very good relationship. Hee, I was afraid that Director Wang was busy, so I didn't dare to disturb him. Zhang Yahan beside Chen Xuan said with a fake smile. Boss Wang, the person next to me is Chen Xuan, the new boss of Huayu Entertainment Company.
Chen Xuan extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Wang.
Wang Feng also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chen Xuan and said, Mr. Chen, your presence here makes my humble place shine. When Chen Xuan saw him, it was as if he saw a walking smiling tiger. This man is over 50 years old, but he still looks energetic and has a smile on his face.
Didn't the front desk just call Mr. Wang for 10 minutes? Mr. Wang was confused.
I was wondering if my call was in vain and was about to go home.
Chen Xuan looked at Wang Feng and said,
I'm really sorry, I was in a meeting just now.
I'd been a bit busy lately, ha.
And I also heard that Zhang Yahan is here, and there's a young man with her.
Didn't he come right after the meeting? Come here to greet him.
Thank you very much.
Chen Xuan said. Boss Chen, this is not the place to talk. You and Yahan should come with me to my office. I have some good tea in my office. How about going up to taste it?
Good.
Under the gazes of many people, the three entered the elevator.
Wang Feng's office is very large, more than 100 square meters, giving people a sense of grandeur. Come on, Yahan, Mr. Chen, please sit down and try some Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain.
This was just delivered to me by someone else.
I don't know much about tea, so I don't know if it suits your taste.
Ha.
Mr. Wang, I don't know much about tea either.
I can drink all kinds of tea.
So, Mr. Chen and I have similar interests.
No, I'm different from you.
We're not in the same boat, so don't say those words to try to get close to each other. As soon as Chen Xuan finished speaking, Wang Feng raised his head. His eyes were sharp and his pupils contracted violently.
This is the long-standing attitude of a superior looking at people.
Looking at Chen Xuan, he was sipping tea calmly without any disturbance at all. He was not suppressed by Wang Feng's momentum, but behaved very calmly.
It took a long time. Wang Feng slowly put down the teacup in his hand and said in an extremely cold tone, What does Mr. Chen mean by this? I don't quite understand. I don't know what exactly Mr. Chen is here for. Is it for Zhang Yahan, or for something else? Chapter 107, As a man, you have to be impulsive when you are impulsive.
The reason I came here this time is because Zhang Yahan is now an employee of our company.
Director Wang, please stop making false statements on the internet.
What did you say?
I made false statements? Could it be that Mr. Chen also likes Zhang Yahan and wants to?
Before he finished speaking, Chen Xuan interrupted him and said, Many people are confused about what Director Wang thinks of Zhang Yahan. I really admire Zhang Yahan, there's nothing wrong with that.
You can appreciate it, but you can't destroy it if you can't get it. She doesn't want to be a puppet. Mr. Wang, I have a recording of you threatening me.
At this time, Zhang Yahan stood up and brought up the recording incident.
Wang Feng did not expect this recording.
No wonder I couldn't see you, Zhang Yahan, for so long.
Now you suddenly appear. It turns out you have a backer. But you should be very clear about my status in the entertainment industry.
Since you have come to the Magic City, you should know my rules. At this moment, Wang Feng had a gloomy face.
I don't know your rules.
Since I, Chen Xuan, am here, you have to follow my rules.
Tell me, what are your rules?
Wang Feng said with narrowed eyes.
My rule is that you can't spread rumors about Zhang Yahan online, otherwise we. Chen Xuan said calmly. Mr. Chen, you should know your limits. You should always leave a way out for yourself. Besides, you are in the Magic City now, in my territory. How can you speak like that?
Wang Feng suddenly stood up and said. I don't care if this is the Demon City or somewhere else, this is still China, under the feet of the Emperor, not your place, Wang Feng, and me, Chen Xuan, so don't use this as your territory to threaten me or something. I have spread the word to the outside world that Zhang Yahan must come with me, otherwise I will have no face in the outside world.
How dare you go after her now?
You tied up their parents and caused trouble online.
You should admit this, right?
Wang Feng was slightly shocked when he heard this.
Then he argued, what does what their parents say on the internet have to do with me? You are also a boss with status and position. You have a very high status in the entertainment industry and you can get any woman you want.
But now you are using Zhang Zhongyi and others to force Zhang Yahan to submit.
You are such a despicable person. How could you think of such a despicable method? The entertainment industry is just a circle.
Since Zhang Yahan is in this circle, she has to abide by the rules of this circle.
Why is she pretending to be a pure girl now?
Wang Feng said, gritting his teeth. If other people were faced with Wang Feng's trick, they would have been too nervous to speak. But Chen Xuan was not afraid of him. I don't care what your status is, Chen Xuan.
Now that you have come to the Magic City, you are in my territory, and I have the final say. Then may I ask what Director Wang is going to do with me? Chen Xuan sneered.
At this time, Wang Feng's face was flushed, his eyes were fixed on Chen Xuan, and his chest was rising and falling like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. Looking at Chen Xuan, he seemed much calmer, without too much emotion, as if he had already won the game.
The reason why Wang Feng acted like this at the moment was just pretending.
He must be sneering in his heart.
Chen Xuan knew that a shrewd businessman would never show his emotions, and he would always appear in front of the enemy as a prey.
After the two sides confronted each other for a while, Wang Feng took a deep breath, as if to suppress his anger. Boss Chen is obviously attracted to Zhang Yahan now.
You said you have to go against me for a woman. Is it really worth it? Mr. Zhang, I think you're still thinking too much. I'm not as dirty as you say. I just hope that my employees can make a good comeback and bring benefits to my company. Mr. Chen, we are all men, how could I not know what you are thinking? Why do you have to use these as excuses?
But Mr. Chen, I'm really surprised that you would spend a lot of money to settle this matter for a woman.
Are you and Yahan really in love? Mr. Wang, are you saying these things to irritate me? If you really do, I'm sorry, I might disappoint you. Boss Chen, if you want me to give up, you have to spend some money. Give me 500 million and I'll give up.
Wang Feng stretched out 5 fingers.
What, 500 million? Chen Xuan said. Yes, 500 million. You should know that I have already threatened you.
I am the head of Shanghai Media, but you want to snatch my money away now.
Do you really think that I, Wang Feng, am such an easy person to talk to? Or am I just a paper tiger that can be trampled on by others?
If you don't give it to me, I have a strong medicine here.
When the time comes, Zhang Yahan's family will be destroyed and she will be banned from the entertainment industry forever. I mean what I say.
Now she is like a bird in my hand.
If I want her to fly, she can fly.
If I want her to break her wings, she can break her wings.
Chen Xuan was silent for a while and didn't speak. After a while, he said slowly, I think Director Wang is also extremely stupid.
Why do you say that?
Wang Feng asked with a frown.
You clearly know that Zhang Yahan is already a top star in the entertainment industry, but now you want to throw dirty water on her for your own selfish desires.
You are really amazing. At this moment, Wang Feng's pupils contracted violently and he didn't speak.
Everyone knows what he does to Zhang Yahan. All right, Mr. Chen, we are all foxes from 1,000 miles away, so stop acting out your strange stories from a Chinese studio for me.
Whatever tricks you have, just use them. Am I, Wang Feng, afraid of you?
Wang Feng said irritably. I came here today for only one thing, which is for you to clean up the Zhang Yahan incident as much as possible.
What if I don't?
If you don't want to, I have a team of lawyers here. They have plenty of time to fight this lawsuit with you.
I believe we have evidence of your threats, etc.
I, Wang Feng, have been in this industry for so many years. I have been playing with eagles for many years, but I have never been caught by an eagle.
I want to see what you can do to me.
At this moment, Wang Feng's face calmed down. But now he is the most angry. Then I'll see how your eyes blind us step by step.
Chen Xuan now finally understood that their current conversation would also have results.
He stood up, dusted himself off and said, Boss Wang, it's not easy for you to be here today, but don't act on impulse and do something that you'll regret.
As a man, you have to be impulsive when you need to be impulsive. Otherwise, how can you be called a man? But impulse is the devil. Chapter 108 Public Opinion Guidance.
Impulse is the devil, Mr. Wang. I still advise you to think more about it.
Then you don't have to worry about it, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, take care.
Seeing Wang Feng and Chen Xuan walking out talking and laughing, Zhang Yahan followed closely behind them. The bodyguards waiting outside all breathed a sigh of relief because they saw Chen Xuan taking Zhang Yahan to find his boss, with that attitude and that tone.
They were asked to guard the door and break in immediately if they heard any noise inside. However, the 3 of them had been in the office for a while and did not make any noisy noise, not even a swear word.
This was really incomprehensible to them. When Chen Xuan and Wang Feng came out, with smiles on their faces, they seemed to express deep doubt about this. Judging from the way Chen Xuan was outside just now, he might argue with Wang Feng after entering, or even overturn the table. But look at them now, they come out with smiles on their faces.
Isn't this scene too weird?
By the time everyone else caught up, Zhang Yahan and Chen Xuan were already in the elevator. At this moment, Chen Xuan's face slowly became cold and vicious.
Boss Chen, how should we deal with this matter? Now he won't let me go? Wang Feng is indeed a very difficult person.
Yes, he is now a big boss in the entertainment industry who can compete with Hong Kong. Such a person must have extraordinary means.
Now in this situation, Mr. Chen, do you still want to save me?
Save her.
I will definitely save her.
At this time, Chen Xuan picked up his phone and called another mysterious person.
Hello, I'm Chen Xuan.
I want you to investigate these people and keep an eye on their whereabouts. I'll be of great use to you in the future. After saying that, Chen Xuan hung up the phone. Then he leaned over to Zhang Yahan's ear and whispered something. Then the two of them flew back to Xiangcheng.
On the other side, Wang Feng also spared no effort to destroy Zhang Yahan.
A few days later, Zhang Yahan became a hot topic on the internet again. Not only did she take drugs, she also failed to support her parents and even evaded taxes.
Everyone is raising their voices online.
If she really evades taxes, her former fans will become black fans. When they said this, they also at the IRS official website, hoping that the IRS could investigate this matter thoroughly. The State Administration of Taxation's official website also responded quickly, saying that it would investigate Zhang Yahan's tax evasion in a timely manner. When the results are known, a notice will be released on the official website as soon as possible to prevent netizens from believing or spreading rumors. At this time, a video was circulated on the internet. This video was posted by Zhang Yahan using her own account to prove her innocence.
Hello everyone, I am actress Zhang Yahan.
Recently some of my untrue statements were published online, causing a lot of speculation.
I would like to say sorry to everyone here.
As a public figure, I have used up a lot of public resources because of my personal affairs, causing many fans who like me to worry about me.
I am still avoiding it and have not given too much explanation. This is my personal mistake. I want to clarify it to everyone here. The reason I can stand here today and clarify the whole matter is because of one person. If it weren't for him, I would probably disappear from everyone's sight and I wouldn't share the truth with everyone.
Zhang Zhongyi is not my father.
He and I have no blood relationship. He has always been violent at home.
He beats and scolds me, a daughter who is not his biological daughter. He has never said a word of concern for me. The most common thing he says is, "Why don't you just die?" My life or death has nothing to do with him.
I even felt like I was a superfluous person in this family. My father didn't love me, and my mother didn't care about me.
Especially after he and my mother had a younger brother, he beat me up and I often went hungry. When I was in school, I was a good student, but he was very stingy as my adoptive father and didn't want to pay for my tuition. He felt that I was a daughter and not his biological child, and that I would get married sooner or later when I grew up, so he stopped paying for my tuition. But because I was a good student, the principal valued me and told me to go to school even if I didn't have to pay the tuition. Because of the principal's help, I was able to learn knowledge and change my shaky fate. As an adoptive father, he spread obscene rumors about me, saying that I had an affair with the principal, so the principal was willing to let me go to school without paying the tuition.
It wasn't until my uncle couldn't stand what they were doing that he took me to his home.
Only then did I escape from this vicious family and my life slowly got back on track. When I moved my household registration, Zhang Zhongyi was so happy that he felt that I, the unlucky star, was finally gone. He even wanted to set off firecrackers in his yard to celebrate this good thing. Maybe for their family, I am the corresponding one, and my departure makes them more comfortable. For so many years, I have been fostered in my uncle's house. I know I have no home of my own, so I work very hard in other people's homes, helping my aunt take care of the children and studying hard. I know that knowledge can change one's destiny.
My uncle's family treated me very well. They didn't mind that I was an outsider.
They didn't care about how much money it would cost them to come to this family.
They just treated me well. They treated me like their own daughter. But the good times didn't last long.
My aunt died in a car accident, leaving behind my uncle and a 5-year-old cousin.
I felt like I was a nemesis at the time.
I killed my biological father and my aunt who was so kind to me.
I wondered if I should not have been born into this world. When I was doubting myself, my uncle came to me and told me to be strong, saying that I was living for those who had passed away and that I must live a wonderful life. So at that time, I swore that I must make a name for myself. I was not only doing this for myself, but also for my aunt and dad in heaven. My uncle is an executive at an entertainment company, so I had the opportunity to join a Chinese entertainment company as an artist when I was older. I have never told anyone about my childhood, including my closest agent. Because I'm afraid that the short-lived happiness I have will be spitted out by those conspirators behind the scenes. But what I have been worried about for a long time has finally happened. Wang Feng from the Demon City has always had bad intentions towards me, and he has hinted at me many times, but I rejected it every time. Just because I'm pretty, he wanted me to be his lover, but I refused. But he... Chapter 109. Someone is about to get into big trouble. Because I was a public figure, he felt that force would not work, so he found my parents, who I hadn't contacted for 180 years. He teamed up with Zhang Zhongyi to spread rumors everywhere in an attempt to ruin my career. And my adoptive father doesn't care about how I live, or how I will live after I am ruined. What he cares about is money, how much money Wang Feng can give him. This is something I have never dared to say. They conspired to make me drink drugs and then force myself on me. I discovered it and even recorded it. These are all their evidence. What they did to me, one by one, is enough for me to break off all ties with them. Are they worthy of being my parents? Definitely not. At the time, Wang Feng thought that if I didn't take the bait, he even threatened me with my future. I also have a recording of him threatening me. It was precisely because my new boss knew that Wang Feng and Zhang Zhongyi were in cahoots that he was willing to lend a hand and save me from the dire straits. Zhang Zhongyi, I won't give him a penny. They didn't support me. I hate him for the shadow he cast on me when I was little. As for Wang Feng, I will bring him to court for defamation and rumor mongering with the help of the Chinese entertainment company's legal team. I am very grateful for everyone's love for me, and I believe that the law will give me justice. I will not let down those who love me, and I will not let those who harm me go unpunished. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Yahan's tone was so calm that it made people feel that she was not talking about her own troubles, but about other people's affairs. She showed no anger, no regrets, and no sadness throughout the whole process. It's like starting over and being reborn. But when she mentioned her uncle, aunt, and even her new boss Chen Xuan, she suddenly choked up and her eyes turned red. If she hadn't had the help of her uncle and aunt, she might not have survived until now and would have been tortured or abused by that blood-sucking family. After all, Zhang Zhongyi is not her biological father, and she is so beautiful. She must be very beautiful to be able to become a national goddess. Who doesn't like such a beautiful girl? Especially men. Although Zhang Zhongyi is old enough to be her father, he is also a man. Men are animals who think with their lower body. They don't care whether it violates ethics or not. Once their sperm comes up, they won't care so much. Thinking of this, she felt even more grateful to her uncle and aunt. But my aunt-in-law passed away without enjoying a single day of her care. She has endured some hardships and torture since she was a child, so she has always appeared so strong. When this video and recording were released, it caused a huge uproar on the internet. Many people know that Zhang Yahan has been in the entertainment industry for so many years. In addition to her beauty, she also has ability. And when she smiles, she has 2 dimples, and she looks like a happy little girl. But what they didn't expect was that her childhood was so terrible and her family was incomplete. There is a weird pair of parents. Are they qualified to be Zhang Yahan's parents? Obviously not worthy. When Zhang Yahan posted this video, were the things she said true? Of course they were true. After all, Zhang Yahan is a public figure, and keyboard warriors on the internet are all paying close attention to what she says and what she does. If Zhang Yahan wants to lie and gain sympathy, those keyboard warriors will definitely expose her. They are not vegetarians. But half an hour later, online public opinion was still leaning towards Zhang Yahan. It can be imagined how convincing what Zhang Yahan said was. Otherwise, if she told a lie, the spit from those trolls on the internet would be enough to drown her. Online keyboard warriors have begun to make their comments. National Goddess, we will always support you, you must hold on, I am your #1 fan. I almost became a hater. Forgive me. I am the type who believes everything I hear. I was wrong. I want to apologize to Han Baby. From now on, I will never wrongly accuse a good person again. Yes, it turns out that there are such weird parents in the world,
sending their daughter to the bed of a big boss. Such a weird thing actually happened to my goddess. It's a pity that my goddess has been framed for so long. So, brothers, before investigating the truth, you must not make any comments, otherwise it will destroy the psychological state of a good person. And Hanbao has lived in this kind of environment since she was a child. Now she finally has a bright future ahead of her. How could she possibly do something like tax evasion? Absolutely impossible, she wouldn't do that. You are wrong. She grew up in a place like this and was filled with hatred. So she thinks that problems that can be solved with money are no longer problems. That is why she values money so much and naturally embarks on the path of tax evasion. What you said seems to make sense. If a person has no care and no family, her heart will become dirty. Yes, that must be the case. Bullshit, you have a foul mouth, go talk somewhere else, don't insult the environment on the internet. Why are you looking for a sense of existence here, you gossip? It must be that your marriage is not going well in real life and your children are not filial, so you come to the internet to talk nonsense and show your superiority. Who is Wang Feng? He can do whatever he wants just because he has money. He even wants to rape women. Isn't this a great insult to us women? If everyone is like this, then we women will live in danger. I hope the public security organs can investigate the truth of this matter. Yes, Wang Feng must have played with many celebrities in the entertainment industry, but they just didn't expose it. This behavior is really shocking. It turns out that those celebrities are high-ranking in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of those rich people, they are just toys and commodities. Hanbao, you are so brave. You must have been very hard-pressed to speak out about this. You must be strong. Even though your parents are such weird people, we fans will always love and support you. Yes, there will definitely be news on this matter soon. Let's wait and see. I believe our Hanbao will be able to wash away the dirt on his body and become a more dazzling star. The internet exploded. There were all kinds of things to say at once. But once another video comes out, someone is about to be in big trouble. Chapter 110 Why did you leave? After this video was released, another video came into the public eye. That is, the Magic City Media Company released several indecent videos of Zhang Yahan. It is already very clear that at this moment, the Chinese entertainment company under Chen Chuan's name and the Magic City Media Company are standing on opposite sides. But at this moment, Zhang Yahan's agent Wang Juhua directly pointed out that those photos were photoshopped. In Chen Chuan's office, a phone call came in, and that call was from Wang Feng from Mado Media Company. A man's roaring voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Chen, you are really good at tricks. I haven't even declared war on you yet, but you've already revealed your trump card. You actually want me to die, so I'm going to take someone with me. You just took over the Chinese entertainment company. I don't believe that there is no parasite in your company. You also know my background. I hate evil as much as I hate evil. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. At this moment, Chen Chuan didn't say a word before the call was hung up. When he answered the phone, Zhang Yahan was still there, and she could still clearly hear what the other party said. Boss Chen, what should we do? Wang Feng is a man who will never give up until he has revenged himself. Will he do that if we do this? Zhang Yahan asked in panic. What are you afraid of? Now that this has happened, let's just deal with it. I'm not afraid of him. You underestimate me. But Moto Entertainment is one of the best in China, and they have the best public relations, and they also have experience in dealing with these online media. We must be careful of those despicable means, which they have used before. Haha, now the internet is getting more and more intense, and this is a good opportunity to bring him down. Our Chinese entertainment company needs to develop. If he is obedient, then let the entertainment media company in Shanghai replace Wang Feng with someone else, right? Ah, you mean you want to acquire Magic City Chinese Entertainment Company? Zhang Yahan's eyes widened. Boss Chen, do you have this idea? Yeah, now I have it. Chen Chuan said calmly. But the current situation is just throwing dirty water on Wang Feng. It's not that easy to defeat him. He has lived in the Magic City for so many years and his influence there is deeply rooted. But no matter how powerful he is, and all the dirty things he does, we just watch from the sidelines, and others will pull him down, so we'll just wait and see. What do you mean? Zhang Yahan looked puzzled. A lustful person will die in a woman's belly sooner or later. If Wang Feng doesn't remember the loss he suffered at your hands, there will be bigger pits waiting for him.
Just wait and see.
At the Moto Entertainment Media Company, because of the Zhang Yahan incident, there was an internal fight within the company. Even Wang Feng was exposed for falsifying accounts, evading taxes himself, and covering up for others' tax evasion.
Now the direction of public opinion has reversed again. Now things are different.
Not only did Zhang Yahan get rid of all the dirty water on her body, she also made Wang Feng, who had been pestering her, get covered in shit. One thing that has shocked the entire entertainment industry is that Zhang Yahan does not take drugs, does not evade taxes, and does not fail to support her parents.
She was finally cleared.
Chen Xuan did not leave the company at this moment, but stayed in the company for the whole afternoon.
I interviewed a person in the afternoon. This person was here to interview the company's president. Hello, Mr. Su, I've read your resume. I think you were the president of Longtan Entertainment Media before? Yes, Mr. Chen. Then why did you leave your last company? What was the reason?
It's a long story, but to sum it up, it didn't fit with the company's philosophy, so I resigned.
So you confessed the truth. Oh? Different from the company's philosophy? What's different? How is it different?
You also know that the environment in entertainment companies is very chaotic, and there are many people with connections in the company. It's not whoever has the ability who can be reused, but whoever has the connections who can be reused. Although I was once the president of a company, I was only a senior employee, so I proposed this to the board of directors of my former company, but they rejected it. So I had no choice but to leave my previous company.
Chen Xuan listened to Su Yu's story while drinking tea.
But you should know that the entertainment industry is a big melting pot.
How can you keep yourself clean?
I know what you said, but I also have a dream. I want to live for my dream, not for those.
Well, I know your ability. I checked your information.
You were able to double the market value of Longtan Entertainment Company in just 2 years.
You are indeed a talent. But no matter how capable you are, you were abandoned by your former company? Although people should have ideals, if you don't have ideals, what's the difference between you and those salted fish? But the current situation is like this, you have to accept reality.
At this moment, Su Yu heard Chen Xuan say this and hung his head. He felt that there was no chance this time. After all, Chen Xuan had just said that the format was like this. He didn't say a word in favor, only in denial. Thinking this way, he knew he had no chance of an interview this time. Su Yu waited for Chen Xuan to speak, but Chen Xuan didn't say anything. Instead, he drank his coffee leisurely.
At this time, Su Yu took the lead and started to speak. So, Mr. Chen, did I fail the interview today?
Su Yu asked with a disappointed look on his face.
Oh? Why do you ask?
Although what you said is quite right, the current situation is like this and I should accept it, but I may have different ideas from you, so I don't think you will want me.
If you were asked to manage this company, how would you manage it? If I were to manage, I would manage with my own philosophy. I don't like your connections the most.
I hope that the company should be run by people with ability, not by connections. Those who have connections, who rely on money or sell their bodies to get to the top, squeeze out those who are capable.
How can the company develop in the long run? Yeah, not bad, you have a good idea. Chen Xuan nodded and said, Mr. Chen, I have finished what I want to say. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to interview. Goodbye.
After Su Yu finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave.
Wait, I didn't even tell you to leave, why did you leave? Chapter 111 President?
Mr. Chen, we all have different ideas, so no matter how much we talk, we won't be able to come up with anything new.
I still have some self-awareness. Have I ever told you that you speak very directly? Ha, you're not the only one who said that.
So you touched his head and said with an embarrassed smile.
Okay, sit down and have a chat. Mr. Chen. What do you mean? Of course, I admire you as a person. Hearing what Chen Xuan said, Su Yu stopped and sat down on the sofa. Mr. Chen, I'm very curious. Didn't you just say that you should adapt to the situation? What's going on now? That's what I said. I think what you said is quite interesting. Tell me about it. Mr. Chen, I am really surprised now. I think businessmen are all profit-seeking people, so I think you are the same, but now you let me sit down, so I am a little confused about what you mean?
And my ideas are definitely not in line with your businessmen's ideas.
Why do you say you admire me now?
All the bosses he met before attached great importance to money, but looking at Chen Xuan, he is not like other businessmen.
Ha, it's very simple. I am the same as you. I also have my own principles.
I hope the president of my company also has principles.
Do you think that businessmen like us are people who love money more than anything else and don't care about principles or bottom lines? Mr. Chen, you are different from others in my mind. I can feel it. Yeah, so can you come to work in our company? What? What did you say? Can I come to work at the company? Yes, I am right. Yes, I'd love to. Suyu said excitedly. Ha, you don't even ask how much our salary is? Do you dare to just agree to it? Chen Xuan asked. Salary is not important.
What's important is that you and I share the same ideas, so salary doesn't matter.
Ha, you make it sound like we're gay. Mr. Chen, I am serious. Well, this is the contract. Take a look.
The monthly salary for the first 3 months is 100,000 yuan, and after becoming a regular employee, it will be 150,000 yuan a month.
Chen Xuan handed the contract he had prepared earlier to Suyu.
Suyu took the contract and looked at it carefully.
You were the vice president in your previous company.
If you were in our company, you would be promoted to a full-time employee after the 3-month assessment.
No problem, Suyu said as he stepped forward and signed the contract.
Well, congratulations on becoming the president of Chinese entertainment. Chen Xuan said this and stretched out his left hand to shake hands with Suyu.
Mr. Chen, thank you for giving me this opportunity to show my skills. I will definitely satisfy you. Aha! This is information about the company's employees and executives. This is the information of the sign star. Have a good look at it. After you finish, we'll have a meeting and I'll announce your position. Yes. Suyu took the information and started reading it.
After all, he will be the one in charge of the company in the future, so he must have some understanding of the company's employees and executives. In this way, Suyu stayed in Chen Xuan's office for a long time. He read some information, then put forward his own opinions and suggestions, and also provided the company's operating guidelines. Only then did Chen Xuan feel that he had hired a talented person who was always making plans for the company.
After a long time, it was afternoon.
The two of them came to the meeting room first. Within 2 minutes, the directors began to arrive at the meeting room one after another.
Hello, Mr. Chen.
Every executive was greeting Chen Xuan and looking curiously at Suyu next to Chen Xuan. They all wondered who this person was and how he could sit next to Chen Xuan and have such a close relationship with him.
At this time, the last person came in. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. I was busy just now and was delayed for a while. I'm really sorry. Everyone, please sit down, Chen Xuan said expressionlessly. At this time, everyone was staring at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan did not speak at this moment, and the conference room was quiet. The executives looked at Chen Xuan in silence and did not dare to breathe heavily. After all, a new boss had just taken over, so they were all wondering if there was something wrong with them, or if they had made any mistakes recently. They were all reviewing and reflecting on themselves. All the executives who had made mistakes lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at Chen Xuan, fearing that if their eyes met, Chen Xuan would be able to see what was in their hearts. I called you all here today because I have 2 things to announce. But before I make the announcement, let me say one thing first. Everyone knows about the Zhang Yahan incident. Wang Feng was a lecher and has now been dragged into this. I hope you won't abuse your power for personal gain like he did. Now that I am in charge of this company, I don't care what happened in the past. But during my management, I hope everyone will change their bad habits. I also want to know what you did in the past. If you confess, I will treat you leniently. If you resist, I will treat you severely. And I also hope you don't take chances. Although the company is an entertainment company, there are bound to be some temptations, but I hope you don't have unclear relationships with the company's artists or internet celebrities. The company won't use you if you do that. I don't care what you did before, you have to tell me all the mistakes you made before this afternoon. As long as you can promise not to do this again in the future and continue to serve the company, I will not pursue your previous affairs. But as long as you are still so stubborn and unwilling to explain yourself, and still want to fish in troubled waters, then don't blame me, Chen, for being merciless. Chen Xuan's tone was icy cold, and when the executives in the audience heard what Chen Xuan said, they felt their whole bodies tremble.
And those who had done nothing wrong were also trembling a little. It was not because they had done anything wrong, but they were trembling because of the pressure.
Now I have one more announcement to make. This is Suyu, the newly appointed president of our company. At this time, Suyu also stood up. Hello everyone, my name is Suyu, please give me your guidance in the future. Funfun, another senior executive, stood up and said, Hello, President Su. Hello, Mr. Su. I believe you have known Mr. Su before, right? After all, you are all in the same industry, and you should know Mr. Su's glorious history. So it only took 3 years to double the market value of the previous company. So I hope that Huayu Entertainment Company can achieve greater success under the leadership of President Su. Of course, these successes also require your efforts and support. Chapter 112 Confession Bureau. At this moment, Suyu was grateful to Chen Xuan in his heart. If Chen Xuan hadn't let him stay in this company, he wouldn't know where to go. Because he has been looking for a job for half a year, and he has hit a wall every time he tried to find a job. The reason is that some of his company philosophies do not conform to those of most companies. Simply put, he is too stubborn and not tactful at all. If such a person stays in a mature company and cannot make adjustments in everything, it will be difficult for him to get along well with senior management and subordinates. In the long run, it will not only be a loss for the company, but also a torture for Suyu himself. His management style did not share the same philosophy with the company's leaders. Even though he was hired at the time, both parties felt awkward after working for a while. Now, Chen Xuan's company philosophy coincides with his. Moreover, Chinese Entertainment Company is a new company that Chen Xuan has just taken over. There are many bad customs in it. Chen Xuan also hopes that through the president he has recruited this time, he can eliminate some of the bad tumors in the company and make the company a brand new one. With this idea in mind, Chen Xuan announced another thing. I will only give half a day to those who made mistakes later. Come to President Su's office and explain clearly. I can give you one chance. If you miss this half day this afternoon and I find out later, don't blame me. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he took Suyu out of the meeting room. At this time, some executives in the conference room looked at each other, and after watching Chen Xuan and Suyu leave, they gathered together and whispered, I never thought that this person named Suyu would come to our company to serve as president. Brother Wang, who is this new CEO? You don't even know this. He is as impartial as Bao Gong in ancient times. Now life will be difficult for you. He has a stubborn and weird personality. It seems that he offended his boss at his previous company, so he couldn't stay in that company anymore. Alas. Once he comes, our good days are over. I don't know why Mr. Chen asked this person to come. Humph, what else could it be? I think you are not clear-headed. Think about it, Mr. Chen has just taken over this company. As the saying goes, a new official will start with 3 fires. I think this fire is going to burn us. Then what should we do? We all have some problems. Old Huan, how should we solve this situation? Didn't Mr. Chen just say that we made a mistake and as long as we confess it this afternoon, he will forgive us? Otherwise, if he finds out, we will be in big trouble. But I don't know if Mr. Chen's words are trustworthy. After hearing this, old Huang looked at the executive next to him who suspected that Chen Xuan was not keeping his word as if he were a fool. Old Huang, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Look at what you said. I don't know if your IQ is suitable for this company. You actually dared to doubt the boss. Not only did you doubt it in your heart, but you even said it out loud. I think you don't want to do this anymore, right? The stupid executive just now lost his composure and rushed to Lao Huang in a hurry, rubbing the corner of his clothes with his hands. Lao Huang, I didn't mean that just now, I just spoke without restraint. As he said this, he slapped himself on the mouth a few times. What's the point of you telling me? We're all here now and have heard it. All you can do now is confess and get a lighter sentence. What else can you say? Old Huan looked at this silly executive who had a good relationship with him and was a very honest person. He couldn't bear to see him being fired by the company, so he could only patiently remind him. I see. Thank you, Lao Huang. I'll go find President Su right away. The foolish executive just ran out after hearing the advice. The other executives watching this also knew their own mistakes. If they didn't say anything now, when would they? So they all ran faster than rabbits. However, there are still some executives who are still hoping for the best. They think that Chen Xuan is the new boss, and secondly, they want to see how things turn out for those who confessed,
so they are waiting and watching. Chen Xuan walked to the front desk and saw a woman wearing a white shirt, a black skirt, and 8-centimeter high heels. Her straight white legs were exposed, which made people imagine a lot.
Chen Xuan thought that business was more important, so he called the front desk and said, "Go and clean up an office for President Su. He will use it this afternoon."
The receptionist nodded and then hurried out. Then Chen Xuan said to Suyu, who was standing beside him, "In the afternoon, I estimate that many executives will come to confess some of the violations they had done in the company before.
You need to handle these matters. I will just watch from the side."
"Don't worry, I will take care of it." About 10 minutes later, the office had been cleaned up and Chen Xuan and Suyu sat down in the office. They had just sat down for less than half a minute when they heard a knock on the door.
Ding ding ding. "Come in." An executive walked in cautiously.
He saw Chen Xuan and Suyu sitting in front of the office and said quickly, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Su." This executive was the one who had just suspected Chen Xuan. Old Huang had just pointed out a way out for him, so he was the first to come to Chen Xuan's office to confess.
"Mr. Chen, Mr. Su, I'm here to confess."
Chen Xuan sat calmly on the side without saying a word. He wanted to give the right to speak to Suyu, and also wanted to use this confession to see whether the president he personally recruited had the same philosophy as him, or just said one thing and did another. At this moment, Suyu looked at Chen Xuan with his eyes closed and rested, and he knew that Chen Xuan had already set up the stage, and the next step was to see his own performance.
So he was not afraid at all, but instead showed the aura of a CEO and asked, "Oh? What are you here to confess now? Tell me everything."
At this moment, the stupid executive confessed, "While I was in office, I used my power to arrange for my relative's child to work in the company."
You are abusing your power.
If a company wants to develop in the long run, it must avoid connections, especially those with no ability. If you make such an arrangement, those who are capable but have no connections will have no chance at all. After hearing what Suyu said, the executive's legs went weak and his tongue trembled. He held onto the chair with both hands, afraid that he would not be able to support his whole body.
"Su, boss Su, I did do these things. I was wrong. Please give me a chance to correct my mistakes. I will remove these relatives from the company and will definitely not take up any positions."
The man stuttered when he spoke, but it was also for self-protection.
He could no longer take care of the children of his relatives. People are selfish.
"Sometimes, I can share a share of the soup with you, but I can hardly protect myself, so naturally I won't care about others." At this moment, Suyu glanced at Chen Xuan, and Chen Xuan said calmly, "No need to look at me, you decide for yourself.
Now you are the president of the company, you decide their future."
Chapter 113 Final chapter end.
Where do you arrange them? Are they capable of doing these jobs now?
2 of them are in charge of the company's live broadcast control, and the other is the live broadcast operation. When I first brought them to the company, they were not good enough, but they cherish the opportunities given by the company, so everyone wants to shine in their positions. The few people I know have performed well in the department and have won awards for outstanding employees.
Okay, then you give me some of their information and I'll investigate their specific work. After the investigation, I'll see whether they stay or leave. If the people you recommended are just slacking off after the inspection, the company doesn't want to keep idle people, so they will have no choice but to leave.
If they really do a good job as you said, then Mr. Chen has also said what you did before. Since you have come to confess now, we will let bygones be bygones."
Thank you, President Su. Thank you, President Chen, you are so kind."
Hearing this, the man excitedly grasped the armrests of the seat with both hands. He originally thought that this confession would cause the relative's child to resign in exchange for his own temporary peace of mind. At that time, he was still thinking about how to explain it to his relatives. But now there is still a glimmer of hope, that's all. His uneasy heart can finally be put at ease a little.
"Don't thank me so quickly. I've already told you to transfer the information of those people here first. We still need to observe for a while. If it is really as you said, you can rest assured. But if it is the opposite, then you will not be able to keep your job.
After all, you got in through connections, so you are also at fault first."
I have one more thing to remind you. You have confessed this time.
If you still use your power for personal gain in the future, don't blame us for being rude." Suyu stared at the executive in front of him and said coldly. His eyes were like an eagle, able to see through people's minds. No, I will definitely cherish this opportunity.
I promise that I will never make the same mistake again in the future.
Please rest assured, leaders.
Okay, is there anything else? If there is nothing else, you can leave first. Okay, Mr. Su, Mr. Chen, I have said everything I need to confess. There is nothing else to say. I will leave first. The man said and stood up and left. The moment he walked over and closed the office door, Su Yu in the office spoke. Mr. Chen, is this how I handled it okay? Are you satisfied? Yeah, that's right. Although you can let his relatives stay, you still have to look at their assessment. You can't just let some people stay or leave blindly. I approve of your approach. Chen Chuan nodded and said. Su Yu felt delighted when he heard this. He now believed that his ideas were the same as his boss. Just at this moment, there was another knock on the door. At this time, Chen Chuan said jokingly, Boss Su, you have to be prepared to be busy now. It is very likely that people will come all afternoon. Mr. Chen, you're too polite. I've already done it. Since you trust me and let me handle it, I will definitely not have any complaints. I will get it done. Come in. At this time, the office door was opened and another executive appeared. Su Yu also dealt with everything the executives told him to do seriously. When he came out, the executive was overjoyed. When he came out, other executives came towards him and soon he was surrounded by a group of executives. Veteran, how are you? You look so smiling. What should we do? Can you give us some pointers? Ha, didn't Mr. Chen say that he would give everyone a chance? If you catch him, you will rise to the top. If you can't catch him, you will fall into the abyss. Think about who Mr. Chen is. He is the one who was defeated by Wang Feng. If he wants to investigate what you did before, you will be naked for everyone to see. If you tell us now, you still have a chance. If you don't tell us, you will have no chance at all. Think about it carefully. I have also worked with you for many years and I am reminding you. When the other executives heard this, those who were waiting and watching stopped waiting and ran faster than rabbits. After an entire afternoon, the executives talked about everything they had done in the company. Su Yu also gave good suggestions for handling the matter, and everyone was satisfied. What about keeping celebrities? What about corruption and bribery? What about relying on connections to get to the top? Everything was explained clearly. It was not until the end of the get-off workday that Su Yu dealt with the mistakes made by these people. However, there are still one or two executives who still have a fluke mentality. At this moment, Su Yu spoke, Mr. Chen, there is something I don't know if I can say it? Go ahead and say it. Now that you are the president of the company, you have to say it. I looked at the company's information and I think there are still one or two people who have not come to confess their mistakes to the company. You see that the whole afternoon has passed and they still haven't come. What should I do? I also made it very clear at the meeting that we gave them an opportunity for the entire afternoon. If they don't seize this opportunity, then we will deal with it in the way that needs to be dealt with. Chen Chuan said coldly. Okay, Mr. Chen, I know how to do this. One more thing. Since most of the executives have spoken out about their past mistakes, we should do as they say and dig deeper to remove the parasites and bad elements in the company. The company needs new faces. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will get started on this matter. This matter has been notified to the entire Chinese entertainment company. After 3 months of rectification, the entire Chinese entertainment company has not only cleaned up those cancers, but also brought about a greater change in the atmosphere of the entire company. The company's financial statements every month have turned from loss to profit, and have even started to make a profit. Zhang Yahan was filming in Xiangqing, and Chen Chuan, the boss of the company, was also on the scene. The company arranged accommodation for us at night. But at night, Zhang Yahan, wearing cool pajamas, knocked on Chen Chuan's door. Chen Chuan opened the door. Looking at Zhang Yahan holding a bottle of Lafite red wine, she charmingly shook the wine glass and Lafite red wine in her hand and said, Mr. Chen, why don't you invite me in and sit down? Chen Chuan knew why Zhang Yahan came, so he opened the door, raised the corners of his mouth, and thought that tonight would definitely be an extraordinary night. 2 people entered the room. Zhang Yahan hugged Chen Chuan aggressively and pushed Chen Chuan directly behind the door. Her hot lips touched Chen Chuan's upper lip on the wall, and the two kissed passionately. Chen Chuan went from being the attacked party to the attacker. He picked up Zhang Yahan with one hand and gently placed her on the bed. Are you satisfied? Chen Chuan arched his body, his forehead covered with sweat. Zhang Yahan still felt the warmth between her lips and teeth, and licked the corner of her lips. He gasped, so cool. The two of them were doing something unspeakable. The book is finished.